Chapter 641. The rain outside the boat had been pouring all night. Nguyen Yang was awakened by the sound of the rain a little after 5 in the morning. The bed was a little small, and sleeping on her side made her back uncomfortable, so she got up early. "Wife," Nguyen Yang whispered to Wan Ningyan, "I'm going to take the captain's place. Just letting you know." Wan Ningyan was half asleep. Nguyen Yang nudged her twice, and she impatiently pulled the covers over her head. Nguyen Yang took out her phone and started recording a video. "Wife, I told you I was going to take the captain's place. Don't be angry if you don't see me when I wake up." After recording the video, Nguyen Yang quietly left the room without even turning on the lights. She went to the bathroom to wash up, then went to the cabin door to look for Wei Mingyi. "Captain, are you feeling well after all this sleep?" Wei Ming leaned against the cabin, not moving. He turned to look at Nguyen Yang, his eyes dark and bruised. "It's okay. It's windy and cold outside, but I can stay awake even without coffee. You too. Can't you use a windshield?" Nguyen Yang pulled out a police blast shield. "Look, this one's perfect. It keep you warm even after a night of cold." Wei Mingyi smiled wearily. "I'm not stupid. It rained heavily last night, so I wore a raincoat and didn't need to block the wind. I took it off this morning when the rain was a bit lighter, hoping to clear my head." Nguyen Yang walked onto the deck, holding an umbrella. The morning rain was indeed much lighter, only moderate. The riverbed behind was already invisible. The water level had risen by at least a meter. The mountains ahead were in good condition, though there were more mutant animals. After all, the two pinned mountains were small, so they huddled together harmoniously, not disturbing each other. The water in both rivers was flowing rapidly, reaching the median. The cylindrical water level scale on the super water plant had also risen 3 notches, but still not reached the median, indicating that everything was under control for the time being. "Since the rain has eased and the floods haven't arrived yet, Captain Wei, let's hand over our shift early. Go back and eat something and get some sleep. I call you if there's anything urgent." Wei Mingyi stood up, glanced at the riverbed in the distance, and nodded. "Then I go rest. Be safe." "Okay." After Wei Mingyi left, Nguyen Yang took out disinfectant and sprayed it around the cabin door. Then, donning a mask and goggles, he sat in the chair Wei Mingyi had left. The cabin door would get some rain, and some water on the deck would flow into the cabin. While the drainage system on this large ship was good, it wasn't perfect, so Nguyen Yang used gold to repair it. The low door sill of the cabin was raised to 1 centimeter with gold, and the rainproof eaves were extended with metal. A small charcoal stove was also placed nearby, along with a grilling net, so he could grill some sausages and boil some milk. After sending a message to Wan Ningfeng, notifying him that he was now the emergency contact, Nguyen Yang began to leisurely enjoy the rain. Heating a cup of milk, roasting 2 oranges, eating a rujiamo, a steamed bun, and quietly playing a movie starring Wan Ningyan on his phone, Nguyen Yang felt quite relaxed. But Nguyen Yang's relaxation soon wore off. In just half an hour, the moderate rain turned to heavy rain, and then to a torrential downpour. The wind howled, and a wave of rain blew in his face, soaking Nguyen Yang thoroughly. The charcoal stove sizzled as it hit the water. Wiping the water off his face, Nguyen Yang stored the stove and phone in his storage space. After donning his raincoat, he closed the cabin door and stood outside under the eaves, observing. It was only 6 a.m., and the fierce wind and torrential rain had bent the mutant trees. The soil on the distant mountains, eroded by the relentless rain, had turned into muddy yellow water that flowed downhill. Some of the mountains, once home to mutant grass after the snow melted, were now desolate and dilapidated. Some mutant animals gathered near the river, afraid to wade through the deeper waters, especially small ones, like rabbits. Entering the river would be tantamount to seeking death. Nguyen Yang watched these animals, as well as the small creatures on the mountain constantly being washed down by the rain and struggling to escape, with a tormented heart. He had already fenced off land for them, and expending manpower and resources to rescue them. Saving them safely was one thing, but if someone accidentally contracted the acute virus and died, Nguyen Yang couldn't bear the responsibility, nor could he afford the risk. But he couldn't bear to watch them perish in the floods. "Mimi, what are you doing, you idiot?" Wan Ningyan hurriedly opened the hatch and emerged. With a wave of her hand, a semicircular controlled space formed above their heads, shielding them from the rain. "Can you use your object control ability like this?" "Why not? This rain is essentially matter, too." "Of course I can control it." Wan Ningyan angrily slapped Nguyen Yang on the back of the head. "Are you crazy? Standing outside in the wind and rain? What are you doing? Wife, be gentle. Don't you know how strong you are? Hurry up. I beat you up without a valid reason." Nguyen Yang was speechless and afraid. She felt like a complete loser, always indecisive. She had wanted to change before, but now she was hesitant. If Wan Ningyan knew she hadn't changed, that she was still the same Nguyen Yang, would she be disappointed in herself? What do you mean by I? Tell me now. You're not hiding something from me again, are you? No. I won't lie to you. I keep my promise. Then tell me. What are you wasting time on? Nguyen Yang didn't dare look at Wan Ningyan. He lowered his head and told her everything he had seen, including his inner hesitation. Why can't you tell me? You've been very thoughtful. If it were me, I'd just go and rescue them, completely disregarding the consequences, and maybe causing unnecessary trouble for everyone. Huh? Nguyen Yang looked up in surprise. Don't you think I'm not decisive enough? No, these are special times, so we need to consider things more comprehensively. Wan Ningyan turned to look at the animals across the river. The floods haven't come yet. Why don't we let Nyan rescue them? She's not afraid of the virus, so we can just collect the animals into our space. The mountains nearby are suffering from severe soil erosion, and animals won't stay put. If there's a sudden mudslide or something, Nyan would be in danger. Then I go with Nyan, and Zhao Ro will accompany me. I can control objects, so even if something happens to Nyan, I can still save her. If I accidentally contract the virus, Zhao Ro can save me immediately. How about that? Nguyen Yang pondered for a moment, but still felt it was inappropriate. I go too. It's all water now, so using my ice ability is pretty convenient. If I surround the animals with ice beforehand, it'd be easy for Nyan to take them away. Wan Ningyan's eyes lit up. That's right. You're a level 7 ice element. If there's a real flood, you can freeze some of it, giving us time to escape. It's level 9, Nguyen Yang corrected unhappily. You don't even know your wife's ability level, Wan Ningyan. Is that how you love me? Stop blaming me. You even got up secretly without saying anything. We're on the same page. I didn't get up secretly. I have proof. Nguyen Yang pulled out the video he'd taken that morning. Wan Ningyan leaned in to look at it, her face turning greener as she looked. Finally, she cheated and saved her phone to her storage space. Humph. I go find Nyan and Zhao Ro. Also, I just saw Mu Yi is already up, so I have her take your place for a bit. We can't leave this place unattended. Okay, go ahead. I just happened to buy some equipment. There were enough flying motorcycles, and Nguyen Yang bought some bullets for mutant animal traps. Those animals could be trapped with ice walls, but some large ones were very powerful, and could easily injure people without a net. After everything was ready, Nguyen Yang sent a message to Wan Ningfeng, saying that if there was a real emergency, the 3 water-based psychics could also lend a hand. The rain intensified again, pouring down like a river bursting its banks. Nguyen Yang's goggles were washed clean by the rain, so she could only use her tactical scope. Behind her, in the riverbed, a dead animal, lying on its back, was rapidly flowing past, and several zombies were thrashing in the water. Several swift streams had formed at the foot of the mountain, carving potholes into the surface. The mutant animals huddled together, wailing intermittently. Chapter 642. Village Chief, I'm here. Kino approached Nguyen Yang wearing a raincoat. She also wore a large bamboo hat, which served as an umbrella, shielding her face from the rain. Inspired, Nguyen Yang also found a large bamboo hat and put it on. Besides the pounding of the rain, she could see through her goggles and no longer worried about the wind blocking her eyes. That's a good idea, I learned that. Hee, Bai Xing found it for me. She even gave me a boiled egg and told me to be careful. Mu Yi grinned. Village Chief, I used to think Secretary Bai was a bit stubborn, always dragging her feet and giving a bunch of excuses. Now I think she's a nice person. I'm liking this roommate more and more. Really? I'm glad I like her. Nguyen Yang followed Mu Yi's lead, not saying anything else. But inwardly, she wondered, are they really just roommates? Realizing she was gossiping, Nguyen Yang suddenly came to her senses. She felt like she'd been infected by Wan Ningyan. Otherwise, why would she be so random about couples? Embarrassed, Nguyen Yang silently turned away from Mu Yi and gazed at the river in the distance. This sight startled her. The mountain beyond the river had begun to slide. The rain, carrying the mud into a murky yellow, swooped down, sending large chunks of soil plummeting. The river's water level wasn't full, creating a drop in the water. The muddy water rushed into the river like a waterfall, unseating the animals gathered near it. A seemingly tiny mutant Sika deer, its slender limbs unable to withstand the turbulent water, was swept into the river by the rushing current, even with its mother constantly supporting it. The river had been deepened, and even with the water level only halfway up, it was still 3 meters deep. If the fawn had fallen into the river, it would surely have died if not rescued. Nguyen Yang was anxious, watching the fawn being swept toward the village by the current. She hurried into the cabin to find Wan Ningyan. After walking a few steps, Nguyen Yang saw Wan Ningyan and Zhao Rou standing together, chatting, and she felt a little annoyed. What are you two doing? Why are you still chatting? Waiting for Nian Yan. Wan Ningyan gently opened the door next to her and whispered. Yue felt that Nian Yan's mission was as dangerous as a firefighter's. She cried for a long time, and Nian Yan finally comforted her. Nguyen Yang turned to see Wan Ningyan hugging Wen Yanru tightly, her voice sobbing, "You must come back safely, or I won't talk to you anymore." Wen Yanru gently stroked Yue's back, agreeing to all her requests. Even her pinky had emerged, the bud rubbing against Yue's hair. Knock knock. Nguyen Yang knocked on the door, avoiding her gaze. Yue, this is urgent. Let Nian Yan go. If we're any later, the animals will drown. Will they die? Wan Ningyue immediately emerged from Wen Yanru's arms, tears still streaming down her face. Sister Nian Yan, go quickly. Be safe. Yes, I definitely come back safely. Wen Yanru patted Yue's head, quickly walked outside, and closed the door. Now that everyone's gathered, let's go. First, retrieve the fawn from the river. It just fell in. Nian Yan, you have a mutant form, so you and Ningyan go rescue it. Zhao Rou, let's go to the river. The nearby mountains don't have water regulation, and there are already signs of a mudslide. We need to rescue the animals quickly. Yes. Okay. Everyone followed Nguyen Yang's instructions, and hurried to the deck. Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru were in a group. They possessed the ability to manipulate objects, so the rain had little impact on them. With a whoosh, they flew out. Nguyen Yang and Zhao Rou faced a more difficult situation. The heavy rain required them to operate the electronic display screens, making it impossible to see the outside clearly with the naked eye. The fawn was washed to the entrance of the village river. A railing protected the fawn, but it was constantly buffeted by the surging muddy water, its life hanging by a thread. Wan Ningyan flew overhead, flying low. Wen Yanru used Xiaofen's vines to bind the fawn, pulling it to her side, and directly into the living space. The situation on Wan Yang's side was much worse. The mountain had been deformed by the erosion, and several small mudslides threatened to converge into a large one, causing some more mutant animals to fall into the river. Zhao Rou opened the side flaps of her flying motorcycle and circled overhead, braving the howling wind. Nguyen Yang frantically unleashed her spiritual energy, solidifying a thick ice wall at the foot of the mountain to block the mudslide. Miss Nguyen, it's blocked. I parked the car now. You reinforce it to prevent it from collapsing soon. Okay, but don't park too close. The animals might get stressed and jump into the river. Understood. In the distance, Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru continued their rescue of mutants from the river on their flying motorcycle, reaching the riverbed behind them. Zhao Rou parked 50 meters to the left, ready to work with Nguyen Yang to capture the mutants near the river. Nguyen Yang spat. She had just spoken to Zhao Rou, and rainwater had entered her mouth. A wet mask could easily suffocate, and not wearing one could easily lead to illness. But there was nothing she could do now. After getting off the bike, the weight of the two men vanished, and the flying motorcycle blew to the ground with a thud. Nguyen Yang immediately stored it in space, then used his mental power to reinforce the ice wall, as he continued to tread on the muddy ground. The mutated animals were of many kinds. Large ones included deer, antelopes, monkeys, and musk deer, while smaller ones included rabbits, cats, and dogs. As he approached, Nguyen Yang noticed that there were even guinea pigs and hedgehogs, almost half submerged in the mud, only clinging to larger animals to avoid being swept away. With 20 meters to go, the antelope began to stir in fear, leading the other animals back uneasily. Nguyen Yang and Zhao Rou quickly stopped. Zhao Rou wiped the rain from her face and whispered, "If we freeze the river railings as well, so they're frozen on 3 sides, it'd be easier for us to catch them. But I'm not sure if you have enough mental strength." Nguyen Yang took a large bamboo hat and placed it on Zhao Rou's head, smiling, "Don't worry, I'm at level 9 in the ice element, which is more than enough." Following Zhao Rou's instructions, Nguyen Yang continued to reinforce the ice wall with his left hand to resist the mudslide from the mountain. His right hand froze from the ground forward, wrapping around the river railings to connect with the ice wall, then heightening and thickening it to form a 3-sided ice wall. The mutant animals had been battered by the rain and mudslides for a long time, and most of them were exhausted. Seeing that Nguyen Yang and Zhao Rou didn't move, they stood there to rest. When the new ice wall was built, they didn't find it strange. But with the road blocked on 3 sides, the cleverest mutant golden monkey screamed and slapped the ice wall, causing a commotion among the other animals. Zhao Rou blocked the exit. Nguyen Yang handed her the mutant animal capture gun and some bullets. Just capture the hard-to-catch ones. I go in and collect them. Okay, be careful. After gathering her mental energy, Nguyen Yang rushed in. The sensitive and timid antelope leaped and tried to escape, but Nguyen Yang touched its tail and successfully stored it in the space. The sudden disappearance had a huge impact on the animals. Aside from the cats and dogs that had once been pets, there were also hedgehogs and guinea pigs that were too weak to see clearly. The rest of the animals began to flee for the exit. Nguyen Yang couldn't catch so many animals alone, especially with the heavy rain and wind. She wasn't paying attention, and her hat blew away. The torrential rain instantly obscured her vision, making catching the animals even more difficult. Run! There's a landslide! Nguyen Yang suddenly heard Zhao Rou's voice, and quickly stored the guinea pig in the space. Then she turned and looked at the mountain behind her. Beyond the ice wall, the mountain had vanished. Only huge waves of yellow mud crashed against the ice wall, stirring up splashes several meters high. A new wave of yellow mud approached from behind. They couldn't hold out much longer at this rate. The ice wall would break. Wait for me! Nguyen Yang shouted as he ran toward Zhao Rou, collecting any animals he caught in his net along the way. In just a dozen seconds, Nguyen Yang and Zhao Rou reunited. Just as they pulled out their flying motorcycles, there was a loud bang, the ice wall shattered, and a massive mudslide hurtled toward them. Chapter 643. Plop! The mudslide flew through the ice barrier Nguyen Yang had painstakingly solidified, then poured out. Nguyen Yang and Zhao Rou were trapped beneath this small barrier, surrounded by rushing mud. I drive, Nguyen Yang, hold on. We fly straight through the mudslide. Okay. Nguyen Yang gritted her teeth. She sensed not only the mudslide, but also a flood, otherwise, the impact wouldn't have been so strong. Dragging her hands on the ice, Nguyen Yang exerted her mental strength while trying to lift with all her might. It wasn't that her mental strength was insufficient, but her strength was no match for nature's. Her wrists were stinging from the pressure. Nguyen Yang, get up. Nguyen Yang quickly formed 2 cylindrical supports, then detached herself from the ice, and quickly climbed onto the back seat. Zhao Rou closed the side panels and accelerated forward, ready to escape the mudslide. Bang! The ice pillars broke, and the flying motorcycle was less than 2 meters off the ground when it was swept down by the surging floodwaters behind it. Nguyen Yang immediately pulled out his combat helmet to protect himself, while simultaneously wrapping his arms around Zhao Rou's head to prevent any further damage. The flying motorcycle flipped in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, tumbling with the floodwaters. Nguyen Yang felt like he was going to vomit, but suddenly everything stopped. The sideways motorcycle slowly straightened and continued to climb into the air. Just then, Wan Ningyan called, and Nguyen Yang quickly answered. Her anxious voice rang out. Nguyen Yang, hurry up and start the motorcycle. My object control ability is only level 4. I can't hold on for much longer. Nguyen Yang then saw Wan Yenru and Wan Ningyan flying around him through the tactical scope. She quickly reminded Zhao Rou to start the motorcycle, and the 2 of them were able to escape. Back on deck, the 4 of them stopped deliberately, far away from the cabin. Nguyen Yang barely managed to find his balance on the deck when Wan Ningyan suddenly threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Angry at Nguyen Yang for risking his life, she punched him on the shoulder from time to time. Ningyan, I won't do this again next time. Don't cry, it hurts me. You son of a bitch. You always talk better than you sing. Yes, I'm a son of a bitch. And can that son of a bitch's wife help? The rain's pouring. Hurry up, or I catch a cold. I don't think I can do it anymore. The rain stopped midair, then fell again a few seconds later, drenching Nguyen Yang's face. The flying motorcycle and the 4 people needed to be disinfected, but the situation was awkward. Wan Ningyan's object controlling ability wasn't strong enough to create a rain-free zone for everyone. The wind was too strong for Nguyen Yang to use a large parasol. Xiaofeng could enlarge her flower buds to form a giant umbrella to shield her from the rain, but she had disinfection duties, and couldn't use the same bud for 2 purposes. As the 4 of them discussed solutions in the rain, Nguyen Yang suddenly thought of the portable bathroom. The mall system only stated that bathrooms required a certain amount of floor space, but never mentioned the environmental requirements. Could a bathroom withstand a storm? Host, yes. The products in our mall are top-notch quality. Not to mention a storm, even in lava, they're no problem. As long as there's enough space, you can use the bathroom anywhere. Let's make it convenient for you, host. Nuanyang was speechless. She just wanted to use the bathroom to keep out the rain. Shilio's inexplicable promotion sounded strange. They pulled out the bathroom fixture, which, as expected, stood firm in the storm. The four of them hurried inside to take shelter. The storm was incredibly powerful, and all four of them were already soaking wet. But they didn't bother showering or changing clothes, so they simply let Xiaofeng clean it with her saliva. Wiping the sticky, flour-scented saliva off his face, Nuanyang pulled out the flying motorcycle he and Zhao Rou had used. It was much dirtier than Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru's, having been slammed in mudslides and floods. Because of this, Xiaofeng's temper flared up, and she refused to clean it. Wen Yanru pleaded for a long time, but Xiaofeng, annoyed, simply hid behind her. Sister-in-law, Xiaofeng just won't give in. I can't persuade her. It has to be disinfected. And those mutant animals might be carrying pathogens too. If we don't disinfect it first, and then release it back into the mountains, it could easily infect all the animals and villagers. What should we do then? Wen Yanru was close to tears. It's usually pretty well behaved and obedient, but never like today. I begged it for so long, but it still won't give in. Wan Ningyan walked up behind Wen Yanru, gently pulled down her clothes, and poked Xiaofeng with her sticky fingers. Xiaofeng was furious, squirming and dodging, but finally, unable to bear it any longer, she burrowed out from behind. Slurp! With a sharp lick, Wan Ningyan was licked hard by Xiaofeng's tongue, and her hair on the right side of her head stuck to the left. The three of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. You stinky Nuanyang, you're still laughing. Bring out the braised pork ribs Mom made. Honey, I can't help it. Nuanyang, trying hard to suppress his laughter, held out a large bowl of braised pork ribs. Are you trying to bribe Xiaofeng with food? Well, it likes to eat, doesn't it? So do the work for me, and I give it a treat. Xiaofeng, what do you think? Little Pink had no time to think. Her flower butt had already scrambled to the bowl of braised pork ribs. If Nuanyang hadn't put her hand in front of it, she'd have stolen some. Wan Ningyan asked several times, but Little Pink didn't respond. She just rubbed against the bowl and the back of Nuanyang's hand. Wen Yanru tugged at Wan Ningyan's sleeve. Sister, Little Pink agreed, but she wants us to wash the bike first. It's filthy. Huh? Even zombies don't mind dirt and stench, but it's mad at a motorcycle? How fussy. Wan Ningyan cursed as she lifted the motorcycle with one hand and headed to the bathroom, where she turned the shower head on full blast. Nuanyang followed behind, wanting to help, but was pushed out by the irritated Wan Ningyan. Don't get in the way. If you weren't so stupid, would the motorcycle have fallen into the mudslide? Think about yourself. Nuanyang stood awkwardly outside the bathroom door. Wen Yanru and Zhao Rou watched, wanting to laugh, but the next moment, Zhao Rou was scolded too. And you, Zhao Rou? You're a special forces soldier, but you can't even predict danger. You can even drive a motorcycle into water. Go back and reflect on yourself, or I complain to your mother. I understand, Miss Wan. I will reflect on myself. Zhao Rou's attitude was exceptionally good, and Wan Ningyan couldn't find any fault with it. Holding her breath, she scolded Wen Yanru again. Are you just going to stand there? As the owner of a mutant, you can't even control it. Go back and write me a self-criticism. Okay, I understand, sister. The three of them took turns being scolded. They were now silent. They didn't dare laugh at Wan Ningyan's funny appearance or mock Nuanyang's nagging. They waited patiently for Wan Ningyan to clean the motorcycle. Okay, let Xiaofeng disinfect it. Wen Yanru immediately trotted over and guided Xiaofeng through the disinfection process. She stood by, holding a piece of braised pork bone and feeding it. Wan Ningyan, Nuanyang, and Zhao Rou cleaned and examined the rescued mutant animals. Some of these animals had been fished out of the flood, some had been rescued from the opposite mountain, and some had been caught by Nuanyang and Zhao Rou near the river. Their circumstances were all different. The bathroom had a heater, and once it was on, it was so hot that everyone was sweating. The three of them huddled in there, soaking wet, to wash the mutant animals. Xiaofeng seemed to have a mysophobia, refusing to disinfect anything stained with mud and sand. They had to wash it first, then disinfect it, and then clean it, and return it to the living space. They would be released back into the forest after the flood subsided. However, there were exceptions, such as the mutant ducks, which Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru had rescued from the riverbed. The ducks could swim, but they couldn't withstand the overwhelming floodwaters, and the mother duck and her ducklings nearly drowned. When Wan Ningyan took them out, her eyes gleamed, and her slimy, water ghost-like face made her look particularly eerie. We raised these ducks in our village. 1 large mother duck and 7 ducklings. In a year, we have mutant duck eggs to eat, and even roast duck. Quack, quack, quack. The mutant duck squawked in fear, and Nuanyang quickly nudged her arm. I told you so many times, don't say such cruel things in front of them. Mutated animals are smarter than normal ones, and can understand human language. Oh, I just couldn't help it, Wan Ningyan whispered in Nuanyang's ear. I haven't tried mutant duck yet. Normal ducks are so delicious, this one must be even more fragrant. Nuanyang suddenly remembered the sizzling roast duck Wan's mother made, and swallowed hard. Okay. I raised them in the village river later. Chapter 644. The three of them spent a long time dealing with the rescued mutant animals, and when Yenru surprisingly used that time to write a self-criticism. The handwriting was beautiful, and the writing was simple. The problem analysis was clear, and there were also methods and plans for improvement. Your self-criticism is profound. I forgive you. The nervous Yenru breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, sister. Do you want to take a shower? Yes. Nuanyang pulled Wan Ningyan aside. Xiaoro, you can shower here. Ningyan and I will get a new bathroom. I leave your clothes here. Wan Yenru didn't need to be disinfected, so Nuanyang asked her to stay with Xiaoro, offering to help if she needed anything. The wife and husband braved the torrential rain to enter the newly built bathroom. Before she could even take off her clothes, Wan Ningyan slapped Nuanyang hard. His wife, why are you hitting me again? Are you still mad? How could I be mad? I thought I was going to be a widow. You bastard, you're always the best at lecturing me, telling me not to put myself in danger. You go crazy if something happened to me, bah. You're just like the governor who lets the people light a lamp while the officials set fires. Wife, this is truly a special situation. I didn't expect the flood to come, and that's why Xiaoro and I didn't have time to escape. And those animals were caught in the net. If I hadn't put them in my space, they would have drowned. I can't just stand by and watch them die. You always have a reason. Wan Ningyan pushed open the bathroom door forcefully. Take off your clothes and take a shower. Oh. Nuanyang dared not disobey. She quickly took off her clothes and went to shower. They were both in the shower together, and she didn't dare to take the water from her wife. She stood by the side of the shower, waiting for her to shower first. Wan Ningyan remained irritated, her face expressionless. She took out a small stool and placed it on the floor. Come here, sit down. Yes. Nuanyang sat down facing Wan Ningyan. Their naked bodies faced each other, one higher, the other lower, perfectly showcasing her figure. Nuanyang didn't want to look, but who could resist looking at someone they liked? So she tilted her head slightly upwards, peeking. Pa! A hot, wet towel was flung into Nuanyang's face. Sit with your back to me. How can I help you wash like that? Oh, okay, don't be angry. Nuanyang quickly turned around, her whole body tense. She felt Wan Ningyan was still angry. She didn't really want to help her bathe, but there must be some punishment waiting for her. Warm water streamed over her hair. Wan Ningyan's fingers gently combed through it, then squeezed some shampoo into her hair, and rubbed it in, with a little force. A cloud of white foam formed on Nuanyang's head. While rinsing, Wan Ningyan held the shower head with one hand, and shielded Nuanyang's eyes, with the other, shielding them from the sudsy water. So gentle. The punishment Nuanyang had imagined didn't come. Instead, she experienced a comfortable shampooing experience, her body occasionally drenched in warm water to keep her warm. Wan Ningyan, was she no longer angry, or was she preparing a powerful move? As Nuanyang felt uneasy, Wan Ningyan hugged her from behind, her arms tightening around her waist. Nuanyang, next time you're in danger, contact me immediately, okay? If Nyan Yin hadn't seen you today, I might not have been able to save you. Okay. Nuanyang stroked her arm, turned around, and smiled, promising, from now on, no matter what happens, I contact you immediately, so you don't worry. Humph, it's always like this. You're so nice about admitting your mistakes, but you never change. Wan Ningyan said, biting Nuanyang's cheek. Why do I have to like you? Is there some kind of poison in your unspeakable secret? You put a spell on me? Wife, you had a crush on me since before the apocalypse. Back then, I didn't have any unspeakable secrets. Humph. Wan Ningyan angrily let him go, and went to shower, still mumbling, I should have known not to tell you about my crush. Nuanyang covered his mouth with his hands, and chuckled for a moment. He put away his small stool, stood up, and hugged her in his arms. You've been really mad lately. Let me help you cool down. No need. Go away. Honey, you just helped me wash, so I have to help you too. Otherwise, if Mom finds out, she'd think I'm deliberately bullying you. If you don't tell me, And I don't tell me? How would Mom know? Wan Ningyan finally realized what was happening. Okay, you bastard. You dare to threaten me. How shameless. Wan Yang had already squeezed the shower gel and, ignoring Wan Ningyan's protests and insults, began to help her wash. His fingertips slid over the small mole on the tip of her buttocks, and Wan Ningyan trembled uncontrollably. Wan Yang curled his lips as he continued to apply shower gel. His unforgiving little mouth began to speak in a halting and distorted tone, finally biting the back of his hand to fall silent. The shower was over, but the matter was still unresolved. However, Wan Ningyan no longer had the heart to argue with Wan Yang. She waited at the door with a red face for Zhao Rou and Wen Yanru. Zhao Rou showered quickly, but her clothes didn't fit her well. Wen Yanru's space supplies were low, so it took some effort to finish. The four of them, relying on Wan Ningyan's restored ability to manipulate objects, returned to the cabin. Mu Yi stood at the door with a worried look on his face. Upon seeing them return, he immediately trotted over to Wan Yang. Village Chief, the flood is coming, the water's incredibly strong. Should we run? Why panic? We have 2 water plants regulating the flow. It'd be fine for now. But everyone's saying. Kudo's face was still filled with anxiety. I never seen a flood this big on TV. Is it really going to be okay? Wan Ningyan nudged Kuno with her elbow. Why are you looking so sad? The river isn't even full yet, and you're acting like this? How unlucky. Wan Yang caught a glimpse of something amiss. Kuno, what are people talking about? There was a sudden mudslide this morning, and then, there's the flood. Everyone's saying the village might be ruined. They can't bear to see it destroyed. That's all? Anything else? That's about it. Several elders tried to reassure everyone, and Bai Xing and Yuan Manman explained that the village would be alright for the time being. Everyone said they believed it, but their expressions were grim. Some were so distressed they couldn't eat. With such a severe flood, it's normal for everyone to be worried, but we can't let it continue like this. It can easily lead to illness. Wan Yang looked at Wan Ningyan, hesitated, then turned to Zhao Rou and Wen Yanru. You two, go with Mu Yi to find Bai Xing and Yuan Manman and discuss how to ease everyone's anxiety. If you need supplies, come to me. Don't let everyone become depressed. Yes. I understand, sister-in-law. The 3 of them hurried into the cabin to get to work. Wan Yang put on her large bamboo hat again and began to keep watch. Wan Ningyan looked unhappy around her. You clearly wanted me to go, so why did Yin Yin and Zhao Rou do it instead? Wife, you are the one keeping watch tonight. You should be resting now instead of wasting your energy on such trivial matters. A small matter? If it's a small matter, why mobilize so many troops? Wan Yang pulled out another chair and placed it beside him, motioning Wan Ningyan to sit down. He then put her hat on her and fastened the straps of her raincoat before beginning to explain. The villagers have done what they can. Now we just have to wait for the flood to end. If they remain in a state of constant worry and anxiety, they're more likely to suffer from mental disorders, wander off, and so on. So it's necessary to comfort them. But we have more important matters: surveillance, dealing with the zombies swept in by the flood, rescuing drowned survivors, preventing viruses, and so on. Our energy needs to be focused on these areas. The captain of the guard is catching up on his sleep. The 2 of us have surveillance duties, and there are water-based psychics out there who need support at any time. Those trivial matters should be left to others. They can help them hone their abilities. For example, wouldn't it be great for Nian Yin to learn some management experience from Bai Xing? After we're gone, Nian Yin can take on the responsibilities. That's the logic. That makes sense, but I'm quite energetic and can't sit still. If you can't sit still, just sit here with me. It's a good opportunity to think about combat uniforms with me. Combat uniforms? Well, Zhao Rou almost got injured today because she didn't have a combat uniform, and couldn't readily access her helmet for self-protection like I do. So I was thinking about giving everyone a set. But there are 2 issues. I don't have that many crystal cores, and a set of combat uniforms is very expensive. Plus, many people don't actually go out, so wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to give them combat uniforms? Wan Ningyan frowned after hearing this. It's a bit of a dilemma. Even if we only give 1 set to each member of the Rose team, that would require a lot of crystal cores. No rush. Let's think about it. We don't have enough in stock to give everyone a set anyway. Chapter 645. Wan Ningyan rested her chin on her hand, her eyes blankly fixed. After Wan Yang finished observing the flood situation in the distance, he bought her a cup of hot milk tea. Honey, are you sure you don't want to go back home for a nap? Huh? What? I said, are you sure you don't want to go back home and rest? We have to stay up all night. Don't let yourself get sleepy and delay things. Wan Ningyan was unhappy and returned the tube-filled milk tea to Nguyen Yang. I know my limits. If you question me again, I'd be angry. Nguyen Yang humbled himself and respectfully placed the milk tea back in her hands. Little ancestor, I dare not make you angry. Xiao Pin. It's all your fault. I just had an idea, but you interrupted me, and now I only remember half of it. You figured it out so quickly? Tell me about it. Wan Ningyan raised an eyebrow proudly. Then I tell you with all my reluctance. I think combat uniforms should be awarded based on position and contribution. It's fair and just. For example, the captain, Zhao Rou, and Yuan Man, the three of them are captain and vice captain of the guard. Regardless of position or combat ability, everyone was convinced by the uniforms. As for the others, only those who joined the guard and needed to go on missions would have the opportunity to obtain them, rather than just selling them in the warehouse. Ordinary villagers who didn't go out wouldn't need them, and those who did would have a hard time accumulating the necessary crystal cores. Giving them away directly would be too much of a rip-off, so we had to come up with a condition that was both difficult and not too difficult to obtain. That's a good idea, Nguyen Yang said, giving a thumbs up. My wife is really smart. As for the conditions, let's not worry about it. Let the guard captain and party secretary figure it out. I notice you're being particularly mean right now, always leaving difficult problems on others. Miss Wan, you probably heard the saying, if you can't lead a team, you just work yourself to death. Wan Ningyan snorted, then began slurping and chewing the pearls in her milk tea. She was so cute and tempting that Nguyen Yang couldn't resist buying a cup herself. Tun tun tun. The sound of slurping her milk tea blended with the sound of rain, and Wan Ningyan suddenly felt a competitive streak. She challenged Nguyen Yang to a drinking contest. Nguyen Yang thought this behavior was childish, but not wanting to spoil her spirits, she pretended to sip quickly, and ultimately, she managed to lose. I win. Do you want a reward? Wan Ningyan held out her hands, begging for money, which made Nguyen Yang smile silently. I didn't seem to promise you a reward if you won, did I? Wan Ningyan's lips pursed, as if she were about to cry. Me, honey. Okay, here you go. What do you want? I want a combat uniform. To Nguyen Yang's surprise, she immediately realized Wan Ningyan had been deliberately provoking her into a competition from the start. After spending her points to fuse a combat uniform, she took out a small combat gift bag. Thank you, honey. Wan Ningyan reached out to take it, but Nguyen Yang immediately withdrew her hand and refused to give it to her. What are you doing? Aren't you giving it to me? It's for you, but you have to tell me who it's for. Xiaoxue. Wei Mingxue? Nguyen Yang was puzzled. She probably doesn't need it. Even if the village has an outing, Zhao Rou goes with her. She's safe in the village. Why give her this? Wan Ningyan, looking disappointed, gently patted Nguyen Yang's bamboo hat. You're so clueless. Who is Xiaoxue? Captain Wei's sister. The captain treasures this little sister the most, thinking of her for all the goodies he has. Last time you apologized to the captain, didn't he ask for a tactical scope for Xiaoxue? Remember? I remember. Then why do you think Xiaoxue needs a tactical scope? She was in the hospital all day, working in an air-conditioned room at Sanyang Mountain. How could she have needed one? But the captain insisted on giving it to her, which goes to show how much he dotes on Xiaoxue. But the captain is a noble man, not one to take advantage of others. Maybe he's been wanting a combat uniform for a long time, and just hasn't been able to say it. As an idol, I can just give one to my fans. It both silence everyone and make the captain happy. Isn't that a win-win situation? After listening to Wei Mingyi's analysis, Nguyen Yang belatedly realized Wei Mingyi's intentions. As for the tactical scope request, Wei Mingyi had probably been wanting to give one to both Team Jiangwei and his sister, but never had the opportunity. This time, we're going to issue combat uniforms to our outposts, and we definitely want to give Wei Mingxue a set of these life-saving items. However, no matter how we look at it, Wei Mingxue doesn't meet the requirements, and Wei Mingyi won't show favoritism, but she definitely wants them. Since that's the case, why not have Wan Ningyan send a set over? She'd be grateful for what she's received, and then she can feel comfortable giving Wei Mingyi a job later. Wan Ningyan had no idea of Nguyen Yang's inner thoughts. After receiving the combat gift pack, she smiled and said thank you, my wife several times, feeling very happy. Nguyen Yang remained silent, a smile on his face as he looked outside. The river had reached a mid-high level, less than 2 meters away from overflowing. The water level in the super water plant cylinder was only 1/3 full. Outside the river, the hills were relatively low, mostly covered by floodwaters, with only a few peaks remaining. However, the situation was relatively good at the moment. Even though surrounded by water, the village and the hills opposite were operating normally, with only some water accumulating in the lower areas. Sister-in-law. When Yinru arrived, holding a small notebook. What's wrong, Yin? Is there something? Well, we discussed it. Since today is the Lantern Festival, we're planning to use the occasion to encourage everyone to participate in making related delicacies. During this time, we have a few elders offer soothing words, and Mu Yi and the others will liven up the atmosphere, which should help ease everyone's anxiety. Today is the Lantern Festival, Nuanyang said, a little dazed. Time flies. New Year's Eve is still fresh in my mind, and it's already the Lantern Festival. Yes, sister-in-law. If Secretary Bai hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known it was a festival today, Wen Yinru said, handing Nuanyang a notebook. This is a compilation of traditional dishes eaten during the Lantern Festival in various places. I don't have some of the ingredients, so I wanted to ask you for some. Nuanyang glanced over. Besides glutinous rice balls, the festival also includes jujube cakes, wheat cakes, and sticky cakes. Wen Yinru was very meticulous. After each dish, she included the ingredients required and indicated the total quantity required. I put them all in your space. Did you count them yourself? No, I asked my aunt and Aunt Shin. Grandma Zhao told me about this sticky cake, so I wrote it all down. Well, it's very well done. If you need anything else, just ask me. Okay, sister-in-law. I'll be back now. Go ahead. After Wen Yinru left, Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan smiled at each other. They were both very pleased with Wen Yinru. She was obedient, attentive, hard-working, intelligent, and composed. She was a truly rare heir. Is it decided? Aren't you going to wait a little longer? Maybe where Xiaoyu or Zhao Huanqi will be more suitable in the future. No need to wait. Nuanyang smiled and asked, don't you want me to retire soon and travel with you? We're so busy with the hot springs right now that we don't even have time to go. Yeah, I haven't even seen any giant pandas yet, and I'd like to visit the tropical rainforest on the island. So train Yin first. With Captain Wei and Secretary Bai helping us, maybe we'd be able to live a carefree life soon. Yeah. Then I go to Europe and see how the zombies in the West differ from ours. Nuanyang agreed with a smile. She also wanted to see what the world had become. Chapter 646. At noon, the torrential rain showed signs of abating, but the flooding was unstoppable. Shuxiu village, nestled between two rivers, was surrounded by the floodwaters, along with the mountains across the way, becoming the only land beneath the water. Countless houses and trees were destroyed by the floodwaters. Nuanyang could even see entire black-tiled roofs floating in the water, gradually receding. Nuanyang then received a message from System Shao 6, asking whether to activate the Super Water Plant's Special Intelligent Flood Emergency Control System. Nuanyang hesitated for a few seconds before realizing that this super water plant actually had a dedicated flood emergency control mode. He quickly activated it. Okay, host. Please go to the super water plant control panel to confirm activation. Don't you think this is unintelligent? Host, this special flood emergency intelligent control must be activated by you personally, as it involves steps that can only be confirmed by you. I can't make the call. Steps that can only be confirmed by me? What do you mean? Host, you know when you go to the super water plant. Nuanyang felt strange. When Yinru had just arrived with glutinous rice balls and date cakes, so Nuanyang asked her to keep an eye on him while he took Wan Ningyan to the village's super water plant. Is there still flood control mode? Will it be able to handle floods once it's activated? Yes, but I'm not sure if it can withstand the flood. We see after we activate it. Wan Ningyan was more optimistic than Nuanyang and said with a smile, it will definitely work. Untold secrets never disappoint. That's right. For example, I wanted to buy you an SUV, but they wouldn't let me. Your car is a bit outrageous. It's normal they wouldn't let you buy it. After a brief chat, the two arrived in front of the super water plant. Wan Ningyan controlled the rain, creating a small, rain-free zone for the two. Nuanyang quickly opened the control screen. Would you like to enable the Special Intelligent Flood Control mode? Nuanyang clicked Confirm to enable, and another dialog box popped up on the control screen. The Special Intelligent Flood Control mode is a paid mode. 10,000 points grant 24-hour control. Do you confirm the payment of 10,000 points? Nuanyang's face turned green. No wonder he couldn't just enable it directly. It turned out to be a paid mode. Xiao Lu, are you waiting for me here? Host. Xiao Lu's girlish voice tinged with guilt. Special features, after all, are more expensive. That's reasonable. Then tell me, I spent 100 million points to upgrade to level 3, only to have to pay another 10,000 points to enable this special mode. What was the point of upgrading? 100 million points can't even handle floods. Your water plant is a waste. Or are you deliberately cheating me out of points? Host, it's like this. The level 1 super water plant doesn't have intelligent control. You can't activate the special mode at level 3, and you can't activate it at level 3. The extra fee is because it's not needed in most situations, but this situation is special. And it's only 10,000 points, which is a small price compared to 100 million. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but think of how he signed up for VIP on a video streaming site just to watch his own performance, only to find that he had to sign up for SVIP for Ultra HD mode. This Super Waterworks is just like SVIP, just using different tricks to squeeze out the leaks. Host, there's a little difference. Our special mode is super useful. It's the real deal. Shut up. Nguyen Yang sneered at Xiao Lu, then reluctantly chose to pay. The river was almost full, and he had to spend those 10,000 points. Rebuilding the village would cost even more. Special Intelligent Flood Emergency Control activated, time limit countdown 23 hours 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Almost instantly, the dam-like water plant's inlet began to draw water frantically, causing the river's water level to drop at a noticeable rate. Even with the influx of distant floodwaters, the river's water level remained constant. Wow! This system is amazing. The water level has dropped by almost a centimeter in just a short while. Wan Ningyan pulled Nguyen Yang to look at the water at her feet. Mimi, look. The water here is getting clearer too. Even floodwater is being purified so quickly. Can the village be saved? Yes, at this rate, it can definitely be saved. Nguyen Yang had been feeling a bit upset earlier, but now that he saw the results, his anger subsided. The village could definitely be saved, and even the surrounding areas would benefit, minimizing the damage. Let's go. Let's put the mountain water plant into emergency mode as well. It's safer to have a two-pronged approach. Okay, let's bring some food to the people on duty. They're suffering so much at the gate. Yes. Nguyen Yang drove his motorcycle to the village gate with Wan Ningyan. Besides Wan Ningfeng, who was required to be there at all times, Ng Jia and Xia Haimeng were also there. The three of them took turns on duty. Wan Ningfeng was keeping watch while Ng Jia and Xia Haimeng were resting in the inner room. Seeing Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan approach, Wan Ningfeng wiped the rain from her face with tears in her eyes. Sister-in-law, I'm so miserable. I'm soaked to the skin. Can you think of a solution? Wan Ningyan, disgusted, flew up on a flying motorcycle. Can't you just keep watch from inside the motorcycle? How stupid, Wan Ningyan said, putting a metal cover over the motorcycle's windshield. Nguyen Yang, weld it so the rain won't hit the glass, and you can see clearly outside. Okay. Nguyen Yang melted the metal, and then solidified it, firmly bonding it to the motorcycle to prevent it from being blown away by the strong wind. Wan Ningfeng huddled behind Wan Ningyan to shelter from the rain, still sobbing about having no clothes to change into, and how hard it was for him to play the victim. Wan Ningyan ignored him, and scolded him for being too noisy. After Nguyen Yang finished with the cover, Wan Ningyan went back inside to deliver supplies to Sister Ng and Xia Haimeng. Thankfully, the in and out only took a few minutes, otherwise Nguyen Yang would have been deafened by Wan Ningfeng's pity talk. Sister-in-law, don't you really want to feel sorry for me? Before Nguyen Yang could say anything, Wan Ningyan slapped her brother. Lazy bastard. There's a washing machine and dryer in the bathroom. Don't you know how to wash your clothes? Who's going to wash them for you? If you keep making a fuss, I throw you to Sanyang Mountain. No, sister. Wan Ningfeng quickly got on the motorcycle. I do my best to keep an eye on you. Humph. Wan Ningyan dragged Nguyen Yang downstairs, cursing as they walked. She felt as if Wan Ningfeng wasn't her real brother. Nguyen Yang just smiled quietly behind them. A harmonious family requires some things to be said without just agreement. The two flew to the super water plant in the mountains. With the special mode activated, the water level dropped even faster. Nguyen Yang checked the weather forecast. The rain would stop tomorrow, and the flood would end the day after tomorrow. It would be the drainage season. However, some cities would experience the rain island effect, meaning the rain would last longer than in villages and towns, or in nature. So, barring any unexpected events, we can go home tomorrow? What are you thinking? Nguyen Yang smiled and shook his head. For safety's sake, we can't go back until the flood is over at least the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, we won't be able to escape in time. Oh, okay. Then should we tell everyone about this news? That way, they won't have to worry. Tomorrow. It's been raining all day, and no one will believe us completely. And we need to discuss this with Wei Mingy and Bai Xing to see if there's anything we haven't considered. Indeed? Then do I have to keep an eye on you tonight? Miss Wan, you can't be lazy. I understand. I'm just saying, you cheapskate. Chapter 647. Perhaps having concluded a major matter, Nuan Yang had a healthy appetite. He ate a bowl and a half of glutinous rice balls, and could have had 2 more sticky rice cakes. Wan Ningyan was a bit picky about food. She didn't particularly like glutinous rice balls, so she gave half a bowl to Nuan Yang. She only took 1 bite of the sticky rice cake, and went to the restaurant to find something else. Nuan Yang took the missing piece of sticky rice cake and slowly ate it, gazing at the sky. The drizzle intensified again. In the distance, a flash flood-like phenomenon could be seen. The area around the village was much calmer. Floodwaters continued to pour into the river or the riverbed behind it, but at a much slower rate than the rapidly absorbing water from the superwater plant, so it looked like an ordinary flood. However, when Nuan Yang was bored, he checked the weather forecast and suddenly noticed something strange. The floods will end the day after tomorrow, and the temperature will gradually rise. But just 2 weeks later, it's already reached 32 degrees Celsius. According to normal seasonal patterns, spring should arrive after the new year, and warm weather won't start until April or May. How come it's already early summer in just 2 weeks? Could it be that extreme cold is followed by extreme heat? The sticky cake in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor, and Nuan Yang felt a surge of worry. Extreme heat and cold are both lethal conditions, and with so much of the supplies soaked by the floodwaters, the food left for the survivors is extremely scarce. This damn cycle of extreme weather is just killing everyone. Sigh. Nuan Yang sighed, silently praying that it wouldn't be the extreme heat. Otherwise, life would be hopeless. Who could bear to spend time avoiding the summer heat, winter, and floods every year? Me. Wan Ningyan had returned. When Nuan Yang turned around, he saw Wei Mingy, Wei Mingxue, Zhao Rou, Yuan Manman, and Bai Xing following her. Aren't there too many people here all at once? I gave Xiaoxue my combat uniform. Xiaoxue and the captain came to thank you. Thanking you would be enough. Why are you thanking me? If you don't agree, how can I give you anything? Captain, Xixu is not stupid. Of course she come to thank you. Wan Ningyan said, pulling Nuan Yang up, a guilty look on her face. The captain and the others are here. Be careful what you say. Don't let anyone misunderstand you. Misunderstand you? Nuan Yang was confused. After accepting Wei Mingy and Wei Mingxue's thanks, she noticed that everyone was looking at her with a bit of anticipation and ambiguity. What was going on? Especially Zhao Rou. What did that grateful look mean? And Wei Mingy, even though she had a smile in her eyes, she already thanked them. Why was she still standing there? Why were Yuan Manman and Bai Xing so quiet? Everyone was puzzled. Ahem. Me, I already given Xixue's. You can give the others yourselves. I show everyone how to use them. Wan Ningyan said, hugging Nuan Yang's neck and coquettishly saying, you really are the best village chief in the world. Nuan Yang was confused. What did she mean by giving the others their own? What was Wan Ningyan talking about? At this moment, Wan Ningyan, acting coquettishly, hugged Nuan Yang and whispered a quick explanation in her ear. When I was giving Xiaoxue the combat gift package, Zhao Rou and Yuan Manman happened to be looking for the captain and heard it all. I was afraid they'd get suspicious, so I said you prepared combat uniforms for the captain and deputy captain of the guard team. I didn't expect them to show up straight away, and I was embarrassed to say I couldn't give them now. Honey, do you understand? Nuan Yang laughed angrily. That combat uniform was 660,000 yuan, and with the tactical scope, communicator, multifunction mask, and fusion, it came to nearly 800,000 yuan each. Wan Ningyan, such a traitor to his wife, had spent over 2 million points on herself without a word. But Wan Yang had no choice. Wan Ningyan had let it slip, and he couldn't go back on his word. Besides, he had originally intended to give each of the 3 of them a set, and he had enough crystal cores. So he gritted his teeth and bought them. Here, one for each of you. Don't be fooled by its small size. It has a start button, so you can change clothes with a single click, and you can even control them with your mind. Wan Yang handed the 3 combat gift packs to them, and explained their specific uses with a smile. Yuan Manman and Zhao Rou were thrilled. They had never imagined they could possess such convenient, easy-to-use, and life-saving combat uniforms. Miss Wan, thank you so much. My mother always worries about me getting into trouble on missions, and having this puts her mind at ease. I know this is very valuable, but don't worry, I will work hard to contribute to the village's development and make sure I'm worthy of this gift. In contrast to Yuan Manman's sincere gratitude, Zhao Rou remained loyal, saluting and solemnly promising. Miss Wan, my life, Zhao Rou, has long been yours. No matter what happens in the future, that won't change. I go through fire and water, and do whatever you command. Wan Yang was utterly embarrassed by these two, and when she reached Wei Mingyi, she begged for mercy. Captain Wei, that's enough. Stop embarrassing me. I can't bear it. Wei Mingyi smile deepened. Okay, then I won't say anything. I keep everything in mind. That's enough. Let's keep it all in mind. Wan Yang breathed a sigh of relief and dismissed them. Today is the Lantern Festival. Aren't you guys going to celebrate? I heard they prepared a lot of delicious food. Wei Mingyi understood Wan Yang's meaning and took Wei Mingshua's hand. Xiaoxue, let's go celebrate. We won't disturb the village chief at work. Sister, we just had yuanxiao, Chinese yuanxiao, and we're so full. It'd be nice to stay here with the village chief for a while. But I'm not full yet. Xiaoxue, can you come with me to eat something else? Wei Mingshua's face fell, clearly unhappy. Then why didn't you say that? Village chief, Sister Ningyan, I'm going to eat with you first. I come back to accompany you next time I'm free. Okay, go ahead. After Wei Mingyi and Wei Mingxue left, Zhao Rou and Yuan Manman also tactfully left, leaving only Bai Xing still there. From the beginning, Wan Yang had been curious about Bai Xing's purpose. She was the branch secretary, and nominally a hostage, so she wasn't required to leave the house. So, she definitely wasn't here to get her combat uniform. Could it be work? No, I want to contact my brother and ask him about the situation. Oh, the floods have already started today, so it's time to check on him. Wan Yang handed her the communicator. Go ahead and contact him. Just return it to me when you're done. If your brother needs any help, let me know. Okay. Thank you. Bai Xing took the communicator. Before leaving, Wan Yang reminded her to call Wei Mingyi to come with him at 4 p.m. to discuss matters. After Bai Xing left, only Wan Ningyan was left. Wan Yang put away his smile and looked at Wan Ningyan, who sat beside him, barely daring to raise her head. He squatted down and approached her. Miss Wan, I spent over 3 million points today. Don't you have anything to say? Over 3 million? Why so much? A set of combat uniforms plus the fusion costs about 800,000 points. I bought 4 sets today. Wan Ningyan glanced at Wan Yang and looked away guiltily. Oh, that's quite a lot. So what happened? Zhao Rou and Yuan Manman came to see Wei Mingyi. Logically, they wouldn't have heard about you and Xiaoxue, right? Well, I forgot to close the door when I went to see Xiaoxue. The captain, Zhao Rou, and Manman were discussing the surveillance shifts at the door, and then Xiaoxue got so excited she went out and told the captain. Wan Ningyan said, stepping back. When I took out the combat gift package, their eyes widened. Xiaoxue then said it was from me. I was afraid they misunderstand you didn't care about the frontline personnel, so I spilled the beans. Wan Yang understood. It turned out that Wan Ningyan wasn't thorough enough, and when she encountered the naive Wei Mingxue, she spilled the beans, leading to the early delivery of the combat uniforms. Don't be so scared, it's not a big deal. Just be careful next time. If we hadn't killed a few more zombies earlier, I might not have been able to buy so many combat uniforms today. It would have been even more awkward, and they might have suspected I was deliberately withholding them. I know. I talk to them somewhere private next time. Wan Ningyan was especially well-behaved when she felt guilty, even sporting a pitiful, aggrieved expression. Wan Yang's heart softened, and he leaned forward to kiss her, but his hat touched Wan Ningyan first. Puff. Wan Ningyan smiled and took off her hat. I'm so worried, I didn't even take it off. I have my wife to help. Wan Yang leaned in and kissed her. Chapter 648. Wan Yang had been so busy lately that he hadn't had much time or energy to be intimate with Wan Ningyan. So, the kiss, initially a brief peck, became a long-lasting one, a dance of passion and tenderness between their tongues. Wan Ningyan must have tasted date cakes. Her mouth was filled with a faint sweetness of red dates. Wan Yang, like a bee gathering nectar, kissed her deeper and deeper, constantly absorbing her nectar, earning her a whimper of discontent. When Yunshu calls, Wan Yang didn't want to respond, but the constant notifications from Wen Yunshu were dampening her spirits, especially as her mind was shrouded in memories of Wan Ningyan's experiences on Noah's Arkansas. So, reluctantly, she stopped. Honey, Wen Yunshu called. Do you want to listen? Wan Ningyan's breathing was ragged from the kiss, her eyes hazy. She looked at Wan Yang, her gaze clearly uncomprehending, nodding in trust. Okay, then we listen together. Wan Yang brought his chair over to Wan Ningyan, sat down beside her, and answered Wen Yunchu's call. Finally connected. I thought you didn't want to answer my call, Xiaoyang. The flood is rampant, and I was busy dealing with it, so I answered late. Wan Yang lied calmly, deliberately glancing at Wan Ningyan beside him as he did so. Wan Ningyan, well aware of Nuan Yang's evil intentions, grabbed the arm that was wrapped around her and bit the back of Nuan Yang's hand. This tickling revenge felt like flirting to Nuan Yang. Smiling, she offered the back of her hand to Wan Ningyan's mouth, asking what Wen Yunshu had called about. The virus blood sample you sent last time, the research institute has already developed the corresponding medication and preventive vaccine. I was wondering if you need it. What? You already developed it? Even have a vaccine? Yes, and it's been tested. 12 survivors rescued the day before yesterday, and yesterday had the same disease. They all recovered after taking the medication. The side effect is a brief fever of 1 hour. As for the vaccine, the cure team tested it first and found no problems. All soldiers who went out were subsequently vaccinated. After returning from their rescue missions, they were placed in an isolation room for observation. None of them fell ill, and subsequent tests showed no problems. The vaccine is effective. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan were both pleasantly surprised. The vaccine is effective. They won't have to disinfect after returning from their missions anymore, which is much more convenient. However, Nuan Yang quickly regained her composure. She found it illogical. There wasn't just the asphyxia biliosis virus out there. How could Wen Yunshu dare to send his soldiers out for a rescue operation after just a vaccination? Ever since you sent me the virus blood samples, I sent people to various locations to collect samples of animal carcasses and zombie skin for testing. They found the same virus, so I'm assuming this is the only virus currently out there. Wan Ningyan couldn't help but grumble, how audacious. Aren't you afraid of getting everyone killed by a misjudgment? Wen Yunshu's laughter echoed over the communicator. Xiaoyang, your wife is so adorable. Coughed Nuan Yang feigned a cough. So how much of this medicine and vaccine can you provide? I need some. Alas. Xiaoyang, you should know that drug research is very labor-intensive and resource-intensive. Vaccines require even more effort and time to carefully develop. It's truly difficult. Nuan Yang, hearing Wen Yunshu's pity play, knew she was trying to gain more bargaining chips, so she got straight to the point and asked her what she wanted in exchange. You're a straightforward person. Let me be frank. You can have as much of this stuff as you want. Just trade me for the seeds. How's that? You want seeds? Yes, this stuff has a short growth cycle. Even if we only plant it here at the base, year-round, it's enough to feed everyone at the base. No, it's more than enough to feed everyone in the base, and there's even enough left over to feed the livestock. Xiaoyang, are you willing to trade? If you're willing, I can have them work overtime to make as many vaccines and medicines as you want. Nuan Yang thought about it, but didn't agree explicitly. She was already afraid of Wen Yunshu's tricks, so Wei Mingyi had to handle this matter. After saying she'd think about it, Nuan Yang hung up the phone, planning to move the meeting forward. Then let Yen Yen take over for you. No, Yen Yen has to attend this meeting too. I see who's free in the security team, and let them take over for me. As the wife and husband were talking, Bai Xing returned, looking unwell, his eyes looking like he'd been crying. Secretary Bai, what's wrong with you? Did something happen at Sanyang Mountain? Bai Xing returned the communicator to Nuan Yang, his eyes reddened. The overall situation at the base is fine, but this morning we went out to rescue 3 survivors who fell into the water. The disinfection wasn't thorough enough, leading to a series of infections. We exhausted all our healing abilities, so we can only prioritize the seriously ill. The drugs we're researching aren't mature yet, and they can only slow the spread of the virus, not eliminate it. But the virus is spreading so rapidly. If this continues, who knows how many casualties there will be. How could your brother just save people at this critical moment? Even if he did, he should have isolated them. They're isolated. After reviewing the situation, my brother discovered that the soldier who delivered food to them was infected, leading to everyone else being infected. To get infected just by delivering food? That's incredibly contagious. Wan Ningyan tugged at Nuan Yang's sleeve. Want to help? Isn't there someone over there at Wen's? Wan Ningyan didn't directly mention Wen Yunshu's vaccine and medicine. She feared Nuan Yang would be hesitant. If she did, Bai Xing would find out and keep pleading with Nuan Yang, putting Nuan Yang in a difficult position. Let's have a meeting first. Bai Xing, keep an eye on things for a while I discuss this with Captain Wei and the others. Okay. Nuan Yang took off his raincoat and took Wan Ningyan into the cabin to find everyone. Wei Mingyi, Wen Yanru Xiao Rou, and Yuan Manman were all summoned to the bridge for the meeting. Originally, Bai Xing was supposed to be in the meeting, but Nuanyang decided not to call her because of the Sanyang Mountain base situation. This was to avoid conflict if anyone was reluctant to rescue the victims. I called everyone here because I have 3 things to discuss. Nuanyang detailed the flood's end date, Noah's Ark's plan to trade vaccines and medicine for seeds, and the fall of the Sanyang Mountain base. Everyone's expressions gradually shifted from joy to solemnity. Xiao Rou and Yuan Manman, both soldiers of the 95th Reinforced Regiment, have the deepest feelings for the Sanyang Mountain base. However, the seeds are Nuanyang's exclusive supplies, and saving them is a debt to Nuanyang. We already owe you enough. We don't have the nerve to ask you for help with Sanyang Mountain. Miss Nuan, you can make the decision yourself. You don't have to listen to us. Xiao Rou and Yuan Manman's responses surprised Nuanyang. She had expected them to ask for her help, but they couldn't hide their sadness. Nuanyang saw that Yuan Manman's eyes were red. Captain Wei, what do you think? Wei Mingyi seemed to have already thought it through, and directly stated his thoughts and reasons. Over 100 people in our village need vaccines, so we have to go to Noah's Arkansas. Since that's the case, it would be nice to exchange some medicine and vaccines for them to sell to Sanyang Mountain, earning some crystal cores as a reward for our efforts. Sanyang Mountain now owes Nuanyang quite a few crystal cores. As the saying goes, more debt is better than less, so I don't think they refuse. Besides, Sanyang Mountain has a large population, so repaying the debt shouldn't be difficult once the flood recedes. But if too many people die this time, I'm afraid the debt won't be repaid, and the loss won't outweigh the gain. That's an angle I hadn't considered. Nuanyang had been solely focused on whether or not to make the effort to save people. She hadn't considered the fact that Baimo owed her so many crystal cores. It was like putting her in a difficult position. If she didn't save them, and they all perished, wouldn't she be losing both the wife and the army? Chapter 649. It's not just about paying off debts. Wei Mingyi pulled out a notebook from his space and flipped open. There's also trade. Bai Xing was almost bald trying to keep the village's economy afloat. The fundamental reason is that the village is limited to internal circulation, and the only goods available for exchange are the commute family's sheep. What if we include Sanyang Mountain and Noah's Ark in this trade? Nuanyang understood Wei Mingyi's meaning, which was why she had previously facilitated a similar trade between Shuxiu village and the commute family. But she hadn't expected Wei Mingyi to include Noah's Ark as well. I know you're worried about the village's location being exposed. After all, Wen Yunshu is both good and evil, and a large force could attack someday. But don't forget, we still have an underutilized guard team. Wei Mingyi flipped to the second page. The village has patrols, with carrot soldiers as support, and there's also an electric fence. The guard team only needs 2 people on duty each day, taking turns. It doesn't require too much manpower, and the rest can't just sit around doing nothing. Then we can arrange for them to trade with Sanyang Mountain and Noah's Arkansas. Sanyang Mountain and Noah's Ark have large populations, and the seeds they purchased are not secret. To preserve seeds for future planting, they will need a large supply of seeds and mature fruits and vegetables, while we need a revitalized village economy and advanced technology. For example, Noah's Ark possesses cutting-edge medical research, which we lack. Sanyang Mountain, however, possesses sufficient manpower to slay zombies, providing a steady supply of crystal cores. This way, our villagers, through diligent farming, can not only feed themselves, but also earn more crystal cores. The guards can then travel to various bases to trade without revealing our village's location, while earning a certain amount of hard work through trade. This is both more cost-effective and safer than sourcing supplies on their own. Nuanyang suddenly had an epiphany. He took Wei Mingyi's notebook and carefully read it, inspiration pouring down his spine. The commute family has a large and fertile flock of sheep, which can be used for trade with other bases. Inner Mongolia has abundant pasture, so they can help the base raise cattle and sheep, earning a certain amount of supplies or crystal cores as compensation. The guards need flying motorcycles when they go out. I can provide some of these as shared assets for the village. There's a rental fee for each use, and this money can be used to pay the warehouse staff. We can also add corresponding positions based on income, such as cleaning and maintenance of vehicles, and organizing and updating trade information. This will diversify the village's work and eliminate the need for everyone to rely solely on farming. As for the supplies we get from trade, the cafeteria is quite large. We can allocate some space for everyone to trade. Small carts will be fine, selling supplies from other bases. This way, everyone won't have to trade for items that aren't in the warehouse, making life more convenient. Nuanyang offered a few ideas, and everyone's minds became active. Xiao Rou's mother makes various pastries, so she could make some to sell. Yuan Manman's mother is a seasoned shop owner, and she plans to rent a small shop to her mother, so she can trade and sell goods herself. Wan Ningyan wants to transplant some mulberry trees in the surrounding area, so the women of Shuxiu village can resume their embroidery craft. They don't want this craft to go to waste, and selling it to Noah's Ark, where there are more wealthy people, at a high price is a good idea. Everyone's thoughts were becoming increasingly active, and Nuanyang had to interrupt. After all, he had more important things to do. Captain Wei, I leave this vaccine exchange to you. You're a better negotiator than I am. Okay, I contact Wen Yunshu later. Then everyone, please select the personnel who will be going out, Nuanyang said, then passed Wan Ningyan over. You have surveillance tonight, so you can't go. Why? The flood will be over the day after tomorrow, so we only have surveillance tonight and tomorrow. Can't you just pick someone from the guard team to replace me? I'm a max-level Esper with anti-entropy powers. I can do the work of 4 Esper alone. If I stay here, I'm a waste of talent. Ningyan, you didn't object to the shift plan initially, but now you have to find someone to replace you just because you want to go out. That's not okay. Besides, we're only going to Noah's Ark to exchange medicine and vaccines, and then to Sanyang Mountain Base to sell some. It's safe to ride a motorcycle the whole way, and it doesn't require any extraordinary abilities. Then we have to have someone with space to go, Wan Ningyan said immediately. He immediately began to eliminate them. The captain just got through the night and hasn't rested yet. He definitely can't go. You have to keep watch during the day, and as you said, you have to do it thoroughly. Besides, you're the village chief, so you can't just leave. Ningyan is too young and has a lot to learn. I'm the most suitable person. Wei Mingyue laughed out loud and patted Nuanyang on the shoulder. I contact Wen Yunshu. Take care of your wife's affairs, and don't cause any family conflicts. Zhao Rou and Yuan Manman couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Wei Mingyue's teasing. Nuanyang rubbed his temple helplessly. His head hurt. He had originally thought of letting Wen Yinru, Zhao Rou, or Yuan Manman go, and Wei Mingyue could accompany them if she wanted. But Wan Ningyan wanted to go, and she even gave a thorough analysis. If he refused again, he'd probably have to coax her for a long time. But Nuanyang didn't want Wan Ningyan to go. For one thing, Wan Ningyan already had a surveillance mission, and arbitrarily changing her mission whenever she wanted wasn't good behavior. And if it happened once, it would always happen again, so she didn't want to indulge her. On the other hand, Nuanyang wanted to nurture Wen Yinru. She wanted her to participate more in this less dangerous mission, so she could grow up quickly. What do you all think? Should Ningyan go or Ningyan? Zhao Rou and Yuan Manman weren't stupid. It was clear that it wasn't about offending Nuanyang, but offending Wan Ningyan. Neither of them would take the initiative. Seeing Nuanyang's dilemma, Wen Yinru thought for a moment and offered a compromise. Why don't I go with Sister Yin? I've been to Noah's Ark before and am familiar with the route. Sister Yin has a high-level superpower and can protect me if we get into danger. Yes. I can protect Yin. Wan Ningyan immediately put her arm around Wen Yinru's shoulders and assured her, Little Yin, I will never let you get hurt. Yes, I trust you. Zhao Rou suddenly stepped forward and said, Miss Wan, I take over the surveillance for Miss Wan tonight. I used to be a special forces soldier, so I'm more professional than the others. My record is 5 days and 4 nights without sleep. Staying up all night is no problem for me. I can do it too. Yuan Manman also stepped forward. I'm not as skilled as Sister Rou, but staying up all night is no problem. Besides, my shift is the day after tomorrow. By then, everyone will be back in the village. I won't be needed, so I can take over for Miss Wan. Even after everyone said so, and Wan Ningyan still looked at him with a pitiful look, Nuanyang couldn't bring herself to refuse and agreed. After Wei Mingyue and Bai Xing have finalized the vaccines and medications needed, Nuanyang will provide Wen Yinru with the corresponding number of mall seeds, and the two will then depart. However, Nuanyang wasn't so easy to let Wan Ningyan go. After everyone left, she kept her behind. But before she could even speak, Wan Ningyan had already predicted her intentions. Mimi, my dear wife, I know what you're going to say. I never be so willful again. I swear. You? Nuanyang sighed helplessly as he watched his wife, making promises and acting like a spoiled child. I won't say anything more. Just be happy. As for the future, it's not serious enough to warrant an oath. You're really not scolding me? It's not a big deal. I just think it's not good to arbitrarily change the plan we all made. Since I'm the village chief and you're my wife, being too casual about it would be a bad example. Well, that's true. Wan Ningyan hung in front of Nuanyang, pouting aggrievedly. But I really love going out. I go crazy if I stayed cooped up on the boat all day. I'm sorry, honey. Next time I definitely consider the bigger picture. Nuanyang suddenly realized she had neglected Wan Ningyan, feeling a little sad. She lowered her head and kissed her pouting lips, coaxing her softly, "Okay, let's put this behind us. Go make your preparations." After comforting Wan Ningyan, Nuanyang returned to the cabin door to keep an eye on her, reflecting on her own actions. Between her duties as village chief and her duties as a wife, Nuanyang felt she needed to strike a balance. She wanted the village to improve and everyone to live happily, but she wanted Wan Ningyan to be happy even more. But today, Nuanyang obviously put the village first and Wan Ningyan's joys and sorrows at the end, without even considering whether she was happy or not. This was a very dangerous signal. Chapter 650. In just half an hour, Wan Ningyan and Wen Yinru were about to depart. Wan Ningyan was as happy as a fledgling, just learning to fly, eager to soar into this world. Nuanyang pulled her in front of him and carefully adjusted her collar. Even though he knew the combat uniform's one-touch dressing function wouldn't miss anything, Nuanyang still had to check it carefully before he felt reassured. Although this trip will primarily be flying, be sure to pay attention to safety when landing to rest. There's flooding everywhere, and many houses are now dangerous. Be sure to check carefully before entering. Be prepared to endure the journey, and don't linger along the way. If you don't get the vaccines and medicine, others might be infected by the virus before they reach Noah's Ark. Mimi, you're so nagging. You always give me so many instructions. My ears are getting calloused. Nuanyang rolled his eyes at her, but continued, the situation in Sanyang Mountain is a bit urgent, but they're not completely helpless. Slow-acting medication and healing psychics can temporarily control the situation. So don't rush through the night just because you're worried. Eat and sleep. There's no emergency in the village right now. You'll be fine if you come back later. Wan Ningyan tilted her head closer to Nuanyang, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Rain fell all around, pattering on the deck. In the clear air above, Nuanyang could almost hear the frantic pounding of his own heartbeat. Plop! Plop! Nuanyang's body froze as Wan Ningyan leaned forward on tiptoe. To her left was Wen Yinru, waiting on her flying scooter, and to her right were the people waiting to see her off at the cabin door. She couldn't believe Wan Ningyan was so bold as to kiss her in front of so many people. Swallowing nervously, Nuanyang closed his eyes as Wan Ningyan turned her head. Mimi, honey, you're so nagging. You be a nag when you're old, right? Won't that annoy me? The imagined kiss didn't come, and instead, his wife labeled him a nag. The faint blush on Nuanyang's face vanished, and his voice turned several degrees colder. Wan Ningyan, it's getting late. Let's go. TSK, you're so clueless. Going away. Bye, honey. Wan Ningyan got on the motorcycle and closed the fenders. Nuanyang didn't even glance at her until she flew away. Bang! The rain gathered overhead and landed directly on Nuanyang's head like a water bomb. By the time he realized what was happening, he was completely drenched. Nuanyang was bummed, feeling like everything was going wrong today. After taking a shower and changing clothes, Nuanyang returned to the cabin door and told Bai Xing, who had been keeping watch for him, to go back and rest. Village chief, I want to thank you. Nuanyang saw Bai Xing looking like she was about to cry and quickly declined. No! Secretary Bai, let's be clear. I'm not helping you, nor am I helping Sanyang Mountain. This is simply a trade relationship. Our village needs vaccines and medicine, and so does Sanyang Mountain. Your brother's needs are far more urgent than ours, and we're taking advantage of the situation. So, I don't deserve your gratitude. If you absolutely must do something for me to feel at peace, then please improve the trade and manage the village's economy. Nuanyang spoke carefully, as she wasn't very good at comforting people. If Bai Xing really cried in front of her, she'd probably have to find someone to help. Most importantly, Nuanyang truly couldn't stand being thanked. It made her blush. His sociable wife wasn't around, so he could only politely decline. He hoped Bai Xing would be tactful and not bring it up again. Okay, I understand. Bai Xing fought back tears and forced a rather unflattering smile. I work hard to improve the village's economic system and model. Don't worry, village chief. Well then, go back. It's a good time to awaken your superpowers while the floods last. Nuanyang handed Bai Xing a bottle of superpower awakening fluid. Actually, your brother gave me a crystal core extract, but the stuff your brother developed at his base isn't guaranteed to awaken superpowers, so I gave you the Noah's Ark awakening fluid. The village was so busy lately that it wasn't easy for you to awaken your superpowers. Now that you have some time, take some time to awaken. Remember to ask Kino or one of your good friends to take care of you. Don't let the fever get you crazy. Bai Xing was stunned for a moment, then took the awakening fluid with a hint of disbelief. Village chief, do you really want me to awaken my powers? Why not? Aren't you afraid I run away? Run if you can? Wanyang said this jokingly. Bai Xing, being a clever person, smiled at Wanyang and returned with the awakening fluid. It was the first time Wanyang had seen Bai Xing so happy. Her steps were much lighter as she walked back, even a little bouncing, like a young girl unable to hide her feelings, letting everything show in her body movements. Recalling Bai Mo's words that Han Qicheng deliberately prevented Bai Xing from awakening her powers, Wanyang felt a little sorry for her. As a civilian officer devoted to the base, he was naturally weaker than a soldier, and without powers, running around in extreme heat and cold was truly a torment. As she thought about it, Wanyang couldn't help but sigh. She felt so bored and missed Wan Ningyan so much. When Wan Ningyan was here this morning, Wanyang wanted her to go to bed and rest. Now that she was gone, she felt too lonely without anyone to accompany her. There's a saying that's true. People only appreciate things when they lose them. Wanyang completed the surveillance with a feeling of emptiness in her heart. With 2 super water plants storing water, the village and the hills across the way were all safe. Occasionally, zombies arrived with the floods, but Wanyang could simply shoot them from a distance with her gun. After handing over to Yuan Manman, Wanyang returned to the restaurant for dinner, and found it unusually lively, with everyone gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Approaching, Wanyang realized they were making candied haws and cotton candy. These desserts were common before the apocalypse, but afterward, sugar was a luxury, not to mention a treat. A piece of chocolate could cost the price of an entire meal. Huh? Village chief, you're here. Qin Yun immediately handed Wanyang the freshly made candied haws. Come and try some. They're delicious. Okay, thank you. Over there, Mother Wan was making marshmallows. Hearing the noise, she quickly called Wanyang over and handed her 2 pink marshmallows wrapped in a clear plastic bag. One's for you, and the other's for Yin Yin. Keep them safe and give them to her when she gets home. She loves them. Okay, thank you, Mom. What's there to thank me for? We're all family. Mother Wan, beaming with joy, pulled out a thin wooden stick. Let's make a green one matcha flavored. Who wants one? Anyone, I want one. The speaker was Zhao Huanqi. The little girl was so good at acting like a spoiled brat that she made Mother want an enormous green marshmallow. Wanyang watched for a moment, then walked over to Wei Mingyi, who was watching nearby, and whispered to her what was going on. Today is a holiday, isn't it? Enchen San and Zhao Ro's mother made some sweet cakes with leftover ingredients. The kids were so happy, and they kept clamoring for more. Anwan suggested making more sweets for everyone to share. Your wife hadn't even left yet, but she pulled out several sweet-making tools and specifically asked for marshmallows. That's how it all turned out. That's something Yin Yin would do. Wanyang finally understood why Anwan had made marshmallows for Yin Yin. It turned out she'd given that instruction before she left. Seeing Wei Mingyi watching, Wanyang couldn't help but wonder, Captain Wei, do you like this? No. Oh, I saw you staring, so I thought you liked it. I don't like it, but my sister does. After the kids get theirs, I'm going to make one for Xiaoxue. One? Wanyang's eyes widened in surprise. Captain Wei wants to make it for my sister himself? Well, I've seen it all, so of course I have to make one myself. Is it really that easy? Wanyang silently turned to look at Wan's mother. Add sugar, food coloring, twist a thin stick, and a marshmallow is ready. It seemed pretty simple. Should I make one for Wan Ningyan later? Receiving a handmade marshmallow should probably earn a kiss, right? Wanyang had originally planned to eat and go back to bed, but now he joined Wei Mingyi, watching, and began to think about making one for his wife. Chapter 651. Before going to bed that night, Wanyang was still looking at her personal space. The oversized, colorful marshmallow she had made for Wan Ningyan was so beautiful, she couldn't help but giggle at the thought of Wan Ningyan being so moved she might kiss her. However, Wanyang didn't succeed in making the marshmallow on her first try. After failing several times, Wan's mother couldn't stand it anymore and adjusted the color for Wanyang. All Wanyang had to do was roll the marshmallow onto a thin stick, and finally, she succeeded. But it didn't matter. In Wanyang's eyes, it was her own handiwork. Even if it wasn't as beautiful as Wei Mingyi's, it wasn't Wanyang's fault. After all, Wei Mingyi was so amazing. She could actually shape the marshmallow. With a small stick, she pressed it down, and the fluffy marshmallow formed into a heart shape. Who would believe it was her first time making it? Wanyang didn't believe it, and she wasn't trying to compete with Wei Mingyi. When making food, the thought is what matters, not the outward appearance. Nan Yang's thoughts wandered like this, and she lay awake late into the night. Her body was exhausted, but her mind was clear. Just as she was forcing herself to fall asleep, she received a message from Wan Ningyan. She sat up and eagerly opened it. Me, my dear wife, Nian Yin, and I have arrived at Noah's, Arkansas. We took turns driving the motorcycle for a long time. We're both very tired. After the vaccination, you might have a low-grade fever for 12 hours, so we decided to stay overnight at Noah's Ark. Don't worry, we got the vaccines and medicine. I only gave you half of the corresponding seeds. I give you the other half when you leave tomorrow morning. I'm so smart, your wife. It's so late, you should be asleep by now. Good night, my dear. Remember to say good morning to me when you wake up tomorrow, or I be mad. Mama. Nuan Yang's smile never faltered after reading the message. She could almost picture Wan Ningyan's voice and her coquettish expression in her mind, and she felt incredibly happy. After tossing and turning several times in her cramped bed, Nuan Yang finally calmed down. She set her alarm, tucked herself in, and drifted off to sleep. She considered texting Wan Ningyan, but was afraid she'd question her for staying up so late. Furthermore, judging by the message, Wan Ningyan had already been vaccinated and might be feeling unwell. Nuan Yang didn't want to disturb her, so she decided to pretend she was asleep and talk to her tomorrow morning. At 6 a.m., the alarm went off. Nuan Yang, a light sleeper, immediately opened her eyes, turned off the alarm, and sent Wan Ningyan a message. Soon after, Wan Ningyan called. Me. Are you up? Why are you up so early? I can't sleep without you. Ahem, cough. Wan Ningyan deliberately coughed twice, and whispered a reminder, Nian Yin, and I have already left. Be careful with your words. Already left? You didn't arrive until midnight last night. Why didn't you get some more rest? If I get there sooner, the virus crisis in Sanyang Mountain can be resolved sooner. Otherwise, Mo will rush me. Wan Yang said, Did Mo contact you? No, he doesn't have my contact number. I was the one who contacted him. Because I wanted to stay overnight, I told him in advance. If the situation there was urgent and couldn't wait, I planned to go over overnight. Oh, I should have asked. There's a solution. No need to die again. Yeah, I can earn crystal cores. If I don't make money when I have it, I'm a jerk. I can't miss this opportunity to make money. Nuan Yang held his forehead and smiled bitterly. Wife, with your skills, killing zombies is easier to make money than trading. That's different. Killing zombies requires running around and using my mental energy. Trading allows me to fly and easily get crystal cores. How comfortable. Yeah, you're right. After chatting for a while, Nuan Yang hung up. Wan Ningyan was going to take a motorcycle, and he was worried about disturbing her. Perhaps it was because of his previous contact with Wan Ningyan, but Nuan Yang felt relaxed. He wanted to rest in bed for a while before going to breakfast, but he fell asleep and was awakened by a knock on the door near noon. I'm here. Nuan Yang hurriedly got dressed and opened the door. It was Wan Ningyue and Chen Haitang. Sister-in-law, Mom asked me to call you for dinner. You didn't even have breakfast, and Mom was worried about you. I see. Please tell Mom. I'll be there as soon as I'm done washing up. Okay, sister-in-law, bye. Bye. Unlike Wan Ningyue's lively and adorable demeanor, Chen Haitang was reserved. She didn't utter a word the entire time, instead nodding and bowing to express hello and goodbye. Nuan Yang watched them leave, feeling a headache. They say that those who keep company with vermilion become red, and those who keep company with ink become black. How could Chen Haitang become so reserved after living with Yue? It was surprising that Yue could still tolerate it. After washing up, Nuan Yang ran into Qin Yun, who was delivering food to the cabin before he could even reach the dining hall. Village Chief, I'm glad to see you. I have some good news. Do you want to hear it? Good news? What good news? The rain has subsided. Sister Man said it was a downpour last night, but it's now a moderate shower this morning. I just asked Muyi what he wanted to eat, and I noticed it's now drizzling outside. The clouds have dispersed, and I think the sun will come out this afternoon. Nuan Yang had already known about this from the weather forecast, but she had kept it to herself, intending to tell everyone once the rain had stopped. For now, she feigned ignorance and replied with a smile, This is good news. I checked the forecast later. If it's sunny, we can go back and stay. Okay. Xiaoya and I will keep watch. We let everyone know when the rain stops. Okay, remember to dress warmly. It's still a bit chilly. Yeah. Today is the second day of the Lantern Festival. There are still a lot of glutinous rice balls and sticky rice cakes left over from yesterday, so I'm trying to change things up. When Noanyang received a plate of fried glutinous rice balls, her hunger abated a bit. After eating sticky rice cakes and glutinous rice balls all day yesterday, she was eating sweet food again today, which was easy to get sick of. Mother One seemed to notice that Noanyang wasn't feeling up anymore, and took her plate away, mysteriously asking her to wait a moment. Noanyang had no idea what Mother One was going to do. She stared at the kitchen door, waiting for someone to come out. Then she saw a plate of food sprinkled with bonito flakes. When the food was placed in front of her, it looked very much like octopus balls. Eat it. Mom's improved it for you. You can't taste the glutinous rice balls anymore. Then I try it. Noanyang didn't believe that just sprinkling some sauce and bonito flakes on the glutinous rice balls would change their flavor. She just didn't want to reject her elder's kindness. But after taking a bite of the meatball, she was truly shocked. The outside was a mixture of tomato and salad dressing, and the bonito flakes had a slightly salty and crispy texture. The glutinous rice balls were fried to a crispy texture, and there was no trace of rice cake. Inside, in addition to the red bean paste, there was also pineapple. The sweet and sour flavor offset the mellow sweetness of the pure red bean paste, making it incredibly delicious. Mom, you're such a great cook. So delicious. As long as it's delicious, that's all I need. I learned this recipe from Auntie Chin yesterday. Auntie Chin? As expected of a restaurant owner, you have so many options. Of course, Xiaoong. Mother One's smile suddenly faded, and she whispered, Do you think I could become a chef someday? Chef? Noanyang thought of Auntie Chin and immediately guessed, Mom, did the Chin family invite you? Yes, the 3 Chin sisters have contracted the canteen. They want to expand the menu, and want me to cook a different dish every day. I can set my own schedule, whether it's lunch or dinner, so I have more freedom. Besides, everything in the canteen has to be prepared in advance, which coincides with my cooking schedule at home. So I thought, why not give it a try? Noanyang understood Mother One's concerns, but she fully supported her pursuing a small business she loved. Mom, just go for it. Ningyan and I will learn to cook later. If the cafeteria is busy, Ningyan and I can do it. Don't worry. Huh? Mother One looked hesitant. I'm not worried you won't have food. I make it in advance and put it in the refrigerator. You can just heat it up. Learning to cook. Forget it, okay? Why not? I think cooking is quite fun. I'm afraid you blow up the kitchen. Forget it. Mother One quickly waved her hand. With your and Yin Yin's cooking skills, I rather teach Yin Yin. That kitchen is so beautiful, I can't let you ruin it. Noanyang, Chapter 652. After lunch, the rain stopped, and Noanyang took the opportunity to announce the end of the flood. The entire cabin erupted in deafening screams and cheers. Noanyang quickly covered his ears, and crouched down to avoid damaging them. However, as luck would have it, Noanyang was very close to the makeshift bar, and Gu Xiaoyao saw him, leading to a misunderstanding. Village Chief, are you going to get everyone some wine to celebrate? Wine. Village Chief, please drink? Drinking will delay things. I think a few drinks will be fine. I agree. Or maybe a low-alcohol drink would be fine. The villagers were in an uproar again. According to Country Z tradition, celebrations involve wine and drinks, and at the very least, a feast. Food is the most important thing for people. Gu Xiaoyao's question sparked a flurry of discussion about how to celebrate their escape from the flood and the preservation of the village. It had simply left Noanyang stranded. If he said he wasn't celebrating, the villagers would be extremely disappointed. Moreover, the village's survival was truly a credit to all the villagers. 2 rivers, a drainage ditch, and sufficient sandbags were built, all of which made the 2 super water plants practical. After much deliberation, Noanyang decided to have a buffet for dinner. It wouldn't cost many points, and everyone could eat as much as they wanted. There wouldn't be any need for Aunt Chin and the others to cook, and no one would have to clean up, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone was naturally delighted. Who wouldn't want a few hours of free food? They all took their seats, and waited for Noanyang to help them purchase their own buffet. Of course, Noanyang didn't forget Mu Yi, who was still watching from the cabin door, and the 3 water-based psychics on duty at the village gate. Village Chief, you're so kind. I thought I had nothing to eat. Mu Yi's eyes welled with tears. The tall, domineering lady with a big, overbearing image actually started acting coquettish, causing Noanyang to shudder and get goosebumps all over. Behave yourself, I can't stand it. I see Ningyan acting coquettish with you all the time, and I thought you liked it. I like it when my wife acts coquettish with me, not you. Thank you. Oh, if you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have known. Yi heartlessly sat down at the small table Nguyen Yang had set out. Village chief, hurry up, I want some barbecue. Well, don't just focus on eating. Remember to keep an eye on the situation. Even though the rain has stopped, multiple floods can merge and form a massive flood, which is just as dangerous. Don't worry, village chief. I won't slack off on my work. Okay, eat. I go find Xiao Feng and the others. Nguyen Yang continued on his flying motorcycle. Although the rain had stopped, the muddy land used for farming in the village was flooded, making it impossible to walk. Nguyen Yang had no choice but to use his motorcycle to get around. She silently mused that after the ground dried up, she'd have to make use of this unused area. Otherwise, the next time it rained, it would become muddy. Getting clothes dirty was a minor concern, but an accidental death from a fall wouldn't be worth it. Xia Haiming was on duty today, but Ying Jia and Wan Ningfeng were also there. The rain had stopped, and the three of them chatted outside in the breeze. Village chief? How did you find the time to come? To celebrate. The three were puzzled, so Nguyen Yang informed them that the flood was about to end and mentioned the buffet celebration. As expected, the three of them started a small cheer, but after the excitement wore off, they felt a little sad because they had already eaten dinner. Already eaten? So early. Xia Haiming sighed deeply. Because the lights in the house aren't bright enough, it's inconvenient to eat in the dark, so we eat early. If we get hungry in the middle of the night, we just munch on some bread. I didn't expect this habit would cause me to miss the buffet. Sigh. So that's how it is, Nguyen Yang reassured with a smile. It's okay. Each of you three gets one chance to eat at the buffet. Whenever you need it, just come to me. Really? Of course. Sister Ying asked nervously, excited yet anxious. Village chief, can I give this opportunity to someone else? Someone else? Sister Ying, aren't you going to eat? Sister Ying smiled sheepishly. I do want to eat, but I have someone I want to give it to. Village chief, just tell me if it's okay. If not, I eat it myself. This intrigued Nguyen Yang. She wanted to know who Sister Ying was giving it to, so she agreed and gave the three of them a large fruit platter. Since they didn't get to enjoy the buffet, they could have some fruit after dinner. After completing the arrangements, Nguyen Yang went to the two super water plants and extended the special intelligent flood emergency control mode for 24 hours at each plant for added safety. After finishing everything, Nguyen Yang planned to return to the boat for dinner when he received a call from Wan Ningyan. He chatted with her on his motorcycle. Mimi, honey, I might not be back until tomorrow morning. I probably arrive in the village around noon. Tomorrow morning? Something happened at Sanyang Mountain? Not really. Everyone who's sick has taken medicine, and those who aren't sick have received vaccinations. Their conditions are under control. As for the cost, BMO paid 20,000 crystal cores and wrote an IOU. The transaction went smoothly. It's just that the damage at Sanyang Mountain was quite severe. BMO wants us to stay an extra night. He's sending people to check for needed supplies, and wants to buy from me, saying it saves us from having to come again. I think that makes sense, so I came to ask you. Well, how bad is the damage to their base? They took some precautions, so overall it's okay. Many houses haven't been flooded. Now that the rain has stopped, they're disinfecting and plan to go back tomorrow. But some of their facilities were damaged by the floods, like the streetlights, which are basically useless. Some supplies were also damp, especially the farms and coal mines, which will likely need to be overhauled or rebuilt. There's nothing we can do about the damage. With all this heavy rain and extreme flooding, they're lucky to have managed to keep their base. That's right. I told BMO the same thing. He's so worried his hair has turned mostly white. So pitiful. Then give them a discount on the supplies. Once their base is back up and running, there will be plenty of opportunities to make money from them. Okay. Nguyen Yang gave Wan Ningyan a few more words of advice, urging her to be careful. Before she could finish, Wan Ningyan, annoyed by Nguyen Yang's nagging, simply hung up, saying, I'm going to eat. Nguyen Yang was stunned for a long moment, scratching her hair, wondering, am I really that annoying? Depressed for a while, Nguyen Yang returned to the cabin. She had just been chatting with Wan Ningyan, when she suddenly remembered that the disinfection hadn't been arranged. After everyone finished their meal, she called Wei Mingyi, Zhao Rou, Yuan Maman, Bai Xing, Aunt Kai, and Uncle Yuan to discuss it. Ningyan will be back tomorrow. I wonder if Aunt Kai and Uncle Yuan can handle the vaccinations. Yes, as long as they have the instructions, it's not a big deal for us. Okay, then, I have to vaccinate everyone in the village tomorrow. You might also need to help with some babysitting. I heard there are some side effects. Aunt Kai nodded repeatedly. I understand. I definitely take good care of everyone. Well, as for the disinfection. Nguyen Yang looked at Bai Xing. I copied some antiseptics and disinfectants, but I'm not sure about the specific disinfection procedures. Secretary Bai, I need you to take charge of this. Okay, I come up with a disinfection plan tonight. If we implement it tomorrow morning, we can return to the village this afternoon. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Nguyen Yang went to Wei Mingyi again. Captain Wei, disinfection is a physically demanding job and requires members from the guard team. Talk to Zhao Rou and Man Man. If we're short on manpower, we can call on any young people in the village, including me. Okay, we have a small meeting later. After arranging everything, Nguyen Yang went back to wash up and get ready for bed. She increasingly felt the truth of the saying, if you can't lead a team, you have to work yourself to death. Now with so many capable assistants, arranging things one by one, it actually felt easier. It was great. Chapter 653. On the first day after the flood, at 5:30 a.m., Nguyen Yang was awakened by a knock on the door. When he sat up, his mind was completely foggy. She jumped out of bed like a zombie, not knowing what to put on. She wrapped herself in a thin blanket and opened the door. Bai Xing? Secretary Bai, aren't you a little early? I'm sorry, village chief. I didn't want to bother you so early, but if I don't explain the disinfection plan to you now, I'm afraid I get confused later. Confused? Nguyen Yang perked up and observed Bai Xing, noticing a dark circle under her eyes. Were you thieves last night? You have such dark circles. I stayed up all night writing the plan. I thought I awakened my powers while I caught up on some sleep. I might go into a coma with a high fever. I'm worried that the village chief might have questions about the plan, and I won't be able to answer them, so I have to disturb your sweet dreams so early in the morning. It's okay, I understand. Nguyen Yang brought her a cup of hot American coffee. Take your time, there's no rush. I take notes. If there's anything you don't understand, we can ask the guard captain and the others for help. You can rest easy and catch up on your sleep later. Yes, thank you, village chief. At some point, Bai Xing stopped calling Nguyen Yang Miss Nguyen and started calling her village chief. Noticing this change, Nguyen Yang suddenly remembered the bet Wan Ningyan had made with her. It seemed that bet had finally been resolved. Bai Xing was meticulous and thorough. His disinfection plan was comprehensive, encompassing not only the village itself but also the mountain across the way. It also considered the surrounding environment and water resources, post-disaster emergency response, virus prevention and early warning, and initial post-disaster personnel management. It could be said that every aspect had been taken into consideration, not just the superficial disinfection work. Nguyen Yang finally understood why she had to stay up all night. Half an all-nighter, to be exact. Half an all-nighter? Well, Mu Yi was too exhausted from the daytime surveillance yesterday, and he snored the entire night. It was quiet in the second half of the night, and I finally settled down to write the proposal. Nguyen Yang blurted out, then why don't you find a quiet place to work on the proposal? The restaurant's empty at night, it's spacious, and the chairs are comfortable. The captain's lounge, the cockpit, even the kitchen will do. Why stay in a noisy room? Bai Xing bit her lower lip. A faint blush etched on her cheeks. Mu Yi is a terrible sleeper, always kicking off the covers. I'm afraid she catch a cold, and won't be able to take care of me while I awaken my powers today. You Wei, Xiao Yu, and the others can take care of me, but it's not as convenient as having a roommate. Mu Ye's connections are better, and as long as he has something delicious to offer. Bai Xing's words became increasingly tinged with guilt. Nguyen Yang's sleepiness was consumed by his gossip, but after she couldn't help but sigh, Bai Xing didn't want to continue, her words hinting at her desire to catch up on some sleep. Okay, then you can go back, but you have to eat breakfast. Nguyen Yang went to the mall and bought 2 bowls of meat noodles for Bai Xing. For you and Mu Yi. Aunt Chen and the others just woke up, so you have to wait at least half an hour for breakfast. It's better to eat early and go to bed. Bai Xing was about to refuse, but swallowed her words and returned to her room with the 2 bowls of noodles. Nguyen Yang lay back on the bed, intending to take a nap, but her mind was filled with gossip about Bai Xing and Mu Yi. This roommate pair was getting increasingly weird. Are they really together? Then, as the village chief, do I have to give a generous gift? Is a wedding necessary? Bai Mo is Bai Xing's brother. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to just inform him? Bringing him to the village wouldn't be very safe. Nguyen Yang didn't know whether Bai Xing and Mu Yi were together or not, but she had already imagined a lot of things to do. As a result, she barely managed to get any sleep. She quickly got up and headed to the restaurant for lunch. Wei Mingyi and the others were already in the restaurant. After breakfast, they planned to carry out the disinfection work according to Bai Xing's plan. Starting today, surveillance and typesetting are no longer required. 2 people will be on duty at the village gate. Wang Ningfeng and the other 3 had been working harder, so they weren't assigned any work. Their task this morning was to get back home and rest. As for the rest of the group, except for Bai Xing, who was catching up on sleep, and Mu Yi, who had to take care of Bai Xing, everyone else had their assigned tasks. The guard team was divided into 3 groups. Xiao Rou led one group, responsible for disinfection and epidemic prevention work in the village and on the hills across the way. Wei Mingyi led another, responsible for clearing silt and garbage inside and outside the village. Because this work was tiring, young people from the village also joined Wei Mingyi's team. Yuan Manman led a group responsible for cleaning the river and drainage ditches, while Nanyang was responsible for collecting sandbags. He also needed to move the artificial sun to the periphery of the village for high-temperature exposure and disinfection, eliminating the possibility of nearby viruses infecting the villagers. In addition, Xiao Yu's family needed help brewing some traditional Chinese medicine to prevent epidemics for everyone. Nanyang hadn't thought of this at first, but Bai Xing reminded her. Traditional Chinese medicines, like Lianhua Qingwen and Isatis root, are effective in preventing illness when consumed during the transition between cold and hot weather. Nanyang prepared the necessary tools and medicines according to Xiao Yu's grandparents' requests. Some elderly people helped with the cooking, while the children helped fetch firewood. Chinese medicine is best boiled with firewood, so it was boiled outside on the deck to prevent fires. The firewood was placed farther away, allowing the children to help out and have something to do. Qin Xiaoya's mother and her sisters continued to provide meals, while Mother Wan and Sister Dofu assisted. After completing the arrangements, the group received the masks, goggles, and protective suits distributed by Nanyang and began their respective work areas. Nanyang didn't want to take any risks until the disinfection was complete, so protective measures remained at the highest standards. The temperature rose several degrees today, reaching a high of 12 degrees. After collecting a round of sandbags, Nanyang felt incredibly stuffy. The protective suit wasn't breathable, trapping her sweat inside, making her feel hot and clammy. The mask made her even more suffocated, and she regretted not wearing a temperature-regulating uniform. Using his ice powers to regulate his body temperature, Nanyang went to collect the artificial suns. They were actually quite powerful. The artificial sun on this side of the hill dried out the area within the simulated sunlight, evaporating moisture and reducing the chance of plant death. Nanyang moved it to the border with the adjacent hill. This hill had suffered severe soil erosion, leaving only small mounds of earth, hardly a mountain. Fortunately, the foundations of the mountains were still there, and from a distance, it looked as if they had not been completely flattened by floods. After completing his mission, Nanyang disinfected himself and returned to the deck to drink a bowl of Chinese medicine with rock sugar, which tasted quite good. After a short rest, he picked up his tools and helped clear the village's garbage. Currently, no measures were taken to deal with the village's garbage. It was simply thrown into a trash can. When it was full, it was stored in a space, and a new trash can was taken out. Alternatively, the garbage was separated from the trash can in the space, and the trash can was taken out and used again. Bai Xing suggested building a small landfill and sorting trash. For example, bottles, cans, clothes, and paper could be saved and broken down into raw materials. Non-degradable items, such as food scraps, could be incinerated, dried, and ground into a powder, which could then be used as potash fertilizer for farmland. Nanyang had originally been off the agenda because flood control was more urgent. Now that the village has been saved, he plans to put the landfill project on the agenda in a couple of days. It would also create a few more jobs. Chapter 654. By noon, the village and the hills across the way had been cleared. The moist earth slowly began to evaporate under the sunlight, solidifying and hardening. Nanyang decided to release the mutant animals to the mountains to recuperate. The inclined tower bridges on either side hadn't been lowered yet. The water in the river was deep, and the water outside was still vast. The animals couldn't escape even if they wanted to. After they'd gotten used to the environment, they'd probably settled down there. Nanyang wasn't stupid. He separated the carnivores and herbivores, placing them on the farthest hill and the herbivores on the hill closest to the village. There was also a hill between them. He also left ample food for them, so they should be able to coexist peacefully in the short term. As for the mutant hamsters, Nanyang had no idea how they survived. They were so weak that living in such a small area would have been fatal. So Nuanyang decided to put them in a safe place. In the large open space of the village, everyone gathered after finishing their cleanup. Father Wan and Yishu's parents divided the fields, and others helped create acres of beautiful, neatly arranged fields. The village land hadn't experienced flooding, so it could be cultivated normally. It only needed drainage and maintenance, a task entrusted to Father Wan and Yishu's parents, who were skilled in farming. Nuanyang arrived at the edge of the fields, followed by two small local dogs, one whitish-yellow and the other brown, a breed native to Country Z. The dogs looked barely adult, with long legs and straight faces. After emerging from the space, they tucked their tails between their legs and surveyed their surroundings for a while before following Nuanyang into the village. Nuanyang tried to shoo them away, but the two puppies pretended to run back a few meters before hopping back up. After a few rounds of back and forth, they were so tired that they panted with their tongues hanging out, yet they looked incredibly excited. The two dogs had probably once been family dogs, so they were quite friendly. Thinking the village should have some guard dogs, Nuanyang didn't chase them away, but they still needed to get the necessary vaccinations. After a few words with Father Wan, Nuanyang took the two dogs to the boat. The children were excited, surrounding the dogs. Some children, frightened, stood back. Nuanyang then realized how rash she had been, bringing two dogs aboard like that. If they had gotten angry and attacked the children, the consequences would have been disastrous. She quickly took out two leashes, tied them up, and put on muzzles. Only then did she have time to explain the situation to Xiaoyu's family. Give the dogs a rabies vaccine? Yes, I have a vaccine. I wonder if you know how to give it. Or if I have the instructions, would you give it a try? Grandma Yuan and Grandpa Kong are both traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and don't know how to give injections. Uncle Yuan is an orthopedic surgeon, and while he knows how to give injections, he uses large, thick needles, not the kind used for vaccines. And Kai knew how to administer the vaccine, but she wasn't a veterinarian. Nuanyang had no choice but to pull out his computer and Wi-Fi, show her the dog vaccination procedures he looked up, and let her go ahead and give it a try. And Kai learned quickly, reading through them twice carefully before beginning to administer the vaccine. She rubbed the back of the white and yellow puppy's neck. The shot went in, and the puppy turned its head in confusion. The vaccination was complete. When he gave the brown puppy the shot, it didn't even feel anything, its eyes only filled with longing for the snacks in the child's hand. We need to observe them for a while to see if they're acting up. Tie them to the side first. I watch from here. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Nuanyang tied the two dogs to the boat's railing and then went to find Father Wan and the others to help them with the necessary equipment, such as the sprinkler. Xiaoyang, we need to irrigate all the fields here, but the river is too far away. Can you install a faucet at each end of the field? Father Wan pointed to the markings on the ground and said, we dig a canal to cover all the farmland. This will make watering much easier. Otherwise, carrying water all the time is too tiring. Let me take a look. Wait a moment. Nuanyang checked the design drawings on the online store. There were designs for outdoor garden faucets. Some were dreamy, with bright colors like pink, yellow, and blue, while others were imposing, with rockery-like shapes. Nuanyang picked and chose a faucet with a marble basin. It was beautiful, sturdy, and affordable. Yes, Dad. Is there anything else you need besides the faucet? The road here needs repairing. It's wearing on my shoes. Dad once stretched out his foot, his shoe already coated in a thick layer of mud. Once we finish digging the drainage ditch, we can fix this road. Okay. We don't know how to farm, so I leave it to Dad. Don't worry. I discussed it with old Yi and the others. It'd be done in another hour. Okay. Nuanyang turned and instructed Wei Mingyi, Captain Wei, please help me. Yes, it's my pleasure. After giving all the instructions, Nuanyang called Sister Lu, Xiaowan, and Sister Xiaoyu to the boat. He boiled a large amount of Chinese medicine. Everyone needed to drink it when they returned from their work. He couldn't let Xiaoyu's family, who had been working so hard all day, continue to do this. Also, they had to disinfect the boat before boarding and recycle the used protective equipment. These items couldn't be reused, so Nuanyang planned to break them down into raw materials and send them back to Noah's Ark for reprocessing. Wait! Nuanyang suddenly realized that he had forgotten a major business opportunity. Noah's Ark consumes an astonishing amount of materials every day, and is equipped with enough industrial equipment and processing machines. If they were to sort the waste, and Nuanyang were to break it down into raw materials, which they could then continue processing and manufacturing, wouldn't that create a cycle? The same could be done at the Sanyang mountain base. This way, the shortage of supplies could be delayed for at least a few years. Recalling how he had once thought the decomposition space was useless, Nguyen Yang wanted to slap himself. This decomposition space wasn't just useless, it was a perpetual motion machine for resources. As long as there was industry, waste could be continuously recycled. Adding the replication space to the mix, it was a perfect combination. Just as they were celebrating, Wan Ningyan and Wen Yinru returned. Their flying motorcycles landed on the deck. Sister Lu and Sister Xiaoyu quickly grabbed their tools and went to disinfect. The tool was a backpack sprayer, used for applying pesticides, but Nguyen Yang had adapted it to spray disinfectant, which was more convenient. Sister Lu, we don't need to spray. We all been vaccinated. No, you guys have to disinfect since you came back from outside. Yeah, of course we have to disinfect. What if there are germs in this car? Sister Lu and Sister Xiaoyu silenced Wan Ningyan with their words, and she obediently endured a barrage of disinfectant. Wen Yinru wasn't spared either, with the argument being that she wasn't afraid of germs, but she might be carrying them. Nguyen Yang watched from the sidelines, chuckling. Seeing Wan Ningyan glaring at him, he quickly gestured with his finger at the two dogs nearby, successfully distracting his wife. Puppies? Where did you get them? I rescued them from the river. I wanted them to live in the mountains, but they insisted on following me, so I brought them back to guard the house. Wan Ningyan raised an eyebrow, eyeing the two dogs with suspicion. Although they're mutants, they don't look any bigger than Camus's dogs, and they don't look fierce. Are you sure they can guard the house? Lucky could kill one with a single slap, right? Just keep them for now. It's safer to have a dog in the village. After all, Lucky loves to play and has an owner. As long as you are safe, he doesn't necessarily care about anything else. That's right, honey. Wan Ningyan reached out and pulled out 4 large medical kits. This one has medicine. If you're infected with the virus, just take 1 pill and it's cured. This one has vaccines. Here are all syringes, and here are syringes and alcohol. When Yunshu did. It was quite thorough. We only needed vaccines, and she even prepared the necessary tools and disinfectants, free of charge. Free? Can you give me some extra seeds? Her freebies aren't free, they're a favor. Wan Ningyan nodded and whispered in Nguyen Yang's ear, I'm not stupid, so why would I owe her a favor for nothing? But I also don't want to give her more seeds. The best deal is to exchange them at the exchange rate. So I used a rocket shell to buy it. Hee hee. I'm smart, right? Nguyen Yang, A rocket shell costs 1,000 points, which can buy several kilograms of seeds. What a loss, but his wife had gone through so much trouble, and Nguyen Yang couldn't pour cold water on her. So he forced a smile and agreed, yeah, my wife is the smartest. He could only lament silently in his heart. Chapter 655. Most villagers were busy working in the fields, so the children had to get vaccinated first. This was a difficult problem. Even Wan Ningyue, whom Nguyen Yang considered quite sensible, looked reluctant at the mention of shots. Xiaoya, if you don't get the shot, you might get a virus and die if you go out. I don't want to get it, Sister Yin. Can't I just take medicine? No. You don't have a space, so how can you carry medicine with you? Just be good and get a shot in your arm. Sister-in-law. Wan Ningyue looked at Nguyen Yang aggressively. Next time you have a space, can you give it to me? That way I can skip the shots. Nguyen Yang never imagined that someone would want a space just to avoid shots. It was hilarious, and he rejected you. You have to get the shot. The virus lives in the skin of zombies. As long as the zombies aren't completely eliminated, there's a risk of infection. Be good, Yuer, and get your shot. As soon as Nguyen Yang finished speaking, Zhao Huanqi burst into tears. She had just finished her vaccination and was sobbing loudly. Grandma Zhao quickly pulled her into her arms to comfort her. In just a few seconds, the other children began to cry. Li Mingxin, being older, cried louder, and she was the next in line. Her pathetic cries infected Zhou Ruoshui and Su Yaoting, who were in the queue behind her, and they also started crying. Even Kai Yuanyu, who hadn't been afraid at first, saw everyone crying and immediately turned to throw herself into her grandmother's arms, sobbing softly, "No, I don't want the shot." Children's cries are contagious. Wan Ningyue's face fell, and she broke free from Wan Ningyan's arms and ran away, crying to find Wen Yinru, still saying, "My sister bullied me." "TSK, did I bully her?" Wan Ningyan stood up, her face filled with speechless silence. "I was so gentle, and coaxing her for a long time. What a heartless little girl. Where is just afraid of injections." Nguyen Yang covered his ears, and asked loudly, "Should we stay away? Those kids are quite powerful. Why stay away? It's so interesting." Not only do I want to watch, I want to film it. When they grow up, I set up a giant screen in the village and play it on a loop. Watching Wan Ningyan actually pull out her phone to record the video, Nguyen Yang suddenly felt that his wife was truly evil. He silently averted his eyes. Evil as she was, she wouldn't care. After all, it wasn't her. With just a casual glance, Nguyen Yang saw Xiao Qiao. She was so well behaved that she didn't cry or make a fuss. Grandma Lu didn't need to worry about her. She managed to take off her coat and held out her arm for Aunt Kai to vaccinate. Xiao Cao's left hand was disabled, making it difficult for her to undress or dress. She'd rather be healthy and more convenient. Nguyen Yang stood there in a daze, thinking about what excuse to find to help Xiao Qiao later. The village is now populated, and many middle-aged and elderly people have health problems. Helping Xiao Qiao without a valid reason would easily lead others to want the medical pills as well, and then whether to give them to her would be a problem. Whoa! It hurts. Sister Nian Nian, you're lying. Wan Ningyue had finished her vaccinations, and was crying uncontrollably. Now the bad guys weren't just Wan Ningyan, but Wen Yinru as well. Just as the villagers finished their work in the fields and returned to the boat, Yue ran crying to find Father Wan, but was stopped by Sister Lu and Sister Xiaoyu, who said everyone had to disinfect before coming into contact. Whoa! You're all bullying me. Wan Ningyue ran crying all the way into the cabin to find her mother, which delighted Nguyen Yang so much that she couldn't even stand up straight. When Enkai called her in for her shot, a smile played on her lips. The needle didn't hurt when it entered the skin, but when the vaccine was pushed in, there was a piercing pain, and Nguyen Yang's smile instantly vanished. She seemed to understand why the children cried. Even adults felt pain, and even after the shot, her arm still ached with a slight burning sensation. Ningyan, stop filming. Come over here. I have something to ask you. I'm coming. Wan Ningyan put away her phone and trotted over to Nguyen Yang. What's wrong? This vaccine hurts a lot. Is that normal? Or am I the only one feeling it? It hurts a little normally. Because the virus is so virulent, the reaction when you produce antibodies is stronger. That's how Wen Yunshu explained it to me. Oh, how long will it hurt? About an hour or two. You might still have a fever for 12 hours. Don't let everyone go back after the vaccination. Moving and packing will take too long. Let's rest for the night before moving. Okay, stay one more night. We're all on the boat, so the doctor can spot any problems quickly. The plan to return to the village was delayed by a day because of the vaccination. Some villagers didn't understand, thinking it was just a vaccination and not worth the stress. After the vaccination, everyone was convinced. Some children and elderly villagers gradually became unwell and developed fevers and returned to their rooms to rest in bed. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan sat on the boat leaning against the railing and watching the sunset. The sunset after the flood was particularly beautiful, bright red with golden light. Most of the villagers sat on the deck, resting or chatting. The two mutant dogs, after their observation, were unleashed and roamed freely, identifying people and playing. Unlike everyone else, when Yinru was learning how to give injections from Aunt Kai. After everyone else had finished, she would help Aunt Kai administer the vaccine and also learn to observe for adverse reactions. An hour ago, when Yinru came to see Nguyen Yang, who had just finished her vaccinations. Sister Nguyen Yang, you promised me before that as long as I was able to go on a mission alone, I get priority. Does that still count? Of course it does. Am I qualified now? Almost. You're qualified, but it'd have to wait. There's a lot to do in the village right now. I talk to Wei Ming after I'm done, okay? When Yinru nodded and cautiously inquired, can I learn how to give injections from Aunt Kai? It's a rare, hands-on opportunity, and I don't want to miss it. Uncle Yuan was currently learning from Aunt Kai, intending to help her administer the vaccine after he finished. Nguyen Yang, understanding Wen Yinru's intentions, took her to Aunt Kai to explain the situation. That's great. Uncle Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. We don't give injections like this in orthopedics. It's awkward to learn. Yin Yin is willing to learn, so I'm saving myself some trouble. Aunt Kai glanced at Uncle Yuan with disdain. How dare you? If you don't want to learn, just get out of here and don't bother me. And so, Wen Yinru followed Aunt Kai and learned from her. Aunt Kai taught Wen Yinru everything, from basic theory to practical details. Wen Yinru studied diligently, constantly taking notes in her notebook. Wan Ningyan poked Nguyen Yang's waist. Mimi, why is little Nguyen Yang so eager to learn? Killing zombies is obviously more fun. Not everyone likes excitement. I don't like excitement either, I just don't have anything to play with. Nguyen Yang looked at Wan Ningyan suspiciously. Really? Then what do you want to play with? I find a way to get it. Just quit the guards and stay in the village, okay? What do you mean? Wan Ningyan stood up with a jerk. You want to imprison me? How vicious. Didn't you say you don't like excitement? You're just forced to like it because you have nothing to play with. Am I not helping you solve your problem? What kind of solution is that? You just want to lock me up at home and rot. Make me a daughter that can only rely on you. Make me inseparable from you. Then I take back what I said. Oh, you really don't love me. You're putting me in danger. Are you just hoping I get bit by a zombie? Wan Yang? Question mark. Something seems amiss. Looking again, Wan Ningyan's lips curled suspiciously. Wan Yang understood. His wife was playful again, deliberately teasing him. Well, I can't wait for you to get bitten by a zombie. Then, when you become a zombie, I put a muzzle on you, and take you for a walk around every day. What? Wan Ningyan bent down, staring at Wan Yang. Say that again. I said, I can't wait for you to get bitten by a zombie. Then, when you become a zombie, I put a muzzle on you, and take you for a walk around every day. Wan Ningyan's eyes widened. You bastard, you're so perverted. I have something even more perverted. Wan Yang put his arm around Wan Ningyan's waist and, standing up, lifted her onto his shoulders. Hey! What are you doing? Everyone's watching. You can watch. I'm going to take my zombie wife back home to rest. Wan Yang was just being stubborn. Her face had already turned red. With so many villagers watching, how could she not be embarrassed? But she was determined to punish Wan Ningyan. So, with her head held high and her chest puffed out, she carried the already red-faced Wan Ningyan back to her room, facing everyone's gaze. Chapter 656. The next morning, Wan Yang was woken by a beating. He was half asleep when a pillow hit him in the face. What's wrong? Another earthquake? What the hell is an earthquake? You bastard. I'm in pain all over. Wan Yang quickly shielded his face with his arms. Although the pillow was soft, it still hurt. Wife, are we done with this anymore? Why are you angry again? How dare you say that? Wan Ningyan's eyes were red, and she placed a hand on her waist. It hurt so much. You hit me so hard, and didn't care about my feelings at all. Huh? Wan Yang was stunned. Yesterday, I was exhausted after the vaccination, so I only did it once. You can't handle it now? Yes. I can't handle it. Wan Yang looked at Wan Ningyan, bewildered. Her voice was tearful, and her brows lowered with tears. She looked like a weak, helpless little white rabbit, and Wan Yang was like a big bad wolf, bullying someone without even realizing it. But the more Wan Yang thought about it, the more he felt something was amiss. Last night, he clearly enjoyed it, yet he still blamed himself for ending it too quickly. Why had he changed his expression this morning? Sorry, honey. I wasn't gentle enough. Let me give you a massage. Wan Yang reached out his hand, when he was slapped on the back of his hand. You beast. You're trying to molest me so early in the morning. Sure enough, something was amiss. Wan Yang felt a sense of déjà vu about this scene, and his mind raced. Honey, why don't you rest a bit? What do you want for breakfast? I get it for you. Humph. Wan Ningyan slid sideways into the bed and, with a single push, completely wrapped herself around Wan Yang. Wan Yang didn't get angry, but hugged her through the covers. Stop whining. Eat your fill before you go to sleep. What do you want to eat? Humph. Her little mouth was pouting so much it looked like it could hold a bottle of oil. Wan Yang chuckled to himself, and sighed in mock resignation. Oh. We have to move today, and clean up the house. Honey, since you're not feeling well, rest up and leave the house to me. Humph, you have some conscience. As expected, to avoid housework, she even resorted to framing someone. Wan Yang reached out, and pinched her cheek. Now, can you tell me what you want for breakfast? Chili oil, donkey meat hot pot, and a bowl of salty tofu pudding would be even better. I leave you alone. Remember to eat later. I'm leaving now. After giving her instructions, Wan Yang got out of bed, and put on a light sweater and a thick jacket. The temperature was spring-like, so there was no need to dress too warmly. As she went out to wash up, she heard a bustling noise coming from the restaurant, and was a little surprised that everyone was up so early. After Wan Yang finished washing up and arrived at the restaurant, he realized he had to get up early. So many villagers' belongings were scattered all over the place, scattered across different people's spaces. Plus, there were other supplies in those spaces, making it a bit of a hassle to find them. Village Chief, Xiao Chao looked up at Wan Yang nervously. Are our things in your space? I looked with Captain Wei and Sister Nian Nian, but they can't find them. Yes, they're with me. Wan Yang squatted down to meet Xiao Chao's gaze. Have you and Grandma had breakfast? Yes. Okay, then take my car back later. It'd save you the trouble of carrying your things home. Okay, thank you, village chief. Nguyen Yang checked his space and put everyone's belongings in the same place. He also took everyone's belongings from Wan Ningyan's space to his own. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the breakfast he just brought for Wan Ningyan was gone. What a greedy little cat. She can't even pretend for a moment. After breakfast, when Nguyen Yang was driving them back, Wei Mingyi had just returned. The road to the fields had been repaired, and Wei Mingyi had put out a few bikes for everyone to use. Those who couldn't drive could ride electric scooters. Village chief, where's your wife? Why isn't she with you? Ningyan's still a little sleepy. Let her get some more sleep. Wei Mingyi's lips curled up in a meaningful smile. She's been running around these past few days, she's been tired. Let her rest. Yeah. After a few brief words, the two parted ways. Nguyen Yang drove them back, but all the while, Wei Mingyi's smile seemed strange to him. What was strange about it? Nguyen Yang couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he felt Wei Mingyi was enigmatic, and it was unusual for him to smile like that. Grandma Lu and Xiao Xiao didn't have much, and although Grandma Lu had been refusing to help, she couldn't stop the sturdy Nguyen Yang. With a single stride, Nguyen Yang entered the bedroom to help make the bed. Xiao Xiao hurriedly took the clothes and hung them in the closet, figuring the more she did, the less Nguyen Yang would have to do. What a good child. Nguyen Yang felt that after spending so much time with Wan Ningyan, she'd been influenced by her. Seeing a good girl, she became soft-hearted and wanted to help out more. Xiao Xiao, hide this food. Grandma and I will eat it secretly. Don't tell anyone, okay? Xiao Xiao looked at the 3 boxes of food Nguyen Yang had brought out, wanting it but not daring to. Grandma Lu quickly stood up from her chair and hurried over to Nguyen Yang, shouting, You can't take it. Village chief, take it back. What's there to keep? Xiao Xiao helped carry a lot of firewood, while we were boiling Chinese medicine yesterday. I saw it all. Nguyen Yang patted Xiao Xiao's head. These are your rewards, Xiao Xiao. Remember what I just said? After giving her instructions, Nguyen Yang hurried off, not caring whether Grandma Lu would accept them or not. She had a lot of things to do. She first returned to the courtyard to put away all the household supplies. Then she drove to pick up her family and Kim Yujej's family. After that, she started to clean up her own little home. She hadn't taken out the furniture yet, so she vacuumed everything from the floor to the walls, leaving no corner untouched. Then she mopped the whole place spotlessly clean. After putting the furniture away, Nguyen Yang began making the bed, hanging up clothes, and arranging household items. Suddenly, she heard what seemed like a commotion outside. After wiping his hands and walking to the door, Nguyen Yang saw Lucky sitting with his head bowed. Beside him, Wan Ningyue was furious, spanking him on the back with her small hand. Lucky, with his muscular body, didn't mind the pain, he felt like it was tickling. But Lucky was very observant, and quietly lowered his head to take the beating. When Yinru and Wan's mother tried to console him, seeing Nguyen Yang approach, they quickly called her over. What's wrong, Mom? Why is Yue crying? Wan's mother, still avoiding people, pulled Nguyen Yang toward the room that belonged to Wen Yinru and Wan Ningyue. As soon as they entered, they saw the large bed had collapsed. Look, I told you not to let Lucky sleep in that bed, but Yue refused, saying they'd been used to sleeping together since they were little. Now Nien Yen had just made the bed, and Lucky jumped on it, collapsing it. Yue is so angry she's crying. It's just a collapsed bed. It's not something to make you cry. Take a closer look. Mother One pointed at the 4-piece set. That's Yue's favorite cartoon character. Lucky's claws scratched it, and now there's nowhere to buy another one. Don't cry. Nguyen Yang took a closer look. It was a princess and a lion character. She didn't have another set in her space. It's happened. There's nothing we can do. I find them a sturdy bed. Mom, comfort Yue. Don't cry your eyes out. Oh, who's crying? A sly voice came from outside. It was Wan Ningyan. Nguyen Yang thought to herself, oh no, and hurried out, only to find it was too late. Wan Ningyue was hugging Wen Yinru, bursting into tears. What's wrong? Yue, come to mommy, why are you crying so hard? Whoa. Mommy, my sister is so mean. Whoa. Wan Ningyan. How can you be a sister? Mother One glared at Wan Ningyan angrily. She and Wen Yinru coaxed Yue back to the house first. Wan Ningfeng, who was eating watermelon across the way, joined in the commotion and was hit on the head with a small kumquat by Wan Ningyan. Ouch. Mommy! I hit you. Wan Ningyan, are you itching for trouble? Nguyen Yang, seeing the situation was not good, quickly dragged Wan Ningyan back to the house. What's wrong with you? You bullied Yue as soon as you got back. Did Yue offend you? I didn't bully her. I just asked her what happened. She said Xingyun had collapsed her bed and torn her sheets. Then I comforted her, saying that Xingyun was just an animal, and that it was normal for it to do bad things. We're humans, higher primates, so we shouldn't bother with it. Then she suddenly burst into tears. That's it? Wan Ningyan nodded guiltily. Nuanyang approached, his eyes fixed on her. Really? Wan Ningyan looked away and whispered. She said something else. What did she say? She said, disobedient animals shouldn't be kept. Mutated tiger meat should be delicious, so she could eat a few more. Oh, I just saw Yue was sad and wanted to make a joke to brighten the mood. Who knew Yue was so stubborn? She thought I was serious and started crying right away. I felt really bad, okay? Don't feel bad. Yue is only 13. How could she know if what you said was true? Wan Yang sighed helplessly. See if there's anything left tidied around the house. I go explain to Yue and Mom, so Mom doesn't get mad, and you don't have to worry about getting a beating. Oh. Wan Ningyan shrugged innocently. It's really none of my business. Chapter 657. Wan Yang finally coaxed Wan Ningyue into a comfortable state, finding her a sturdy bed, and giving her a few cute cartoon-themed 4-piece suits for changing. Of course, Wan's mother also needed some coaxing, and Wan Yang didn't want Wan Ningyan to be scolded by her mother before dinner. After cleaning up his wife's mess, Wan Yang returned to the house, and saw Wan Ningfeng walking towards the door with a bag in his hand. Xiaofeng, where are you going? Huh? Wan Ningfeng hurriedly hid the bag behind him. I'm just going out to take a look. I'll be back soon. Have you cleaned up your room? Yes. Okay, I'll be back soon. Wan Yang didn't take it seriously. Wan Ningfeng was playful by nature, and she probably just wanted to take a walk to relieve her boredom after being cooped up on the boat for too long. Back home, Wan Ningyan was decorating a small mint-green electric car. Wan Yang curiously asked what she was doing. You're right about Yue's gift. Yue is young and takes things seriously. I shouldn't have teased her like that. You're such a contradictory person. You're either impulsive or thoughtful, or you reflect on things afterward. Amazing. Nonsense. Wan Ningyan glared at Nuanyang and continued applying the car stickers. I'm very steady now. The captain said we should think before we act. In Yue's case, I just thought about it and chose the wrong approach. It's not impulsive. Okay, not impulsive. What are you putting on? Name. Wan Ningyan peeled off the sticker. Moon means moon, referring to Yue. It's mainly because the sticker is all letters. Otherwise, I would have put the word moon on it. It's pretty, but can Yue ride it now? She doesn't even seem to know how to ride a bike. Don't worry, I teach her. Wan Ningyan smiled as she put the electric scooter into her space and strode off to find Wan Ningyue. Nuanyang was worried, considering Wan Ningyan's driving skills. She hoped Yue wouldn't get hurt. She quickly followed, acting as a mascot. When Yue burst into laughter at Wan Ningyan's coaxing, she would smile and applaud, occasionally praising her. Come on, Yue. I teach you how to drive, so you can drive to and from school by yourself. Okay. Ahem. Nuanyang coughed strategically, signaling Wen Yinru with her eyes. Ningyan, we still have a lot of things to do. The village wants to build a small garbage dump, and the warehouse needs to register and store some supplies for its reopening. Come with me, and let Yin teach. Wen Yinru immediately understood and said, Sister Yin, I know how to drive an electric scooter. I teach you, and you and your sister-in-law can go ahead and do your work. What's the rush? We have to wait until all the villagers have moved. We can go later. Wan Ningyan hopped on the electric scooter and said, Come on, Yue. I teach you how to drive. I guarantee you learn in 10 minutes. It's super easy. Wan Ningyue, still unsure of what she'd be facing, smiled and flirted with Wan Ningyan. Thank you, sister. I'm ready. Let's go. Nuanyang couldn't stop her. Wan Ningyan hit the accelerator and took Yue out. Nuanyang could only chase after them, shouting at her to be careful. The electric scooter climbed onto the bridge and turned toward the main gate. The villagers were all packing up, and the main road outside was deserted, so practicing driving wasn't dangerous. Nuanyang thought for a moment and decided not to look. Wan Ningyan could control objects, so she could protect herself if she really fell. Sister Nuanyang, didn't you catch up? Nuanyang shook her head. Let's go, Nian, go back and continue cleaning. They probably won't. Nuanyang paused as she spoke. She saw Wan Ningfeng emerge from a bungalow, still clutching the bag he left the house with. He wiped his eyes with one hand, as if crying. Sister Nanyang, what's wrong with you? Is that Wan Ningfen? Wen Yin returned and glanced, nodding affirmatively. It's brother Xiaofeng. He's the tallest in the village. Let's go back and take a look. Nanyang took 2 steps before stopping. No, Nian, you go back and take a look. I have something to take care of. If Mom asks, just say I was watching Ningyan teach you how to drive. Wen Yinru was puzzled but nodded obediently, trotting back home. Nanyang waited for her to leave for a while, before heading to the house Wan Ningfeng had just left. Just then, she saw Qin Yun carrying a box of waste. Qin Yun? You live here? Yes, not just me, but also Lin Yue and her parents. Oh. Having met someone, Nanyang was unsure how to approach the situation. Qin Yun smiled, and then invited Nanyang to accompany her to take out the trash. Then I take it for you. I have the space, so it won't be a big deal. No, it's just a short distance, and I can carry it. At this point, Nanyang couldn't force it any further. She walked side by side, with Qin Yun towards the trash can, mentally pondering how to approach the conversation. Village chief, are you here for Wan Ningfen? Qin Yun had already guessed Nanyang's intentions. Remembering Wei Mingyi's praise of her intelligence and cleverness, Nanyang now fully understood. Yes, I just saw him coming out of your house, so I wanted to ask. He confessed his love to me. HM? Nanyang's eyes widened in surprise. Confessed? Confessed? Yes. Qin Yun smiled faintly. But I rejected him. Ever since the zombies appeared and society was in chaos, my only goal in life was to survive with my mother. So I wouldn't accept him. Besides, I don't like anyone younger than me. Nanyang understood Qin Yun's meaning. It wasn't about age, it was about immaturity. Wan Ningfeng was 19 years old this year. Whether it was Wen Yinru, who was younger than him, or Wan Ningyan, who had grown up from scratch, they were both more hardworking, diligent, and steady than him. Wan Yinru was already able to go on missions alone, and Wan Ningyan's strength was even greater than Nanyang's. Only Wan Ningfeng couldn't even control his supernatural powers. How could Qin Yun possibly be attracted to such a man? Village chief, I don't want to hurt him. It's just that my mother has seen him courting her more than once, and is a bit tempted to bring us together, so I... Qin Yun gave a helpless smile. Just now, I saw him crying when he left. I hope the village chief can try to persuade him. Well, it has nothing to do with you. Xiaofeng was just too reckless, and caused you trouble. Nanyang glanced across the river at Wan Ningyue driving back with Wan Ningyan, and stepped aside. Go back quickly. Okay, thank you, village chief. After Qin Yun left, Nanyang stood there waiting for Wan Ningyan and Yue. It had to be said that Yue was quite talented, driving the car very steadily, better than Wan Ningyan. Sister-in-law. Well, Yue lost her control and veered to the left. Fortunately, Wan Ningyan used her control to immobilize the car and the passengers, so the two of them and the car were diagonally tilted on the road, like a stop-motion animation. Nanyang hurried over to help the person and the car. You should let Yue drive alone. She's weak right now, and the car is heavy to begin with. With you in tow, she have trouble controlling it. I just want her to learn how to lead a group. Sister-in-law, please stop arguing. It was my fault. It has nothing to do with me. Nanyang rubbed Yue's head. Okay, no more arguing. You drive back first. I need to talk to your sister. Okay, bye sister-in-law, bye sister. After Yue drove off, before Nanyang could say anything, Wan Ningyan folded her arms and turned away. I know what you're going to say. Yes, I wasn't thoughtful enough and almost got Yue hurt. I apologize. Okay. That's not what I meant to say. Then what do you want to scold me about? Tell me. I'm warning you not to go too far, or you'll be sleeping on the couch tonight. Nanyang chuckled, walked over to her, and tugged on her sleeve. I'm not scolding you. I'm telling you some gossip. Hot gossip. Gossip? Wan Ningyan looked Nanyang up and down suspiciously. What hot gossip can you have? An affair? Bah, stop talking nonsense. Nanyang told Wan Ningyan what she had just learned. Wan Ningyan kept her mouth shut the entire time, and before she even finished listening, she hurriedly dragged Nanyang home. Why are you so anxious? Go back and see him cry. Let me see what a heartbroken man looks like. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. He actually dared to pursue Qin Yun. He really doesn't know his own weight. I'm warning you, he's your brother after all. Don't go too far. Adolescents are especially prone to depression. Come on, he's tired of exercising, and he dares to commit suicide? He forget about it in a few days. Just wait and see. Chapter 658. Inside the courtyard, the Wan family and the Camus family gathered. Nguyen Yang spent several minutes explaining to them why Wan Ningfeng was crying. The adults, having experienced it all, understood, but the children were less understanding. Following Wan Ningyan, they climbed onto the window, watching through the glass as Wan Ningfeng hid and cried in the room across the street. Old Wan, go and talk her down. It's not a good thing for her to not eat after a breakup. Jin Yu, let Xiaofeng be alone for a while. He'd be fine once he's cried enough. Aw, eat, stop looking. Mother Wan and Father Wan called everyone to dinner. Wan Ningyan remained motionless, peeking through her tactical scope, grinning widely. Nguyen Yang, fearing she'd get scolded, dragged her to the dining table. Wan Ningyan rolled her eyes 3 times and pinched her waist twice. Auntie Wan, Uncle Wan, Village Chief, Sister Wan, we're sorry for bothering you. We like to go back the day after tomorrow. When Camus said they were leaving, everyone looked up in surprise. This happened without warning, so suddenly. Mother Wan, why are you leaving now? The flood outside hasn't completely receded yet. Why don't you wait until it's over? Father Wan, yes, we're just hanging out in the village for a few days. We were helping dig a canal, so you didn't have time to look around. We appreciate your kindness, but we have a lot of things to do at home. While the weather is nice, we go back early. Camus said, looking sheepishly at Nguyen Yang, Village Chief, would you mind taking us back? Wan Ningyan kept nudging Nguyen Yang's legs with the back of her hand, hinting at him. Mother Wan and the others were also winking at Nguyen Yang, their intention clear. They hoped Camus and his family would stay a few more days. It's not very convenient, Camus. There's a lot going on in the village these days, and I can't get away. Nguyen Yang sighed, feigning a headache. Also, the village plans to expand trade routes. Previously, your sheep could only be traded with us, but now there are 2 bases where you can exchange them. Are you sure you don't want to stay a few days to explore? 2 bases? What do you mean? Nguyen Yang briefly explained to Camus. She was extremely happy and excited. There were so many things you could exchange for at those 2 bases, especially Noah's Ark. Camus immediately translated this for the family in Mongolian. Everyone, except Tana, who was filled with curiosity, was delighted. They soon agreed to return after the trade route was finalized. That's right. Mother Wan smiled, picking up some food for Camus. You guys, just stay in the village and relax. Tell Auntie if you find anything delicious. Thank you, Auntie. Everyone was happily chatting when Wan Ningfeng arrived, his eyes red and swollen from crying. He immediately looked aggrieved when he saw there was no place for him at the table. Mom, it's fine if you didn't call me for dinner, but why don't you even have my bowl? Don't you want me anymore? What nonsense! Dad Wan stood up, holding his bowl, offering his seat. I didn't call you because you were busy. Hurry up and sit down to eat. Oh. Wan Ningfeng seemed extremely hungry. He lowered his head, holding the bowl, and ate quickly. Wan Ningyan couldn't help but giggle at him. Mimi, look at him, turning his heartbreak into appetite. Ha ha ha. Nguyen Yang quickly reminded her, keep your voice down. You're just enjoying the fun. It's so funny, I can't help but laugh. It wasn't Wan Ningyan's fault. In fact, Nguyen Yang felt like laughing too. Wan Ningfeng looked so funny after crying. He was tall and looked so pitiful, a bit like a strong man embroidering flowers. The contrast was stark. After lunch, Nguyen Yang took Wan Ningyan out for a stroll on his electric scooter. Their main tasks were 3. First, to check on the villagers' progress in moving. Second, to restock the warehouse. Third, to select a location for the garbage dump. After a circuit of the residential area, most of the villagers had finished packing up. Nguyen Yang then released the cows and chickens, so they could be cared for properly. The 2 of them circled the area several times, but still couldn't decide on a location for the dump. Because they needed to transport the garbage cans from the residential area to the dump, it couldn't be too far away, otherwise it would be inconvenient. Additionally, the waste from the incineration at the dump could be used as fertilizer, and it would be ideal if it were close to farmland. That way, they could sell it right at the door, so everyone could use it in the fields. It would be convenient, and also provide extra income for the dump workers. I don't care where you choose, but it can't be near the residential area or on either side of the bridge. The garbage dump smells terrible, and I don't want to smell it every day. Nguyen Yang responded. Seeing Bai Xing crossing the bridge, he drove directly to the warehouse entrance and waited. The villagers had made a lot of money digging the canal, so the warehouse had to be opened this afternoon. Everyone was waiting to buy things, so Bai Xing had to come to the warehouse to work after finishing cleaning up. Secretary Bai, Thank you for your hard work. You couldn't even rest after moving this morning, and you still have to work this afternoon. Bai Xing smiled and said casually, it's okay. We don't have much stuff at home, so packing won't be a big deal. Working here gives me some peace and quiet, which is nice. Wan Ningyan winked at Wan Yang after hearing this, a sly grin playing at the corner of her mouth. Wan Yang knew what she was thinking, and made a silent gesture to get her to behave herself. Secretary Bai, do you need any new supplies besides the ones we already have? Well, the villagers have plenty of money now, and it's not time to repay their loans yet. Besides food, they'd probably buy some appliances, especially small electronics. Bai Xing said, printing out a few forms. Village Chief, could you please write down the cost price of the goods so I can calculate the selling price? Okay. After finishing her work, Wan Yang sat across from Bai Xing and wrote down the prices. Wan Ningyan watched from the side, but she grew bored and started chatting with Bai Xing about superpowers. Bai Xing had awakened her ice power, but it was at a low level, and with the cold weather, she didn't use it much. However, Mu Yi would often ask her to freeze some ice to cool her food and drinks, which made Bai Xing very depressed. Xiao Yi is going too far. How could she treat you like a refrigerator? I scold her for you later. Wan Yang thought to himself, you still think it's rude to treat someone like a refrigerator? Wan Ningyan, when are you going to apologize? Never mind. She used to warm me in the winter, so I just consider it a favor. Secretary Bai, you're so kind. Wan Yang thought to himself. Luckily, I didn't interrupt with a snarky comment. Otherwise, Wan Ningyan would definitely have told me about helping control the zombies to offset the sin of using me like a refrigerator. Secretary Bai, where do you think the garbage dump would be best? Meme and I have been going around several times, and we feel no place is right. The garbage dump. Bai Xing paused and thought for a moment. I think it would be best to build it behind the cattle and sheep shed. We could make a small door in the wall for easy access, and build a pipe under the shed to transport the manure directly to the garbage dump for dehydration and incineration. It's convenient and smells good. It's also close to the residential area, making it easy to transport and clean the garbage cans, and it won't affect the water quality of the village river. As for the manure in the chicken and duck coops, poultry produces far less daily than large livestock, so collecting it and transporting it to the landfill isn't a big deal. Wan Ningyan couldn't help but applaud. Secretary Bai is truly remarkable, considering every aspect. I'm just talking on paper. When I was planning the Sanyang Mountain breeding program, I listened to the experts' discussions and learned a bit, so this plan still needs refinement. How modest. If I had your brains, I'd be all cocky. Wan Yang chuckled. Wan Ningyan must have forgotten the arrogance she felt when she awakened her full-level superpowers. What are you laughing at? Wan Ningyan leaned closer to Wan Yang, looking for something to do when she saw the cost sheet. Huh? These seeds? So cheap? How much are the rocket shells? Wan Yang hesitated for a moment, then confessed honestly, 10 low-level crystal cores. What? Lost money. I should have given Wen Yunshu a few pounds of seeds earlier. It's okay. Bullets may seem more expensive, but they can't be eaten, and Wen Yunshu needs seeds more, so you didn't lose money. Wan Yang's consolation wasn't very effective. Wan Ningyan sighed, wiping her cheek. Then she had Bai Xing print out a few more blank forms, and asked Wan Yang to write down the supplies and costs to avoid losing money again. Fine. We're going to expand into multiple trade lines anyway, so these things need to be sorted out. Then write it now. Isn't that a bit much work? I have a lot of supplies. Whatever, write it quickly. Wan Yang sighed. What could he do when his wife got stubborn? He could only sit there and write obediently, with a calculator nearby to do the conversions. Wan Ningyan, on the other hand, was relaxed. She and Bai Xing made coffee together, discussing the taste differences between different coffee beans, a touch of hipster chic. Chapter 659. There are many unlockable items in the Nuanyang Mall, but most of them can't be sold, like weapons and equipment and the buffet. Some are quite expensive, like large seafood, which costs a whole fish, starting at dozens of crystal cores. The villagers can't afford them yet. So Nuanyang quickly completed his cost sheet. After finishing, he even managed to snag half a cup of Wan Ningyan's leftover coffee. He had to add 2 spoonfuls of sugar to make it drinkable. It was too bitter. Coffee that's too sweet won't work. If it's too bitter, you won't have a wife. Puff. Wan Ningyan held her head up and laughed. Is that really that exaggerated? You're such a squeamish person. Woof. 2 little dogs arrived, followed by a guard team. Wei Mingy, Zhao Rou, and Yuan Manman were all out. Wan Ningyan nudged Nuanyang's arm curiously. Mimi, why are the captain and the others here? Because we're going out on a search and rescue mission. Rescue? Who? You, what could you possibly remember? Nuanyang was helpless. Didn't we discuss this before? After we contain the flood and save the village, we go rescue all the women struggling in the apocalypse like Sister Kay and the others. Huh? Wan Ningyan sat up in disbelief. Nuanyang, are you really going to do this? Of course, since I promised you, I definitely do it. Nuanyang understood Wan Ningyan's reaction. He'd broken his promises so many times, so she always had a problem trusting him. But it didn't matter. Nuanyang would fulfill every promise. One day, Wan Ningyan would trust him completely and without a doubt. Captain of the Guard, are you all here? Yes, all the members of the Guard who can go out on missions are here. Sister Lu will be in charge of village security and duty for the time being, giving the other members a chance to get some practice. Okay, let's divide into groups. This mission involves rescuing survivors along the way. These survivors may have contracted the asphyxia-biliosis virus, so each team must include a space owner to carry treatment medications and disinfection supplies. Besides asphyxia-biliosis, other pathogens may be encountered along the way, so each team must have a doctor. Currently, besides Zhao Rou and Wei Mingxue, the village only has one newly awakened healing ability, Ai Tang. To be on the safe side, the original 4 teams were reduced to 3. Village Chief, when Yenru raised her hand. I have space, and I'm not afraid of the virus. I can lead a team to rescue people. 1 person. Nuanyang thought for a moment, but hesitated to let her take the risk. Forget it. This isn't a relatively safe mission to transport supplies. The survivors' personalities are uncertain. If we run into bad guys, you won't even have anyone to help you. Village Chief, I think I can do it. If there are a large number of survivors, I help them from a distance and notify Noah's Ark for rescue. If there are only a few, I have guns and mutants. How can I not defeat them? I don't share your concerns. Wei Mingyi folded his arms with a sly smile, looking at Nuanyang. Village Chief, here comes your problem. You're just going to watch the show? Why don't you give me some advice? Yuan Man turned her head away. I have no experience. Village Chief, you should figure it out yourself. Zhao Rou didn't refuse, but she couldn't offer any effective advice. She simply said, I listen to you, Village Chief. I do whatever you say. It was completely unhelpful. Wei Mingyi didn't care at all. She took her sister's hand and gently explained the precautions to take when going out, almost wanting to tie Wei Mingxue to her belt. Nuanyang could only turn to Wan Ningyan for help, but she didn't care either. How could this work? So Nuanyang dragged Wan Ningyan away and asked her what she really thought. What can I think? Of course I hope Nian Nian can be independent, but how dare I say it? If anything happens to Nian Nian, Mom will beat me to death. So what should I do? You saw me reject her request, but she didn't listen and even argued with me. I'm the village chief. I can't just forcefully refuse without a valid reason. Help me think of a solution. Then agree. You take the blame. Nuanyang, I really would thank you. After much thought, Nuanyang finally came up with a solution. Go it alone. Nuanyang had an off-road vehicle, a system cheat, medical pills, and a high-level ability. She also done many solo missions before, making her more experienced than Wen Yinru. Zhao Rou, take your team and team up with Wen Yinru. Teach her well. Yes. Wen Yinru was a little unhappy. Village Chief, I can really do it on my own. Learn well from Zhao Rou this time. I ask her about your progress later. If Zhao Rou approves of your ability, you can go solo on the next mission. This method of giving a slap in the face, and then giving a date is quite effective. Wen Yinru immediately agreed when she heard that she could go solo next time. The teams were quickly divided. Wan Ningyan was on Yuan Manman's team, with Ai Tang as the healing member. Zhao Rou's team had the mutant Wen Yinru, and Wei Mingyi's team had Wei Mingxue as the healing member. Each team was supported by a strong member, and with guns, grenades, and flying motorcycles provided by Nuanyang, they could fight and run, giving Nuanyang confidence. After handing over the supplies, the 3 teams headed in the east, south, and west directions, while Nuanyang headed north. The search lasted 3 days in total. Before leaving, Nuanyang purchased blueprints for a small landfill according to Bai Xing's plan, and began construction behind the cattle and sheep shed. As for village affairs for the next few days, Bai Xing was given full responsibility, and was even given a super communicator. For me? Well, it's inconvenient to always have to borrow my communicator. Besides, if anything happens in the village, you need one to contact me. Then, can I contact my brother anytime? Yes, just don't reveal the village's location. Secretary Bai, you're a smart person, you should understand what I mean. I understand. Bai Xing looked at the communicator, gently stroking it with her fingers, tears in her eyes. Village chief, thank you for trusting me. What's the point of just saying thank you? The village is a mess. Thank you for your concern, Secretary. There's also the trade issue. We put it on the agenda and plan it carefully when we get back. Yes. I make sure it's all arranged, don't worry, village chief. Okay, let's go. Muan Yang flew north on his motorcycle. He had originally planned to use an off-road vehicle, but the floodwaters outside hadn't receded, making it difficult to land with an off-road vehicle. A motorcycle was also suitable for searching for survivors at low altitude. Another reason was that the off-road vehicle's flight pattern was too exaggerated, its size too large, and the presence of such a large vessel, commanded solely by Muan Yang, easily stirred the darker side of people. Muan Yang didn't want to test human nature, he simply wanted to leave the survivors he found to Wen Yunshu and let others solve the problem. After the flood ended, the world was serene. Houses, trees, cars, and zombies were all submerged in the water. As Muan Yang flew over, the zombies could only roar with impotent fury. Adhering to the principle that not taking the crystal core was a loss, Muan Yang returned, used his supernatural powers to eliminate the zombies in the water, automatically collected the crystal core, and set off again. After flying for a while, the first survivor Muan Yang found was a mutant cat, a beautiful calico cat. Its fur was soaking wet, and it was floating on the water, clinging to a piece of driftwood. After days of drifting, the calico cat had lost its strength, its body mostly submerged, its mouth opening and closing to breathe. It let out a hoarse whine as Muan Yang approached. Huh? How strange. Muan Yang looked through the tactical scope and saw not one, but 4 cats. But after Muan Yang picked up the calico cat, he didn't see any other cats nearby. Then he realized that the calico cat was pregnant. Chapter 660. Stopped on the rooftop of a relatively sturdy low-rise, Muan Yang took out the bathroom sink and washed Sanhua twice with hot water and cleaning products. Wiping it clean, he then used a hair dryer to dry it. The process was quite surprising. Muan Yang had been worried that Sanhua might be frozen and carrying germs, so she washed it with hot water. But when she dried its fur, she discovered it was actually a long-haired Sanhua with heterochromatic eyes, one yellow and one blue. A beautiful Sanhua, but too thin. Her pregnancy had given her a large belly, making her look unhealthy. Muan Yang was already well versed in caring for cats. She made some goat's milk powder, added probiotics, vitamins, and other nutritional powders, and a little raw chicken thigh, mixed it all together, and fed it to Sanhua, who devoured it voraciously. Muan Yang had to continue the search, so after Sanhua finished eating, she stored it in her space and set off on her journey. After the flood, there were fewer survivors. As Muan Yang journeyed north, the most common creatures she encountered were zombies, followed by mutated animals trapped in the water on rooftops, tree trunks, or floating objects. It was nearly dark when Muan Yang finally encountered 3 survivors. They were all women, lying on the roof of a small building. A stained blue sheet hung there, with what appeared to be an SOS written in blood. Muan Yang drove over and found them in extremely poor condition. The ground and their bodies were covered in vomit. Due to lack of food, the vomit was mostly yellow bile. Their symptoms were very similar to Muan Yang's. They must have been infected with the asphyxia biliosis virus. Muan Yang immediately put on protective gear. Even if vaccinated, caution was advised. Besides known viruses, other bacterial infections were possible. After preparing everything, Muan Yang went to them with medicine and mineral water. The 3 of them were clearly 1 adult and 2 children, whom Muan Yang presumed were mother and daughter. This medicine can cure illnesses. Try to swallow it if you don't want to die of pain. The youngest girl looked 7 or 8 years old, thin with a large head and a thin body. She struggled to swallow the medicine with the water. The other girl was older, no more than 10 years old. Muan Yang had to force her to swallow the medicine 3 times before she could. The adult in the middle was in the worst condition. She was emaciated and vomiting blood. If her eyes hadn't been moving, Muan Yang would have thought she was dead. She definitely couldn't swallow the medicine in this state. Muan Yang crushed the medicine, soaked it in water, and shoved it down her throat. Then he poured honey water. Sweet water replenishes sugar, serving as a substitute when they can't eat. Muan Yang gave them both some, confirmed they were feeling better, and began to help them clean up and disinfect. This rooftop was probably only used during floods. There was a makeshift tent made from a raincoat, some cooking pots, clothes, and food. Nguyen Yang glanced at the cans and plastic bags containing food, mostly powdered milk and rice. The rice had already turned black and yellow, which was considered normal food. But in one of the plastic bags, there were actually 2 dead rats. The rat carcasses reeked of blood, and judging by their color, they looked like they had only been dead for 2 days, showing signs of decay. Even so, they couldn't bear to eat them, so they only ate the legs and saved the skinned bodies as a backup. No wonder they contracted the virus. It was probably brought by these 2 rats. Had it not been for Nguyen Yang, they would have surely died. Nguyen Yang stored all the items in his space to be decomposed. Anything that couldn't be decomposed was sent back to the landfill for incineration. Leaving it outside would only breed bacteria. After clearing a clean area, Nguyen Yang took out a mattress and, starting with the youngest girl, stripped her of her dirty clothes, sprayed them with disinfectant, and then dressed her in clean clothes and carried her to the mattress. Nguyen Yang had taken many powerful pills, and since they were so frail, handling them wasn't difficult. However, when cleaning up their vomit, Nguyen Yang felt a bit nauseous and retched several times before he finished. The sky was almost completely dark. Nguyen Yang parked his SUV in the open space, turned on the headlights for illumination, set up a charcoal stove, lit it, and cooked millet porridge. The temperature wasn't too cold, and sleeping outdoors wouldn't kill them, but the 3 of them were too frail to cover themselves with blankets alone. So Nguyen Yang built a large tent for them, and at night, he lowered the curtains to keep out the wind and keep them warm. The millet porridge was for the 3 survivors. Nguyen Yang had the tomato and beef brisket rice bowl that one's mother had made. 2 tablespoons of sauce were poured over the rice, and she ate it along with the beef and tomatoes, enjoying it with her eyes closed. After a busy day, it was truly blissful to be able to rest with a hot meal as night fell. A sound suddenly emanated from the shed. Nguyen Yang turned to look. The youngest girl had recovered, sat up, and looked at Nguyen Yang with fear, confusion, and greed in her eyes. Awake? Are you hungry? The girl didn't dare speak, only nodded softly. Nguyen Yang put down her bowl and chopsticks, took out a new bowl, and prepared to serve the child some rice porridge. But when he opened the lid, hey, it was rice. Because they added too much water, it was a mushy mess. Nguyen Yang's mouth twitched. He originally wanted to save some points by making it himself, but he hadn't expected this. He quietly put the lid back on the pot, and went to the mall to buy a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge. Can I eat it myself? The little girl nodded frantically, her eyes never leaving the bowl. But she was so frail, and the porridge was a little hot, so Nguyen Yang didn't dare give it to her directly. Instead, she took out a small table and placed it nearby. Eat on the table. Eat slowly. It's a little hot. Thank you, sister. The little girl began to speak, her voice timid and filled with fear. Nguyen Yang handed her a small spoon and immediately returned to her previous seat. Nguyen Yang knew that when she wasn't smiling, her face looked a bit stern and menacing. Yue had been afraid of him because of this, so she tactfully sat further away to avoid scaring the child. The aroma of the food was enticing. The older girl woke up, and Nguyen Yang also gave her a bowl of vegetable and lean meat porridge. For those of them who had been hungry for a long time, eating something light would prevent diarrhea. The adult was the most seriously injured. When Nguyen Yang cleaned her, she found a deep cut on her palm. The SOS on the bed sheet was probably written in her palm's blood. With the acute viral infection, blood loss, and malnutrition, there was no telling when she would wake up. Nguyen Yang thought, if he still hasn't woken up before bedtime, I get him a medical pill. I can't just stand there and watch him die. The 2 little girls quickly finished their meal, or, to be more precise, they each only ate a tiny bit of the porridge, and then set it on the small table. The little girl licked her lips as she looked at the porridge, while the older girl knelt beside the adults, her face filled with worry. Hey, what's your name? How did you survive? Can you tell me? Hearing Nguyen Yang's words, the little girl pouted, not daring to say a word, continuing to lie on the small table and look at the porridge. The older child hesitated, thinking for a moment before answering. My name is Liang Zi, and this is my mother, Liang Xiaodi. Liang Zi pointed at the little girl. She's my cousin, Liang Wangdi. No. The little girl suddenly turned and corrected. My aunt said I'm Liang Shengnan now. I'm more capable and better than boys. Yes, Liang Shengnan, I completely forgotten. From the name, Nguyen Yang could guess that this woman was not favored in the family. However, this mother must have come to her senses. Not only did she give her child her last name, she also changed her niece's name. My name is Nguyen Yang. I used to be a famous singer, And now I'm the village chief. Can you tell me how you two survived? Liang Zi held out her hand, and a small flame erupted. I can set fires, my cousin can flood, and my mother can heal wounds. That's how we survived. Heal wounds? Nuan Yang paused. You mean, your mother can heal your wounds? Well, when I steal things, I often get cut by glass. My mother always heals them, and there's not even a scar left. Yes, Liang Shengnan agreed, nodding vigorously. One time, my cousin stole something and cut her, but my aunt healed it. It wasn't stealing. There was no one over there. I just took some food to fill my stomach. Liang Zi looked at Wan Yang as she spoke, her voice growing increasingly guilty. If we don't take food, we starve to death. It can't be called stealing. Well, it wasn't stealing. It was called scavenging. Nuan Yang came to Liang Zi's rescue. It was the end of the world, the national regime had collapsed, and society was in chaos. How could going out to find some supplies be considered stealing? Chapter 661. In just 10 minutes, Nuan Yang had a preliminary understanding of how the three of them had managed to survive. It could be said that they were quite lucky. They possessed all the powers needed to withstand extreme heat and cold, and even a healing ability. It was truly a blessing from heaven. No! Nuan Yang felt that they were incredibly lucky. They met him when they were about to die from the virus. Their fire and water abilities were ordinary, but they happened to have a healing ability, which was rare in the village, and he could bring them back to the village. During their casual chat, Liang Zhaodi also woke up. She had only just opened her eyes when Liang Zi rushed over. The person who had just been calmly speaking to Nuan Yang was now crying. Mom, you're finally awake. I thought. Whoa, why are you crying? Mom's fine. Liang Zhaodi was very weak. She had to rely on the help of her two children to sit up. She had her back to Nuan Yang, unaware that he had saved them. Let me check you guys out to see if you're alright. Liang Zhaodi, holding one child's wrist, suddenly realized something was wrong. Your clothes. How come I haven't seen them before? And where did this mat come from? Shirzi, did you find it? Liang Zi shook her head and glanced at Nuan Yang. An older sister gave it to us. She also gave us food. Speaking of food, Liang Shengnan happily crawled over to the small table. Auntie, it's meat porridge. It's delicious. And it has vegetables in it. Come and eat. It turned out that the two little ones weren't small eaters. They'd been leaving the porridge specifically for Liang Zhaodi. Nuan Yang couldn't help but laugh to herself. Do I look like someone who wouldn't want to part with even one more bowl of porridge? Frail Liang Zhaodi quickly turned and saw Nuan Yang. The bright lights of the SUV illuminated Nuan Yang clearly. The flames from the charcoal stove nearby cast a blush on Nuan Yang's cheeks. Did you save us? Yes. Thank you. I just checked, and the foreign object in my body is gone. Did you do that? Yes. So, you're a doctor? No, I mean, can you heal people without medication like a doctor? You're talking about healing abilities. That's your ability, not mine. Nuan Yang casually pulled out a medicine bottle. I have a special medicine for treatment. When we get back to the village, I have the doctor vaccinate you. You won't have to worry about contracting this virus again. Liang Zhaodi was stunned for a long moment, as if trying to process what Nuan Yang had just said. However, she was so weak that she soon felt dizzy. Let's eat something and talk. Nuan Yang was about to buy her a bowl of hot porridge when two little girls handed Liang Zhaodi their bowls. Mom, hurry up and eat. You have more strength once you're full. Auntie, eat my food. I didn't even get to eat any meat. Give it all to Auntie. Liang Zhaodi's sunken eyes were filled with tears. She pushed the bowl back. You guys eat. I'm not really hungry. I just have some powdered milk later. Mom, that powdered milk is rotten. It hurt. Yes, Auntie. Powdered milk isn't as delicious as meat porridge. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, lick the bowl for me, okay? Licking the bowl. Nuan Yang felt both sympathy and amusement. He stood up, picked up a bowl of porridge, and placed it on the small table. Okay, stop skimping. One bowl each. Eat quickly. Only when you're full will you have the energy to talk to me. My benefactor, please take this bowl of porridge back. The three of us can't handle so much. Your daughter is skinny, your niece is big-headed and small-bodied, and you're starving yourself to a skeleton. And you tell me you can't eat so much? Liang Zhaodi glanced at the two children and lowered her head in shame. Nuan Yang paid no mind to her feelings. He had finally rescued a healing type, and what would it mean if he died of starvation on the way? Nuan Yang used coercion and inducements to get the three of them to each eat a bowl of porridge. Considering they were all psychics, he also gave them 3 boiled mutant eggs. You're weak now, and can't handle greasy food. Eat the eggs to replenish your body. They're mutant eggs, and they help you recover faster. Nuan Yang explained, then ignored them, and took out the portable bathroom to shower. Firstly, he didn't want to make them uncomfortable, and secondly, he was exhausted today and needed to wash off the sweat. While showering, Nuan Yang kept his tactical scope on him. If the healing type he had saved ran off after eating, it would be a shame. After showering, Nuan Yang emerged, wearing thick long-sleeved shirt and long pants pajamas. The 3 of them had already finished their porridge, and were licking their bowls like copycats, unwilling to let go of a single grain. Seeing Nuan Yang emerge, Liang Zhaodi awkwardly put down her bowl. The 2 children, completely unashamed, licked their food with gusto. Are you full? If not, I have more. That's enough. It's a great favor for you to even give us a bite to eat. It's not like I'm giving you food for free. Nuan Yang pulled a chair in front of the shed, sat down, and began to tell them about his abilities and the village, finally giving them the choice. Nuan Yang pretended to respect their decision, but in reality, he was seducing them by first revealing his spatial abilities and the unspeakable secret. Then, he described the village as a paradise. Liang Zhaodi, who had lived such a hard life, was likely tempted. His so-called respect was just a facade. Benefactor, are you really willing to take us in? Liang Zhaodi hugged the 2 children tightly in her arms, asking in disbelief, I'm a woman, I'm very weak. Now that the zombies are stronger, I can't kill them. Well, we're quite weak. We can't even kill zombies. It's a miracle that we're still alive. Liang Zhaodi's face froze. She looked at the 2 children and pushed them out with tears in her eyes. Then please take the 2 children with you. They're small now, but they can start fires and floods. They'd be very useful in the future. Just give them something to eat, and let them grow up safely. Please. No. Mom, I want to be with you. Don't leave me. Auntie, I won't leave. I'd be good and obedient. Please don't leave me. Whoa. Nuan Yang's expression was broken. She had simply thought it was a miracle that Liang Zhaodi and her 2 children could survive in the apocalypse, even being invincible to zombies. She had never expected it to turn out like this. The 3 of them staged a dramatic mother-daughter farewell. Liang Zhaodi, clearly reluctant to let them go, forcefully pushed the 2 children away, telling them to go with Nuan Yang. The children were so frightened they burst into tears, and refused to leave. Ahem, I invited the 3 of you to my village, Sister Liang. What are you doing? You scared the children to tears? What? Inviting us 3? Well, you're a healing powerhouse. It doesn't matter if you can't kill zombies. You can just do the logistics. As for the 2 children, they slowly be trained. They become capable warriors in their own right. Thank you, Benefactor, Shuzi and Xiaonan. Go and thank you. Thank you, Benefactor sister. Thank you, Benefactor. Liang Sheng and cried so hard her nose was running. She sniffled as she spoke, her face stained with tears, making her look like a funny little cat. Nuan Yang stifled a smile, as he brought out clean clothes for them. Take a shower first. It calm you down. We talk about the rest later. I'm curious about you all. Shower? Liang Zhaodi looked towards the bathroom. That one? Yes, it has running water, electricity, and toiletries. You can take your time washing up. The 3 of them already knew Nuan Yang had many unique features, but upon entering the bathroom, they were still stunned, their voices of surprise cascading. It was a bit noisy, so Nuan Yang sat in the back seat of the SUV. She planned to take this opportunity to ask the other teams how things were going. Chapter 662. Nuan Yang first contacted Zhao Rou. Of the groups, Wen Yinru was the least experienced and the kindest. Nuan Yang was the most worried about her, so she wanted to know if anything had happened to her. Village chief, rest assured. Wen Yinru is fine. I won't let anything happen to her. Well, there's no need to overprotect her. Nian Yin is very capable. Use her when necessary. How can she grow without more experience? I understand. After a brief chat, Nuan Yang learned about Zhao Rou's situation and hung up. This was mainly because Zhao Rou had a strong sense of superiors and subordinates, completely treating Nuan Yang like a leader. Her words were formal and boring. The next person she contacted was Wei Mingyi. Captain Wei was always steady, and Nuan Yang was very confident in his work. However, she hadn't expected Wei Mingyi to be so efficient in rescuing survivors. Zhao Rou had only rescued 8 people, and Nuan Yang had only 3, plus a pregnant calico cat. Yet, Wei Mingyi had saved 26 people. The method? Use a tactical scope. 2 people, each heading in different directions, would head to the same destination. This would allow them to quickly identify any survivors along the way. If there are any survivors, return to investigate. Leave the men alone and rescue the women. After rescuing them, examine their health and inquire about their survival history and abilities. Then decide whether to notify Wen Yunshu or rescue them back to the village. If there are no survivors, proceed to the next destination. As expected of you, Captain of the Guards. Do you have anyone you'd like to bring back to the village? No. Most are severely malnourished, and bringing them back to the village wouldn't necessarily cure them. Noah's Ark is more suitable. A few have decent abilities, but their underhandedness is too obvious, and they tend to gang up on each other and cause trouble. Since they're not rare abilities, I give up on them. It's better to let Wen Yunshu handle the troublemakers. That's strange. Are there any troublemakers that Captain Wei can't handle? Chen Haitang alone is enough to give me a headache, and I can't handle a few more. If the village chief is too free, I pick a few for you. You take care of them? No. Nuan Yang quickly declined. Managing the village is enough for me. I don't have the time. What a shame. Nuan Yang casually explained, it's not a shame, and hurriedly hung up. Wei Mingyi was truly capable of bringing back a few troublemakers for her to handle. She was afraid she'd hang up too late, and fall into Wei Mingyi's trap. The last person to contact was Yuan Man, the team leader. It would have been inappropriate for Nuan Yang to contact Wan Ningyan without her. 11 survivors? All women. Yes, surviving is truly a miracle. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they gathered food and hid in the factory warehouse. Later, to avoid the constant harassment from the male employees, they took their supplies and hid in the filthy sewers. When the extreme cold hit, they woke from the cold and immediately fled to a nearby textile factory. They used the semi-finished products to make warm, cave-like blankets, which helped them survive. So where did they get their food? They couldn't have eaten all the food they gathered at the beginning of the apocalypse until now. Well, that food wouldn't have lasted that long, and it would have gone bad before the extreme cold hit. After arriving at the textile factory, the extreme cold slowed the zombies' movements, so they took the opportunity to scavenge for food in the staff dormitories and cafeteria. Unfortunately, all they found was rotten, and they survived by eating this. So their physical condition must be very poor, right? Yuan Man sighed. They're in very poor condition. Although they haven't contracted the virus, they're all emaciated, their stomachs damaged, and many of them vomit after eating even a little. We can't save them, so Miss Wan has notified the Noah's Ark base, and will take them back for treatment tomorrow. Well, the village's medical equipment is poor, so we should do what we can when it comes to saving lives. Their survival is most important. Understood. After hanging up, Nuan Yang was about to call Wan Ningyan when he saw Liang Xiaodi and the others emerging from the shower, so he gave up. After getting out of the car, Nuan Yang got a good look at the 3 people in the headlights. Although their thinness was uncomfortably thin, after washing herself, she could see that Liang Xiaodi was a pretty woman with a high nose bridge, large eyes, and naturally fair skin. Liang Zi inherited Liang Xiaodi's naturally pale skin, with a nose not as straight as her mother's, but large eyes and long eyelashes. Liang Xingnan's skin was darker and yellower, with a small nose and round eyes. She seemed to have a naturally round face, and she was so thin she looked like a big-headed doll with a round, adorable head. Nuan Yang handed them 3 bottles of mineral water. Have a drink. If you're not too tired, tell me about your experiences. You 2 children talk so disorganizedly that you left out a lot of details. I want to hear it. In other words, Nuan Yang wanted to confirm whether the children were lying. He also wanted to know how Liang Xiaodi managed to survive with her daughter and niece. The name Xiaodi alone suggested she must have been through something. Liang Xiaodi, 32, was no novice in society. She understood the meaning behind Nuan Yang's words and, after drinking the water, told him her story in full. Liang Xiaodi was born into a family that strongly favored boys over girls. She grew up poorly fed and poorly dressed, and even her name was chosen to attract a younger brother. Later, when a younger brother was born, Liang Xiaodi's life became even more difficult. Not only did she have to do housework after school, she also had to take care of him. After graduating from junior high school, she was not allowed to continue her studies. Those with excellent grades were forced to work in a textile factory to supplement the family income. Having been subjected to PUA and verbal abuse since childhood, Liang Xiaodi accidentally learned about feminism through a colleague. This was the first time she realized that women could live freely, and the seeds of resistance began to sprout. In the days that followed, Liang Xiaodi not only gave money to her family, but also secretly saved some for herself. When her family wanted to sell her to a middle-aged divorced man in exchange for a high bride price, Liang Xiaodi went to a black clinic for in vitro fertilization, using pregnancy to force the marriage out of the equation. Pregnancy before marriage is frowned upon in many places, and Liang Xiaodi's situation was no different. Her family couldn't tolerate her, but they couldn't bear to part with her monthly salary, so while they verbally abused her, they also allowed her to stay home. Liang Xiaodi looked at Liang Zi, her eyes filled with tenderness. I'm broke. If I'm kicked out, I have nowhere to go. Where will I live after the baby is born? How will I get my household registration? I had no other choice. I worked even when I was 8 months pregnant, just to earn extra money for the family. After giving birth, I only took 3 days off before going back to work. I managed to get through it. Why didn't you run away? Running away is better than living with your parents. I can't run away. They have my household registration and ID card. Without them, I can't even buy a ticket, let alone find a job after I escape. Even if I took an illegal taxi, they would report me as missing. After I was found, they went to the police station and made a scene for a long time. The police couldn't do anything, so they detained the taxi driver for 5 days. No one dared to let me ride anymore. Nguyen Yang was speechless. This experience was pure hell. Then one day, seemingly innocent people on the street suddenly started biting each other. The scene was bloody. My father thought it was an epidemic, so he stockpiled food at home and forbade anyone from leaving. A few days later, society was in complete chaos. The zombies kept piling up, and the water and electricity were cut off. They thought my daughter and I couldn't help, and that we would be 2 more mouths to feed, so they kicked us out. I took my daughter with me to stay with relatives, but to my surprise, my son was also kicked out. How ridiculous. As a woman, I earn a lot of money. Half of the family's income comes from me, and yet I'm the one who's left. I'm a son-in-law. My younger brother, because he's a man and can carry on the family line, doesn't have to do anything and enjoys the support of the whole family. I won't accept that. Liang Xiaodi wiped her tears with the back of her hand, her eyes filled with a stubborn, unyielding spirit. I thought about changing my name countless times before, but after the apocalypse, I finally figured it out. I'm going to live under the name Liang Xiaodi. I'm going to strive to raise my 2 children to the very end. To live the best I can. Let them know that you may look down on me and exploit me, but I can live better than all of you. Liang Xiaodi did exactly that. She later returned home, carrying a knife, but her family had already become zombies. The zombies hadn't evolved yet, and Liang Xiaodi wasn't exhausted from starvation, so she killed them and took the crystal cores back with her. Liang Xiaodi later learned that those 3 crystal cores could awaken special powers. They had only seen people eating them, so they used them as a food reserve. God was fair. He gave them both suffering and good luck. Instead of turning into zombies, they all awakened their special powers and successfully survived to meet the warm sun. Chapter 663. Liang Xiaodi's experience was too much for Nguyen Yang, and his mood darkened. Liang Xiaodi's smile and remark, "It's all over," eased the mood. "It's getting late. Drink some honey water, then wash up and go to bed." Nguyen Yang took out 3 clean cups and a bottle of hot water. Long-term hunger is not only bad for your organs, but also leads to poor excretion. Drink a cup every morning and evening. This will replenish your body with sugar and help with bowel movements. My benefactor, I really don't know how to thank you enough. Don't be so polite. We're all from the same village now, and we should treat each other with respect. The 2 children, one adult and the other, looked at Nguyen Yang with admiring and grateful eyes. Nguyen Yang felt a little embarrassed, so he got up and went to the bathroom to wash up, just in time to avoid the awkward situation. As night approached, Nguyen Yang checked his surroundings. The iron gate to the rooftop passage was locked, keeping out the zombies below. She reinforced the lock with gold, confirmed the area was clear, and after getting 2 blankets for Liang Xiaodi and the others, she went to rest in the back of the SUV. The 3 survivors seemed to be good people, but Nguyen Yang wasn't foolish enough to live with them. It's always better to be cautious. The next morning, Nguyen Yang was awakened by Wan Ningyan's call notification. After dazedly answering the call, she was scolded. "You bastard. You contacted Man, but you didn't even bother contacting me. Do you still see me as your wife? We can get along, but we can't divorce." It was over. Nguyen Yang then remembered that she had forgotten to contact Wan Ningyan. She had intended to contact her last night after she learned about Liang Xiaodi's situation, but she stayed up too late and fell asleep, forgetting everything. Wan Ningyan, claiming the moral high ground, was incredibly arrogant. Nuan Yang's sweet words were useless. Finally, he bought her a lot of milk tea, fruit, and desserts as compensation before finally appeasing her. Nuan Yang breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could leave Wan Ningyan's space, he saw that all the food he had just given her had vanished. Something was wrong. How could Wan Ningyan possibly eat so much? Wife, I saw the food disappear. How could you eat so much? What are you saying? Are you going to eat it all myself and not give it to Man? Not to Xiao Yu. Not to these survivors? I know. I'm just asking. Take your time. I'm getting ready to eat too. Oh, then buy me 11 more milk teas, all sugar. 11 cups, corresponding to 11 survivors. Nuan Yang understood, and quickly bought them, and put them in her space. If you're missing anything else, just tell me. No need to deliberately ask for it. The second half of Nuan Yang's words remained on the tip of his tongue. He knew Wan Ningyan's temperament well, and some things didn't need to be said too bluntly. After getting out of the car, Liang Xiaodi and the other two had already washed up, and were sitting together drinking honey water. Seeing Nuan Yang, the two children greeted him with a particularly lively expression, looking much more energetic than yesterday. Good morning. You're up early. Liang Xiaodi pursed her lips and smiled. The kids slept too much yesterday, and as soon as the sun rose today, they were clamoring and refusing to go back to sleep. So, I decided to get up early. I see. Nuan Yang smiled, squatting down and asking, what would you two like for breakfast? Nothing greasy, your stomachs aren't ready for heavy meats yet. Liang Xiaodi quickly hugged the two happy children, and patted them, signaling them not to ask for anything. Benefactor, we're not hungry, so let's save on food. Sister Liang, I explained this many times. I have plenty of supplies in my space, and the village has plenty of food. You won't bankrupt me with just a few meals. Also, don't call me benefactor, that's weird. Call me by my name, or call me village chief. Is this okay? There's nothing wrong with that. Don't you want Xiaozi and Xiaonan to eat something good to nourish their bodies? Those who have endured the apocalypse for a long time find it difficult to quickly transition from frugality to luxury. They're always worried about having to eat the last meal. Nuan Yang understood, having been there herself. Before Liang Xiaodi could figure it out, Nuan Yang took the initiative and prepared sweet porridge for them, accompanied by some pickles, vegetable buns, and boiled mutant eggs. Try it out for a bit, eat something light. At noon, try some stir-fried meat. If you're not feeling unwell, you can gradually add more meat. After explaining, Nuan Yang went to wash up. He had gotten up a little early today, and his face was greasy. Nuan Yang needed to clear his head. Afterwards, Nuan Yang took a chair and sat across from the three of them to eat. Healthy people could eat whatever they wanted. The steamed bun with sauerkraut and rujiamo, rice bun, made Liang Zi and Liang Xingnan's eyes widen. Don't be greedy. Once your stomachs have adjusted, you can eat it tomorrow morning. Liang Zi quickly ate several mouthfuls of porridge and said, I need to get well soon. I want to eat meat early. Liang Xingnan, the younger one, stared intently at the rujiamo, licking it several times and asking Nuan Yang, village chief, is it delicious? Nuan Yang thought she'd start drooling if she watched any longer. To avoid disturbing the two children, Nuan Yang brought out another table and turned her back to them to eat breakfast. She finished with a cup of sugar-coated coffee. We won't be returning to the village for now. It's search and rescue time now. I head north and won't return until tomorrow afternoon, after the rescue is complete. Rescue? Well, the village withstood the flood, so we have time to go out and rescue other survivors. Nuan Yang briefly recounted the rescue plan, leaving Liang Xiaodi somewhat puzzled. Only rescue women? Well, after the apocalypse, men will only become unstable elements. Saving them would undoubtedly set off a ticking time bomb for the village, especially men with special abilities, who are even more dangerous. I understand that. But if we encounter them, and don't rescue them, isn't that tantamount to murder? Nuan Yang smiled and asked, Sister Liang, do you want them to die, or do you want to put yourself and your child in danger? Liang Xiaodi's eyelashes fluttered, and she fell silent. After a brief rest, Nuan Yang stored the supplies in his storage room and, by the way, folded the back seat into a bed for Liang Xiaodi and her family of 3. Nuan Yang was alone, with no one to escort the survivors back to the village. He also didn't dare leave them waiting on the rooftop. If they died in an accident, all his efforts would be in vain. After much deliberation, he decided to take them with him in the SUV. Having someone to talk to, he wouldn't be lonely on the road. The two children were quite lively, huddling their heads against the air conditioning vent, looking delighted. In contrast, Liang Xiaodi was reserved. She wouldn't let them eat the snacks Nguyen Yang brought them, fearing they eat too much and bore her. Sister Liang, the journey's boring. Eat your snacks if you want. There's also an iPad. There's Wi-Fi in the car, so you can watch movies or anime. Before Liang Xiaodi hesitated, Liang Zi and Liang Shengnan exclaimed, grabbing their iPads. Mom, it's an iPad. This is the first time I've seen one. Can I open it and take a look? Annie, I want to watch a cartoon. Liang Xiaodi's heart softened around children. She nodded gently at Nguyen Yang's smiling face, but she was worried they might damage the iPad with carelessness, so she repeatedly warned them and even taught them how to use it. The floodwaters outside had receded by about a meter, leaving only a shallow pool. Nguyen Yang didn't activate airplane mode, but drove forward through the water, using the monitoring system to search for nearby survivors. She wasn't very lucky. The 2 survivors she encountered were both men, some of whom were infected with the virus and lying vomiting. Nguyen Yang frowned in disdain and drove away. Chapter 664. Nguyen Yang was in a bad mood. He had set out early in the morning and searched until noon, yet he hadn't encountered a single female survivor. Liang Xiaodi, in the back seat, seemed to see through Nguyen Yang's annoyance and gently offered comfort. Women are more vigilant and meticulous than men. Just a few more turns will definitely lead to the discovery. Don't worry, village chief. Liang Shengnan was watching cartoons. Upon hearing Liang Xiaodi's words, she raised her head and said, yes, village chief, don't worry. Nguyen Yang smiled and asked, tell the village chief, what's the point of not worrying? Huh? Liang Shengnan looked at Liang Zi, bewildered. Cousin, what should I say? Liang Zi helplessly patted her head. Keep watching. We kids shouldn't interfere in adult matters. Oh. Nguyen Yang smiled and turned back to driving. The 2 children were so adorable, one playful and the other dazed, which made her depressed mood much better. After driving for a while, Nguyen Yang parked outside a high-rise shop, planning to eat, and use the restroom before resuming the search. A small table was just enough for 4 people. Liang Xiaodi had gradually accepted the fact that Nguyen Yang had abundant supplies and stopped talking about saving money. The 2 little ones were even more straightforward, looking at Nguyen Yang with anticipation. They hadn't had any stomach upsets in the morning, which meant their stomachs were accepting the food well, and they could have some meat at noon. What do you want to eat? Although Liang Zi and Liang Shengnan were greedy, they didn't dare to ask for anything. They stared at Liang Xiaodi eagerly. Liang Xiaodi looked embarrassed and thought for a long time before asking shyly. Village chief, can we just have sauerkraut noodles? Of course, but you can't eat anything spicy right now. I give you something mild. Nguyen Yang took out a bottle of chili peppers and said, you can put this in as much as you want. Don't overdo it. Once you healed your stomach, you can enjoy all kinds of delicious food. Nguyen Yang went to the mall and bought 3 bowls of sauerkraut noodles. He also got them 3 braised eggs, a plate of braised beef, and a shrimp and broccoli salad. A balanced diet is essential, and will help your stomach adjust quickly. Nguyen Yang herself had a crayfish rice bowl. It had been a while since she had it. The spicy crayfish was chewy and tender, and the spicy broth complemented the rice. In the 10-degree weather, Nguyen Yang was sweating from eating. He drank half a bottle of mineral water to cool down. Looking at Liang Xiaodi and the others, their mother was the elder, and although she was also in a hurry to eat, she at least ate mouthful after mouthful. Liang Zi and Liang Shengnan devoured their food like mad. Watching them eat, Nguyen Yang suddenly remembered his first meal at Wan Ningyan's house after his rebirth. They crammed a simple bowl of porridge and pickles like it was a delicacy, shocking Wan Ningyan. Take your time, eat. If you're not satisfied, there's more. Nguyen Yang bought another bowl of noodles and placed it in the middle of the table. Then he stood up and took out the bathroom. I'm going to wash up. Call me if you need anything. The 3 of them were too busy eating to bother talking to Nguyen Yang. Nguyen Yang scanned the area with his tactical scope, confirming there were no zombies or survivors before entering the bathroom. The washing was fake, the shower was real. Nguyen Yang tossed his sweaty combat uniform into the washing machine and quickly took a shower. The weather was getting hotter. Nguyen Yang looked at his clean uniform, thought for a moment, then changed into casual clothes. Just as he was about to go out, he heard a noise outside. Mom, go find the village chief. Cousin. Whoa. Knock, knock, knock. Liang Xiaodi's anxious voice came from outside the door. Village chief, come out quickly, something's happened. Almost instantly, Nguyen Yang opened the door. A flame shone to the right, unleashed by Liang Zi. But the water jet was too strong, and the flames dwindled, nearly extinguished by the water. Yang pulled up his tactical scope and quickly surveyed the scene. The attackers were two men, thin, but in much better condition than Liang Xiaodi and the others. One of them was a water-based psychic, and judging by the water jet's strength, it must have been around level 3. The other man held a machete, stained with blood, suggesting he killed many. Extending his right hand, Yang used only 50% of his mental energy, and the water jet was quickly frozen by the ice. Seeing the situation was dire, the man withdrew the water and turned to run, but the ice had already caught up with him, locking half of his body in the ice. Oh my god! A high-level psychic. The man next to him cursed in shock, turning and running with his knife in hand. Yang twisted his wrist, sending 2 golden spikes piercing his knees. With a scream, the man fell to the ground with a thud, splashing water. Liang Xiaodi was stunned, her anxious expression slowly transforming into admiration. Village Chief, you're so amazing. Village Chief, you're so amazing. Liang Shengnan, a repeater, immediately repeated. Liang Zi, standing beside him, bit her lip and remained silent. She looked at Yang with a complicated expression. Yang didn't bother to care about her thoughts. He pulled out a rifle from his space and, with a cold expression, approached the water-based psychic. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. Please let me go! Yang pointed the gun at his head and threatened him coldly. If you don't want to die, be quiet. I ask you questions, and you answer them. If you dare say anything more, I shoot you. The man quickly pursed his lips. He was trembling with fear and cold. How did you find us? Lao Lin has superb hearing. He heard a car passing by, and we followed the sound, hoping to get some food. And then? The man licked his lips. We saw the 3 of them eating. It smelled delicious, so good you could smell it from a distance. And since they were all women and children, we decided to rob them. Hearing this, Yang probably knew what had happened. The 2 men wanted to rob, and Liang Xiaodi would definitely stop them. So she came to Yang, while Liang Zi, a fire-type user with strong attack power, stood in front to hold them off. Oh you men, you only know how to bully the elderly, the weak, and the disabled. The gun swung in the opposite direction. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and the man, who was quietly crawling out of the water, convulsed. Blood gradually dyed the water red. Soon, the man's entire body stopped moving, his head drooping in the water. Don't kill me! Please! The frozen man was terrified, his face pale with fear, and he begged for mercy. Yang was about to kill him, annoyed by the noise, when he heard Liang Zi's voice. Village Chief, you're so amazing. Can I learn from you? Yang turned, seeing Liang Zi's determined, admiring eyes, and couldn't help but wonder, what? Supernatural powers? Yes. I want to be as powerful as the village chief, so I can protect my mother and sister. Aren't you afraid of seeing me kill people? Liang Zi glanced at the man in the water and shook her head. Bad guys deserve to die. At such a young age, he possessed a fierce spirit and wasn't afraid of killing. He was a promising warrior. Yang reached out and silenced the man's noisy mouth with a golden touch. Liang Zi, have you never killed anyone? Liang Zi nodded. Murder is against the law, and my mother won't allow it. Yang smiled. Really? Remember, in the apocalypse, strength is king. Because you're weak, because you don't dare kill, they dare to bully you. If it weren't for me today, you, your mother, and your cousin would all have fallen to their swords. Do you understand? Liang Zi nodded vigorously, a fierceness unbecoming of her age on her face. I'm glad you understand. Yang took out a knife and tossed it to her. Go kill him. Stab him in the heart, slit his throat, or burn him. It's up to you. Liang Zi was only surprised for a moment, but Liang Xiaodi was frightened. She shielded him behind her and picked up the knife herself. Village Chief, I do it. Xiaozi is still a child, and killing her would be too cruel. In the apocalypse, there's no such thing as children or adults, and there's no such thing as cruelty or injustice. Give her the knife. Kill this man, and Liang Zi will be my apprentice from now on. I protect her. Liang Xiaodi's hands were shaking. She couldn't bring herself to let her daughter kill someone. Liang Zi took her wrist. Mom, give me the knife. I want to be the village chief's apprentice, and I want to protect you even more. Chapter 665. Liang Xiaodi pulled Liang Shengnan into her arms, shielding her from the bloody scene. In front of her, Liang Zi was stabbing the man's neck repeatedly with a knife. However, she was short and malnourished, leaving her with limited strength. Despite the blood loss, the man remained alive. Village chief, he's still alive. Liang Zi, anxious, asked Nuan Yang, her face splattered with blood. I stabbed him so many times. Why isn't he dead? Nuan Yang reached out his left hand and touched the left side of the man's neck. There's an artery here, and the trachea in the middle. Either sever the aorta or the trachea. If that's not possible, think of another way. Liang Zi watched the man fall silent. Killing an adult was indeed difficult for a child. Nuan Yang leaned against the wall, struggling with the question. Now that the test was passed, should she spare Liang Zi's life? Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared before her eyes, and the smell of scorching flesh wafted out. Liang Zi was using her fire powers to burn the man. Incineration doesn't kill people. Most deaths result from respiratory burns and suffocation. Liang Zi's ability level is low, only level 2, but aiming it at the head can kill. Village chief, he's dead. Yes, I know. In the tactical scope, the number of living people displayed was 1, indicating that the man was dead. Liang Zi trotted over to Nuan Yang, his face full of anticipation. Can I be the village chief's apprentice? Yes, but first. Nuan Yang turned and knocked on the bathroom door. Go wash yourself, your face is dirty. Okay. Liang Zi obediently went to wash. Liang Xiaodi asked Liang Shengnan to follow, and then she went to find Nuan Yang alone. Village chief, are you really going to take Xiao Zi as your apprentice? Of course. But Xiao Zi. Liang Xiaodi hesitated. Nuan Yang shouted into the bathroom. Wash yourself clean. You're not allowed out until you're clean. Then he quietly asked Liang Xiaodi what she was hesitating about. It's not that I don't want Xiao Zi to be your apprentice. It's just that I don't think she's capable enough. Liang Xiaodi lowered her eyes and sighed. Ever since the zombies appeared, the three of us have been hiding from everyone. We're not very good at fighting them, and our survival is all down to luck. Xiao Zi is more capable than me, often venturing into various places to scavenge for supplies. She's both capable and strong-willed. If my excitement is in vain, I'm afraid she'll. It turned out, he was worried that Nuan Yang would think Liang Zi wasn't capable enough and regret taking her in, which would hurt the girl's pride. Sister Liang, since Xiao Zi has passed my test, she's my apprentice. Nothing will change. Unless you don't want her to, I can only respect your wishes. Liang Xiaodi quickly waved her hand. No, no. I do. I do. That's good. Go wash up and use the restroom. We be leaving soon. Okay. While the three of them were in the bathroom, Nuan Yang cleared the small table and sat in a chair, thinking about giving his apprentice a gift. This was Nuan Yang's first time taking in an apprentice, and although she didn't understand the rules of master-disciple relations, she knew that as a master, she should prepare a gift for her apprentice. Nuan Yang felt melancholy. Using firearms was too dangerous for a child, and she might not even be able to handle the vehicles and equipment. What should she give? Her eyes wandered around, and she suddenly caught sight of the man's body, and an idea struck her. Master, master, I'm done washing. Liang Zi ran to Nuan Yang and held out her hands. Everything is clean. Master, please check. Liang Zi washed herself thoroughly, her face red from rubbing, and she looked much better than yesterday. Nuan Yang pinched her sunken cheeks. Yeah, you washed it very well. Then master, will you accept me as your apprentice? Nuan Yang laughed. You already called me master. Why are you still asking such a question? Liang Zi immediately knelt down. Thank you, master, and kowtowed 3 times to Nuan Yang, catching him off guard. Nuan Yang quickly helped her up. This is all concrete. Aren't you afraid of breaking your skin if you kowtow here? Liang Zi rubbed his forehead. No, I'm not. Mom said that apprentices must kowtow to their masters. If they don't, they're not considered master and apprentice. I'm more afraid of the master rejecting me than breaking my skin. Nuan Yang was relieved and thankful to have prepared a gift. Otherwise, after the child kowtowed, it would seem stingy to not give anything. Nuan Yang's gift was a military knife from the mall system. It was light and sharp, suitable for children. Liang Zi's eyes lit up when she received it, and she repeatedly asked if it was for her. Yes, it's for you, Nuan Yang said, using gold to create a small L on the blade. The initials Liang. Can you believe it's for you now? Yes. Thank you, master. Liang Zi ran to her mother and Liang Shengnan like she was presenting a treasure, proud and showing off. This boastful attitude was somewhat similar to Wan Ningyan's. After resting, the 4 of them set out again on their search for survivors. The difference was that Liang Zi sat in the passenger seat, glancing at Nuan Yang from time to time like a fangirl, and even boldly asking him questions about things he didn't understand. Nuan Yang patiently explained the functions of the off-road vehicle to Liang Zi, as well as the awakening of superpowers, and the daily intake of crystal cores. He also gave her and Liang Shengnan some crystal cores, requiring them to take 5 per day. As night fell, Nuanyang wondered if it was just bad luck. He hadn't encountered any survivors along the way. The few he encountered were all men. It was completely dark, and Nuanyang had given up on searching for anyone and planned to find a place to rest. Suddenly, the surveillance camera indicated a survivor, and he immediately drove over. This was a somewhat suburban area, with most houses being 2-story buildings with small courtyards, somewhat similar to Wanninyan's hometown. Nuanyang stopped at one of the houses. The surveillance camera indicated 2 living people, making it a suitable place to stay overnight. However, Nuanyang, fearing danger, asked Liang Xiaodi and the others to stay in the car. After exiting the car, Nuanyang used a golden cone to kill 3 zombies that were rushing towards him, then melted the lock on the gate and carefully entered the courtyard. The tactical scope showed 2 people alive underground, probably in the cellar. The flood hadn't completely receded yet. Staying in the cellar wouldn't be a recipe for death. Even if the house was on high ground, it wouldn't be able to withstand the heavy rain that day. Nuanyang hurriedly searched for the entrance to the cellar. After searching around, he discovered it was blocked by a motorcycle. No wonder he hadn't seen it earlier. Putting the motorcycle away, Nuanyang opened the entrance. A damp, rotting smell hit him, choking him and causing him to cough several times. "Hello, is anyone in there?" There was no response, but the tactical scope showed they were there. So Nuanyang changed into combat gear, donned his headlamp, pulled out a pistol, and cautiously descended into the cellar. Nuanyang was half submerged, afraid to go back down. When he turned to check, he screamed in fear. Across from them stood 2 emaciated figures, their eyes bulging and their bones visible. One of them was still mouthing, her hair wet and plastered to her sunken cheek. If the tactical scope hadn't indicated they were still alive, Nuanyang would have thought she had seen a ghost. Huh? Nuanyang caught his breath, thinking of the motorcycle that had blocked the entrance. He could guess why they were in the cellar. It was a miracle they hadn't starved to death. Nuanyang reached out and collected the dirty water from the cellar, placing it in a small corner to avoid contaminating the river water he had collected earlier. When the water receded to knee level, Nuanyang paused and checked on the 2 people. They must have been mother and daughter, tying themselves up with ropes to keep them suspended, thus avoiding drowning. Their physical condition was dire. They were starving to the point of being skeletons, and most of their hair had fallen out from lack of nutrition. "You're too fragile right now. I give you some chocolate and honey water to replenish your energy. I take you upstairs later. If you understand, blink." The 2 people were almost exhausted, and blinking was a huge effort. Nuanyang quickly took out a clean bowl, placed a few pieces of chocolate in it, added some hot water to melt it, and then fed them with a spoon. Chapter 666. After about 20 minutes, the half-dead little girl finally recovered and was able to open her mouth and drink honey water on her own. Nuanyang only fed her half a bowlful, fearing her stomach wouldn't be able to handle it. "I carry you up. Don't struggle. Just blink." This time, the 2 blinked much faster, the adults even making awe sounds. Nuanyang asked them to remain quiet and put on masks for protection. For those so thin, acute viruses are useless, even with medicine. If they were accidentally infected, there would be no way to save them. Nuanyang had to protect them. After putting on the protective gear, Nuanyang first cut the little girl's rope, then tied her to himself with a soft sheet and carried her out of the cellar. There was no clean place outside, so Nuanyang led the others into the house, brought out a double bed, and after putting the children in, he went to carry the adults back up. By the time they were done, Nuanyang's back was wet. The cellar was stuffy, hot, damp, and smelled unpleasant. It was truly unbearable. After a pause, Nuanyang called Liang Xiaodi and the other 2 out of the car and led them inside. "You guys eat first, Sister Liang. Please help look after them. Treat as many as you can. If there's anything urgent, come to me. I go take a shower first." "Okay. Don't worry, Master. I take good care of them." Liang Xiaodi couldn't help but pat Liang Zi's head. "You kid, take care of yourself first." Liang Shengnan nodded seriously. "Auntie's right, cousin. Children shouldn't meddle in adult matters." "Heh." Nuanyang pinched Liang Shengnan's cheek. "You little one are quite good at finding time for revenge." Hee hee. After getting everyone some food and drinks, Nuanyang went into the bathroom to shower and sent Wen Yunshu the location. Nuanyang couldn't save the 2 survivors. Wen Yunshu quickly replied, saying her team would arrive tomorrow morning. Severe malnutrition, you better get a doctor. Don't worry, Xiaoyang. The medical team has developed medications and supplements that can quickly restore malnourished survivors to health. As long as their organs aren't failing, they survive. Your medical team is quite impressive. In such a short period of time, with both vaccines and supplements, Nuanyang felt that if Wen Yunshu had the shopping mall system, it would be incredibly valuable. How could you compare to you? Our research team has failed many times to build that flying motorcycle. We can't build it. Your helicopter is much more convenient than a motorcycle. Don't be greedy. When Yunshu stopped sending messages, Nuanyang was in a good mood, humming a little tune while changing clothes. She didn't want to sell the motorcycle to Wen Yunshu. Noah's Ark was too powerful. Giving away too much of a good thing would be dangerous for the village. After leaving, Nuanyang saw Liangzi using a flame to illuminate the area. The flashlight sat unused on the table, so she took out the SUV and turned on the headlights. Our village has no shortage of electricity. This car uses electricity, too. There's no need to conserve it. Liang Xiaodi disagreed. Village chief, no matter how much battery your car has, it will eventually run out. What if you don't have enough to get back to the village? Just send Shuzi. Her flame is smaller, so it can provide 2 or 3 hours of light. Don't worry, Sister Liang. My car has solar panels and can charge during the day. Nuanyang lied, sitting down beside the bed and looking at the two people. Have you checked them out? How are they doing? They're fine. They probably haven't eaten lately, so their stomachs got hungry and they're sick. I cured them. They had some minor liver and spleen issues, but they've been there for a long time and can't be cured. As long as they're not seriously ill, I'm glad. Someone will come to pick them up tomorrow morning. Once they get to the base, their lives will be completely saved. Base? Yes, the Noah's Ark base is in the capital, and there's also the Sanyang Mountain base, right there on Sanyang Mountain. Nuanyang briefly explained the two bases to Liang Xiaodi, mentioning the collaboration between this rescue operation and Noah's Ark, to test her opinion. If Noah's Ark is really the same as before the apocalypse, why doesn't the village chief live there? Because my wife doesn't like being confined to a small place, she likes to roam freely. I also don't like the intrigue of large military bases. So I run a small village, grow crops, raise chickens, and live happily there. That's true. Where there are many people, there's more conflict. Small villages are great. Sister Liang, don't you want to go to Noah's Ark? It's a modern civilization there. I remember there are factories. You could work in a textile factory. Liang Xiaodi shook her head, looking at Liangzi tenderly. The village chief saved our lives, and he's Shuzi's mentor. Of course, we should follow him. No matter how good things are out there, they're not as good as him. Nuanyang had wanted to test her, but Liang Xiaodi's compliments made her feel a little embarrassed. She pulled out a can of milk powder from her space. Sister Liang, they can only eat liquid food right now. Could you please make them some powdered milk? I'm hungry and want to eat first. Okay, leave it to me. Liang Xiaodi took the powdered milk without hesitation and sat down at the table. Village chief, do you have hot water and a bottle? Yes, I get it for you. After arranging everything, Nuanyang sat down across from her to eat. They had braised pork ribs with rice and bobo chicken. Liang Shengyan slowly sat down beside him, licking her lips as she watched Nuanyang. Village chief, what are you eating? Bobo chicken, do you want some? Yes. No, it's a bit spicy. You can't eat it now. Oh. Liang Shengyan slumped over the table in disappointment, drooling over the bobo chicken. Nuanyang tried to finish it quickly, so she wouldn't be tempted, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Liangzi standing nearby, also licking her lips. Never mind. Nuanyang pulled out a large bowl of chuan chuan xiang. It was non-spicy and delicious, so he just treated to the two little ones. Village chief, they just ate. Don't overindulge them. They get upset if they overeat. It's okay, Nuanyang smiled. Sister Liang is here. If they have an upset stomach, just get some treatment. What are you two just looking at? Come and eat. If you don't, I put it away. No, village chief, I'm eating. Thank you, master. Nuanyang watched the two children eat, lost in thought. Their appetites seemed to be growing. Liang Xiaodi, working alone, probably couldn't support two hungry children. The next morning, when Nuanyang woke up, Liang Xiaodi was preparing formula for the two survivors. With enough food, the adults among the survivors were noticeably more energetic, even able to speak a few simple words. I ask you questions, and you can close your eyes when you're tired, okay? Okay. Is that your daughter over there? Yes. You were trapped in the cellar and nearly drowned or starved to death, right? Yes, ahem. Hearing this, the other woman became a little agitated. Nguyen Yang quickly soothed her and stopped questioning. Nguyen Yang didn't need to press for further details. He could guess the general story. The fact that they had survived to this point meant their family had stored enough food. They'd likely gone to the cellar to get something to eat, but the sudden change in weather and the strong wind caused the motorcycle to crush the entrance, nearly killing the mother and daughter there. After breakfast, Nguyen Yang told the two survivors that Noah's Ark would be sending someone to pick them up, left them 2 pre-soaked bottles of milk, and departed. By today, the flood had receded considerably, only reaching knee level, and the zombies were gradually increasing in number. No longer trapped in the water, they began to search for human presence. Nguyen Yang reminded Liang Xiaodi and the others not to leave the car without permission. After receiving everyone's assurances, he continued north in his search for survivors. Based on his experience over the past 2 days, Nguyen Yang felt that the chances of survival in the city were far lower than in the suburbs, so he continued his search in the direction of the suburbs. The suburbs are vast and sparsely populated, so there are fewer zombies and even fewer survivors fighting for supplies. Logically, the survival rate should be higher, and reality proved this to be the case. Near noon, Nguyen Yang encountered a new survivor. It was a place resembling a logistics park. Inside a warehouse, a survivor was visible. Nguyen Yang again reminded Liang Xiaodi and the others not to get out of the car, then pulled out a rifle and headed for the warehouse door. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but frown. The strong smell of blood and decaying corpses gave him a bad feeling. The lock on the warehouse door was broken, leaving a small gap. Nguyen Yang carefully pushed the door open with his rifle. Nguyen Yang quickly covered his mouth and nose, nearly vomiting. The room was littered with body parts and blood, and it looked fresh. It must have happened in the past 2 days. Chapter 667. Nguyen Yang pulled out his gas mask and re-entered the warehouse. What he saw was startling. Not only were there body parts, but there were also the bodies of mutant wolves. It looked like a pack of mutant wolves had engaged in a fierce battle with a group of survivors. The survivors might not be human. Nguyen Yang immediately went on high alert, rifle drawn, and slowly advanced towards the living bodies. Using the tactical scope's see-through function, Nguyen Yang confirmed the person was a survivor. They were leaning against a pillar, tethered to a thick, blood-stained iron chain. The pillar had been scuffed with several deep marks. Nguyen Yang tiptoed over to the side, and just as he was about to get a better look at the person, they suddenly yelled a warning, sending Nguyen Yang's heart racing. Squeak! The chains rattled at the man's movements. Nguyen Yang took a deep breath, re-aimed his rifle, and stared at the figure before him. The man was covered in blood, his only underwear stained red. Slender and shoeless, he squatted in a pool of blood. Her long black hair clung to her face, soaking wet. She glared at Nguyen Yang, baring her teeth repeatedly, like a wolfhound warning an enemy. The thick chain was tied around her neck, making it clear that this teenage girl was being held captive. Nguyen Yang suspected that she had been kept as food by the survivors, and that they had been attacked by a pack of mutant wolves, leaving only the girl alive. 2 mutant wolf carcasses lay near her, suggesting she might have killed them with her bare hands. Xiao Lu, does she have superpowers? Host, checking superpowers requires 100 points. Never mind. I won't ask anymore. I can just ask the girl directly. Hello, my name is Nguyen Yang. I'm here to save you. What's your name? What happened here? The girl completely ignored Nguyen Yang. Instead, she placed her hands on the ground, warning him again like a wolfhound about to attack. Don't get excited. I'm really here to save you. Calm down. Nguyen Yang's only response was a warning breath. Nguyen Yang had no doubt that if he got any closer, within her range, she would bite him hard. Oh, so do you want me to save you? Nguyen Yang put away his rifle and squatted across from her. I can help you unchain yourself, otherwise you starve to death sooner or later. The other woman suddenly went a little crazy, issuing several warnings. It was during these warnings that Nguyen Yang suddenly realized through the tactical scope that she seemed to have no tongue. To confirm, Nguyen Yang activated her X-ray vision and saw that her tongue was only half gone. Besides some wounds that looked like wolf bites, her body also had some bruises. Could it be that she's mentally unstable due to long-term abuse and muteness? One of the girls we met earlier, Sister K, had a rabbit who had become mentally unstable due to a shock, and this girl's situation seems similar. This is a very tricky situation. Only Wen Yunshu can save her in this situation, but she has no tongue. After Nguyen Yang confirmed this, He kept thinking about Wan Ningyan's tongue being twisted, and his heart ached. He inexplicably connected the girl to Wan Ningyan, and wanted to rescue her, and take good care of her, as if that would make up for a sliver of guilt. Xiao Lu, can that medical pill cure mental illness after taking it? To the host, yes, our medical pill can cure everything except the zombie virus. It's even more powerful than Hua Tui in your human world. And it has a wide range of uses. It can be taken directly, ground into powder, and... Wan Yang automatically blocked out Xiao Lu's voice. It was too noisy. Asking if a medical pill could cure mental illness was just a ridiculously loud boast, annoying his ears. At that moment, Wan Yang heard her stomach growl. The girl was hungry. What a coincidence! Wan Yang had no shortage of delicious food. So she pulled out a chair nearby and sat down. She picked through her space and chose a roast duck leg. Look, this is my mom's. Fresh from the oven, sizzling with oil. Wan Yang sniffed it. Wow! It smells so good. The girl stopped her warnings and crawled towards Wan Yang, using her hands and feet like an animal, until the chain stretched straight and she stopped 2 meters away. Wow! It's really delicious. I tell you, my mom is an amazing cook. This roast duck doesn't even reflect 1% of her culinary skills. The girl didn't understand, her eyes fixed on the duck leg, her mouth pursed into a line. She still looked fierce, but her desire for food was also evident. When Wan Yang moved the duck leg to the left, the girl's eyes turned left. When Wan Yang moved it to the right, she turned right, completely consumed by a lust for food. Here, you can have it, but don't be mean to me anymore. Just nod if you understand. The girl didn't move, and Wan Yang sighed. Perhaps she was even more mentally ill than a rabbit, unable to understand even human language. At that moment, the girl suddenly nodded solemnly, and Wan Yang was stunned. This hesitation made her anxious, thinking that Wan Yang wouldn't give it to her. She slammed her hands on the ground in anger, splashing blood all over Wan Yang's pants. Here, here, here. I mean what I say. Wan Yang offered the duck leg, but it was snatched away by her, shoving the whole thing into her mouth. She was so anxious and unmannered that she ate with such utter disrespect that Wan Yang felt Liang Zi and Liang Xingnan's eating manners were quite elegant. The duck leg was devoured in half a minute, leaving not even a bone. The girl sucked on her dirty finger while glancing at Wan Yang, clearly not full, and still wanting more. Don't lick your hands, they're so dirty. Put them down. Miraculously, the girl actually obeyed and put them down, pursing her lips, and staring at Wan Yang intently. When Wan Yang didn't move, she grew anxious again, stretched out her left hand, and let out an awe sound. Wan Yang was speechless and laughed. His gentle words were useless. She obeyed as long as there was food. She seemed mentally ill, but she knew exactly what was good for her. Considering the girl's condition, Wan Yang bought her a bowl of pork chop noodles and gave her a pair of chopsticks. Listen to me, I'm here to save you. If you eat my food, you must obey me and follow me. As long as you follow me, you have 3 delicious meals a day. If you don't want to, I give you freedom. Whether you live or die is no longer my concern. Wan Yang held up a finger. If you're willing to come with me, make a 1, and you have delicious food every day. If you're not willing, don't make a 1. After you finish this bowl of noodles, I help you untie the chains, and you can go wherever you want. Do you understand? Almost instantly, the girl made a 1 with her finger. During this time, she didn't look at Wan Yang at all, staring intently at the noodles. Wan Yang could confirm that the girl had some mental issues, but she could understand human speech and could communicate normally. Eat it. Use chopsticks, not. Grab it with your hands. Wan Yang didn't say anything else. The bowl was snatched away, and the girl simply grabbed the noodles and stuffed them into her mouth, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food. Sigh. Wan Yang sighed inwardly. Never mind, even if she really has a stomachache, it's okay. I let Liang Xiaodi treat her later. The girl seemed very hungry. Wan Yang fed her 3 full bowls of noodles, but even after finishing, she continued to stare at Wan Yang, frightening him. No more. I bloat you. The girl tilted her head, seemingly confused. She lifted her empty bowl, even the soup, and held it up to Wan Yang, her meaning clear. No more. I unlock your door. I find a place to rest, and give you a bath. Afterward, if you're still hungry, I give you something to eat. The girl pushed the bowl forward again, but Wan Yang wouldn't let go. She seemed to realize there was no more food, and she pouted. She sat with her hands on her knees, staring blankly at the empty bowl. Are you still unhappy? Wan Yang smiled and waved his hand in front of her. Then are you still coming with me? The girl said nothing, holding up a number with her finger. Nguyen Yang took out a medical pill. This is a good thing. After you eat it, all your injuries will heal themselves. Nguyen Yang held the pill in front of her. Eat it. I unlock it for you after you finish. The girl looked up at the pill in Nguyen Yang's palm, then lowered her head to continue looking at the empty bowl. What do you mean? Don't you want to eat it? If so, give me a 1. The girl immediately gave me a 1, surprising Nguyen Yang. Don't you want to recover? If not, give me a 2. Nguyen Yang deliberately changed the number to 2, but to her surprise, the girl also gave me a 2. So, she didn't want to take the healing pill, didn't want to heal her injuries. Nguyen Yang didn't quite understand her thinking, but her willingness to go back with him was a small step toward victory. As for the cure, there was still time. Nguyen Yang would keep this healing pill for her until she finally felt like eating it. Chapter 668. Using her gold-based powers to melt the chains, the girl touched her neck and stared at Nguyen Yang again, her thoughts unclear. Nguyen Yang casually pulled out a pair of slippers from his space. There was a little yellow duck on them. The girl stared at them for a long moment, then suddenly smiled and paced back and forth several times, looking very happy. Don't move around. This floor is so dirty. Come here. Nguyen Yang pulled out a black t-shirt. Put something on. You can't run around naked, little girl. The girl ran up to Nguyen Yang. From this distance, Nguyen Yang could see the severity of her injuries. There were obvious wolf bite marks on her waist and arms. Her back was covered in bruises, both old and new. Burns and scars could be vaguely seen on her blood-soaked legs. Are you really not going to take the pills? Doesn't it hurt with all these injuries? Nguyen Yang then pulled out another medical pill. The girl immediately took a few steps back, her face wary and repulsive. I understand. I won't take it. Nguyen Yang put the pill away. Come here, get dressed. Nguyen Yang carefully put her t-shirt on, then helped her into a pair of loose trousers. The girl finally looked somewhat human. She was a little over 5 feet tall, with pretty features thanks to her straight nose. We find a place to rest later, and give her a bath. We should be able to see what she looks like afterward. Nguyen Yang thought, extending his right hand. I ask you one last time. Are you willing to come with me? If you are, let's hold hands. For someone with some mental problems, Nguyen Yang patiently reaffirmed her willingness, testing the severity of her condition. If she was as demented as a rabbit, that wouldn't be a problem. The only concern was that she might suddenly go mad and hurt others. The girl's bloodied hand gripped Nguyen Yang's thumb. Nguyen Yang turned and took her hand. Since you're sure you want to come with me, you have to promise me you won't be violent, or even run away without a word. Nod if you can. Nguyen Yang saw the girl's brows knit together, her expression tangled. Unsure if she understood, he repeated his words again, and the girl nodded reluctantly. Okay, let's go. I'd like to introduce you to our new friends, Liang Zhaodi, Liang Zi, and Liang Shengnan. The short journey took a little over a minute. Nguyen Yang casually introduced the 3 members of the Liang family to the girl. The girl didn't react, but as they were leaving, he suddenly tightened his grip on her hand. Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you with me here. Look, that SUV is my car. Can I take you out of here? He applied a little more force, and Nguyen Yang frowned slightly. This girl was being a bit too strong. Then, the girl released her grip, her eyes fixed on the SUV, and suddenly pulled Nguyen Yang in a direction she could not avoid. If Nguyen Yang hadn't reacted quickly, she would have nearly fallen to the ground. Slow down, slow down. The car isn't moving. Don't rush. The girl ignored her and dragged Nguyen Yang straight to the SUV before stopping. She reached out and carefully touched the rearview mirror, streaking with blood. Nguyen Yang didn't feel bad. When she decided to take the girl back, she had already prepared the SUV for a clean. So, she ignored her and opened the passenger door. Xiaozi, sit in the back. Leave the front seat for the new kid. I understand, master. Liang Zi got out of the car, looked at the girl curiously, and was startled. Master, why is she covered in blood? Master doesn't know either, but she barely survived. She's a bit fierce and... Nguyen Yang tapped his head. There's something fishy going on here. Tell your mom and sister quietly later not to mess with her. Got it? Yes, got it. Liang Zi obediently went to the back seat, and Nguyen Yang called the girl over. The girl had no name and couldn't speak, so Nguyen Yang felt he couldn't keep calling her this and that all the time. So, based on her behavior, he temporarily called her Little Wolf. Little Wolf, like a wolf cub, was alert, fierce, and easy to seduce. The girl seemed to love the car. She sat cross-legged in the passenger seat, looking around curiously. Nguyen Yang didn't bother to care about her sitting position. After fastening her seatbelt, he got in the car and prepared to find a place to rest. The suburbs were vast and sparsely populated, often with 2 or 3 shops tucked together, looking quite desolate and lonely. Nguyen Yang randomly picked a breakfast shop without zombies, following the monitoring system. Nguyen Yang unlocked the car. A musty smell filled the room. The floodwaters hadn't completely receded, so it still smelled damp. Nguyen Yang pulled out the air conditioner, turned on the ventilation function, and covered a table near the AC unit with a tablecloth. Then, she told everyone to get out of the car. Liang Xiaodi and the 2 children, likely aware of Little Wolf's situation, were unusually quiet. Liang Xiaodi held the children tightly, one by one, preventing them from running around. Little Wolf sat in the car and refused to get out. Nguyen Yang coaxed her out, promising her some treats. She initially wanted Liang Xiaodi to treat her, but Little Wolf kept reaching for food and screamed, "Ah!" "I'm impressed." Nguyen Yang held out a large lollipop. "Sit here. Sister Liang will treat your wounds. Otherwise, you won't be able to shower. Just be quiet and eat the lollipop." "Understood." Nod your head. The little wolf stared at the lollipop, nodding vigorously several times. After receiving it, he began to crunch and began to eat it. Since she had no tongue, she had to bite the lollipop. Nguyen Yang grabbed Liang Xiaodi's left wrist and said, "You have a lot of new and old wounds. Heal as many as you can." "Okay." Liang Xiaodi suppressed her fear and reached out to heal the little wolf. Only then did Nguyen Yang notice Liang Zi and Liang Shengnan watching the little wolf lick his lips. Sigh. These 2 kids are too greedy. Nguyen Yang sighed, and gave Liang Zi and Liang Shengnan some lollipops as well. It had to be that way. After all, she was Liang Zi's master now. She couldn't let the little wolf have some while her own apprentice didn't. After a moment, Liang Xiaodi retracted her powers. "Village chief, the new injuries have all healed, but I can't do anything about the old ones." "It's okay, I know. You guys eat first. I take her to the bath. What would you like to eat?" Liang Xiaodi glanced at Little Wolf, eyes filled with heartache and fear. "Just some vegetarian food will do. I'm feeling a bit nauseous." "Chicken noodle soup, then." "What about you two? What would you like to eat?" Liang Zi, "Master, I want meat." "Any meat will do." Liang Shengnan anxiously raised her hands. "Village chief, me too." "Then you guys have the braised pork rice. My mother made it. Try it." The food was brought out, and Little Wolf suddenly stood up to grab it. Nguyen Yang grabbed her by the waist with one hand and carried her to the bathroom. "Ah, ah, ah. Stop crying. You have something to eat after your bath." "Ah." The little wolf was furious. He not only slapped Nguyen Yang's arm, but also bit her. If it weren't for the bite-resistant material of his combat uniform, he would have definitely broken her skin with that kind of ferocity. What a wolf cub. "You're such a ruthless biter." Nguyen Yang closed the door and put her down. Just as she was about to rush out, he instantly congealed a wall of ice to block the door. The little wolf froze in place, looking up at the ice wall. Suddenly, he squatted against the wall, his hands clasped over his head, and uttered a sound like a plea for mercy. Was he trying to bring back bad memories for her? The little wolf had clearly been abused. Nguyen Yang's heart softened at the thought. He squatted down and explained to her in a gentle voice. "Little wolf, you're very dirty now. Diseases come from what you eat. If you don't bathe, you get sick. You don't want a stomachache, do you? Come here, come with me and bathe. Afterward, I give you braised pork rice and a roasted duck leg. They don't have any, but you do, okay?" Little Wolf looked up at Nguyen Yang, fear evident in his eyes, and his desire for food even more evident. Nguyen Yang sighed, and held out a roasted duck leg. "Here, come with me to bathe now. You can have the duck leg first." As soon as Nguyen Yang finished speaking, Little Wolf snatched the duck leg and began to nibble on it. His manners were still terrible, but much better than before. "Eat, eat. I adjust the water temperature. When you're done, come in. Nod if you understand." Little Wolf only had eyes for the duck leg. He gave a perfunctory nod and continued to eat. Chapter 669. In the bathroom, the blood flowed in waves, finally fading to a pale pink. Nguyen Yang breathed a sigh of relief, hooked the shower head back up, and began washing Little Wolf's hair, rubbing it with mud, and applying shower gel. After 3 full washes, he finally had Little Wolf looking like a human being. The little girl's skin was quite fair, but not a healthy one, the paleness of someone who hadn't seen the sun for years. Her large eyes were like black grapes, very cute. Of course not now, as she looked at Wan Yang with resentment, almost losing her patience with the washing. Just brush your teeth, and you can go out. Here, do you know how to brush? Little Wolf watched Wan Yang make no move, not accepting the cup or toothbrush. Wan Yang then pressed them into her hands, took out his own toothbrush, and brushed for her to see. Little Wolf watched for a moment, then picked up the toothbrush and began brushing as well, like a copycat. When Wan Yang spat because there was too much toothpaste foam, she followed suit, a clumsy and endearing touch. Okay, brush your teeth and rinse, then we go out, clean up, and get dressed, okay? Nod if you're okay. Little Wolf quickly adapted to this communication style. She started nodding before Wan Yang finished speaking. Seeing Little Wolf's obedience, Wan Yang, under the pretext of checking if she brushed her teeth, asked her to open her mouth. This was Wan Yang's first time seeing Little Wolf's severed tongue. The entire tongue must have been severed directly by a sharp object. The cut surface was very smooth. It was unclear what she had gone through to end up like this. Ah! I know. Let's get out now. I wipe you down. Wan Yang felt like a kindergarten teacher. She was so patient giving a little kid a bath, even helping her dress. Fortunately, it was all worth it. The dressed Little Wolf looked just like a child from before the apocalypse, except she was too thin. Judging from her height, she must have been 14 or 15. Wan Yang tried to communicate her age, but surprisingly, the Little Wolf knew how to count and compared 1 to 3, which meant she was 13. It was Chinese New Year a while ago, so you're 14 now, remember? The Little Wolf nodded, then ducked her head to the side again. Wan Yang pinched her chin to hold her still, while her other hand continued to blow dry her hair. When the Little Wolf finished, Wan Yang checked the time. It had taken a full hour and a half. She finally understood why taking care of children was exhausting. She was so tired from dealing with uncooperative children that her back ached. The Little Wolf rushed out before Wan Yang. Wan Yang was washing her hands when she heard a small noise outside. She quickly wiped her hands on her clothes and went out. Liang Zhaodi pointed at the Little Wolf with a look of helplessness. Is this kid starving? He just licks our bowls full of leftovers and can't be stopped. Wan Yang looked at the Little Wolf licking the bowl, feeling angry but also a little choked up. What had happened to make the Little Wolf look like a starving ghost? The answer was probably very heartbreaking. Little Wolf, put the bowl down. I get you a new one. The Little Wolf held the bowl and looked at Wan Yang, his clean face stained with the sauce from the braised pork rice. He was reluctant to put it down. Put it down. Remember, from now on, you are not allowed to eat other people's leftovers or lick other people's bowls. Otherwise, you will have nothing good to eat in the future. Do you understand? The Little Wolf immediately threw the bowl on the table. Wan Yang then handed her a bowl of braised pork rice. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, the Little Wolf was already shoveling rice with her hands, not caring about the reddening burn on her fingers. Wan Yang immediately put the bowl into the space. Little Wolf immediately flew into a rage and stood up, ready to fight Wan Yang. But when he met Wan Yang's gaze, he crouched down in fear, his head in his hands. Ah! Little Wolf's wailing plea for mercy dissipated all of Wan Yang's anger. She sat down on the chair, took out the braised pork rice again, and handed him a larger spoon. Little Wolf, come and eat. No hands, use a spoon, understand? Little Wolf looked up at Wan Yang and shuffled back in fear. Wan Yang placed the rice on the chair and glared at her threateningly. Little Wolf looked from Wan Yang to the braised pork rice, seemingly struggling for a long time before reaching out to grasp the spoon handle and stuffing rice into his mouth, spoonful by spoonful. Wan Yang found it strange. Little Wolf knew numbers, understood human speech, loved cars, and knew how to brush his teeth, yet he acted like a barbarian when it came to eating. The wolf cub's health was also quite strange. Despite being imprisoned in the apocalypse, it was in better condition than Liang Zhaodi and the others, even surviving the siege of a mutant wolf pack. That was truly remarkable. In the afternoon, the search and rescue efforts were final, and Wan Yang continued to lead everyone north. Unfortunately, they didn't encounter any more female survivors. When night fell, Wan Yang decided to find a place to have dinner, rest, and then rush back to the village overnight. Only Gu Fingding's house was vacant, the rest were occupied. Wan Yang wanted to return early to build a few new houses for the newcomers. The increasingly hot and humid weather was somewhat dampening her appetite. Wan Yang planned to find a few dishes to share with everyone, so she took out a wooden bucket filled with rice and asked Liang Zhaodi to serve it. There is a special area for food in the Wan Yang space. They are all takeout stocked before the end of the world or made by Wan's mother. She looked around and just picked out kung pao chicken and minced pork tofu. Before she could take them out, she saw Xiaoling finish a bowl of white rice. Ah! Little Wolf held up his empty bowl to Liang Xiaodi. Seeing the stunned Liang Xiaodi react, he quickly filled her up with another bowl. Little Wolf grabbed his spoon and ate more rice. He quickly finished and raised his bowl to Liang Xiaodi again. Nuan Yang was stunned, watching Little Wolf finish 5 bowls of rice. The full Little Wolf burped and turned to Nuan Yang with a smile. Only then did Nuan Yang come to his senses. The little girl actually smiled. It was her first time. No! That's not the point. The point is that a 14-year-old girl actually ate 5 bowls of rice. Oh my god! 5 bowls. Nuan Yang brushed her hair, a chill running down her spine. 5 bowls of rice in one meal. If she hadn't stored enough food, the wolf cub would have eaten her whole. Village chief. Huh? What's wrong, Sister Liang? Liang Xiaodi tilted the wooden barrel towards Nuan Yang. No rice left. Do you have any more? Yes. Nuan Yang quickly pulled out another barrel. Eat quickly. After we're done, we go back early, and show you how beautiful the village is. Okay. Whenever Liang Xiaodi mentioned the village, a faint smile would grace her face. She looked forward to village life. Nuan Yang was also looking forward to it. The village had returned to normal life in the past few days, and she wondered what it had become like. 3 days after leaving the village, even if Nuan Yang rushed back as fast as she could, she wouldn't arrive until the next morning. She had originally planned to drive the car automatically and sleep in the middle of the night, but she found that Little Wolf wasn't sleepy at all. Everyone was curious and amazed when the SUV took off, but the 3 Liang family members soon grew sleepy and laid down in the back seat. Little Wolf, however, kept his face pressed against the car window, staring out the entire time. It was pitch black outside, with only occasional glimpses of tall buildings below. It wasn't very interesting, but Little Wolf loved it. Even when Nuan Yang asked her to sleep, she refused. Little ancestor, how long are you going to watch? Nuan Yang leaned back in the chair, complaining weakly. Suddenly Little Wolf turned and smiled at Nuan Yang, then turned back to press his head against the car window to watch the scenery. Smiling for the second time, Nuan Yang felt strangely happy. Perhaps this was the meaning of saving lives. Chapter 670. Village Rules. The next morning, still an hour from the village, Nuan Yang had planned to wait until they reached the village for breakfast, but the wolf cub's stomach growled, becoming too much to ignore. Besides, the cub, who went to bed late and woke up early, stretched his head out early, looking at Nuan Yang expectantly. Nuan Yang tried to ignore him, but he would still reach out and cry out, "Ah!" Nuan Yang, helpless, resigned herself to her fate and distributed the modified meat and vegetable buns made by one mama to everyone. Liang Xiaodi was full after 2, and the 2 cubs each ate 3 and drank a large bottle of soy milk, so their appetites were considered normal. Only the wolf cub was like a bottomless pit. With Nuan Yang's permission, she grabbed a tray of 10 buns and stuffed them into her mouth, always wanting more. Nuan Yang drank soy milk while helping Little Wolf with steamed buns. He ate tray after tray, finishing 3 whole trays. What a voracious eater. Nuan Yang silently sent a message to Bai Xing, asking her to inform Mother One to make more food for lunch because a locust swarm was coming. Village chief, why did you bring back locusts? They're mutated locusts now, surely more terrifying than regular ones. Most of the farmland in the village is rented out. If locusts destroy the crops, it caused public outrage. Secretary Bai, I was just joking. I brought back a big eater because I was worried my mom wouldn't cook enough. Village chief, food is the most important thing for people. Your joke isn't funny at all. Secretary Bai remained as upright as ever. The closer we got to the village, the better the scenery became. The surrounding floodwaters had almost completely receded, but the aftermath was unsightly, covered in a layer of yellow-brown sand, a somewhat desolate appearance. Shuxiu village is different. From a distance, the 2 rivers are clean and clear, with sparkling water. The mountains opposite the village are lush and green, and the mutant trees have grown new branches. There is a large area of green farmland in the village, and many people are working in the fields. Mutant cows were plowing new land, Lucky was strolling on the opposite hill, and 2 little dogs were lying at the village gate, looking like guard dogs. Only the little civet cat was the most relaxed, sleeping in a tree, ignoring the 2 cubs practicing climbing below. Liang Xiaodi looked at the scene in disbelief, and holding back tears, asked Nuan Yang if she was dreaming. If it's a dream, we know if we go down and take a look. Everyone, hold on tight, ready to land. Nuan Yang landed near the village. After the SUV touched down, the village became increasingly real, and everyone gathered around the windows, afraid of missing anything. The floods hadn't completely subsided, and the artificial sun was still operating around the village, using its high temperature to kill most pathogens. For safety, the inclined tower bridge remained upright. As Nuanyang's SUV approached, Chen Haitang trotted over and lowered the bridge, followed by the two little dogs, barking non-stop. Nuanyang drove across the bridge, preparing to drive directly to the village gate, but was stopped by Chen Haitang, who rolled down his window in confusion. Chen Haitang, now wearing a mask, saluted Nuanyang, then pulled out a small notebook and a black marker. "Hello, village chief. According to Secretary Bai's instructions, all villagers, new members, and mutant animals entering the village territory must register. You, the village chief, are no exception. Secretary Bai specifically emphasized this, so please cooperate." This last sentence effectively ended Nuanyang's privilege as village chief. Nuanyang couldn't possibly embarrass Chen Haitang in front of the new villagers, so he immediately reported in as required. "Got it. I'm village chief Nuanyang. Xiaolang is in the passenger seat, a new villager, and also in the back seat. The adult is Liang Xiaodi, and the two children are Liang Shengnan and Liang Zi, the younger and older." Nuanyang pulled out a mutant calico cat from his space. "This is the pregnant calico cat I rescued, with 3 cubs in her belly." Chen Haitang meticulously recorded everything, then pointed to the open space in front of the river on the right. "Village chief, please drive with me to the temporary waiting area." "Temporary waiting area?" "Yes. Secretary Bai has marked out a clearing ahead. There are tables, chairs, and drinking water for welcoming returning villagers, new members, and mutant animals." "Welcome? What do you mean? Not allowed into the village?" "Yes, this is a special period. We have to wait for Wenyanri to return and disinfect all people and animals before anyone can enter. This policy will continue until the temperature rises above 30 degrees Celsius, at which point we can only enter the village after regular disinfection. Please cooperate, village chief." Nuanyang had been thinking about returning early to build a house, but now we can't even enter the village. We have to wait for Wenyanri to return and disinfect before we can enter. It was a waste of time to rush back overnight. "Don't worry, I definitely cooperate." Bai Xing had considered everything so thoroughly, and Nuanyang wouldn't let her down. So, she started the SUV and drove forward, following Chen Haitang's instructions, and stopping by the river. There was a large parasol, with 2 square tables and 8 benches underneath. Teapots and tea sets were placed on the tables, and a small charcoal stove for boiling water was nearby. "Everyone, get out of the car and sit down for a while. There's a lot of viruses out there right now, and the village is worried about the virus entering and spreading to everyone. Don't overthink it." Liang Xiaodi, having experienced the virus herself, didn't mind at all. "It should be this way. I think this policy is great. I feel more at ease with Shuzi and Xiaonan living here." "I understand. Have a drink of water. I get the bathroom out. If you need to use the restroom, go there." Nuanyang finished giving her instructions, and lazily sat on a bench. She watched the wolf cub run to the riverbank, curiously leaning over the railing and peering around. The 2 mutant puppies, no longer ferocious, wagged their tails at Nuanyang. But when they tried to get closer, their collars were chained, and Chen Haitang held them firmly. "Village chief, you guys rest here. I take the dogs back first to prevent them from contracting the virus." "Okay, it's only right to be cautious. Do you know when Yin Yin will be back?" "She'll be around 10:30. "Well, thank you for your hard work. Let's go." Chen Haitang straightened her back, saluted Nuanyang, and led the 2 dogs, whom Yin Yin was reluctant to leave, back to the village gate to continue her guard duty. Chen Haitang had been a full-fledged member of the patrol team. He had passed military standard assessments at such a young age, so his qualities were naturally impressive. However, his temper had become quite strained since arriving in the village. Nuanyang had thought Wei Mingyi would temper her temper before entrusting her with important tasks, but she hadn't expected Chen Haitang to be assigned to guard duty so soon. At this rate, the next step would be to join Zhao Rou's team. After passing the terrifying Special Forces training, she would become a soldier capable of field missions. Will Wei Mingyi allow Chen Haitang the opportunity to go out? Nuanyang smiled and took a sip of water, feeling that the days ahead would not be boring. The little werewolf, as its name suggests, was as curious as a wolf cub. It ran from the river to the mountains, chasing deer, squirrels, and petting civet kittens. Nuanyang warned her, "Don't go to the back mountains," and then contacted Wan Ningyan for a chat. Wan Ningyan and the others were also on their way back, excitedly recounting the rescue efforts. Nguyen Yang could occasionally hear Yuan Man quietly reminding her to pay attention. Nguyen Yang found a good moment to hang up the phone, asking Wan Yin to drive the motorcycle carefully. As soon as he hung up, he heard a tiger roar from the nearby hills. Then, a figure scurried towards Nguyen Yang, followed by a large tiger. Roar! Lucky was frantically chasing the wolf cub. The wolf cub was very fast, glancing back at Lucky as it ran. Nguyen Yang stood up to help, shielding the wolf cub behind him, and shouting at Lucky. Lucky slammed on the brakes and stopped. He glanced at Nguyen Yang, scratching his face with his paw in anger, muttering threats. Why are you yelling? This is a new villager. If you dare to hurt her, you won't be able to come out and play again. Roar! Lucky growled, dropping to the ground and scratching his face again. You're still roaring? One more roar, and I put you in solitary confinement for 3 days. Lucky groaned, lying on the ground in grievance, his eyes a pitiful, adorable expression. Nguyen Yang wasn't buying it. Just as he was about to tell it to go back to the village, the little wolf popped its head out from behind him. Ah! He raised his left hand like he was offering a treasure. In his hand was a thick, white tiger whisker. Lucky growled again at this, feeling incredibly wronged. Nguyen Yang looked at the whisker, then at the little wolf's expectant face, and suddenly felt a headache. What a guts! He's so young, and yet he dares to pull out a tiger's whisker. It's truly incredible. Chapter 671. Luckily, she received a large, tooth-gripping chicken drumstick as compensation, and contentedly returned to the village, chewing on it. Little Wolf was shunted aside by Nguyen Yang, who used both kindness and severity to warn her not to pull out the tiger's whiskers. Little Wolf's eyes wandered, and she nodded at everything Nguyen Yang said. Suddenly, she pointed at the civet cat family that had brought their cubs back to the village and exclaimed, Ah! You're not allowed to pull out the cat's whiskers. You're not allowed to pull out the whiskers of any animal in the mountains, or the village's pets or poultry. Not even the hare. Not even the eggs. Nguyen Yang told Little Wolf everything he could think of, fearing she might cause trouble back in the village. It would be fine if she caused trouble in her own home, but if she harmed the village poultry, Bai Xing would surely be furious. Nguyen Yang, thirsty from her talk, sat back down to get some water. A group of flying motorcycles approached nearby. It was Wei Mingyi's group returning. Nguyen Yang was quite surprised. Wei Mingyi's group was the first to return. Knowing Wei Mingyi, it was only natural that they made full use of the search time and returned just in time. Of course, there's a reason for returning early, Mu Yi whispered in Nguyen Yang's ear. The captain's precious sister couldn't hold on any longer. She was terrified by the zombies, and the plight of the survivors. I heard she'd been awakened several times by nightmares. So the captain called back early, and the last survivors they encountered were directly rescued by Noah's Ark. Nguyen Yang looked up at the riverbank. Wei Mingyi's face was pale, and she was holding onto the railing, retching repeatedly. Wei Mingyi looked on, with a worried look on her face. The hand that could punch through an enemy's belly was gently patting Wei Mingyi's back. Nguyen Yang silently raised an eyebrow, unable to believe Wei Mingyi could actually be so considerate and tender. If he hadn't known Wei Mingyi loved her younger sister the most, Nguyen Yang would have thought she was possessed. Village chief, can you lend me the bathroom? I need to take this child to a bath. Qin Xiuya's words made Nguyen Yang turn away from Wei Mingyi. Beside her was a little girl, dirty and skinny. Like Liang Zi and the others, she looked like a giant-headed doll because of her skinny body. Didn't I give the captain a bathroom? You didn't use it? Yes, we met this girl today. The captain was in a hurry to get back, so he didn't have time to wash her. The little girl's eyes were tearful, and a little scary. She clutched Qin Xiuya's sleeve tightly. Although her appearance was unclear, her eyes were truly beautiful. Nguyen Yang's heart melted, and he pulled out a set of clothes. Just showering isn't enough, you need to change into new clothes too. By the time your captain arrives to deliver the clothes, the cucumber dish will be cold. Qin Xiuya glanced at Wei Mingyi, who was caring for her younger sister, and smiled. It won't get cold. The captain knows his limits. Xiaohua, come and thank the village chief. The little girl timidly said thank you. Nguyen Yang smiled and replied, you're welcome. They waited until they were in the bathroom, before asking Mai about it. Why is that girl called Xiaohua? It sounds like a cat's name. Her name is actually Xiaohua. Her family, desperate to keep her alive, frugal and starved themselves to death. As a result, she has no one to communicate with, and her speech is unclear. People think her name is Xiaohua. Another sad story. Nguyen Yang didn't ask any more questions, but instead asked Wei Mingyi how she brought the person back. Nguyen Yang clearly remembered Wei Mingyi's high standards. She hadn't brought back many promising talents, and instead brought back a skinny child. It was completely out of character for her. The captain didn't want to bring her back. Xiaoxua said she felt sorry for her, thinking she had no relatives and would be bullied at the base. So she begged the captain to take her back to the village. Huh? Wei Ming agreed. Yeah. Mu Yi shook his head and sighed. Our captain is a bit of a sister complex. If Xiaoxua told her to pick stars, she'd probably find a way to pick one. Sister complex who? A cold voice rang out, and Mu Yi shuddered. The tall man instantly doubled over, laughing and joking. Wei Mingyi wasn't so easily fooled. She arranged for the unwell Wei Mingxue to sit across from Nuan Yang, gave her a glass of orange juice, and then looked at Mu Yi coldly. You're free? Kino looked around frantically. Isn't this a rest area? Isn't that a place to rest? I see you're in good spirits. No need to rest. Go help Xiaohua bathe. I check later. If she doesn't wash clean, she'd be forced to run 50 laps. This is killing me. Kino hurried to the bathroom, clearly not wanting to be punished. Nuan Yang wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. She was afraid Wei Mingyi would vent her anger, so she pretended to drink water. Even then, Wei Mingxue was still feeling a little nauseous. She drank a few sips of orange juice to feel better, but she noticed someone staring at her, getting closer and closer. This person was Xiaolang. She wasn't staring at Wei Mingxue, but at the bottle of orange juice. She unconsciously leaned in, and just as she was about to touch the bottle, Wei Mingyi pressed a finger against her forehead. Village chief, is this your apprentice? So unruly? No, my apprentice is looking at the motorcycle. She's the wolf cub. No wonder. Wei Mingyi pushed the man away with a slight force, causing little wolf to growl in displeasure. He bared his teeth and growled a warning at Wei Mingyi. Undeterred, Wei Mingyi smiled. You're quite bold, you dare to be aggressive towards anyone. That's right. Nuan Yang held out his beard. You dare to pull out a tiger's beard. I never seen such an arrogant person in my entire life. Oh! A lucky beard? Yes. Then you have your work cut out. Same here. Nuan Yang had a little trouble, and so did Wei Mingyi. Besides Xiaohua, there was also Chen Haitang. She had one more trouble than Nuan Yang. After giving little wolf a bottle of orange juice, Nuan Yang took Wei Mingyi to meet his apprentice, Liang Zi, and also introduced Liang Xiaodi and Liang Shengnan. Wei Mingyi, from a family of martial artists, was well versed in judging people. He had Liang Zi spin around twice, then pinched her arm, patted her back, and finally had her practice horse stance, sighing slowly. Nuan Yang was a little flustered by Wei Mingyi. Captain Wei, what do you mean by sighing? Sighing means feeling uncomfortable. Uncomfortable about what? Is there something wrong with Liang Zi? Uncomfortable. You found a treasure. This child is perfect for martial arts, and she's got a fierce streak. It's only a matter of time before she surpasses you. Nuan Yang was speechless. Can you be more direct next time? You're making my heart race. If my heart didn't race, that would be terrible. Nuan Yang stopped arguing and called the wolf over. Captain Wei, why don't you take a look at her too? She can survive a wolf pack, so she seems like a promising talent. Wei Mingyi lowered her eyes, not jumping to conclusions as she had with Liang Zi. She knows martial arts. Huh? She knows martial arts? Yes, and she's been training since she was a child. Look at her arms and thighs, they have subtle muscle definition. If an ordinary person had been starving for a long time, their body would be mostly fat, leaving them skinny and bony. But she's different. She's a martial artist. Nuan Yang looked at Xiaolang with shock. From her interactions with her, she had the impression that Xiaolang was a child who had suffered mental problems from being kept in captivity and abuse. She had never imagined she knew martial arts. You don't seem to believe it? I'm quite surprised. Wei Mingyi took off her coat and walked to the open space nearby. I'm bored, so I'm going to test her skills. Captain Wei, this guy is incredibly aggressive. Are you sure you want to try? If she can get the upper hand against me, I give her the captain's position. At this point, Nuan Yang couldn't stop her, so she whispered a few words of advice to Xiaolang and promised her that if she fought Wei Mingyi, she'd get some orange juice. The little wolf didn't know what sparring was, but when he heard about orange juice, his eyes lit up instantly. He ran out immediately and attacked Wei Mingyi without any prelude. Chapter 672. Xiaolang was indeed a martial artist, just as Wei Mingyi had claimed. Initially, he was disorganized. After Wei Mingyi parried several of his brutal attacks, he began attacking with fists, elbows, and knees, his moves crisp and ferocious. Nuan Yang observed Xiaolang's moves and felt they looked familiar. After a moment's observation, he realized they were boxing moves. Jin Xiaoyao was most familiar with this. She was a boxer. Unfortunately, she was bathing Xiao Hua, otherwise she could have explained Xiao Lang's style to Nuan Yang. With a bang, Xiao Lang fell to the ground again. Unconvinced, she scrambled to her feet and sprinted towards Wei Mingyi. As she approached, she suddenly leaped from the spot and delivered a swift, accurate, and powerful kick. Before Wei Mingyi could dodge, she immediately leaned sideways, pressing her left hand against the ground for leverage. Using her immense core strength, she leaped up with both legs, clamping onto the wolf's right leg. Smoothly twisting her waist and abdomen, she shifted her right hand to the ground, not only neutralizing the flying kick, but also using inertia to pin the wolf down, forcing it to spin with her. Bang! Caught off guard, Wei Mingyi's leg lock flipped her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her lip was bruised, a mixture of dirt and blood. This time, the wolf didn't continue to attack Wei Mingyi. She retracted her legs, rubbing her knees with one hand and clutching her head with the other. As Wei Mingyi took a step forward, she immediately let out a cry of "Ah! Captain Wei, let's stop here. Little Wolf is scared." Scared? Wei Mingyi squatted down to observe Little Wolf, then stood up after a moment. "She seems." Wei Mingyi hesitated to speak. Nuan Yang knew there were some things that couldn't be said in public, so he helped Little Wolf up, soothed her with a bottle of orange juice, and asked Wei Mingxue to treat her. He and Wei Mingyi went to the river to discuss matters. "Tell me, what did you discover?" Xiaolang possesses a very strong, professional Muay Thai boxing skill. If she hadn't been starving for so long, I wouldn't have been able to block that flying kick at the end. Muay Thai? Nuan Yang thought of her being tied up with thick iron chains, and a sense of understanding dawned on him. No wonder those guys use such thick chains to hold Xiaolang down. Even you find it difficult. It must have been difficult for those who held Xiaolang captive to subdue her. Well, there's another strange thing. Wei Mingyi's gaze locked on Xiaolang. She was useless when she started fighting me. Muay Thai, only to get serious when provoked. When she realized she couldn't beat me, she immediately begged for mercy. This series of movements was so smooth, it showed she had developed a habit. You mean? Xiaolang often fights and begs for mercy when she can't win. Well, to be precise, she was trained to be that way. And her Muay Thai isn't the mild-mannered style of today. It's all about killing moves, a bit like the style of the underground boxing rings in Southeast Asia. Hearing about Southeast Asia and underground boxing rings, Nuan Yang had a vague feeling that Xiaolang's background might be complicated, perhaps even more tragic than she imagined. "Captain Wei, do you know anything about the boxing ring?" "I know a little. I heard they buy children and train them, using an elimination system. Those who survive the training camp to adulthood are considered tough. Afterwards, they're sent to illegal boxing rings for matches. The rings dealer arranges them to fight veterans or animals. It's a life-or-death battle. Even if they manage to win consistently, they eventually grow old and die in the ring. But some are lucky enough to be spotted by wealthy men and bought as bodyguards." Nuan Yang felt increasingly uncomfortable as he listened. If Wei Mingyi's knowledge applied to Xiaolang, it could basically explain his strange behavior. The tongue was cut, perhaps to prevent the child from running away and calling the police. He has a voracious appetite, thanks to rigorous training since childhood, and may even have to fight for the poorest food. He's impolite. How could a training camp run by an illegal boxing ring teach children manners? They only teach them rules. The old wounds on his body, from such a desperate situation, are considered lucky to have a few scars. Those who are unlucky are dead. Wei Mingyi, noticing Nuan Yang's grim expression, patted her shoulder and said, "That's just hearsay. It doesn't count. Let's go. Your wife's back. Let's see if she's bringing anyone new back to the village." Nuan Yang then noticed another fleet of flying motorcycles approaching in the distance. She gathered herself and headed to the rest area to wait for them to register and meet. As she returned, Liang Zi suddenly ran up to Nuan Yang, still holding the saber she had given her. "What's wrong, Xiuzi? You don't look happy." "Master, do you regret it?" "Regret? Regret what?" Liang Zi's expression was gloomy. She pursed her lips before speaking. "Master, do you regret taking me in as your apprentice?" Nuan Yang squatted down, puzzled, and looked her in the eye. He asked, "No, where did you hear that rumor?" "It's not a rumor. It's that Little Wolf is very powerful, much more powerful than me. Master, it's more appropriate for you to take Little Wolf as your apprentice." "You?" Nuan Yang smiled and ruffled Liang Zi's hair. "You're just imagining things all day long. Forget Little Wolf. Even if another powerful little rabbit, cat, or fox came along, I wouldn't regret taking you in as my apprentice. Master, are you serious? Of course. I'm your master, and I'm the village chief. My word is law. Thank you, master. Who is this? Wan Ningyan walked over, her eyes fixed on Liang Zi. Me? Can you introduce me? Wife, you're back. Yes. Wan Ningyan reached out to push Nuan Yang away from a hug. Wait, you get too cloying. Who is this girl? She looks malnourished, and her head is huge. Ahem, watch your words, Nuan Yang whispered to Wan Ningyan, then began to introduce her. This is the disciple Liang Zi I was talking about. Xiao Zi, this is my wife Wan Ningyan. According to seniority, you should call her master's wife. Liang Zi paid no attention to Wan Ningyan's sarcasm. Instead, she stared at her, stunned, and couldn't help but confide in her heart, so beautiful. Wan Ningyan raised her head proudly. She looks small, but she has a sweet mouth. Come on, call me master's wife. If you make me happy, I give you a treat. Master's wife. Good girl. Wan Ningyan smoothed Liang Zi's messy hair, and pulled out 2 zombie attractors from her space. Hey. This is a great thing. If you're stuck in a zombie swarm, just throw one in the opposite direction, and all the nearby zombies will be drawn away. Wan Ningyan handed the zombie attractor to Liang Zi. Remember, it only works for 24 hours. Liang Zi touched the attractor with delight, her eyes sparkling. Master's wife, are you really giving me such a valuable item? Thank you, master's wife. When I grow up, I protect you and take care of you until the end of your life. Wan Ningyan was amused by the first half of the sentence, but the second half faded, and she patted her head solemnly. You're quite ambitious. Go have some fun. Master's wife wants to talk to your master about something. Well, hello, master's wife. Hello, master. Liang Zi happily took her new gift to Liang Zhaodi to show off. Nuan Yang smiled as she watched her leave, but suddenly, his ear was pulled. Honey, why are you pulling my ear? You're smiling so happily. Did you teach Shizi to say that? No. Honey, I'm so wronged. I only been her apprentice for less than 3 days. How could I have the time to teach her that? Humph. Wan Ningyan let go of Nuan Yang's ear, grumbling, I don't care. I want an apprentice too. Find me one, or we sleep in separate rooms. When you find an apprentice, we can live together again. Huh? Nuan Yang was stunned. Why did my wife even have to compete with others when accepting an apprentice? Where else could she find someone so brave as to kill someone? Just as she was thinking, Nuan Yang's gaze fell on the wolf cub being treated, and she tentatively asked Wan Ningyan, Honey, what do you think of the wolf cub? Wei Mingyi said, she's a martial artist and knows Muay Thai, but there's something wrong with the cub. He can't speak, you know, and he's also... Honey? Before Nuan Yang could finish her words, Wan Ningyan had already trotted over to the wolf cub, gently turning his face to observe it. But the little wolf didn't recognize Wan Ningyan and immediately opened his mouth to bite her, only to be controlled and suspended in midair the next second. You're still trying to bite me? You're being naughty. Chapter 673. Little Wolf had never encountered Wan Ningyan's extraordinary abilities before. He panicked in midair, constantly screaming "Ah!" Wan Yang tugged at Wan Ningyan's sleeve. Little Wolf has some mental issues. I told you, don't bully her too hard. If she's ill, she should be treated. Wan Ningyan teased Wan Yang. I don't know if you're soft-hearted or just plain stupid. You're just not feeding her a pill because she doesn't want to take it? Are you really planning on being a nanny for a mentally ill person for the rest of her life? She doesn't want to take it, so what can I do? Pills are so precious. If she wastes them, how can I get justice? Then I feed her. I have plenty of ways to make her take it. Wan Ningyan took out a medical pill. It was given to her by Nuan Yang to save her life. Nuan Yang didn't want her to use it on Little Wolf, so he stopped her. Take it back. I give you one. Aren't they all the same? They're different. I have one here. Nuan Yang took out a medical pill wrapped in a tissue and whispered in her ear. It accidentally got vomit on it. The little wolf doesn't have a tongue and can't taste it. You can feed it to her. Huh? So disgusting. Then I save it for you next time? Wan Ningyan immediately took the tissue, squatted down, pinched the little wolf's mouth open, and forced the pill down her throat. The little wolf was clearly feeling unwell, but fearing Wan Ningyan, he didn't dare struggle too much. He pitifully gulped down the bottle of mineral water Wan Ningyan offered him, finally swallowing the pill successfully. Done. Wan Ningyan happily nudged Nuan Yang with her elbow. My disciple is great. He's got some kung fu skills, and he's also good looking, with a very heroic look. He'd definitely be very popular with young ladies. Wan Yang was speechless. Don't be so exaggerated, Miss Wan. I haven't even acknowledged you as my master yet. I'm already thinking about the future. Dare she deny it? I beat her until she agrees. Wei Mingyi couldn't help but laugh. She walked behind Wei Mingxue and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Swear, that's asking too much. You can't learn. Sister, you're wrong. Sister Ningyan gave Xiaolang the pill, which was a gift to her as a disciple. And she's stronger than Xiaolang, so it's not asking too much. Wei Mingyi smiled faintly, tapping her cheek with a fingertip. Yes, Swear, you're right. It's sister who's being narrow-minded. Nuanyang silently crossed her arms, feeling a little cold. Wei Mingyi's gentle expression almost made her think she's seen a ghost. Wan Ningyan completely ignored Wei Mingyi's abnormality and squatted down to check on Xiaolang's recovery. The old wounds were gradually fading and disappearing, and her newly broken lip was beginning to heal. When Zhao Rou and Wen Yanru's team returned, Xiaolang's injuries had fully healed. Wan Ningyan saw her tongue had grown back and happily asked her name. Why aren't you talking? Tell me your name. Your real name can't be Little Wolf, can it? Little Wolf sat on the ground, his hands wrapped around his knees, half his face buried in them. Only his eyes were visible as he stared at Wan Ningyan, silent. Speak, or I get mad. Hey, you're such a naughty boy. Wan Ningyan stood up, huffing, and controlled the little wolf to fly into the air again. The little wolf screamed in fear, begging for mercy. This made Nuanyang feel something was amiss. Ningyan, the little wolf doesn't seem to be able to speak. I'm not deliberately not answering you. Can't speak? Wan Ningyan quickly put him down. Little wolf, are you mute? If so, nod. The little wolf crouched down, holding his head in his hands, and took a step back in fear. This made Nuanyang even more puzzled. Xiao Lu, if the little wolf is mute, the pills can cure it, right? To the host, yes. Then why is the little wolf like this? Not only can he not speak, but it seems his mental illness hasn't been cured either. Host, Xiao Lu can guarantee that the pills are fine. If the pills are fine, then there's something wrong with the little wolf. Nuanyang felt something must have gone wrong, otherwise the little wolf wouldn't be like this. Want some delicious grilled sausage? Wan Ningyan held out the delicious food, tempting her. Look, this is grilled to the point of bursting. It's the best. The little wolf immediately sniffed like a pug, letting out two delighted ahs. Here, answer my questions, and I give it to you. Can't you speak? If so, nod. The little wolf nodded vigorously. Wan Ningyan sighed deeply and handed her the sausage. The little wolf eagerly took a bite, then suddenly paused, stunned for several seconds, holding the sausage in her hand and examining it. Nuanyang was curious about what the little wolf was doing when she saw her lick the sausage with the tip of her tongue. A look of surprise crossed her face. It reminded her that taste buds are on the front of the tongue. The little wolf now had a tongue and could taste food itself. Poor little thing. Wan Ningyan reached out and touched Little Wolf's head. A little frightened, Little Wolf tilted his head slightly, continuing to bask in the bliss of scent. Wife, Little Wolf. Nuanyang couldn't think of the right words, so he stopped talking and asked, do you still want her to be your apprentice? Of course. She's already taken the medical pills and my sausages, so why wouldn't she be my apprentice? Okay, then, when the Kamuj family returns to Inner Mongolia, let's clean up the house across the way and let Little Wolf live there. Nian Nian lives with Yuer every day anyway. When she needs a room, we can expand it. Okay, I discussed this with Nian Nian when we get home. Where will Little Wolf stay for the next few days? The train. There's only one empty house in the village, and building a new one will take time, so we can only stay for one night. While they were talking, Zhao Rou's team had finished registering. When Yanru stood at the gate and began controlling Xiaofan to disinfect everyone. This scene was commonplace for the villagers, but the new members had never seen it before, and they were terrified. Everyone explained it to them. There weren't many new members this time, as the survivors were in poor health, so most were handed over to Noah's Arkansas. Only 9 people arrived at Shu Embroidery Village. Nuanyang brought back 4 people, Wei Mingyi's team brought back 1, and Wan Ningyan's team brought back 2. They were 16-year-old twins with special abilities and excellent physical fitness, so they were brought back. Zhao Rou's team brought back 2 people, a mother and daughter. The mother is an artist, and she was brought back to be a teacher. What special abilities do the twins have? The elder sister has a healing ability, so both of them are fine. But the younger sister has something special, the ability to control poison. Poison control? Nuanyang wasn't quite sure. Does it mean she can control all poisons? Bingo. Wan Ningyan excitedly explained, She's immune to all poisons. She can eat poison as food or store it as a weapon. How cool! Nguyen Yang had never heard of such a power before. Seeing Xiaofan not far away, she whispered, "Then there's no need to let Xiaofan disinfect her. Wouldn't it be better to let her eat the virus? She's only level 1. She can't kill so many people." "Why only level 1? The flood was so sudden that all their supplies were washed away." With nothing to eat, the two sisters agreed to eat crystal cores. Life and death were decided by fate. Unexpectedly, they both had their powers awakened. "I see." Nguyen Yang sighed. "I can't get rid of the saliva disinfecting for now." "Ah." Little Wolf finished his sausage and reached out to Wan Ningyan for more. Wan Ningyan was reluctant. Mother One had only grilled a dozen for her, and they were almost finished. Wan Ningyan brought a cup of pearl milk tea to Little Wolf and taught him how to drink it. Little Wolf loved it and smiled at her. "You silly boy, you love to eat so much, you wouldn't be kidnapped just for a lollipop, would you?" "Ah." Little Wolf uttered a questioning "ah." Wan Ningyan quickly patted Nguyen Yang's arm. "Mimi, Little Wolf isn't mute. She can make different sounds." "Well, even if she were mute, the medical pills would cure it, but I don't know why she can't speak. Maybe her tongue was cut out when she was little, so she never learned to speak." This speculation suddenly dawned on Nguyen Yang. "Wife, your guess is probably right. She didn't have a tongue when she was little, so naturally she couldn't learn to speak. Now that it's been healed, she can't speak." Wan Ningyan's face fell instantly. "Wait! So I'm supposed to teach her to speak? That's too much work." Glancing at Wan Ningyan's resentful and pitiful eyes, Nguyen Yang knew what she was thinking. "Don't worry, I will help you teach." Chapter 674. A group of bedraggled people entered the village gate, and villagers in the distance paused their work to gaze curiously. "Hello, village chief. Are you back?" "Yes, Grandma Zhao," watched Huanqi. "The river's flooded now, so don't play around and fall in." "I know." Grandma Zhao replied with a smile, continuing her work. She chatted with the returning villagers and fed the mutant chickens. Her granddaughter Zhao Huanqi helped carry the bucket. "Village chief, are there any new villagers?" "Yes, but we don't have a house. We be staying on the train tonight and moving to our new home tomorrow." I introduced them to everyone then. "Oh, what do I think? Can't the new villagers just squeeze in with us first? Living on the train is so uncomfortable. Sleeping on the chairs requires you to curl up your legs. It's nowhere near as comfortable as sleeping on the floor at home, where it's convenient for eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom." Tufa's sister spoke, and Ing's sister, Li Zi, and Lin Sin all agreed. Nguyen Yang, thinking there wouldn't be many new members, let Liang Zhaodi's family, the largest group, stay in Gu Fingding's house. The rest stayed in the villagers' homes, and Little Wolf went home with him. By this time, Little Wolf had become Wan Ningyan's little follower. Whenever he finished a piece of food, Wan Ningyan would give him a new one. He couldn't wait to cling to Wan Ningyan. Sister-in-law. Not far away, the families of those who had gone out hurried to greet them, including Wan Ningfeng and Wan Ningyue. They both rode electric scooters, which made them walk faster than others. "Sister-in-law. I missed you so much." Wan Ningyue opened her arms and trotted over to Nguyen Yang, then suddenly stopped and retracted her arms. "Sister-in-law, were you licked by Xiaofan? Well, we need to disinfect. Do you dislike your sister-in-law?" "No," Wan Ningyue pouted guiltily. "I'm just worried my clothes will get dirty and Mom will have to wash them. That would be very tiring for Mom." Since she was reasonable and filial, Nguyen Yang didn't give her any trouble. Especially since she greeted Wan Ningyan, and when Yenru without hugging them, she felt relieved. Nguyen Yang packed a large woven bag with clothes and toiletries. She asked Wan Ningfeng to accompany Liang Zhaodi and the others to Gu Fingding's house for a bath, and then come home for dinner. Then she went to the warehouse to find Bai Xing. After the search and rescue operation was complete, the next step was to establish trade relations with Sanyang Mountain, Noah's Ark, and the Camus family. If this was done well, the village's economic ecology would be completely stable, and there would be many more jobs. Arriving at the warehouse, the desk at the front was not occupied by Bai Xing, but by Su Wan. Nguyen Yang quickly changed the secretary, by he'd been referring to his sister Su Wan. "Hello, village chief. You just arrived, so get some rest. You can't find Secretary Bai, but you can. He's off work today." "Not working? Who do the work?" "Me." Su Wan smiled, pointing to the shift schedule beside her. "Secretary Bai and I are currently sharing shifts in charge of the warehouse finances, 1 day each. But she stayed up all night working on the trade plan the past 2 days, and she couldn't handle it anymore, so she switched shifts with me today. That's great. Finally, you figured out how to hire someone to help. I come see her tomorrow. After saying that, Nguyen Yang was about to leave when he saw Gao Huilon pushing several boxes of supplies out on a cart. Gao Fei and Gao Yu were helping to support them, and Gao Kaiying was carrying a basket of eggs. Auntie Gao? Why are you here? Village Chief, Gao Huilon quickly straightened her clothes and came out. You're back. Is everything okay? Very well, everyone's doing well. As long as it's going well, that's fine. I heard someone had returned this morning, but they wouldn't let them in. I thought something had happened. Its secretary buys new rules. Everyone should follow them strictly. That's why we're late. Nguyen Yang chatted with Gao Huilon for a while, and learned that she was now the warehouse manager. Bai Xing had even hung a suggestion pad and pen at the warehouse entrance for villagers to write down their supplies. Gao Huilon was also responsible for this suggestion pad. Every day, she recorded the villagers' requests in the warehouse management backend. The supplies and required quantities were published weekly. Initially, the warehouse allocated funds to purchase from village chief Nguyen Yang. In the middle and later stages, this was achieved through foreign trade, which also provided a source of supply for villagers interested in trading. Bai Xing is truly a treasured talent. Nguyen Yang was incredibly grateful that she had kidnapped Bai Xing to the village, saving her a lot of time. Han Qingcheng had no vision, allowing such a talent to be his special assistant. How narrow-minded. After saying goodbye to Su Wan and Gao Huilon, Nguyen Yang bought 2 blueprints, selected a vacant lot for the house, and hurried home to shower. She felt sticky and stinky, even though her saliva was clearly floral. Xiao Yang is back. Mother Wan and Father Wan were already waiting at the door. Seeing Nguyen Yang, they handed her a hot towel. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. You guys go back inside. I take a shower first. I know, I just wanted to ask you. I cooked 3 buckets of rice. Is it enough? 3 buckets. Maybe not enough. Mom, cook some more, and put the leftovers in the refrigerator. I'm afraid we might run out of rice, and be embarrassed to bother the guests. Okay, I cook some more. Nguyen Yang hurried to the bedroom door, and found Lucky lying there, his round eyes fixed on the door, breathing heavily from time to time. What are you blocking the door for? Xiao Yang, Lucky was acting strangely today. Yin Yin brought a girl home, and Lucky started yelling at her, earning a beating from Yin Yin. Then he just laid there at your door, and refused to leave. I don't know what happened. I took his favorite beef bone, and he didn't budge. I know, Mom. He probably saw a stranger. Nguyen Yang didn't dare tell Mother Wan about the wolf cub pulling out Lucky's beard. The child had a strange personality to begin with, and Lucky had been raised by Mother Wan, so they had a deep bond. She didn't want Mother Wan to dislike him because of this incident. Honey, are you taking a shower? There was no response, but there was the sound of running water in the bathroom. Nguyen Yang immediately gathered the dirty clothes and planned to take a shower with Wan Ningyan. It's been so long since I seen my wife. I need to give her a good hug and kiss. Nguyen Yang was so happy and excited that he entered the bathroom, and was stunned to see his long-missed wife bathing little wolf. Mimi, you're back. The bathroom is too small. Go to the next bathroom. Nguyen Yang reluctantly went to the next bathroom, and began to regret that he should have asked Wan Ningyan to be more selective. This tiny courtyard house was truly too small. The bathroom couldn't even accommodate 3 people. It was already 1 p.m. by the time they had dinner. The whole family had finally gathered, including Little Wolf and Liang Xiaoti's family. Liang Zi was sensible and spoke like a little adult, while Liang Shengnen was adorable and had a childlike innocence. They quickly won the hearts of the elders. Narain even offered to give them a mutant sheep for their nourishment. Only Little Wolf, mute and impolite, sat beside Wan Ningyan, his eyes fixed on the pork rib and winter melon soup before him. Ah! The dishes hadn't arrived yet, and neither had the meal. Little Wolf, discontented with being able to only look but not eat, lashed out at Wan Ningyan with anxious complaints. This was one of the few times Nguyen Yang had witnessed Wan Ningyan patiently and gently reasoning with Little Wolf. She repeatedly told Little Wolf, "You can't eat until the meal starts, and being polite is the only way to have food every day." Ah! Little Wolf refused to listen. He reached into the soup, grabbed a piece of pork rib, and just as he was about to stuff it into his mouth, Wan Ningyan lifted him up in midair. Ah! You won't listen to me, right? I beat you up. Wan Ningyan raged, slamming the table and leaping to her feet. Nguyen Yang quickly restrained her, and Wan's mother also tried to persuade her. It's not a big deal, Yin Yin. Put down the cane. There's still pork rib soup in the pot. I just pour another bowl. Yes, Yen Yen. We have guests home, so you need to look after your appearance. Sister, hit me hard. Hit me with all the strength you can muster. Hee hee, finally, I'm not the only one getting beaten in this family. The more people there were, the more chaotic the scene became. Some even fanned the flames, until Little Wolf's anxious Ting interrupted him. What did you say? Ting! Ting ting. Hua. Ting hua. Wan Ningyan muttered to herself, then realized, did you mean obedient? Ah. Ting. Hua. This was the first time Little Wolf had spoken a word other than ah. Wan Ningyan was deeply relieved and expressed her gratitude to Nuanyang. While spanking may be bad, it works. Wife, aren't you missing the point? Don't worry about that. As long as she's willing to learn to speak, it's a victory. Wife is right. Nuanyang silently pushed the cane away from him. Put it away quickly. It's time for dinner. Chapter 675. At the dinner table, Little Wolf held a bucket of rice in her left hand and clumsily scooped up vegetables with a spoon in her right hand. Each spoonful of vegetables yielded 3 or 4 mouthfuls of rice. She ate more rice than she could eat, but she couldn't eat more. She could finish a bucket of rice by herself, and then a large bowl of pork rib soup. Everyone was stunned. Mother One asked cautiously, Child, do you want more rice? Little Wolf's eyes lit up, and she held the rice bucket toward Mother One. Ah. Okay, I give you more. Mother One filled another half bucket of rice for Little Wolf. Seeing that she loved sweet and sour pork, she even poured everything from the pot into the rice bucket for her to eat. Ah! Little Wolf cried out in joy, holding the rice bucket and continuing to eat. Everyone silently pushed the food toward Little Wolf, fearing she wouldn't have enough. Wan Ningyan touched Nuanyang's arm. Is she such a big eater? Yes, she could eat 3 trays of steamed buns for breakfast alone. Honey, you got a great apprentice. We have to work hard, or we won't be able to support her. It's okay. I already made inquiries. Dad rented 5 acres of land, 3 acres for rice, and 2 acres for vegetables, and my brother helps out. I have Yin Yin help ripen the rice later, so we can still afford it. Growing your own rice won't be free. We find a way to earn more money from Wen Yun Shu, and use it to buy food and support the family. Your idea is the best. The wife and husband conspired. After they finished, they were both very happy, except for Mother Wan and Father Wan, who looked worried. After lunch, Nuanyang sent Liang Xiaodi and her family back home and gave them some necessities and food. Rest today. Go to the warehouse tomorrow morning to get your ID card. You'll be able to use it to buy things there and eat in the cafeteria. Village Chief, thank you. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Liang Xiaodi held a child in each arm. Shuzi Xiaonan, you must always remember that it was the village chief who gave us a second life. No matter what happens, you must stand firmly by the village chief. Do you understand? I understand, Mom. Don't worry, Auntie. From now on, the village chief comes first, Auntie second, and Sister third. Nuanyang smiled and rubbed Liang Xingnan's cheek. You're so sweet. Are you putting honey on? No, I'm not. If you don't believe me, let me touch you. Okay, I believe you. Nuanyang was so happy that she gave each child a bag of fruit candy. She told Liang Zi to rest tomorrow and come to her at 7:30 the day after tomorrow to begin long-term physical and supernatural training. Afterward, Nuanyang visited 3 more villagers and gave some supplies to the new residents, so they wouldn't be left with nothing and living in extreme poverty. As he was about to return home, Nuanyang saw Jiang Feilai's grandmother and maternal grandmother entering through a small door next to the cowshed, which Nuanyang remembered as the newly built garbage dump. Village Chief, good afternoon. Hello, Grandma Jiang. Hello, Grandma Qin. Are you coming from the garbage dump? Yes, I just handled 2 buckets of trash. Grandma Jiang beamed. I thought I was old and could only be a burden, but I didn't expect to find a job. Thank you, Village Chief. Grandma Qin also smiled, her face wrinkling. Our village is great. Back in Sanyang Mountain, I couldn't find a job. People often stole my things, and I didn't even dare to go out. Sister Jiang, we made the right choice here. You finally admitted it. You initially refused to go with Xiao Lai. Luckily, Xiao Lai had her own way and carried you here. Listening to the 2 elders' conversation, Nuanyang felt proud. Her village wasn't the best Noah's Ark, but as long as everyone was happy, it was all worth it. Nuanyang was in a good mood and chatted with them for a while. She learned that they, along with Tian Jinjin's grandfather Tian Wei and second uncle Tian Li, had applied for jobs at the garbage dump. Everyone worked on a shift basis, taking turns on a daily basis. Although the pay was low, only 20% of the fertilizer revenue from the garbage dump had to be turned over to the village, with the remaining share split equally among the 4 people. With a bit of luck, it was equivalent to a teacher's salary. Speaking of teachers, I saw the children playing today. Is the school closed? It's open. Secretary Bai said the school is still following the old rules. Classes on weekdays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and weekends off. Today is Saturday, and the children, pin up, have been playing around since early morning. Play means first, accompanying the family in farming, second, accompanying the elders in work, and third, sleeping. Nuanyang plans to arrange some healthy recreational activities for the village tomorrow after discussing this with Baixing. After a stroll, he returned home. As soon as Nuanyang entered the courtyard, Mother Wan and Father Wan arrived and pulled Nuanyang into their room. Xiaoyang, Yin said Xiaolang is her apprentice and will live with us from now on. Is this a deal? Yes, it's settled. Ningyan likes Xiaolang very much. Even if he has some minor issues, she's willing. What should we do? Mother Wan's worries grew even worse. That child eats so much in one meal that even our food reserves will be depleted. Xiaoyang, as the village chief, could you use your connections to allocate more land to us? Demarcate more land? And limit the amount of land available for rent? Yes, it's based on household size. A household with 3 or fewer people can rent, or buy a maximum of 3 mu, approximately 1.5 acres. A household with 4 or more can rent, or buy a maximum of 5 mu, approximately 1.5 acres. This prevents people from hoarding land and then profiting from it. This is to prevent the emergence of landlords. Nuanyang felt that Baixing's approach was not inappropriate, and he couldn't abuse his privilege and break the rules. Mom, this won't work. As the village chief, I receive a portion of the village's financial and material resources as compensation every year, like a small landlord. Now we have to rent more land. If the other villagers find out, they'd be upset, even if they don't say anything. We can't do this. Mom, you're overthinking it. Xiaoyang, don't be angry. We won't do it. Wan's father whispered, why don't we buy the seeds from the warehouse? Xiaoyang, you can just give me some. We save on costs. Is that okay? Dad, according to the rules, after the harvest, a certain percentage must be paid as rent, or the crops can be converted into cash and paid. You can get all the seeds from me, but the rent must be high, unless we have enough money. Buy the land. Don't worry about that. I bring Siafeng with me. We deliver the grain on time every month, and won't leave any room for criticism. Well, Mom, Dad, don't worry too much. I still have over 100,000 grains in my space. I plan to replicate some grain once the building materials are copied, so there's no need to worry too much about farming. Trade will open up later. At worst, Ningyan and I can go fight zombies and buy grain from other bases. We can always provide for the whole family. Your health should be your priority. Let us younger generations handle these matters. Nuanyang patiently reasoned and analyzed the situation. The Wan family's mother and father were always worried sick. If this matter wasn't resolved, they would both likely have a few more gray hairs. After comforting her, Nuanyang gave Wan's mother a mutant shark before leaving. Mom, I have plenty of seafood in my space. Let's cook more from now on. This will help us cut down on the vegetables, meat, and eggs. If it's not enough, we can always grab some more. Just cook it and be done with it. Don't feel bad. Mother Wan was amused. She took Nuanyang's hand, a look of relief on her face. You are such a good daughter-in-law. Our Yin is so lucky. Even if I could die now, I would have no regrets. Mom, stop saying those unlucky words. I want you to live 100 years. Okay. Mom will strive to live to be 100 and see you live a lifetime of happiness. Yes. Chapter 676. Strange noises echoed from the room. Master. Shush. It's shush. Say it after me, sh. Sh. Look at my mouth shape. It's round like this, with the tip of my tongue against my jaw, right down there, sh. Nuanyang quietly opened the door, and saw Wan Ningyan and Xiao Lang sitting on the sofa. Wan Ningyan was teaching Xiao Lang how to speak, and quite selfishly, she was teaching him the word master. Shu. Sh. How come you can't even distinguish the tones? It's like you're speaking in dialect. Wan Ningyan, despite her disdain, happily patted Xiao Lang's head. That's it. From now on, you must call me master, and only me. Understand? Xiao Lang nodded and called out Sh. Wan Ningyan was overjoyed. She rubbed Xiaolang's face and praised him several times, wishing she could flatten him into a ball. My good disciple, how could you be so obedient? When your mistress returns, we go and get you some goodies from her space. Hearing there was food, Little Wolf nodded vigorously. Yuanyang, standing outside, was speechless. He had never seen a disciple taught like this before. Yuanyang waited a moment before opening the door and entering, only to be immediately blocked by the master and disciple. Wan Ningyan hugged Little Wolf, with a proud look on her face. Little Wolf, what should you call me? Sifu. Mimi, did you hear that? Little Wolf can call me master. Rapid progress. It looks like it won't be long before Little Wolf can communicate with us normally. Yes, so shouldn't we give Little Wolf a reward? Of course. He's your disciple. Give him whatever you want. Wan Ningyan hugged Yuanyang's arm and said, but honey, Xiaolang is a big eater. We're almost out of food in our subspace. Yuanyang looked at the densely packed food section in Wan Ningyan's subspace and rolled his eyes, pretending not to notice. Yeah, honey, that's what you're saying. How about I get you some? Okay. Yuanyang had assumed Wan Ningyan wanted some food, but she dragged Xiaolang along to order. She buy a portion of every item in the mall for them to see. If Xiaolang liked something, she arranged 100 portions for Wan Ningyan's subspace. After finishing the mall's food, they began to sort through the stockpiled goods. There were some items that Xiaolang liked, but they weren't in sufficient quantity, so they were asked to make more copies. After this supply run, Yuanyang felt more exhausted than fighting zombies, and collapsed on the sofa. Mimi, there are weapons too. We need a set of combat uniforms too. We don't need to give them now. Once everyone in our guard team has one, my apprentice will get one too. Okay. Yuanyang scrolled through the store listlessly. Wife, Little Wolf isn't in a good condition to use a gun. What weapon should I give her? An axe I've been training with. Little Wolf is very strong, so it should be suitable for training. Okay. Yuanyang picked out a new axe for Wan Ningyan, then saw the mutant long-haired calico cat in the space. Thinking of its beautiful eyes, he thought Wan Ningyan would like it. Wife, when I was out searching for cats this time, I rescued a long-haired calico cat with heterochromia. It's pregnant. Should we raise it until it's done giving birth and then release it? Long-haired calico? Or heterochromia? Take it out and let me see. Sanhua is a true beauty among cats. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but she's also incredibly docile. This is especially true of pregnant Sanhua, who has endured many difficult times. After emerging from her space, even though she was a little frightened of the unfamiliar surroundings and people, she remained obedient, her nails tucked in, allowing Wan Ningyan to cuddle with her. Oh my god! This is the first time I've seen such a beautiful Sanhua. She's so pitiful, so thin you can even see her bones. With 3 cubs in her belly and malnourished, I'm not sure if she can give birth safely. Let's keep her for now. When we have time, we go to Xiaoyu's house and say hello. If anything goes wrong during the birth, having a doctor there is always better than us. Okay. Sanhua settled down at Yuanyang and Wan Ningyan's home. Wan Ningyan named her Ping'an, hoping she would live a peaceful life. Ping'an has a beautiful, plush cat bed, and an automatic feeder and waterer. It also has its own snack rack, filled with canned food, wet food, frozen meat, and nutritional powder, which helps it gain weight quickly and increases its cub's survival rate. The wolf cub now has its own bed. Yuanyang tucked the long sofa into the space and replaced it with a small single bed. 2 single sofas were placed in the middle space as a temporary rest area. After Commute and her family leave, the house across the street will be renovated to the wolf cub's tastes, and she'll be able to move out. This is Yuanyang's biggest hope for the near future. Having a young girl living in the house, who doesn't know much about the world, makes it difficult to do anything, especially since the wolf cub has no sense of rules and boundaries. Wan Ningyan wanted to watch a comedy to relax that evening. Yuanyang set up the projector for her, intending to hold her and watch together. However, the wolf cub came in without knocking, observing the movie with curious eyes. Tear off the mask, Little Wolf, do you want to watch a movie too? Yeah. Little Wolf had already replied with yeah instead of a nod. Wan Ningyan immediately invited Little Wolf to join her. Little Wolf lay on Wan Ningyan's right, embracing the large bucket of popcorn she'd given him, eating as he watched. Yuanyang lay on her left. Even if she tried to hold him, Wan Ningyan would shake her off and give her a warning look, telling her not to get too close in front of the child. Yuanyang felt wronged. This life was so bland and boring. The next day, Yuanyang didn't get a chance to spend time alone with Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyan was busy teaching little Wolf how to wash his face and brush his teeth, and she even selected a special cleanser and lotion for little Wolf's skin. Wan Yang felt jealous, and after breakfast, she went to the warehouse to find Bai Xing out of sight, out of mind. The village was bustling with activity. Early in the morning, many villagers were carrying farm tools to the fields. Children stood on the bridge, watching the fish in the river. Despite the fierce flood, the mutant fish had survived, and since the village river was purified by a waterworks, the fish had remained. Lucky went to play on the opposite hill again. From time to time, animals, fearing tigers, would appear near the village. A small civet cat hopped onto the eaves to bask in the sun and sleep, while its 2 cubs stayed below. Zhou Ruoshui Xiaoyu and Su Yaoding were petting the kittens. When Nuanyang passed by, the children would greet her enthusiastically. The children, not being very discerning, knew Nuanyang was going to the warehouse to run some errands, so they dragged her along to see the fish in the river. For children, any new find they found was a priceless treasure, something they would only share with adults they loved. Having also grown up as a child herself, Nuanyang understood their feelings and accepted this sweet burden with a smile, even taking an extra half-hour to reach the warehouse. Secretary Bai, long time no see. Are you feeling better today? Village Chief, I'm much better now. I heard from Su Wan that you came to see me yesterday. Next time you need something, you can come directly to my house. You've been busy with trade these past few days, and have been establishing various new regulations for the village. You've been responsible for all the great changes in the village. How can I have the nerve to bother you? Bai Xing smiled faintly, and pulled out a thin document wrapped in brown paper. The first page read Trade Plan. The plan and schedule are ready. Village Chief, please take a look. I refine any areas I haven't considered. If everything is as planned, we can conduct our first foreign trade operation in 30 days. 30 days? Will it take that long? Yes, it's mentioned in the plan. It primarily addresses the training of field personnel. Captain Wei, Captain Zhao, and Captain Yuan suggest conducting a field training exercise. Those who pass will be issued trade passes, allowing them to engage in foreign trade. Trade passes? Wan Yang sat down and began to carefully examine the plan, starting from the second page. The more he read, the more he felt that Bai Xing was a talented person. Chapter 677. The trade plan is divided into 3 parts. The first part analyzes the trade advantages and disadvantages of Noah's Ark, Sanyang Mountain Base, and Inner Mongolia Sheep Farm. The second part plans the process for implementing the trade plan in the village. The third part addresses the prevention and follow-up of potential problems. Trade advantages and disadvantages analysis. The Sanyang Mountain Base is currently in the post-disaster reconstruction and recovery phase, requiring large quantities of fruits, vegetables, meat, eggs, and daily necessities. It also has significant debts, and its focus is on obtaining as many crystal cores as possible to repay debts and purchase necessities. After recuperation, the Sanyang Mountain Base can leverage its coastal location to vigorously develop related industries, such as sea salt production and seafood products, transforming from a purely purchasing entity into a healthy trade model combining both buying and selling. Noah's Ark Base maintains a highly modern industrial civilization and can trade in daily necessities, medical supplies, and industrial products with the outside world. However, its disadvantage is its large population and the urgent need to address the food crisis. Added value. Noah's Ark boasts strong security measures and can serve as a stopover for trade. If trade booms, it could potentially open up tourism, medical examination programs, and other programs. Disadvantages. As a national base with a massive military, Noah's Ark's trade could easily expose the village's location, leading to immeasurable consequences. Inner Mongolia boasts the largest pastures in China, making it suitable for animal husbandry. In addition to Camus's 1,000 mutant sheep, it's recommended to capture and raise more herbivores in Inner Mongolia to expand meat variety and maximize the grassland's advantages. Cons. Daily necessities and industrial products are in short supply, and manpower is limited. It's recommended to dispatch villagers to provide support, learn advanced animal husbandry techniques, and introduce advanced equipment to reduce costs and increase efficiency. Shoe Embroidery Village Trade Plan fully develop agriculture. All 3 bases face significant food shortages. The village must quickly transition from manual farming to mechanized production and expand farmland. Within 15 days of the plan's implementation, the area surrounding the village must be cleared of zombies and fenced off. Sufficient land must be reserved for cultivation. Fruit trees will be planted extensively to prevent soil erosion and flooding. Cultivate trade talent. To prevent the village's location from being exposed, trade activities will be led by the village, with trade talent dispatched to collaborate with the three parties. Due to its unique nature, selection is currently limited to members of the first guard team. The second team will serve as a reserve, with outstanding members receiving accompanying training opportunities. The third team and other villagers are prohibited from participating. 15 days before the plan begins, the selected team will conduct zombie clearing activities in the surrounding area. The next 12 days will be spent conducting field training assessments. Finally, the three leaders will select the members who pass the assessment and issue trade passes. Trade rules. 1. All goods traded are calculated in crystal cores, and profits and losses are the sole responsibility of the trader. 2. Vehicles required for trade are provided by the village, and users must pay the village rental fee and a deposit. Damage, loss, or abandonment requires full compensation and a warning point deduction. A deduction of 12 points will result in the revocation of the trade pass. 3. Privately selling vehicles to other bases or survivors will result in the permanent revocation of the trade pass and prohibition from engaging in related work. 4. Traders must sign a confidentiality agreement, prohibiting the disclosure of the village's location. Violators will have their trade pass permanently revoked. 5. Trade carries risks, and accidental personal insurance is provided. If an accident occurs while trading, the village will provide a one-time 100,000 yuan compensation to the deceased's family or beneficiary and assist with burial. 6. Villagers engaging in trade and their dealings with traders are completely autonomous and responsible for their own profits and losses. Disputes can be resolved by the village chief. 7. The first 2 years are a trial period for trade, during which all trade-related fees are waived. Starting from the 3rd year, the village will charge a 5% management fee for each trade. At the same time, the village will provide each base with the intended materials and quantities every week for villagers' reference. Risk mitigation. The locations of Noah's Ark, Inner Mongolia Sheep Farm, and Sanyang Mountain Base pose a risk of exposure. In the future, this may lead to independent trade among the three parties, avoiding the situation where Shuxiao village reaps the middle price. This situation is unavoidable, but the village has a natural advantage in spatial transportation. Later, it could switch to charging transportation fees to mitigate the risk of economic collapse caused by large fluctuations in revenue. The village's location poses a risk of exposure and may attract the attention of some bases. Recommendations. 1. Strengthen village patrols. 2. Intimidate trade personnel. 3. Establish a hidden backup survival area for emergency evacuations. Nuanyang gave a thumbs up after reading the report, but she had a few questions, so she discussed them with Baixing. The village's current policy limiting the number of farmlands leased or sold will remain unchanged, but these fields are within the village. I plan to lease the newly reclaimed land outside the village, not sell it, and use it exclusively for foreign trade. If any villagers want to expand their farming and profit through trade, they can only rent land outside the village. The village will provide machinery, water, and electricity, and they can pay 30% of the harvest to the village as rent, which is half the price of renting land within the village. This way, conservative villagers can earn a small profit by farming within the village, while those willing to take a gamble can rent land outside. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I see. Then what's the point of intimidating those who trade? You could also call it deception. Shirahoshi held out a candy. I heard the village chief has many kinds of pills. If you presented one, claiming it was poison, and claimed the person who took it would die instantly if they revealed the village's location, I think everyone would believe it. Would that work? It certainly wouldn't have worked before the apocalypse. Now, no one would doubt it. The village chief can conjure a buffet out of thin air, so why would he find poison so unusual? Indeed. Baixing truly refreshed Nuanyang's perception of her. Not only was her plan comprehensive, but she even had this method of controlling others. For the first time, he felt that Baixing was quite treacherous. Village chief, good morning. Nanyang was greeted by several new villagers nearby. They had come to register and receive their ID cards. Nuanyang offered them a seat, chatting while watching Baixing work. The Liang Zhaodi family was particularly delighted. After receiving their ID cards, they immediately bought some meat and vegetables to celebrate with their 2 children at noon. The twin sisters were named Yunwan and Yunshu, with the older sister Waner and the younger sister Xiaoshu. As their names implied, they were both well-behaved and beautiful. They were sure to be stunning beauties once they grew up. The sisters were moving to a new house today, and since they didn't have time to cook, Nuanyang suggested they eat in the cafeteria. Also busy preparing for the new home was Zhao Sivan, an artist who excelled in ink and oil painting and was least adept at housework. Her daughter, Zhao Yunjia, was only 10 years old, but she knew how to cook. She acted like a grown-up, asking her mother to buy groceries and seasonings while she borrowed a pot from a neighbor. "Sister Zhao, is your daughter the one who cooks at home?" Zhao Sivan, tall and elegant, was very charming. Upon hearing Nuanyang's question, a blush crossed her thin, sunken face, and she smiled, embarrassed yet gentle. "Yes, I can't tell the difference between oil, rice, sauce, vinegar, and tea. Usually Xujia cooks, and I wash the dishes and pots. It's good for children to be hands-on, but be careful, especially with fire." "I understand. Tomorrow is Monday, and Sister Zhao has to report to school and schedule classes. Go back early to clean up." "Okay, goodbye, village chief." Zhao Sivan hurried home, carrying her groceries. She felt shy and embarrassed because she was the only parent in the village who needed her child to cook. Zhao Sivan was an artist, not short of money, but she lacked a sense of security. She didn't dare hire a little nanny, and only had a part-time cleaner who came once a week. Zhao Sivan's cooking wasn't good, but she didn't think it was. After caring for her daughter for a few years, Zhao Yunjia couldn't handle it anymore and learned to cook at a young age. The fact that she and her daughter were able to survive and be rescued by Zhao Ro's team was because her daughter was too young to carry much of the food, so she used her mother's phone to order a lot of food. But children have no concept of quantity, so they ended up stuffing dozens of tons of rice, grain, and oil into the basement of their exquisite villa, accidentally saving her own life. Xiaohua was one of the only 2 new villagers who didn't need to move. She was adopted by the Wei sisters. Today, when she came to receive her ID card, not only were Wei Mingyi and Wei Mingxue with her, but even Chen Haitang was following behind to protect her. Wan Yang remembered that her family member hadn't come to get their ID card yet, so she sent a message to Wan Ningyan, asking her to bring Little Wolf to the warehouse to get one. Wan Yang had never expected that, without her urging them to come, Wan Ningyan would use her object control ability to fly Little Wolf directly over the river. She landed safely and struck a cool pose, while Little Wolf clapped beside her. "Tear, stick." Wan Yang held his forehead, trying to pretend he didn't know them. Chapter 678. While Xiaolang was applying for his ID card, Xiaohua had already received it and was ready to leave, but none of them left, instead surrounding Wan Ningyan and Xiaolang. Wei Mingxue, a devoted fan of Wan Ningyan, praised her while introducing her brilliant film and television career to Xiaohua. Chen Haitang stood straight, his eyes fixed on Xiaolang like a guard. Wei Mingyi, on the other hand, smiled constantly. Nuanyang lowered his head sheepishly, only to find Wei Mingyi approaching him. "Captain Wei, are you going to buy some groceries to cook?" "No, I mean, your wife is quite interesting. I'm really looking forward to what she teaches Xiaolang to be like." Nuanyang recalled Wan Ningyan's embarrassingly cool pose and felt deeply concerned for Xiaolang's future. I think I teach him to be lively. You talk quite interestingly too." Wan Yang thought to himself, "Captain Wei, please let me go." "I got it, Little Wolf. Come on, Master will take you riding a cow." "Ah." After Wan Ningyan got Little Wolf's ID card, she said goodbye to Wei Mingyi and the others, and said she wanted to take Little Wolf riding a cow. Wan Yang was overwhelmed and quickly stopped her. "You want to take Little Wolf riding a cow? Isn't that bad?" "Why not? I can't ride a cow while she watches. You keep busy. I take Little Wolf around the village. If Mom asks, just say I'd be home at noon." "Okay, then be careful not to get kicked by the cows." I know. Wan Ningyan took out her electric scooter and happily carried Little Wolf to the cowshed. The big cows had gone to the fields to plow, so only the calf was there. The calf was the most docile, and Wan Yang felt a little relieved. Turning around, the Wei family, who had been watching the fun, also slowly made their way home. Wei Mingxue held Xiaohua's hand, with Wei Mingyi and Chen Haitang protecting her on either side. It was a heartwarming scene, but Nuanyang wasn't envious at all. Having a third wheel would only disrupt his happy life with his wife. Nuanyang had no interest in adopting a child. After everyone left, Bai Xing continued to brief Nuanyang on the village's recent recruitment and reforms to its rules and regulations. The school has 3 semesters a year. In addition to the normal classes in Chinese, math, chemistry, medicine, art, and physical education, the summer break is dedicated to physical training and practical classes. The emphasis is on strengthening the children's physical fitness and general knowledge, such as farming, cooking, and handicrafts. Older children will also receive simple martial arts instruction. From 18 to 20 years old, they enter university. The rite of passage is to receive the superpower awakening fluid. After awakening their superpowers, they are divided into classes based on their superpower attributes and interests. The goal is to have several talented students take over the Guard Corps in 5 to 10 years. Great! Have you decided on the teachers? Yes, medicine is divided into 2 parts: traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. The 4 elders of Kai Yuanyu's family take turns teaching. The elderly have limited energy, so rotating classes would be best for them. Chemistry teachers are Zhu Yi and Hua Lei, Chinese and math teachers are Lin Baiwei's parents. Physical education is Qin Shiya's father, and painting is taught by Zhao Sivan. As for physical training, members of the guard team will take turns teaching. Practical classes have already been arranged with the cafeteria. Farming will be handled by Yishu's parents, and Xia Haiming's father will teach bricklaying. Nguyen Yang thought for a moment and suggested, let's keep the morning exercise tradition. Starting at 8 a.m. is already too late. Why not move it to 7:30 a.m.? A half-hour morning exercise will prevent them from collapsing during summer training. Bai Xing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and wrote down the calisthenics in her notebook. What about the warehouse? You only hired 2 people. Isn't that enough? Well, I plan to only handle financial oversight in the warehouse. Once Su Wan is familiar with all the procedures, I have her take on the cashier role. She's a CFO by training, so she's more professional than I am at this. Later, I want to bring Guyu's mother, Gu Fenrong, on board. Gu Fenrong used to be a salesperson, so she'd be able to pick up the buying and selling process more quickly. If we need more people in the future, Su Wan and Gu Fenrong will recruit and train them themselves. As for the warehouse management, I already had Gao Huilan familiarize herself with the operations as quickly as possible. I hired 2 more people in 2 weeks. Since we need to separate the warehouse and the store, let's separate them. I'd build a small shop of 30 to 40 square meters next door. There were several refrigerators and shelves, just like in pre-apocalyptic stores, so villagers could go in and browse. It's so inconvenient now. Villagers can't go in and pick up goods, and the warehouse is so huge, so you have to walk back and forth to get something, which is exhausting. Okay, then this will be counted as a village account expense. The village is short of money now, so village chief, please advance it, and we pay you back when the village has money. Is that okay with a 1/1000th interest rate per day? And interest? Of course, there's always a cost for advances. I can't just ignore it because it's the end of the world. Bai Xing's meticulous work ethic made Nguyen Yang increasingly satisfied. If she were deputy village chief, his job would surely be 100 times easier. Nguyen Yang suddenly spoke her mind. Bai Xing, who was standing opposite her, looked unhappy. After several seconds of hesitation, she spoke with some words of advice. Village chief, you are the head of this village. You can't just be lazy. You have to work hard to manage the village. The happiness of all the villagers rests on your shoulders. Nguyen Yang sighed, okay. I understand, Secretary Bai. I work hard. 2 hours later, all matters concerning the village were finally discussed. Nguyen Yang returned to Wei Mingyi with a trade proposal, handing over the trade negotiations with Noah's Ark and the Sanyang Mountain base to her, while he remained responsible for the commute family. On the way, Nguyen Yang bought blueprints to build a shop. He then selected 2 empty spaces in the cafeteria and brought out a ping-pong table and rackets. A nearby shelf held spare rackets, ping-pong balls, and a few pairs of badminton rackets. Simple entertainment to keep the children entertained. On the way out, he happened to encounter a group of children with homemade fishing rods, hoping to go fishing. Nguyen Yang told them about the cafeteria's recreational facilities, and they all rushed over, startling him. Are the children really that excited? Nguyen Yang pondered this, then returned to the school and placed a few boxes of children's and young adult literature in the teachers' offices. He would not give away anything else for the time being. Children lack self-control at this age, so giving them too much entertainment can actually harm them. Let's slowly supplement it later. After all her worries, Nguyen Yang finally set off for the Wei residence. As she walked, she glanced towards the fields and quickly spotted the discord between the 2 oxen. Zooming in on the tactical angle, Xiao Lang and Wan Ningyan sat on the calf, holding fishing rods, with a carrot dangling from the front, luring the calf forward. As expected of you, Wan Ningyan, you know how to have fun. Nguyen Yang sighed, quickly crossed the bridge, and headed to the Wei residence to discuss business. Chapter 679. At noon, the busy Wan family returned for lunch. Nguyen Yang and Wei Mingyi arranged their work, and negotiated trade and product expansion with the commute family. The outbound personnel would be selected from within the village. Wan Ningyan took Little Wolf, on a stroll around the village. Little Wolf not only became familiar with the village, but also learned the words cow, cat, and canteen. Wan Yinru was the most boring, having actually helped Wan Ningyue with her homework all morning. The two of them also learned Chinese herbal medicine together and experimented with mixing a heat-reducing soup, which they planned to prepare for everyone that afternoon. Wan's father took Wan Ningfeng to the fields. Rice has a longer growing cycle than vegetables, so they could harvest a crop in the afternoon. When it came to talking about things, everyone had endless topics to talk about. Even when Mother Wan brought Little Wolf a bucket of rice, she didn't seem to mind. Sister Nuanyang, we're planning to go back to Inner Mongolia the day after tomorrow. Are you available to take us? The day after tomorrow? You're not considering the trade deal? Camuse chuckled. No, we're not. My family trusts you completely, so we plan to go back early and set up the yurt so the expatriates don't have nowhere to stay. Okay, then, let's have breakfast the day after tomorrow morning before we leave. Tell Mom if you have any food cravings these next 2 days, and we eat your fill. Okay. Nuanyang was thrilled to see the Camute family leave. She was finally getting rid of Little Wolf, the light bulb. She was happy. Even then, Mother Wan was starting to feel melancholy. She wanted to make more of Camuse's family's favorite dishes, but she had to work in the cafeteria that afternoon and didn't have enough time. So, she asked Wan Ningfeng to help while Wan Ningyan and Little Wolf helped Father Wan harvest the vegetables. Mimi, don't you think my mom is weird? Weird? Wan Yang asked, continuing her work. What's weird about it? Why doesn't she let me help with the cooking? She lets my brother do it instead. Am I any better than Wan Ningfeng? Wan Yang was melting chocolate, planning to make some fake pills. When she heard Wan Ningyan's words, she hesitated, finally agreeing with a few words without daring to say a word. Humph. I decided. I'd build a side room in the back of the house as a kitchen, so I can learn to cook and impress Mom. Wan Yang's hand trembled, and 2 drops of chocolate spilled onto the outside of the mold. She didn't care about the failure, and quickly stood up to dissuade him. Honey, there's no need. It's okay if we can't cook. We can just eat in the cafeteria later. Why waste time learning this? Mimi, don't you want to eat my homemade food? Thinking of Wan Ningyan's steak, Wan Yang nodded unconsciously. Yes. Then you have to support me. Send me the blueprints. I choose a kitchen design I like. Okay. Wan Yang, bewildered, agreed and built a 12-square-meter kitchen behind the house. It was luxuriously appointed, with a minimalist European style that stood out from the courtyard. After finishing the kitchen, Wan Ningyan took Little Wolf and Father Wan to harvest the vegetables, while Wan Yang continued making her fake pills. She placed them in molds and used her ice powers to accelerate the solidification. She soon made 50 chocolate black pills, each the size of half a pinky nail. Finally done. Wan Yang stretched, stored the pills in her space, and was about to go help Wan Ningyan and the others harvest the vegetables when she happened to run into Wan Yinru and Wan Ningyue. Wan Yang wanted to smile and greet them, but she caught sight of the bowl of dark medicinal soup Wan Ningyue was holding, and a mask of pain instantly fell over her. Yin Yue, why are you here? Sister Nuanyang, our herbal tea is ready. Would you like to try it? Sister-in-law. Drink some of the herbal tea quickly. Your hand is so sore from holding it up. Yuer's flirting skills were just as good as Wan Ningyan's, and she even had a little baby voice. Nuanyang's heart melted, and she couldn't find the words to refuse. Okay, sister-in-law, have some. Nuanyang took the bowl with a forced smile. Have you checked the prescription with Grandma Yuan and Grandpa Kong? Don't worry, sister-in-law. I made it exactly according to Grandma Yuan's prescription, and I even added rock sugar. It's delicious. Yes, sister-in-law, it's really, really delicious. Nuanyang sniffed it suspiciously, frowning at the smell. Seeing the 2 children's expectant eyes, she steeled herself and took a big sip. It seems pretty good. Compared to other herbal teas, it's a little less sweet, but the taste and texture are very similar, except for the slightly unpleasant smell. Sister-in-law, how's it? Yeah, it's delicious. Do you have any more? I'm going to help out in the fields, so I like to bring some for Ningyan and the others. Yes, we made a big pot. The 2 children were delighted and led Nuanyang to the kitchen. They brewed 2 pots of herbal tea, which was still steaming. Nuanyang poured it into a container, chilled it, and took it all away. Sister Nuanyang, don't you often have back pain? We're planning to research some Chinese medicine for back injuries. We make some for you later, okay? Sister-in-law, okay? With the successful herbal tea, Nuanyang no longer had any doubts about the 2 children's abilities. She immediately agreed and headed to the fields with the herbal tea. This was Nuanyang's first time in the village since the farm began operating. After crossing the bridge and passing through the small gates of the cattle shed and the garbage dump, they came across a pool, convenient for connecting water pipes to irrigate the fields or wash farm tools. Further in, 6 straight cement roads weave horizontally and vertically, dividing the farmland into 15 sections, each covering 5 mu, approximately 16 acres. Currently, 12 sections have been rented out. Not everyone in the village knows how to farm, and not every family has the manpower to do so. Given the restrictions, renting out so many is a remarkable feat. The fields are dominated by lush green rice, which forms waves of green when the wind blows. As Nuanyang passes by, he can smell the fragrance of the rice. The villagers are currently very poor, not only in debt but also with limited food reserves. They choose to plant rice first, then vegetables. A few clever people have reserved a small area for leeks, which have the shortest growing cycle, and surrounded it with chili peppers, ensuring a daily vegetable supply. In front of each field stands a wooden sign indicating the owner. As Nuanyang walked and looked, he suddenly noticed that Zhou Ran's family had only rented 1 mu, approximately 16 acres, of land, but instead of rice, they were growing a variety of vegetables. Sister Zhou Ran, are you harvesting vegetables? Yes. Zhou Ran looked up at the voice. Village chief, I just picked some fresh vegetables. They're so fresh. You can take some home and try them. No, I grow them too. I'm just curious, Sister Zhou, why don't you grow some rice? Do we have enough rice at home? I don't need to grow rice. I made an agreement with everyone a few days ago. You all grow rice, and I grow vegetables. I just trade the vegetables for everyone else's rice. After we get through the first 2 months, we have a surplus of food. We can plant whatever we want in the fields. No need for all this calculations. So it was a win-win cooperation. Nuanyang just didn't understand. Why not plant half rice and half vegetables? This question was answered by Father Wan. Rice planting density has certain requirements. If you only plant a little, the yield will be affected, so everyone should plant rice as much as possible. But we can't just eat rice and not eat vegetables, so let Zhou Ran's family, who live closest to the land, plant vegetables. This will minimize the impact on rice yields and allow everyone to avoid eating dry rice every day. I see. Nuanyang had always thought farming was just about plowing, sowing, watering, fertilizing, and pest control. I hadn't expected there to be so much more involved. Chapter 680. Not bad. Wan Ningyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Nian and Yuer have only been studying Chinese medicine for half a year, and they can already make herbal tea. Remarkable. Not only that, they're also helping me with my back pain. Speaking of back pain, Wan Ningyan immediately whispered, when do you plan to get treatment? There won't be any natural disasters in the future, so there should be plenty of time. Not yet. It's just that the temperature keeps rising. However, the flood control plant has plenty of water, so even if extreme heat strikes again, we can still weather it safely. Then you should quickly ask Grandma Yuan for treatment. Seeing Wan Ningyan's concern for him, Nuanyang was deeply moved. After I send Kim Yu's family back to Inner Mongolia, I go find Grandma Yuan. Yes, treat her sooner rather than later, so as not to affect our lives. Life? Nuanyang's smile faded. It turned out his wife was afraid he wouldn't be able to, wrongly so. The Wan family only planted 1 mu of vegetables, radishes, eggplants, greens, and leeks. On the outer edge, they planted a circle of bell peppers. Today they harvested the leeks, greens, and bell peppers. The pineapples and eggplants wouldn't be harvested until tomorrow. Not all the vegetables belonged to the Wan family. They could only keep a quarter for themselves, and the rest had to be traded with other villagers. Otherwise, relying solely on Zhou Ran's family for their crops, life would be a bit tight. Dad, how are we going to trade later? Ask each family? Or something else? Father Wan was sitting by the roadside, packing the harvested vegetables into a bamboo basket. Hearing Nuanyang's question, he pointed to the entrance to the field. There's an open space next to the pond. We put the vegetables there. At around 5 or 6 o'clock, when everyone gets off work, they bring rice to trade for the vegetables. If they don't have enough food at home, they write an IOU. Okay, then this price should be cheaper than what we get at the warehouse, right? Of course. If growing vegetables costs more than buying them at the warehouse, why would we even grow them? We just starve. That's right. I talked to Secretary by later, and see if we can build a small vegetable market at the entrance to save everyone from having to stand under the scorching sun to buy vegetables. That's a great idea. Dad One was very pleased, a gratified smile on his face. As expected of a village chief, you're so thoughtful. Yin Yin is in your care. Jinyu and I are relieved. Wan Yin happened to be arriving with Little Wolf, and she was a little disgusted by what Dad One said. Dad, stop talking about leaving me with Nuanyang. If you're so relieved, Nuanyang is my wife, not yours. Aren't you ashamed to say that? Hey! You little girl. I surrender. I can't argue with you. Dad One pretended to be angry and stood up. Little Wolf misunderstood Dad One's gesture and immediately stood in front of Wan Ningyan, his hands on his hips, looking up and shouting at Dad One. Rake, sweetheart, brain broken, aren't you ashamed? You're such a smartass. Wan Ningyan immediately slapped the little wolf on the back of the head. I taught you to recognize vegetables, but you can't even remember 10 words from such a long sentence. Are you trying to piss off your master? Nuanyang whispered, Wife, it's 8 words. If you say anything more, I scold you too. The little wolf was punished by Wan Ningyan to run away. Sandbags were tied to both legs, and he was required to run around the field with the weights on his legs. He was also required to remember the words radish and leek. Tear and apply. The afternoon was still quite hot. The little wolf looked at the sun and didn't want to run. Wan Ningyan didn't want to indulge her, but she also tied sandbags on herself. Don't call me master. You're not my disciple until you finish the race. Hurry up, I run with you. Little Wolf looked at Wan Ningyan, thought for a moment, and cried out, Brains. The 3 people present were stunned. If I can't call you master, I call you wife? Little Wolf, don't call me wife. Nuanyang lectured with a stern face, Ningyan is my wife. No one else can call her that except me. If you keep calling her that, you won't eat tonight. Little Wolf scratched his head, half comprehending, Nyan. Pa! Wan Ningyan couldn't hold it in any longer, and smacked Little Wolf on the back of the head again. Call me master? Don't call me by my name. It's rude. Little Wolf, feeling no pain at all, instead gleefully shouted slap. Before he could even get 2 calls out, Wan Ningyan, with a sullen face, rushed him off for a punishing run. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, ran at a steady pace around the cement road. The vegetables from the field had been harvested. Father Wan and Nuanyang ignored them, sorting them into separate bamboo baskets. Nuanyang then stored them in her space, and waited until 5 p.m. to set up her stall. Using the 2 or so hours of free time, Nuanyang first met with Bai Xing to discuss the vegetable market project. She then applied for a position as an Inner Mongolia assisted breeding specialist. She then set up a wooden bulletin board at the entrance of the newly built shop and posted the notice. The board looked exquisite, its frame covered in carved patterns and featuring a glass sliding door, so it wouldn't get wet in the rain. Today, Bai Xing was working in the warehouse, while Su Wan and Gao Huilan were tidying up the new shop. If all went well, the shop would officially open that evening, and Gao Huilan would be fully responsible for the warehouse. Nanyang saw how much trouble they were having moving things from the warehouse to the shop, so she came to help and asked why the children weren't there. I was originally helping out. Those small items were brought by the children, Gao Huilan explained, pointing to the merchandise on the shelves. Then Ning Yue came and said she wanted to make herbal tea for everyone. She asked Xiaoyu and the others to help measure the herbs, so I let them go. It would be dangerous for the children to carry these large items, so it's better to do something else. Where is smart? She wanted to make her own herbal tea, and not only did she ask Yin Yin to help, she also invited her good friends. In a few years, she'd be the leader of the children. Su Wan smiled and agreed, being the leader of the children is great. My Yuding was too quiet, but now she's become much more lively after playing with Yuer. Then Sister Su Wan, be careful. Yuer is a naughty monkey who dares to ride a tiger. Don't lead your Yuding astray. Su Wan, amused by Nuanyang, suddenly stopped smiling, returning to her usual elegant executive persona. Nuanyang thought she had said something wrong, but when she turned around, she saw Zhao Rou standing at the door, her expression a little uneasy. Zhao Rou, why are you here? Village Chief, I heard the store is busy opening today, and I didn't have much to do, so I thought I'd come and help. Nuanyang, thinking back to Su Wan's reaction, understood a little and quickly stepped aside. It's indeed quite busy. The stock needs to be stored on the shelves in this small warehouse, and it's a bit heavy. Gao Huilan, perceptive, came out with a cart. Village Chief, I'm going to bring some goods. Su Wan, please help sort out the small warehouse. With Captain Zhao's help, it'd be easier for you. Nuanyang was surprised. As expected, the experienced ones are the wisest. This maneuver was much more clever than Wan Yang's, and it even created an opportunity. Village chief, don't you have space? Please carry these heavy items to the warehouse, and I sort them out. Su Wan is weak. Before Zhao Rou could finish her words, Su Wan unhappily picked up a large box of canned goods and headed back to the small warehouse. Zhao Rou frowned at this and quickly apologized. Su Wan, I don't mean to look down on you. I'm saying that compared to me, you're quite a bit weaker. Compared to everyone else, you're actually pretty average. Not the strongest, but not the worst either. Wan Yang could barely contain her laughter. She found an excuse and ran away. She hadn't expected Zhao Rou to be so righteous, even without being tactful, and she had actually managed to make Su Wan frown. Chapter 681. The courtyard was bustling with activity. A group of children had arrived to help weigh the Chinese herbs and package them. Even Tana had a task, sitting on a small stool and keeping an eye on the cats and tigers to prevent them from causing damage. Wan Yang truly admired Yue. She made such a fuss just brewing herbal tea, and when Yinru let her wander around. She was only 13 years old, and she'd probably be a little devil when she grew up. Wan Yang's complaints were not without reason. Wan Ningyue's sister-in-law was the village chief and possessed a powerful shopping mall system. Her sister was the village chief's wife and a dual-level psychic. Sister Nian Yin possessed a powerful mutant form and was a candidate for village chief. As her apprentices, Xiaolang and Liangzi also looked after her with extra care, their buffs stacked high. Hello, village chief. The village chief is back. Village chief, here's a stool for you. Village chief. Nuan Yang was overwhelmed the moment she entered the yard. Children's voices were already shrill, and the constant cries of village chief from the children, big and small, were almost ear-piercing. Hello, keep up your work. I'm going back to my room to rest for a while. Nuan Yang wanted to run away, but the children, upon hearing that she wanted to rest, pulled her onto a bench and eagerly offered her a massage. When Wan's mother returned, she witnessed this scene. Su Yaoting and Kai Yuanyu were massaging Nuan Yang's legs, Gao Yu and Zhou Ruoshui were rubbing her back, and sisters Zhao Qingyun and Zhao Qinghua were each massaging one of her arms. Wan Ningyue also brought her some cold tea. Xiaolong, even if it's the end of the world, using child labor isn't right? Mom, can't you see I was forced? Nuan Yang had barely finished speaking when Wan Ningyue's cold tea was brought to his lips. Sister-in-law, have some tea. Nuan Yang immediately lowered her head and took a sip. You know what? It's really nice to have someone massaging and someone feeding you water. Mother Wan observed for a moment, then understood. She turned to Wan Ningyue. How long are you going to be working on this? Just 12 more pairs. Okay, then you can take your time. Rest afterward, and we all have dinner at home tonight. The children didn't dare stay at the village chief's house for dinner, shaking their heads in refusal. It was only when Wan Yang feigned anger and threats that they finally agreed. The children then hurried to notify their parents, and Wan Yang, finally relieved, went inside to find Mother Wan. Outside the kitchen, Wan Ningfeng was securing the mutant sheep to the grill, as Mother Wan had instructed, and Wan Yang joined in to help. Mom, weren't you supposed to be working in the kitchen today? Why are you back so early? Yin Yin came to see me and said you had hired a bunch of kids to help out with candy. She felt the candy wasn't enough to pay them, and the kids wouldn't take her gifts, so she asked if I could treat them to a meal as a thank you. At first, I thought Yin Yin was overdoing it. What kind of help would you have with kids? But then I found out they'd be busy all afternoon on the assembly line, and to just give them a few candies wasn't right. So I quickly finished my work and came back. Mother Wan sighed again. It's not that I'm worried about your status as village chief, or that Yuer's case will affect your image in everyone's eyes. I just think the children in the village are too skinny, like emaciated monkeys. Having an excuse to make them something delicious makes me feel good. Yeah, I understand. Mom, tell me what vegetables you need, and I get them for you. No, you already filled both refrigerators. There's nothing you need. While they were chatting, when Yinru arrived, taking over Nuan Yang's work while continuing to talk. Sister Nuan Yang, Sister Ying is here. She says she needs you for something, and it seems urgent. You should go check it out. Sister Ying? Nuan Yang couldn't figure out what Sister Ying wanted to talk to her about. After wiping her hands, she hurried back to the courtyard. The children occupied most of the courtyard. Sister Ying stood by, watching them busying around. She seemed relaxed, but beads of sweat covered her face, and her complexion was a shade of red. It was obvious she had been running all the way here. Nuan Yang called them to the living room of her house, where Little Wolf's bed was set up. The two of them sat face to face on the single sofa and talked. You want to go to Inner Mongolia? Yes. Sister Ying was very determined. I was very interested when I saw the job notice. I also told Grandma Kong about it, and she agreed. Sister Ying, I'm not rejecting your application. I just want to remind you that things are different now. Going to Inner Mongolia is not just a tourist trip. There's no electricity or water there, and the facilities are rudimentary. You get a tan from herding sheep all day. It's okay for a few days, but staying there for a long time won't be as comfortable as the village. I know. Not only are the conditions worse than in the village, but I also have to help herd sheep, raise new mutant herbivores, prepare breeding guides, and record populations and reproduction rates. I taken note of the requirements in the notice. I'm sure I can complete the tasks. Village Chief, please let me go. Of course you're sure you want to go? Sure. Sister Ying, we're old acquaintances. Let me be frank. Those assigned to Inner Mongolia must stay for at least 1 year. If you apply to return early, you will be prohibited from participating in foreign missions in the future. I understand. I definitely won't come back early. Nguyen Yang pulled out a notebook and wrote Sister Ying's name in it. Applications for the field assignment close tomorrow at noon, and the decision will be made by several village officials. Sister Ying's registration doesn't guarantee she be selected. Well, even if I don't get selected, it's okay. I still have a chance next year. If not next year, I get selected the year after. I always be selected. That's a pretty good attitude. While chatting with her, Nguyen Yang remembered something. By the way, Sister Ying, who are you going to give that buffet seat to? Sister Ying lowered her head slightly, a little embarrassed. I want to give it to Xiao Xiao, but I don't want her to know it's from me. Village Chief, could you please find an excuse to give it to her? Say it's a reward. Nguyen Yang was quite surprised. She thought Sister Ying was going to give it to her good friend, but she didn't expect it to be Xiao Xiao. Okay, but why would you give it to Xiao Xiao? That girl is usually very reserved. I didn't realize you knew each other. Not really, we just spoken a few times. Every time I see her arms, so thin as bamboo poles, it makes me feel bad, and I want her to eat more. Okay, I understand. I find a chance to treat her to a buffet. Thank you, Village Chief. Sister Ying had just finished her talk and left when Qin Yun arrived, also about the assignment to Inner Mongolia. You're going to Inner Mongolia? Nguyen Yang was genuinely surprised. The trade talent recruitment is coming up soon. It pays more than an assignment, and you don't have to leave home for long. With your abilities, you definitely have a chance. Why go to Inner Mongolia? Would you be comfortable leaving your mother alone in the village? Village Chief, this is a decision I made after careful consideration. I also discussed it with my mother, and she agrees. Nguyen Yang had mixed feelings. Qin Yun's abilities weren't particularly exceptional, she was just an average strength type, but she was incredibly clever and, in Nguyen Yang's opinion, a perfect candidate for the trade program. She hadn't expected her to choose the overseas assignment. Nguyen Yang had a feeling there was something else going on, especially after witnessing Wan Ningfeng's failed confession to Qin Yun. It felt like she was choosing the overseas assignment to avoid Wan Ningfeng. Village Chief, you're really overthinking it. Why would I choose the overseas assignment just because of Wan Ningfeng? I considered everything. First, this year is the first trade talent selection. I'm not particularly skilled, so I'm not 100% sure I'd be selected. I can't just rely on one thing. Second, my mother is still in good health, so I can be away from home for a year or two without any problems. I can just treat it like I'm going to college in another city. Third, the competition for overseas assignments in Inner Mongolia shouldn't be fierce. I have experience, so my chances of success are pretty good. Fourth, while life there is tough, there's plenty of meat to eat, and I can ask the villagers working in the trade program to bring it to me. Take some meat back to help support the family. Fifth, Qin Yun, ever so clever, suddenly blushed. Kim Yuj said that if I go again, he'd teach me horseback riding and herding. I really like to learn. Is that so? Fine. Let me be frank. If you're selected, you're not allowed to run back halfway, or you be banned from all external affairs. Yes. After taking note of Qin Yun's name, Nguyen Yang was just about to see her off when he saw Wan Ningyan returning with Little Wolf. The two, exhausted and sweating, were surrounded by children giving them massages. Wan Ningyan, unfazed, instructed the children on the key points. Little Wolf wasn't used to being touched, but he loved herbal tea. He gulped down 2 large bottles of herbal tea that Wan Ningyue had just cooled. Nguyen Yang watched as the corners of Wan Ningyue's mouth slowly drooped. Then, crying, she turned and went to find Wen Yenru. Sister Yin Yin. Whoa! We have to make herbal tea again. I'm so tired. Nguyen Yang couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected Wan Ningyue to be overwhelmed by work. Chapter 682. Why did Wan Ningyue want to make herbal tea? Wan Yang thought she was curious after studying Chinese medicine and wanted to try her hand, but she never imagined the child was actually thinking about making money. Wan Ningyue sobbed and leaned against Wen Yinru's arms, recounting her grand plan to make money. Now that the weather is getting hotter, I want to make some herbal tea for everyone to drink and sell herbal tea packets. A packet is 5 yuan. If I sell 30 packets, I have 150 yuan. Nguyen Yang handed Wan Ningyue a tissue and asked curiously, "You don't need food or drink at home. We give you whatever you want. Why do you need money?" Wan Ningyue pursed her lips and fell silent. Nguyen Yang asked again, but she hid in Wen Yinru's arms, pretending not to hear. Nguyen Yang had no choice but to give up and offer her some comforting words. Wan Ningyan, watching the show from the side, had a look of amusement on her face and winked at Nguyen Yang. "Mimi, do you think Yue is an ungrateful person?" "Huh?" The moment these words came out, not only Nguyen Yang, but even Wen Yinru and Wan Ningyue were shocked. Wan Ningyue was so surprised that she forgot to pretend to cry. Only the little wolf was in a state of panic, lying on top of the thermostat, watching the quails running around. "Isn't that right?" The herbs for the herbal tea were provided by Mimi, as was the rock sugar. The pot, stove, coal, bowls, spoons. Every single one of them wasn't painstakingly stockpiled by Mimi and me back then. Where is using the things we provided to start a business? Isn't that just selling off the household supplies in disguise? And she doesn't even tell us what the money is used for. Wan Ningyan sighed deeply. Alas, Yue has grown up and isn't close to her sister and her wife anymore. Mimi, let's just leave. Let's just consider this little ungrateful person a mistake. I didn't. What? Sister, please don't misunderstand me, I didn't. Wan Ningyan's outburst successfully brought Wan Ningyue to her knees. Her sobbing sobs attracted even Mother Wan, who was busy in the kitchen. What's wrong? Why is Yue crying? Wan Ningyan spread her hands and shrugged. I don't know. I just burst into tears. Fretted Mother Wan. She sat down next to Wen Yinru and tried to soothe Wan Ningyue. Soon, Wan Ningyue confessed, sobbing and explaining herself. I earn money. Money. To buy. What a gift for Sister Nien Yin. Buy a gift? Wen Yinru was a little confused. Why buy me a gift? Because? My birthday. Nguyen Yang understood and sensed something was wrong. He whispered to Wan Ningyan to get out of the way. Wan Ningyan, heartless, not only ignored Nguyen Yang's warning, but also came up to Wan Ningyue to watch the show and even comment on it. Yue, I'm not saying anything bad about you. The village is so small. One moment you took the money to the store to buy a gift, and the next moment we knew it. There's no way to hide it. What's the point of hiding it? Then you can't call me an ungrateful person. Woohoo. Mom, I'm not an ungrateful person. I was just trying to tease you. Mom, be gentle. It hurts. Mother Wan was furious. She twisted Wan Ningyan's ear and led her out of the room. Nguyen Yang was helpless. She had warned her, and now she could only pray that Mother Wan would show mercy. Wan Ningyan was in the wrong for bullying her sister, and she was in the wrong. She was still being twisted on the ear by Mother Wan and scolded. Finally, after personally apologizing to Yue and giving her 5 crystal cores as payment for the herbal tea the wolf cub had consumed, he finally managed to soothe her sobbing. Look at you gossiping and scaring Yue like that. Aren't you afraid of hurting her? I was just trying to trick her. Besides, Yue is 13 years old, a little adult. If she can't handle this, how can she be my sister? You, Nguyen Yang, helpless, continued to rub her ears. Be smarter next time. You didn't even notice when I warned you like that. Humph. Wan Ningyan deliberately nudged Nguyen Yang. I already been spanked, and you're still lecturing me. How annoying. Miss Wan, when Mom pulled your ears. But I saw she didn't use any force the whole time. How could that be called a spanking? Then why are my ears red? I don't care. I got spanked, I'm upset, you comfort me. Nguyen Yang looked at her ears, which hadn't turned red at all, and averted his gaze. Okay. To comfort you. Dear wife, ding ding. Chocolate cake with your favorite strawberries on top, want some? Feed me, ah. Nguyen Yang smiled, took out a spoon, scooped a small piece, and placed it in Wan Ningyan's mouth. The sweet cake brightened Wan Ningyan's mood, and she tilted her head back and kissed the corner of Nguyen Yang's mouth. My dear wife, you're so nice, you want more? Okay, I feed you. The two were just being affectionate when the door suddenly opened. Little Wolf ran over, extending his right hand. Tear and apply. Nguyen Yang was startled, his heart pounding, and he almost dropped the cake. Wan Ningyan was not in a much better condition. She hurriedly got out of Nguyen Yang's arms, sat up straight, and had a strange blush on her face. Little Wolf, I told you so many times, not before you come in. Forget again, and you be punished by running. Little Wolf blinked and trotted to the door. Dong, dong, dong. He knocked 3 times, then ran back to the two of them and extended his right hand. Tear off the compress. You? Wan Ningyan rested her head wearily. Forget it. Go ahead. Why are you extending your hand? Tea I want. Ah. Wan Ningyan thought for a moment and offered her a few crystal cores. Little Wolf immediately ran out, leaving the door open. San Hua, who had been cooped up at home nursing her pregnancy, saw the door open and leisurely walked out, her belly bulging. Nguyen Yang looked resentful. Wife, there's school tomorrow. Why don't you send Xiao Lang there? You're teaching her every day, and I'm afraid you get sick from anger. Can she be sent to school in her condition? I'd be angry, but there are elderly people here. What if I get them hurt? The teachers of traditional Chinese medicine at the school are Grandma Yuan and Grandpa Kong. They're both elderly, so naturally they're not as healthy as younger people. For example, Grandpa Kong broke a bone after a fall. If Xiao Lang were sent there, it's possible the elderly would become sick from anger, and in serious cases, even die from anger. Forget it, let's teach her. We teach her the basic etiquette, and then send her there. Okay, keep going. Wan Ningyan and Nguyen Yang exchanged a glance, both slumping back on the sofa, exhausted. Outside the door, the chattering of children drifted away, then quieted down. Xiaoang, are you home? Wan's father called out from the door. Nguyen Yang checked the time and realized it was time to set up his stall. He said goodbye to Wan Ningyan, left the chocolate cake, and hurried to the door, closing it behind him. Dad, are you going to sell vegetables? Yeah, I heard the store is open, and I'd like to check it out. Let's get going early. Okay. Nguyen Yang responded, then heard a noise from inside. A few seconds later, Wan Ningyan opened the door, a look of excitement on her face. The store is open? Yeah. Then I want to go too. Nguyen Yang smiled and nodded. He gently wiped the chocolate off Wan Ningyan's lips with his thumb, but Wan Ningyan slapped it away. Dad's still here, just be quiet. Nguyen Yang said nothing. After licking the chocolate off his fingertips, he slowly walked with Father Wan towards the store. Wan Ningyan, impatient, controlled herself and flew across the river to the other side. The village wasn't busy, and the news of the store's opening had spread, sending the entire village to see the excitement. The store was packed, with dozens of people lined up at the door. Nguyen Yang didn't need much, so there was no need to go in and see what was going on. He simply watched from outside. The store resembled a small, pre-apocalyptic supermarket chain, with a small fruit and vegetable section. The rest consisted of shelves along the walls and a double-sided shelf in the middle, stocked with oil, rice, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, snacks, and daily necessities. The cashier's desk was to the left of the door, next to 2 refrigerators filled with fresh meat, frozen foods, and drinks. Bai Xing checked everyone out while reminding them not to crowd. The store's popularity wasn't due to the village's lack of new offerings, but also due to promotions. Spend 10 yuan or more and receive a mutant egg. Spend 30 yuan or more and receive 5 gene of rice. Spend 100 yuan or more and receive a barrel of oil and a gene of preserved meat. Trade hadn't opened yet, so everyone had little money, but they had made some money from the canal excavation, so they took advantage of the promotions to spend. Wan Ningyue, a clever girl, brought her herbal tea to promote. A group of children acted as salespeople, each holding a paper cup and a bottle of herbal tea to share with those in line. Many adults would buy at least 1 pack after trying it, so the herbal tea bag sold out quickly. Good business sense. Chapter 683. Dad Wan's vegetable stall had moved to a new location, now on the main road across from the store. Villagers lined up here to buy, and after finishing their purchases, they could exchange their vegetables, saving everyone the hassle of running back and forth. Nguyen Yang set up a parasol for Dad Wan, and brought out a small cart and stool. He placed the vegetable baskets on the cart, so he could conveniently push it home when closing time came. After arranging everything, Nguyen Yang hurried to find Wan Ningyan, who had just been watching the fun at the store entrance. Seeing Wan Ningyan skipping home, she immediately followed. Nguyen Yang had a feeling Wan Ningyan was up to something, so he hurried after her. He saw a group of children watching Wan Ningyan and Wan Ningyue from a distance. Wan Ningyan crouched down with her back to Nuanyang. Nuanyang could only see Wan Ningyue's expression. She nodded seriously. Then a melancholy and troubled look crossed her face. Then, she turned her mouth downward, as if she was about to cry. Ningyan, you're not bullying Ware again, are you? You stinking Nuanyang, you're being indiscriminate. Humph! Wan Ningyan cursed, then stood up and flew away using her object control ability. Nuanyang didn't have time to stop her, and could only watch her fly across the river. Ah! Nuanyang reflected on his actions, his tone normal. He couldn't understand why Wan Ningyan had gotten so angry and run away, and he felt a little regretful for letting her get the object control ability. She was like a loach, impossible to catch. Sister-in-law. Why are you pouting? Did Ningyan scare you again? Wan Ningyue shook her head. Sister didn't scare me. She just asked if I had enough money to buy a gift. Really? If that was all you said, why do you look like you're about to cry? Wan Ningyue pouted, her displeasure growing. My sister told me that Yin Yin has signed up for the trade talent exam, and will be very busy starting the day after tomorrow. She'd be fighting zombies for the first half of the month, and away from home for training the second half. I can't give her my gift on her birthday, and I'm so sad. That can be fixed. Sister-in-law can transfer the gift to Yin Yin's space through her spaceship. That way, she receive your gift on her birthday. Are you happy? Wan Ningyue's face was filled with surprise. Sister-in-law, it's great to have you. I'd definitely be filial to you in the future. Yes, sister-in-law will be waiting. Nuanyang smiled, but her heart was filled with complex emotions. She was only 25, and Yuera was expected to be filial to her, while Liangzi was expected to provide for her in her old age. It made her seem very old. Request. Carrot Soldier number 3 is under attack from villagers. I request that this villager be added to the list of dangerous elements. Wan Yang was stunned when she received this news. She said goodbye to Wan Ningyue and the other children, and hurried to Carrot Soldier number 3's location. Between the two bungalows, Nuanyang saw 5 or 6 Carrot soldiers surrounding Little Wolf. Before Little Wolf lay Carrot Soldier number 3, his face brimming with tears, one of his 360-degree wheels having been ripped off by Little Wolf. Little Wolf, what are you doing? Little Wolf, still looking angry, gestured with a wheel. Fight, Here in dangerous element. Violent tendencies. Carrot Soldier number 1 requests that this villager be added to the list of dangerous elements. Carrot Soldier number 2 requests that this villager be added to the list of dangerous elements. Carrot Soldier number 4. The surrounding Carrot soldiers began to protest. Nuanyang glanced at the list of dangerous elements. Anyone added to this list would have the Carrot soldiers' authority to launch non-life-threatening counterattacks, such as electric shocks. Xiaolang, give me the wheel. I'm a patrol robot. You can't do this. Nuanyang snatched the wheel from her hand. I tell your master the truth about what happened today. You should think about how to explain it to your master. Pressing the wheel back down, Nuanyang straightened Carrot Soldier number 3 and spent another 100 points repairing it. As for the Carrot soldiers' pleas, Nuanyang ignored them. Let's go find your master. Xiaolang was reluctant to go, so Nuanyang grabbed her wrist and forcibly led her away. A row of Carrot soldiers followed behind, protesting. Nuanyang had his own agenda. Wan Ningyan was angry just now, and she was probably going to have a cold war with him for a while. Xiaolang was just a tool to break the ice. Wan Ningyan was eating yogurt and watching a movie in the room. When she heard Nuanyang return, she quickly turned off her phone and lay down on the bed. Nuanyang entered the bedroom, his heart skipping a beat. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a half-eaten yogurt on the counter, and white marks at the corners of Wan Ningyan's mouth, and his anxiety subsided. Ningyan. Humph. Nuanyang suppressed a laugh, and sat down on the edge of the bed. Xiaolang stood at the doorway, his eyes full of resentment. Nuanyang ignored her and reported her directly to Wan Ningyan. What? Dismantling the Carrot soldiers? Well, the Carrot soldiers protested en masse, and told me to add Xiaolang to the list of dangerous elements. How shameless. Wow. You did what I wanted. Huh? Nuanyang was stunned. You want to dismantle the Carrot soldiers too? Yeah. Wan Ningyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Don't you think the Carrot soldier structure is amazing? I want to dismantle them, study them, and then put them back together. Is that okay? What? Carrot soldier number 1, who had just arrived in the bedroom, wore a look of shock, then anger. Carrot Soldier number 1 requests to have Wan Ningyan added to the list of dangerous individuals. Hey, you're outrageous. Wan Ningyan got out of bed and tried to catch the Carrot Soldiers. They were horrified. Wan Yang saw them adopt tearful expressions and run out, shouting, "Help! Kill the robots!" Wan Yang smiled and followed Wan Ningyan to protect her. Although the Carrot Soldiers weren't set to attack those on the list, what if? After taking 2 steps, Wan Ningyan suddenly stopped, and Wan Yang was caught off guard and bumped into her from behind. Hiss. Why did you stop so suddenly? Shoo. It sounds like a cat's meow. Wan Ningyan froze in place, listening intently. Wan Yang followed suit, and indeed heard the faint meow of a cat. Tear fu ah. Don't talk nonsense, I can't hear the cat meowing anymore. Little Wolf pointed anxiously outside the door. Wan Yang felt Little Wolf knew the direction, so he reminded Wan Ningyan and followed Little Wolf. Little Wolf ran, checking his wife to see if she was keeping up, his face filled with anxiety. He stopped between 2 bungalows, where Wan Yang had just found Little Wolf. Ah, pin on! A cat meowed from behind the entrance steps, and Wan Yang realized Little Wolf was referring to the calico cat, Ping'an. He hurried to the back of the steps and saw the emaciated cat lying on the concrete floor, its belly heaving and covered in blood. Meow. Ping'an's meow was weak and hoarse, and he was gasping for breath, as if he was dying. Ningyan, take Ping'an back. She's probably about to give birth. I drive over and get the doctor. About to give birth? Then hurry up. The 2 of them divided the work, and Noanyang immediately took out the SUV and drove to the store entrance. Xiuyu's family was waiting in line. Today was their day off, and Kai Yuanyu had gone out with Wan Ningyu again. The 4 adults at home had a rare moment of free time, so they planned to go shopping. Seeing Noanyang arrive, the 4 of them were about to greet him cheerfully when they noticed his expression was off. Auntie Kai, village chief, what's wrong with you? You look so rushed. Auntie Kai, my cat is pregnant and about to give birth. You're doctors, can you come and help? The cat is too thin, and I think she might have a difficult birth. Then Mom and I will go. Old Yuan, you take Dad. Remember to buy the necessary things. Auntie Kai quickly arranged everything and took Grandma Yuan to Noanyang's car. Chapter 684. Ping'an, the calico cat, was having a difficult birth. She was in constant contractions, and before the kitten's head had even emerged, Ping'an was nearly exhausted. She lay in the soft, pre-prepared cat bed, her hoarse meows intermittently. Grandma Yuan, Aunt Kai, is there anything we can do? Bring some lukewarm fish soup and minced fish. She needs energy. Otherwise, she'd suffocate and die if she can't deliver the baby. In serious cases, there could be 1 death and 4 lives. 1 death and 4 lives made Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan nervous. They tacitly headed to the kitchen to find Wan's mother. The kitchen was unusually bustling today. Chi Mu Gu was roasting a whole lamb outside, and the children gathered around, praising its aroma. Inside, Wan's mother was preparing a feast. The aroma was so overwhelming that for a few moments, Wan Yang was completely oblivious to everything else. When Wan's mother heard about Ping'an's situation, she immediately turned off the stove and hurriedly pulled a large bowl of fish soup from the refrigerator. I haven't made fish soup lately. I have some leftover from the last 2 days. I heat it up. Wait a minute. Okay. Mother Wan set up another small pot, added the boneless belly meat, poured in some more fish soup, and began to heat it while crushing the fish with chopsticks and picking out the bones. The curious children had already gathered around, asking a flurry of questions. Wan Ningyan explained, and the children, looking worried, swarmed toward the bedroom of the couple. When Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan returned, the front door was packed. A group of children sat at the door, looking out. Lucky was lying nearby, with 2 civet kittens climbing it like a small hill. Seeing the couple approach, the children made way for them, then huddled together again, whispering to Grandma Yuan and Aunt Kai whether the kittens had been born. Almost there, a head is emerging. The children were in a frenzy, cheering Ping'an on in all sorts of ways. As Wan Yang fed Ping'an fish soup, hearing all the bizarre words of encouragement, she felt like a doctor in the delivery room, surrounded by family members. Ping'an's instinct for survival was incredibly strong. As soon as the fish soup reached his lips, he struggled to lift his head and devour it with big mouthfuls. The civet mother sat beside him, licking his fur from time to time. Wan Ningyan squatted down and gently nudged Wan Yang's arm. Mimi, Grandma Yuan just said Ping'an doesn't have the strength to give birth. Would giving him a pill of strength-boosting drug help? Huh? Is that even possible? Wan Yang was stunned. She had plenty of pills, but she never considered giving them to animals, and she wasn't sure if they would be effective. Let's try. Didn't you say we have plenty of vitality pills? Give Pingin one. Look, it's been so long, and the kitten's head is barely peeking out. Don't let it suffocate. Nguyen Yang didn't give it directly, but instead asked the system animal if vitality pills could be taken. Replying to the host, it's okay, but I recommend crushing it before feeding. Pingin is too weak right now, and his swallowing ability isn't good enough, so it could easily get stuck in his esophagus and cause suffocation. Got it. Nguyen Yang took out a vitality pill, crushed it, and sprinkled it on the fish soup. Watching Pingin swallow it mouthful by mouthful, he felt anxious, unsure how much it would help with the birth. It's out! It's out! Grandma Yuan excitedly reminded Aunt Kai, who quickly wrapped the kitten in a small handkerchief and wiped away the amniotic fluid, especially around its mouth and nose. Just because a baby is born doesn't mean it's going to survive. Clean its mouth and nose to prevent suffocation. Rub its back again. When it can meow, it be safe. The first kitten born was orange and resembled a mouse, its limbs moving around, and soon it let out a clear, meowing sound. This one's fine. Auntie Kai placed the kitten next to Pingin and stroked its belly. The second one should be coming soon. This fish soup is really working well. Pingin, eat more. Eat more to help you have the strength to give birth. Wan Ningyan proudly nudged Nguyen Yang's arm. How's it? My method is pretty good, isn't it? Well, my wife is incredibly clever. TSK, you're still praising yourself in all sorts of ways. How come I didn't realize you were so shameless before? Nguyen Yang remained silent, only laughing to himself. Such shameless behavior was undoubtedly something he learned from his wife, but he couldn't say anything about it, lest it cause a family conflict. With the help of the Dolly One fish soup, Ping An's delivery went much more smoothly. Within just 10 minutes, the other two kittens were born. The three kittens were of varying colors. The eldest was orange and white, the second was white and gray, and the third was the only one that resembled their mother, a calico. The three kittens, eyes still closed, clumsily groped for their mother's belly and began to tread and suckle. After cleaning the blood and amniotic fluid from the mat and setting the air conditioner to 26 degrees, the children were allowed in to visit, but they were asked to keep quiet, as Pingin had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Children, it's time for dinner. Mother One called from the courtyard, and Nguyen Yang quickly called the children to dinner, then took the seated mother out, ensuring that no one or animals would disturb Pingin. Inside the courtyard, Wan Ningyan and Wan Ningfeng were carrying a table, while Wen Yenru and a group of children were placing chairs around it. Mom, are we eating outside today? Yes, there are too many people to sit inside. Since the weather is nice today, let's eat outside. As Mother One spoke, she reached out with both hands and firmly grasped the wrists of Grandma Yuan and Aunt Kai, who were trying to go home. Our family had a safe and smooth delivery thanks to you too. How could we leave without a meal? Auntie Wan, we bought a lot of food today and are having a big dinner at home, so it's inconvenient for you to stay. Who are you kidding? Xiaoyu is having dinner at my house today, and you two are helping with the delivery. There are only 2 men left at home. What can they cook? Auntie Kai smiled sheepishly. Then someone has to go back and cook. 2 grown men with hands and feet can't do it. If you can't cook, just eat instant noodles. I made extra food especially for you too. If you don't eat, I'd be in trouble. Xiao Kai, since Sister One asked us to stay for dinner, we leave the house alone and enjoy our meal. Grandma Yuan said, and Auntie Kai fell silent, helping everyone distribute the dishes and serve the food. The weather was a bit like summer now. It was almost 6 p.m., and the sky was still cloudless and sunny, with an occasional breeze bringing a refreshing coolness. 3 tables were set up in the yard, 1 for adults and 2 for children. The adults discussed village development, while the children discussed which dishes were delicious. Village Chief, can the superpower awakening fluid be used by older people? Aunt Kai's question was clearly for herself. She wanted to awaken superpowers, preferably ones with strong attack power, so she could go out and kill zombies or earn money through trade. Xiao Kai, you're both a doctor and a teacher, and your salary is among the highest in the village. There's no need to take risks. Mother One pointed with her chopsticks at Kai Yuanyu, who was sitting at the table next to her. The child can't live without her mother. Auntie Wan, I understand. It's just that my specialty doesn't apply much, so I'm usually quite free. And Auntie Kai's gaze fell on Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with love and tenderness. I want to set an example for the child. With a brave mother, she won't be so timid. Since Auntie Kai has made up her mind, choose a time to drink it. Nguyen Yang handed her a bottle of awakening solution. You might have a fever or chills during awakening. Remember to have Uncle Yuan take good care of you to prevent any underlying illness. Okay. Thank you, village chief. Auntie Kai was delighted. She carefully held the bottle of awakening solution in her hands, as if she were holding her own future. Chapter 685. Mimi, I'm so full. Nguyen Yang sat by the bed and rubbed Wan Ningyan's belly. Mom doesn't treat you badly. Why are you acting like a hungry ghost today? I'm happy. I eat more when I'm happy. What makes you happy? A lot. Wan Ningyan stretched out her fingers and began counting. Happy that Yuer isn't mad at me anymore. Happy that the birth went smoothly and safely. Happy that Aunt Kai has her own life goals. Happy that we're going on a training camp. Nguyen Yang paused. Training? You're going on a training camp? Yes, I'm going to take the test tomorrow. If I pass, I can go on a training camp with Zhao Ro. Wan Ningyan sat up excitedly. Mimi, if I get the pass, I can work and trade to support the family, and you won't have to work so hard. Aren't you happy? Nguyen Yang wasn't happy. Instead, his brow furrowed. That training camp is tough. There's no need to go, right? We have everything we need at home, and you have space. If you really want to trade, you don't need a permit. You can do it privately. Wan Ningyan put away her smile, slapped Nguyen Yang's hand away, and sat on the other side of the bed, distanced from Nguyen Yang. I don't want privileges. I just want to trade with everyone based on my own abilities. If you disagree, then just hold it in. I don't disagree. I just think it's too hard. Nguyen Yang swallowed the words back. She carefully recalled Wan Ningyan's past behavior and reflected on the reasons behind her suggestions. Suddenly, she found herself quite annoying. This kind of annoyance wasn't one that harmed others, but benefited herself. It was the kind that forced someone to give up their desired choices under the guise of doing good for you. Ningyan, I don't disagree. I just think it's too hard. But if you're determined, I support you unconditionally and be there for you. Wan Ningyan looked as if she'd seen a ghost. She asked cautiously, Are you Nguyen Yang? Of course. Why do you ask? I think you're possessed. Mimi, my dear wife, are you really okay with it? Yes, but you have to be prepared. Zhao Ro's training is going to be really tough. Don't cry when things get tough. I won't. Wan Ningyan smiled and put her arm around Nguyen Yang's neck. Just wait. I definitely get the pass. Okay. I wish you success. The last word died between her lips. Nguyen Yang felt like she hadn't been intimate with Wan Ningyan in ages. The kiss grew more and more intense, almost wanting to take all the air from her. Bang! Tear off. Ah! Wan Ningyan pushed Nguyen Yang away with such force that she fell to the ground. Not only did her waist and back get hit, but her heart was pounding with fear. The culprit, Little Wolf, stood at the doorway, looking at the two with a puzzled expression, completely baffled. Little Wolf, didn't Master say we should knock before entering? Yes. Little Wolf nodded firmly, reaching out and knocking on the door 3 times. Knock, ah knock, tear off the mask. Little Wolf couldn't even finish her sentence. She kept knocking on the door, pointing outside. Nguyen Yang wondered, could it be Little Wolf knocking, and she was so engrossed in the kiss that she didn't see it? You know you should knock, but you didn't? Do you want to piss your master off? You won't have breakfast tomorrow. Ah! Little Wolf, anxious, pointed outside and knocked on the door again. After knocking 3 times, Nguyen Yang felt right. Xiao Lang had indeed knocked. You're still not happy? If you object again, you won't have lunch tomorrow. Honey, honey. Nguyen Yang quickly stopped the irritated Wan Ningyan. Don't be angry. Xiao Lang didn't mean it. She didn't mean it? She knew she should not but didn't. I think she deserves a beating. I'm going to beat her until she remembers it today. No, honey. Nguyen Yang winked at her and whispered, Is it possible we didn't hear it? No way. I'm not deaf. Maybe we were too engaged? For a moment, Wan Ningyan fell silent. Recalling the passionate kiss they had just shared, their faces flushed slightly. Xiao Lang blushed as well. She moaned for a long time, nearly crying. Ahem, Little Wolf, Master knows. Don't worry. The punishment just now is null and void. Tell me, what are you looking for Master for? Little Wolf blinked at Wan Ningyan, then smiled. Tear it off. It's so awful. Didn't I teach you? Go wash it yourself. Ah. Little Wolf pointed at his back. It's so awful. I'm so impressed. I want to be your master and your bath attendant. Wan Ningyan cursed as she led Little Wolf to the bath. Nguyen Yang chuckled behind her, and the next moment, Little Wolf's dirty clothes were thrown into Nguyen Yang's arms. What are you grinning about? Go wash clothes. Oh. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone got busy. Nguyen Yang and Liang Zi began practicing the basics of Xingyiquan. Wan Ningyan took Little Wolf for a run to warm up. The Camus family went to the store to pick up what they needed. Wen Yinru took Wan Ningyue to school and then practiced with the guards in preparation for the assessment. Father Wan and Wan Ningfeng were busy working in the fields. Today, vegetables were ripe again. After harvesting, they would set up their stall in the evening. Mother Wan was the most relaxed person in the family. Fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, she strolled along the river with a group of her peers, occasionally twisting her waist and stretching her legs. At 9 a.m., it was time for the guard team assessment. Nguyen Yang took Liang Zi to wash their faces, then rushed to the village gate to watch the assessment. This was the assessment for the second reserve group and the promotion assessment for Group 3. Successful Group 2 would advance to Group 1 and participate in the trade talent training and selection process starting tomorrow, while those who advanced to Group 3 would enter the second reserve group. The chief examiner for Group 3 was Yuan Manman, for Group 2 was Wei Mingyi, and for Group 1, Zhao Rou was the referee, having the final say in any disputes over the assessment results. Master, can I join the guard? Yes, but you're still young, so lay a solid foundation first. Liang Zi nodded vigorously. I will definitely study hard and protect Master and the village in the future. Liang Zi was filled with passion to contribute to the village, while Nguyen Yang was thinking, that's great. I hope the younger generation can become independent soon, so I can retire early and travel around with my wife. Group 3 began the assessment first. This group consisted of novices with little experience. Originally, Gu Wei and Wan Ningfeng had joined, but later, Gu Wei was executed and Wan Ningfeng had to farm, so the group became all-female. For those without experience, it was extremely difficult to gain an advantage over Yuan Manman and successfully advance. Only Lin Sun passed the assessment. The second group's assessment was more exciting, but also more controversial. It was Wen Yinru. Wen Yinru's boxing and kicking skills weren't very good, and she was a bit hesitant, so her moves seemed to beat slower, not as fast, accurate, or ruthless. But Wen Yinru possessed a mutant form, and when she was losing the fight to Wei Mingyi, Xiaofan emerged. Countless vines bound Wei Mingyi's hands, feet, and body, and a massive flower bud rested against her head, a threat. Wei Mingyi believed that Wen Yinru's skills were weak, her tactics weak, and relying on her mutant form to achieve victory was cheating. Passing the assessment wouldn't convince everyone. Yuan Manman believed that her mutant form was a part of Wen Yinru, not a disposable weapon. Since she had one, she should advance. Nguyen Yang felt that both of their arguments made sense, and that either choice would convince everyone. She assumed the upright Zhao Rou would choose one of the two, but she unexpectedly proposed a new approach. 3 against 1. If Wen Yinru can defeat the three of us, while cooperating with her mutant form, she will pass the assessment, and I believe the other two captains will be convinced as well. Wei Mingyi and Yuan Manman immediately agreed, and the three captains attacked Wen Yinru together, even using their supernatural powers. Come on, Sister Nian Yin. Wen Yinru, initially nervous, suddenly calmed down after hearing Wan Ningyue's encouragement, adopting a strategy of defeating them one by one. First, she had Xiaofan use vines to bind Zhao Rou, whose powers were the least aggressive, and then drenched the fire element Man with saliva. Nguyen Yang, feeling sticky, couldn't help but contort his features. The most challenging element was Wei Mingyi's lightning ability. Every time the vines tried to get close, they were struck back by lightning, and the battle reached a stalemate. Nguyen Yang felt Wen Yinru's chances of victory were slim. Wei Mingyi's lightning abilities weren't even at full strength, preventing Xiaofan from getting close. If she had used her full power, Xiaofan would have been injured. Captain Wei, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Wen Yinru apologized, kneeling on one knee, hands facing downward, and pouring all her mental energy into the ground. Nguyen Yang was confused. What was Wen Yinru doing? Why was she pouring her mental energy into the ground? Chapter 686. A massive outpouring of elemental spiritual power erupted, and soon, Nguyen Yang felt the ground beneath his feet shake, forcing him back a few steps. The shaking grew stronger, and within half a minute, the ground suddenly cracked, the cracks extending towards Wei Mingyi, forcing him back several steps. Bang! Various plant branches suddenly erupted from the ground, surrounding Wei Mingyi. As the spiritual power grew, these branches not only grew taller, but also thicker. Wei Mingyi attempted a lightning attack. A thick tree trunk was struck, instantly charred. However, the powerful wood elemental spiritual power quickly restored the trunk to vibrant life, and new shoots sprouted from the charred areas. Soon, Wei Mingyi was surrounded by plants, and Xiaofan's vines took advantage of the gaps to enter. In such a confined space, Using lightning would be like injuring the enemy 1,000 times while injuring himself 800 times. I give up. With Wei Mingyi's acquittal, Wen Yanru gave up her gritted teeth and collapsed to her knees. The plants, deprived of their spiritual power, ceased to grow. Wei Mingyi used his axe to carve a small crack and squeezed out a faint smile on his face. As he passed Nuanyang, he whispered a compliment. Little Nian is not simple. You have good taste. Nuanyang just smiled and said nothing. Wei Mingyi had truly overestimated her this time. She had no idea Wen Yanru had mastered wood-related abilities to such an extent. If she had known, she wouldn't have thought Wen Yanru would lose. There was a dead silence for a few seconds. After Wei Mingyi helped Wen Yanru to her feet, a huge cheer erupted. The villagers' thinking was simple. The more powerful young people there were, the safer the village would be, and everyone would be happy. Except for the children, they simply thought Wen Yanru was amazing, able to conjure a forest. Then, one by one, they treated the cluster trees as an exploration ground, diving in and out. The assessment paused for half an hour. Yuan Man, the most injured person, needed to shower and change into clean clothes. This caused Wan Ningyan considerable anxiety, as she was the next to be assessed. It's okay. You're a dual-maxed Esper. If you use your full strength, even Wei Mingyi can't defeat you. I'm nervous too, especially since little Nian is so impressive, she can even lift a tall tree. If I'm a poor fighter, not only will it be embarrassing, but I won't be able to be Little Wolf's master. You can defeat a high-level zombie single-handedly. If you're not qualified to be a master, who is? That's right. Wan Ningyan immediately produced the high-level crystal core, my metal, unique in the entire village. Yeah, so don't be nervous. What you need to think about now is how to hold back and not injure Captain Wei. Nuanyang had reason to be worried. Not far away, Zhao Rou was treating Wei Mingyi. Little Nian's final attack, taking advantage of Wen Yanru's inability to see what was happening in the tree, felt a bit like a personal vendetta, and the spike scratched her arms and calves. Wen Yanru had been happy, hugging Wan Ningyu as she ran towards him, talking. But now, knowing Wei Mingyi was injured, she felt incredibly guilty and almost cried. Wan Ningyan's reckless behavior wouldn't leave Wei Mingyi half-crippled, would it? After all, no matter how powerful Wei Mingyi was, he couldn't use his supernatural power, anti-entropy, nor could he use his weapons while controlling objects. It was quite a challenge. Nuanyang's suspicions were proven to be exaggerated. Half an hour later, Wan Ningyan began to fight Wei Mingyi. As soon as Wan Ningyan unleashed a 100-meter-tall fire phoenix, Wei Mingyi immediately surrendered. Captain, we haven't even started yet. Why are you already surrendering? I can't defeat you with your 3 supernatural powers. Why bother trying to get yourself into trouble? Let's just compete in martial arts. Oh, okay. Wan Ningyan withdrew her mental energy and engaged Wei Mingyi in a bare-knuckle duel. To be more precise, she was one-sidedly crushed. Wei Mingyi was the best martial artist in the village, and Wan Ningyan had no chance of winning. However, Wan Ningyan was clever. Even if she couldn't win head-on, she had her own tricks. She deliberately kick up dust with her feet, or use her strength to crush the opponent's lower body, then find an opportunity for a sneak attack. It was the first time Nuanyang had seen Wei Mingyi show impatience during a fight, a bit annoyed by Wan Ningyan's trickery. Wan Ningyan's sneak attack failed, and Wei Mingyi used the force to throw her sideways to the ground. Wei Mingyi kicked her, sending up a cloud of dust, and Wan Ningyan instantly became a cloud of dust. PSST, pissed Captain. Aren't you going too far? Oh, the governor is allowed to set fires, but the people can't light lamps? Wan Ningyan pouted in grievance. No, but I didn't succeed. Wan Ningyan felt extremely aggrieved, lying on the ground, wiping the dust from her face and head with one hand and rubbing her knees with the other. Wei Mingyi saw she was about to cry, sighed softly, walked over and held out her right hand. Get up. Hold your tears. Don't look back and feel ashamed and blame the world. Oh. Nuanyang also sighed deeply. He didn't know if this situation would be considered a success or a failure. If he failed, Wen Yanru had already advanced, and Wan Ningyan would be heartbroken. She had to think of how to comfort her. Suddenly, Wan Ningyan forcefully pulled Wei Mingyi toward her, then spun sideways and stood up, clasping Wei Mingyi's right hand behind her back and pressing her to the ground. Wei Mingyi was experienced. Although he was hit by Wan Ningyan, he reacted quickly. He supported himself with his left elbow, stepped on the ground with his left leg, and used the strength of his waist to kick sideways with his right leg. It was a powerful counterattack, but Wan Ningyan had learned her lesson, anticipating Wei Mingyi's counterattack and blocking the side kick with her right arm. This time, Wan Ningyan gained the upper hand. A whistle blew. Zhao rose, signaling a pause in the fight. Wan Ningyan pulled Wei Mingyi to her feet, her face dusty and smug. Captain, all's fair in war. How's my learning going? You got some cleverness all over you. Hee, Captain, you're teaching well. Wei Mingyi smiled mischievously. From now on, Zhao Rou will be your teacher. I hope you can pass the training smoothly. Captain, you mean I passed the assessment? Yes, it's better to let a little rascal like you be tempered by Zhao Rou. Then can I still learn martial arts from you? Sure. Wan Ningyan was overjoyed and trotted over to Nuan Yang to show off. Nuan Yang wanted to tell her not to be so happy, the hint was so obvious in his words. Let Zhao Rou be tempered. But Wan Ningyan was so happy, and Nuan Yang didn't want to discourage her, so he just kept smiling and agreeing, helping her brush off the dust on her head. Master's wife, you're so amazing. Can that fire phoenix teach me? Liang Zi, a fire-type psychic, was practically overflowing with admiration for Wan Ningyan. Her eyes fixed on her, brimming with anticipation. Wan Ningyan's first reaction was one of triumph, raising an eyebrow at Wan Yang. Before she could say anything, Xiao Lang shoved Liang Zi away. Tear it off. It's mine. Master's wife. Liang Zi wasn't as aggressive as Xiao Lang, and was polite. She didn't fight back when pushed away, but instead called out pitifully to Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyan, with her explosive temper, immediately slapped Little Wolf on the back of the head. Little Wolf immediately squatted down, holding his head in his hands, crying out in grievance, So Fu! You're still feeling aggrieved. I'm Liang Zi's master's wife, so it's my duty to teach her. Why are you so jealous? So Fu, mine. Of course it's yours, but that doesn't mean I can only teach you. Do you understand? Little Wolf didn't understand. Wan Ningyan's instructions were met with a mime response, and after several rounds of this, Wan Ningyan was completely exhausted. She grabbed Little Wolf and told her to apologize to Liang Zi. Nuan Yang was comforting Liang Zi, and Little Wolf had no choice but to accept Liang Zi's grievances in this situation. No matter how much Nuan Yang felt for his own apprentice, he couldn't touch Wan Ningyan's apprentice. Nuan Yang, it felt like not only was he being manipulated, but his apprentice as well. By the time they returned home after the assessment, Little Wolf and Liang Zi had reconciled. Originally, Little Wolf was punished to run 10 laps, with Liang Zi supervising, but Liang Zi decided to run with Little Wolf. The temperature at noon had already reached 29 degrees Celsius. Under the scorching sun, the two of them ran in circles around the fields, one in front of the other. Wan Ningyan looked pleased. Liang Zi is so sensible. Are you jealous? Not really. My Little Wolf only recognizes me as its master, ha ha. Wan Ningyan smiled like a villain. I was so touched that I wanted to kiss her. If education wasn't my priority, why would I have to keep a straight face for so long? Huh? Just give it a try. Wan Ningyan glanced at Wan Yang's cold face, her words hard but her heart guilty. TSK, what can you do to me? I have a lot of delicate parts here. Do you want to try my wife? Ahem, it's so hot. Let's go home, let's go home. Wan Ningyan ran faster than a rabbit, forgetting to use her superpowers. She took out her electric scooter and drove away in a hurry. Nuan Yang smiled at her in the background, but the smile soon faded. Tomorrow, Camus's family is leaving for Inner Mongolia, and Xiaolang can move out. But Wan Ningyan is about to start a training camp, which will last a whole month. Forget about being intimate with my wife. I might not even see her for the better part of a month. Nuan Yang lamented, these days are hopeless. Chapter 687. In the afternoon, Nuan Yang held a small meeting with Wei Mingyi, Bai Xing, Zhao Rou, and Yuan Manman to finalize the candidates for the Inner Mongolia assignment. Only Sister Ying and Qin Yun have signed up. Qin Yun has been to Inner Mongolia and has more experience, but the expanded farming tasks are quite demanding, so having an extra person to help might be helpful. Wei Mingyi agreed. Although Sister Ying has little practical experience, she's a water-based psychic. The weather is expected to be extremely hot again, and with a water-based psychic, at least we won't have to worry about water shortages. Besides, Inner Mongolia is sparsely populated, so the chances of zombies appearing are relatively low, let alone a zombie wave. We can equip them with more weapons, and nothing serious should happen. Zhao Rou and Yuan Manman agreed. Bai Xing suggested adding some medical supplies just in case, and the assignment was finalized. To save time, the assigned personnel would accompany the Camus family tomorrow morning, and the natives of Shuxiu village were busy. Buying and exchanging groceries, getting spare supplies, making clothes, preparing a feast. Everyone was busy trying to pack as much as possible for Sister Ying. While Nuanyang was out feeding the civet cat family, he encountered several locals with red eyes. They were reluctant to see Sister Ingo, and worried about her sadness, so they cried secretly. Equally busy were the former members of the Rose team. Qin Yun was leaving for Inner Mongolia, and everyone organized a farewell party for her, held in the cafeteria. Wei Mingyi took out the Rose team shared supplies, and Chen Xiuya's entire family came out to prepare the feast. Those who could cook helped with the cooking, and those who couldn't helped with the setup. Nuanyang offered a Polaroid camera and celebratory fireworks when he passed by, but he declined the invitation. Not only was he familiar with Bo Shu Embroidery Village and the Rose team, and it would be awkward to go to either place, but his family was also preparing a farewell banquet for the Camus family, and as one of the hosts, Nuanyang couldn't be absent, so he chose to stay home. In the courtyard, Wan Ningfeng and Wen Yanru were helping Mother Wan with her cooking. Wan Ningyan, accompanied by her wolf cub, went to the fields with Father Wan, picking some peppers for Mother Wan's cooking. Narain and Saren sat in the yard playing with Tana and Xingyun. Xingyun was unusually well behaved, and no matter how Tana pulled its fur, it didn't get angry. Village Chief, and I is back. Narain greeted Nuanyang in broken Chinese. Nuanyang smiled in response, casually holding out an electric fan for them. The weather was getting hotter, and a bit of air would be more comfortable. Village Chief, I pot. Narain gestured as she spoke. She was a little anxious because she couldn't understand, so Saren joined in. Nuanyang was confused, but then she remembered the translator, and asked them to speak in Mongolian, which the machine would translate. After some maneuvering, Nuanyang finally understood what the two meant. They felt they had been too intrusive, and wanted to borrow the kitchen to prepare a whole lamb feast to thank the Wan family. However, Camus was away at the supernatural training camp, leaving no one to translate. So Mother Wan and the others didn't know what they were thinking, and could only wait for Nuanyang to return. Okay, I have a newly built kitchen behind my house for you to use. I tell Mom to stop cooking and come help you. The whole lamb feast was huge, especially since it was a mutant sheep. One was more than enough for everyone, and it would be a waste for Mother Wan to cook more, so the whole family came out to help. Nuanyang was the one who slaughtered the sheep. After releasing several sheep, Narain selected the fattest ram. Nuanyang then moved directly into the anonymous space, killing the sheep instantly. Then, he took it out and slit its throat to bleed it. Afterwards, Saren peeled the sheepskin. The complete sheepskin can be processed to make clothes. Saren used a translator to explain to Mother Wan how to deal with it. Nuanyang helped Narain break down the mutton and bones, and when Yanru and Wan Ningfeng helped wash the side dishes. The family was bustling with activity. After Camus returned from training camp, they finally relaxed a bit with a capable assistant. Towards the end of the day, when no one could help much, Mother Wan asked Nuanyang to go pick up Wan Ningyue from the academy. Xiaolong, picking up Yue is secondary. Bring Xiuzi and Xiaolan along too. Xiuzi is your apprentice. If there's a big meal, remember to think of her. Don't let the child worry. Okay, Mom. I go now. Mother Wan was also mindful of Nuanyang's concerns. Although they were both apprentices, Xiaolang lived with the Wan family, enjoying the best of everything. But Liangzi was different. She lived at the Liang family, and her current living conditions weren't great. Nuanyang planned to wait until Camus and his family returned to discuss with Wan Ningyan about rooming Liangzi and Xiaolang. This way, the two children could help each other, such as with bathing. Xiaolang was older and already in his puberty, so it wouldn't be a good idea to constantly have Wan Ningyan or Nuanyang help with bathing and back scrubbing. It was time to avoid suspicion. The school was probably the most lively and joyful place in the village. When the bell rang, a group of children rushed out chattering. When they caught sight of the warm sun, they would stop and call out hello, village chief, before running off again. Some children were busy attending farewell banquets. Some were busy working in the fields while their parents worked. Some left their bags on the roadside, while groups of 3 or 5 fished in the river with homemade fishing rods. The fish in the river weren't raised by the village. Whoever caught them owned them. Therefore, children craving meat for a snack would target them and constantly try to catch them. Parents, fearing their children would drown in the river, would soon come to arrest the children fishing, twisting their ears, and taking them home. Sister-in-law. Why are you picking me up today? Where's Sister Nian Nian? You little girl, is Sister Nian Nian all you can think about? Wan Ningyue immediately hugged Nuanyang's arm and acted coquettishly. No. Because sister-in-law is the village chief and very busy, Yue didn't want to bother sister-in-law for fear of disrupting her work. You're really getting more and more clever with your words. Nuanyang brought Wan Ningyue a small bottle of juice, chilled it with her supernatural power, and continued to wait. Sister-in-law, who are you waiting for? Liang Zi and Xiao Nan. We made a whole lamb feast today for the Camus family. Bring them along. Wan Ningyue immediately shoved her school bag into Nuanyang's arms. Then I go tell Aunt Liang. Bye, sister-in-law. Nuanyang wanted to say no, but then she realized Liang Xiaodi would probably make excuses if she went. It was better to let Wan Ningyue go. Liang Xiaodi, as an adult, couldn't possibly lecture a child about the ways of the world. Master. Liang Zi saw Nuanyang trotting over to her in delight. Master, why are you here? Are you here to pick up Sister Yuer? Do you want me to go in and look for her? No, Yuer's already gone. I'm here to wait for you and your cousin. We're going to Master's house for dinner tonight. Aw? But Mom, I told you, don't worry. Liang Zi smiled. Well, Master, wait a little longer. Xiaonan's gone to the restroom. He'd be back soon. Liang Zi was delighted by delicious food. After all, children couldn't keep secrets. Nuanyang also asked her if she was willing to stay at Master's house. Liang Zi clearly wanted to go. Her eyes widened with delight, then dropped again. That would be very inconvenient, and Mom wouldn't agree. Don't worry about that. Just tell me if you're willing to stay at Master's. Nuanyang paused, then added, think about it carefully. Master's doesn't have that many spare rooms, and you'd be living with Little Wolf when you come. I do. Okay. When the room is ready in a few days, I go talk to your mom myself. Just pretend you don't know for the next 2 days, okay? Yes. Thank you, Master. After discussing matters, Liang Shengnan finally arrived. The cheerful little girl was furious when she heard she was going to a banquet. Sister Shuzi, why didn't you come to me? If you had told me, I wouldn't have kept the village chief waiting so long. Will you speed up if I told you? It takes me forever to go to the bathroom, and I can't even urge. It's nothing I can do if I can't poop. Nuanyang asked a few more questions and learned that Liang Shengnan was constipated. More precisely, it was due to a long-term lack of fresh fruits and vegetables. So she stopped by the store and provided some suppositories. The old residents in the village do not have constipation problems, but many new villagers are different. Even if they eat vegetables every day, it will take some time for them to get the bowels moving. Some auxiliary medicine can at least make things easier. Chapter 688. Just as she reached the entrance to the courtyard, Nuanyang saw Uncle Yuan, carrying a bamboo basket, peering out the door. Someone was home, but Uncle Yuan glanced at her, and then left with the basket. Nuanyang approached and called out to him. Uncle Yuan, are you looking for someone? Why aren't you coming in? Village Chief, I'm just passing by and leaving now. Uncle Yuan, I just saw you looking around at the door without calling anyone. What's wrong? Did something happen? Uncle Yuan smiled awkwardly. Actually, I'm here to give a gift. Shili has awakened a healing ability. She can participate in trade without taking any tests. This will give our family an extra income. We have to thank the village chief for giving Shili this opportunity. So Mom asked me to bring something to the village chief's house as a thank you gift. But I saw that the village chief's house was very lively, and Aunt Wan seemed to be there. I was afraid Aunt Wan would give a return gift, so I planned to come back after she got to work. Mother Wan really loved giving return gifts. Her family had no worries about food and drink, so she didn't like to burden others with expenses and always gave double the return gift. Unexpectedly, this made Uncle Yuan afraid to even enter the house. Uncle Yuan, give me the gift. Congratulate Aunt Kai for me. Yes. Uncle Yuan handed the bamboo basket to Nuanyang. We don't have anything special at home, so please don't be offended, village chief. Inside the basket were a few mutant chicken eggs, a dozen quail eggs, and some vegetables, the best an ordinary family could offer. Nuanyang thanked him, and pulled out 2 lamb leg bones from his space. Uncle Yuan refused to take them, but Nuanyang had already guessed, and stuffed them into his arms. They're just soup bones. Why shouldn't I have them? Aunt Kai is old, and has had a fever for hours. As her husband, shouldn't you make her some soup to nourish her? Uncle Yuan hesitated for a moment, still hesitant to accept. Village chief, if my mother knew, she'd definitely scold me. I just go to the store and buy some spare ribs. You can take this back. The store only has pork. Uncle Yuan, you're a doctor, you should know that lamb is more nutritious than pork. There's a better choice, right? Uncle Yuan hesitated, wanting to say something else. Nuanyang let Liang Zi and Liang Shengnan go in first, then whispered some words of advice. I know you don't want to take advantage of my family, but there are priorities. Besides, since Aunt Kai has awakened her rare superpower, she have plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. Why rush to repay my family's kindness? Uncle Yuan, I'm going home now. I'm busy at home. Remember to take good care of Aunt Kai. After that, Nguyen Yang hurried into the yard, closing the door behind her. She was in a good mood. The more healing superpowers in the village, the better, the stronger their ability to withstand risks. The long table was set up in the yard again. Today's meal was al fresco. Nguyen Yang took out 2 electric fans, one in front and one behind, and turned them on before going to find Juan's mother. Inside the house, the children gathered in front of the safe nest to watch the kittens. In the back, the kitchen was busy finishing up. Wan Ningyan and Wen Yinru were in charge of taking out the food, taking advantage of the space to carry a lot at once. Wan's father and Wan Ningfen were washing dishes and pots. Saren and Narain were the main chefs, with Wan's mother assisting, and Camus was shaving the lamb. Nguyen Yang washed his hands and helped Wan's mother, mentioning Uncle Yuan's fear of entering the house. That little Yuan is such an unreliable guy. Wouldn't it be better to come here to exchange some goodies for my wife's health? He's even afraid I return the favor. He's so obsessed with face that he's suffering. Mom, what you said is wrong. If Xiaoyu's family were always taking advantage, how could our 2 families have such a good relationship? That's right. Mother Wan wiped her hands and called Wan Ningyu over. Yue, come here and help me with some work. I'm coming, Mom. Take this beef and old hen to Xiaoyu's house, and tell them they're for Aunt Kai's health. Tell them not to be embarrassed, and give my family a discount on their medical bills in the future. Okay. Wan Ningyu took the bag and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Mom, it's so hot today. Can I have a popsicle after I get back from delivering the food? No, we're having a lot of meat tonight. You can't have a popsicle. Bing will definitely have diarrhea. Go deliver it first. When you come back, let your sister-in-law cut you a watermelon, okay? Okay. Wan Ningyu smiled and approached Nguyen Yang. Sister-in-law, can you pick out a big, seedless one? Okay, hurry up and deliver the food. Dinner's served soon. Don't miss it. Yeah. Wan Ningfeng looked up and shouted while scrubbing the pot. Big boss, sister-in-law, I want some watermelon too. Okay, I pick you one too. Wan Ningyan and Wen Yinru had just returned from setting the table. When they heard there was watermelon, they asked for one too. Nguyen Yang quickly stopped what she was doing and picked out a large, 5-pound watermelon for Wan Ningyan. Okay, this one. Bing it for me, and cut it into palm-sized pieces. Okay. It's getting hot so fast. I'm sweating after just a few steps. It's so annoying. Nguyen Yang heard Wan Ningyan's complaints and checked the weather forecast. The temperature would rise to 46 degrees Celsius within 2 weeks. Cherish the present. The weather will get even hotter in the future. I'm afraid we have extreme heat and cold weather and floods every year. Shitty weather. Wan Ningyan cursed and began to nibble on the watermelon. The little wolf watched eagerly, drooling. Why are you looking at me? Go ask your master's wife for it. Tear it. Here you go. Nguyen Yang gave the little wolf a large piece. Tana, I give you a small piece. Can you call the sisters over for some watermelon? Tana took the small piece of watermelon and ran to the bedroom on her short legs. Soon, all the children had arrived. Adding the adults, 5 pounds of watermelon wasn't enough, so she cut a larger one. Sister Nguyen Yang. Camus came closer and whispered, Do you have a lot of watermelons? I'd like to trade with you. Plenty, of course. We be in Inner Mongolia tomorrow. Check your refrigerator, and I trade you some. Okay. Camus smiled brightly. Last summer, we didn't even have water to drink. I never thought we have watermelons this year. Once trade opens, you can trade for grapes, bananas, apples, anything you want. You must protect the ranch. It's your capital and your support. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. I understand. Thank you, Sister Nguyen Yang. Camus walked briskly, speaking to her mother and aunt in Inner Mongolian about the watermelon exchange. Nguyen Yang looked at them, recalling their first encounter, overwhelmed with emotion. It was just a chance encounter on their honeymoon, but it inadvertently changed the fate of Camus' family and provided the village with a sufficient source of meat. Fate is truly amazing. Mimi, what are you daydreaming about? It's time for dinner. Coming. Nguyen Yang hurriedly wiped his hands and went out with a plate of sliced watermelon. With the whole lamb banquet, no matter how hot it was, the watermelon became just a backdrop, relegated to the very edge. The next morning, wisps of smoke rose from several homes in the village, and Wan Ningyan left even earlier than Nguyen Yang. Mimi, I be very busy for a while. Little wolf, please train with me. Yes, I teach you well. Just be careful. If you can't win, run away. If that doesn't work, call for help. Wan Ningyan snorted proudly. I don't need help. I'm very strong. Yes, my strong wife. Hurry up and get out. You're running late. I know. Don't rush me. Wan Ningyan, who had been slow to react, became anxious because of Nuan Yang's words. She hurried out on her electric scooter. Starting today, she would join Zhao Rou's team on a field training exercise. The first half of the month would involve clearing out zombies near the village and helping the villagers carve out a safe area for farming and fruit trees. The second half would be an intense field survival exercise, heading west, climbing mountains, crossing rivers, and exterminating any zombies they encountered. How intense was it? Besides Zhao Rou, the healing psychic, the sisters Yunwan and Yunshu were also brought along, one to heal and the other to absorb the virus, providing double protection. Nuan Yang was reluctant to leave, but she knew this was Wan Ningyan's wish, so she remained silent throughout the process, silently preparing various emergency supplies for them and taking care of the logistics. After breakfast, Nuan Yang stored the things she had left for Camu's family into her space, then went to pick up Qin Yun and Sister Ing. As they left, Nuan Yang was stunned. She had expected someone to see them off, but she hadn't expected the entire village to come out, clogging the streets. The scene was quite different. On one side, the natives of Shuxiu village wept bitterly. Sister Xiaoyu and Sister Dofu wept and counseled Sister Ing, while Zhuanzi, Lizi, and Lin Sun, who were standing nearby, wept breathlessly, as if Sister Ing wasn't going on an overseas assignment, but rather a suicide squad. On the other side were the members of the escort team. Except for one group that was out training, the rest were present. They bid Qin Yun a happy farewell with smiles. Some asked her to save some good meat for their families, others asked for a discount. They showed no sign of the pain of a year-long separation. Only Mother Qin held Qin Yun's hand, her eyes fixed on her without moving. Nuan Yang gave them time to say goodbye. By the time they left, Sister Ying's eyes were red from crying, and the resilient Qin Yun's were also red. After takeoff, they suddenly burst into tears. Nuan Yang wasn't good at comforting people, but thankfully, Camus took the initiative. Not only did he comfort the two sisters, but he also told them interesting and fun things about the grassland to distract them. Eventually, the two sisters stopped crying. Sister Xiaoyun, my pony will be full grown in 3 months. I teach you to ride it then. Well, does it want to be ridden? I heard horses need to be tamed, otherwise they deliberately throw you off. Yes, but horses raised from a young age are tamer than wild horses, so they're easier to train. Sister Ing, do you want to ride a horse? My horse runs fast, faster than a car. Sister Ing declined. I can't afford those. So what do you like, sister? I can take you there. I just like embroidery. I'm not really into intense sports. Thinking of it. Sister Ing is an embroiderer. Camus scratched his head sheepishly. Sister, can you help me sew some clothes? Several of my clothes are torn. My mom's sewing is so ugly. I want some pretty flowers and plants. Is that okay? Sister Ing smiled. Sure. I brought needles and thread. If you need any clothes sewn, bring them here. Thank you, Sister Ing. Nuan Yang listened and watched them interact along the way, and felt their relationship was quite harmonious. After sending them off, he provided them with the necessary supplies, and some of the mutant yaks he had captured before, and then set off back to the village. Nuan Yang had an important task, to clear out a room for Little Wolf and Liangzi. This little light bulb had to be delivered quickly. Chapter 689. Nuan Yang hurried and finally arrived at the village before dark. However, she had forgotten that the village rules were so strict that she couldn't even enter. She had to wait for Wen Yanru to return and Xiaofan to disinfect the village before she could enter. Nuan Yang, you never learn your lesson. Nuan Yang rested on a recliner, laughing to herself as she watched the surveillance camera. Zhao Rou's group had finished their training for the day, but everyone had to run back, so they had to wait a long time. About half an hour later, it was completely dark. Zhao Rou's group finally returned. They wore uniform camouflage short-sleeved shirts and long pants, their hair tied in single ponytails, and trotted neatly to the village gate. There was a light at the entrance. Nuan Yang caught sight of her wife in the glow and greeted her happily. She ignored him. They all stood straight and registered in order. Everyone. Here. Meet at 5:30 tomorrow morning. Even 1 minute late means running 10 laps that evening. Do you understand? Understood. A whistle blew, and Zhao Rou issued the order, disband. Wan Ningyan immediately sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Her short-sleeved shirt was already soaked through, and clung to her body. Nuan Yang looked closely, and saw that her skin had become slightly tanned. The members of Group 1 had been training intensely for a long time, and they were all in good spirits. Only Wan Ningyan and Wen Yanru, who had joined later, slumped on the ground. Wen Yanru was so exhausted that her face flushed red. When she summoned the little pinkies, they were limp, and their disinfecting speed had slowed down by half. Ningyan, would you like some water? No. Huff. Wan Ningyan was so exhausted that she gasped 3 times. Rest for a while. Before. Huff. Drink. Then I carry you home later. No need. Huh? I can walk. Wan Ningyan was stubborn. If the other members could walk home, she wanted to walk too. So, with his wet Wan Yang supporting Wan Ningyan with his left hand, and Wen Yanru with his right, he led the 2 unsteady individuals home. What did you do today? Why are you so tired? Zhao Ro isn't human. She hiked 30 kilometers, round trip, and encountered several zombies along the way. That's fine, but I even have to cook my own meals. It's just simple rice and vegetables, and I can't cook, and neither can Mu Yi. I'm eating boiled vegetables, so... When Yanru weakly consoled, Sister Yan, just be content. I'm in a group with Sister Yue, and she can't tell the difference between sugar and salt. Captain Zhao doesn't allow waste, so I'm eating salt-laden porridge, and Xiaofan even protested. You're the one who's worse off. Tomorrow we switch teams. Either with Gu Yu or Chen Xiaoya. They both cook delicious food. Okay, I'm just afraid Sister Gu and Sister Ming won't let me. If they don't, then take it. I don't want to eat plain porridge for another day. The 2 were loudly plotting a team swap when they passed a store, and saw Mu Yi standing at the door, covered in Mu Ye's saliva. Sister Ono, what are you doing? I'm waiting for Bai Xing to get off work. She's such a stickler. The store closes at 7:30, not even a minute earlier. I just had to wait for her. Sister Ono, being late or leaving early will result in salary deductions. Please don't give Secretary Bai such bad advice. I was just saying a few words. I didn't force her to leave early. Sister Ningyan, please don't say that in front of the guard captain, or she scold me again. Wan Ningyan laughed heartily. You want me to keep it a secret? Tomorrow you be with Sister Gu, and I be with Xiao Yu, okay? Okay, I take care of it. Thanks. It's cold tonight, so go home and take a shower. Don't catch a cold. Mu Yi put his hands on his hips, a look of disdain on his face. If a fire-type esper like me catches a cold, it'd be embarrassing to tell anyone. You guys go back. I wait for Bai Xing to come back, and we take a shower together. We can save on the water and electricity bills. Wan Ningyan perked up instantly, nudging Wan Yang's waist with her elbow. Mimi, did you hear that? They're taking a shower together. If there's no affair, who would believe it? Wan Yang agreed. Mu Yi and Bai Xing were getting closer and closer. They were even taking showers together. Maybe they really could be together. Wan Yang was about to express his thoughts when Wen Yanru weakly retorted. Sister Yin, girls bathing together doesn't mean anything. I often take you with me for convenience and to save time. Little Nian Yin, you just reached adulthood, so you don't know much about love and romance yet. After the training is over, I teach you myself and open your mind. Wan Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Open your mind? What are you going to teach Nian Yin? Didn't I already tell you about love and romance? We're adults now, so we should learn some basic physiology. Otherwise, if she meets a girl she likes and confesses her feelings to her, she asks her out for a bath. What's that all about? Sister Yin. Wen Yanru blushed from cheeks to ears. Stop it. I don't need your instruction. I understand everything. Just let me go. Wan Ningyan was about to say something, but Wan Yang quickly stopped her. Honey, please stop talking. Yin Yin hasn't even had her birthday yet. She's still a minor. Don't force her. Okay, let's wait until Yin Yin comes of age. The 3 of them returned home. Wan Ningyan was tired and happy, Wan Yang was exhausted, and Wen Yanru was physically and mentally exhausted. But she had Wan Ningyu's massage. Wan Ningyu rushed out when the 3 of them returned home. After greeting them, she softly pulled Wen Yanru's arm and asked for a massage. No thanks, I just take a shower and go to bed. Thank you, Where? Yes. I asked Grandma Yuan today, and she said that if you exercise too much suddenly, and don't get a massage, your legs and hips will easily become sore the next day. In severe cases, walking can be difficult. I think so. Teacher once told me that. Sorry, Yuer, I take a shower before I give you a massage, so you don't get stinky. Then let's take a shower together. Wan Ningyu happily dragged Wen Yanru back to the house. Nuan Yang looked at the 2 of them, and felt that he should give Wan Ningyan a massage as well. Turning around, he saw Wan Ningyan looking at him expectantly. Take a shower first, and then I give you a massage. Wow. Having a wife is great. Let's take a shower together. Yeah, you can get a massage while you bathe. It's even more comfortable. Okay, let's do it. The two happily arrived at the door, but before they could open it, it was flung open by Xiaolang. Tear off the compress, tear off the mother, it's so awful. Nguyen Yang's smile instantly vanished. Little wolf, your master is very tired today, so you can bathe yourself. I let Liangzi stay with you tomorrow, and then you two can just help each other bathe. Huh? Liangzi wants to stay with us too? Yes, I live in the room across the street with Xiaolang. Nguyen Yang, fearing Wan Ningyan might object, escorted her to the bathroom first, then packed up Xiaolang's belongings and carried them across the street. Xiaolang, you be living here from today. Big room, big bed, big bathroom. Are you happy? Xiaolang looked puzzled. Damn it, I want a master. Whatever you want, it's settled. Nguyen Yang didn't give Xiaolang a chance to object and hurried back inside, locking the door. Now, only Pingyan and her daughter were in their bedroom, undisturbed. In the bathroom, Wan Ningyan was washing her hair. Nguyen Yang quickly stripped himself clean, entered, and hugged her from behind. Honey, it's been days. I finally get to shower with you again. It's so hot. Don't cling to me. I just showered. I'm so dirty. Let me hold you for a while. I help you wash later. Can you give me a massage for half an hour? My back and feet are so sore. Wan Ningyan's flirting made Nguyen Yang agree to everything. Taking advantage of her good mood, he told her about letting Xiaolang and Liangzi live in the room across the street. What about Nian Nian? We agreed to give that room to Nian Nian. You're giving it to Xiaolang and Liangzi. Aren't you afraid Nian Nian will feel uncomfortable? I thought about it. If Nian Nian wants to live alone, I let her pick a house, or expand the courtyard. With more and more people, this small house won't be big enough. Then let's get a bigger one. We build a 1,000 square meter mansion. Mom and Dad on one floor, Xiaolang and Liangzi on one floor, Nian Nian and Yuer on one floor, Xingyun, Pingyan, and the little civet cat on one floor, and us on one floor. Even the animals have their own floor. What a luxury. Nguyen Yang grumbled inwardly, but quickly agreed. As long as his wife was happy, even building a skyscraper would be fine. Chapter 690. It was a rare opportunity to spend some time with Wan Ningyan. Nguyen Yang felt incredibly happy. He bathed her, massaged her, and blew her hair without complaint. When he was rewarded with a kiss, Wan Ningyan scoffed, "Your smile is so worthless." Because I'm happy, Miss Wan, count how many times we showered together since the floods ended. Not only did they not shower together, they also didn't have their own space, let alone make love. Wan Ningyan leaned into Nguyen Yang's arms, rubbing her ears soothingly. Be good. Once I get the pass, I spend some romantic time with you. Okay. Then can we have the steak my wife cooked? Sure. Speaking of which, we should have a day off after the training, right? How many days? 2 days, and then we have 3 trial trades. Bai Xing said they need to check for any gaps, so... Before she could finish her sentence, Wan Ningyan fell asleep. Thinking she had to get up early the next morning, Nguyen Yang gently tucked her in, turned up the air conditioner by 2 degrees, turned on the humidifier, and then cuddled her to sleep. Starting the next day, Nguyen Yang became Wan Ningyan's personal nanny, waking her up every morning, preparing a nutritious breakfast, and driving her to the meeting point, all so Wan Ningyan could catch a few more seconds of sleep. Afterward, Nguyen Yang would train with Xiaolang and Liangzi. Liangzi had to go to school, so training was moved up from 7:30 to 6 o'clock. Xiaolang could catch up on some sleep after training, but Liangzi had a harder time. After school, she'd do half an hour of calisthenics, followed by a packed schedule of classes. Ever since Liangzi moved in with Xiaolang, she'd been living this intense life. Not only did she train and go to school during the day, but she also had to teach Xiaolang how to count and add and subtract at night. Little Wolf was a complete blank slate, completely uneducated and lacking even the most basic knowledge. After several attempts at teaching, Nguyen Yang lost patience, but he didn't dare scold Wan Ningyan's apprentice, so he passed the teaching on to Liangzi. Every night, Liangzi's increasingly irritable voice and Little Wolf's bewildered "what's wrong?" could be heard. Little Wolf had already evolved from "ah-ah" to "what's wrong?" Although his tongue wasn't very flexible, and many of his pronunciations were odd, he was finally able to communicate in a simple way. 2 weeks later, the village underwent its first expansion, enclosing a 50-kilometer area. This 50-kilometer radius was a safety zone that Zhao Rou and a team of other members had gradually cleared. The temperature had already reached 42 degrees Celsius. Although the forecast indicated that the high would remain between 48 and 50 degrees Celsius, for humans, such weather training was equivalent to high-temperature work, making it very easy to suffer from heat stroke or heat stroke. Zhao Rou, this weather isn't suitable for a training exercise. Should we shorten the duration, or perhaps switch to nighttime training and daytime rest? Village Chief, training isn't about seeking hardship. It's about tempering one's will, refining survival and combat skills, and accumulating practical combat experience. Zombies and enemies won't disappear just because the temperature is too high. Okay, take cooling measures. Life comes first, training second. Understood? Nguyen Yang sighed silently, looking at Wan Ningyan, who had become 2 shades darker and thinner, from afar. He felt a pang of distress. He had spent a fortune at the mall buying a lot of heat stroke prevention supplies for her space. Village Chief. Secretary Bai? Nguyen Yang smiled. It's a rare day off today. Why are you here? To send me off? A flash of embarrassment crossed Bai Xing's face, and he awkwardly averted his gaze from the guards. No, I have something to report to the village chief. Go ahead. Nguyen Yang saw through it, but kept silent, watching Bai Xing's performance. The materials and prices for the trial trade have been drafted. Noah's Ark, Sanyang Mountain Base, and Inner Mongolia Ranch have all expressed their approval. Once the first batch of permits are issued, we can arrange for trade. Nguyen Yang held out his hand. Where are the drafted list and price list? Let me see. Bai Xing's face grew even more embarrassed. Sorry, village chief, I came in such a hurry that I forgot to bring them. It's okay. We still have another 2 weeks. Just show me what you got. Yes. Anything else? Yes, final exams are in a month, and I'm thinking this summer. The fake practical assignment involves clearing land outside the village. With so much land, the villagers alone can't cultivate it all. Why not let the children join in? The harvest will count as compensation for their hard work. That's a good idea, but we need to take precautions against the heat. Besides, Aunt Kai has awakened her healing powers, so let her accompany us throughout the entire process. Pay her the same salary as the school nurse, which will give her more time to use her powers and level up faster. Noted. As Bai Xing spoke, his eyes involuntarily glanced in the direction of the guards. They only had 2 hours rest before Zhao Rou would take them on a training expedition. They wouldn't see each other for 13 days. Nguyen Yang, knowing Bai Xing was distracted, deliberately found some new topics to chat about. He was surprised to learn that Xiao Cao's grades were excellent. So Xiao Cao might be the top student in the lower grades? Yes, Xiao Cao is the only one who is equally good at both arts and science. Teacher Lin really likes her. What about the seniors? Wen Yanru, it's a pity she's going on a training expedition, so she rarely has time to go to school. Grandma Yuan talks about her all the time, wanting to teach her all her skills. Once Nianru's training is over, she have more energy to study. Nguyen Yang paused, then continued, Secretary Bai, students need motivation to study. Please let them know that if they do well on the final exam, the village chief will give them a mysterious gift. Well, the village chief is very thoughtful. Nguyen Yang gave Bai Xing a perfunctory compliment. Seeing Bai Xing's slightly anxious expression, he stopped trying to make things difficult for her, and offered to go with her to see the guards off. Send them off? Shouldn't they be resting? Are they leaving again? Well, the weather's getting hotter, and Zhao Rou isn't planning on resting anymore. We just rest for a while before heading out for the training exercise. Secretary Bai, Zhao Rou should have contacted you about this news. Did she forget? I scold her. No. Bai Xing hurriedly stopped Nguyen Yang. I just received the news, so... Realizing her true purpose, Bai Xing blushed with shame and pursed her lips, falling silent. I understand. Let's go. It's only an hour and a half. If we don't go see them now, we won't see them for half a month. Nguyen Yang had reminded Bai Xing, and without wasting any more time, he hurried to find Wan Ningyan. They finally had time to rest, and Nguyen Yang had to have a good talk with his wife. Not showering? No, it's this hot, I'm sweating just standing there, so showering would be pointless. Okay, let me tell you about the supplies in the space. If there's an emergency later, use them when you need them. Don't skimp. Nguyen Yang used his ice powers to cool Wan Ningyan down, while explaining what he had prepared for her. He prepared 20 copies of everything, accounting for everyone else's needs, and even gave her some extra. After listening for a while, Wan Ningyan became unhappy and began pinching Wan Yang's mouth and cheeks, causing him to speak unclearly. Honey, stop playing around and listen carefully. You're so long-winded. I'm not stupid. Those things have instructions. Can't I use them just by following them? Wan Yang choked at the rebuke and nodded dejectedly. Yes, I definitely get tired of constantly telling you things I told you hundreds of times. Oh, I just think you're wasting your time talking about this. You might as well give me a hug and a kiss. You little idiot, you're so clueless. Huh? Wan Yang looked around at the dense crowd of members and family members who were seeing him off, and asked in confusion, isn't it okay to hug and kiss in front of everyone? Wan Ningyan, enraged, stomped on Wan Yang. You're as stupid as a pig when you should be smart. Get the bathroom and lock the door. What can't you do? Yes, my wife is still smart. Wan Yang didn't care that Wan Ningyan called him stupid. His tone rose as he happily got the bathroom and pulled him inside. The bathroom had an air conditioner with adjustable temperature. Wan Yang kissed her while struggling to adjust the buttons. He finally turned the air conditioner on to a comfortable temperature. Then, Wan Yang hugged her and sat her down on the sink. I won't be able to see you for over 10 days, honey. I really can't bear to leave you. I can't bear to leave you either. Wan Ningyan pinched Wan Yang's ear, tears welling up in her eyes. This is the first time since the apocalypse that I've been away from you for this long. Don't cry. When you come back, after we finish the trade business, I take you to the Daxing Hot Springs, to Chengdu to find pandas, and whatever you want to do. What about the village? There's so much to do. Leave it to Bai Xing. She's a Capricorn, she loves work. Haha. Secretary Bai would probably vomit blood if he heard. Don't worry about her. Take care of me first. My heart is bleeding. Wan Ningyan smiled, cupping Wan Yang's face and kissing her. Does this make your heart feel better? Yeah, but it still hurts. Let's kiss a few more times. Lip to lips, all the reluctance and sadness melted into each other's breath. Chapter 691. During their final moments of dependence, Wan Ningyan and Wan Yanru were surrounded by the Wan family. Mother Wan held their hands, instructing them on important matters. Father Wan remained silent, his eyes reddened as he told them not to worry about home. Wan Ningyue, like a crying baby, clung to Wan Yanru, crying until her tears welled up, wiping her tears with her flower bud. Only little Wolf remained unconcerned, unsure of what Wan Ningyan's training meant. Wan Ningfeng explained, it means you won't be able to eat the snacks from my sister's space for 10 days. Little Wolf suddenly grew nervous, tugging at the hem of Wan Ningyan's clothes, expressing his reluctance in a clumsy, strange tone. Tear it off, good job, want it, pull your face, you're so bad. You say that like a spoiled child. Wan Ningyan reached out and rubbed Little Wolf's cheek, squeezing and rounding it, messing up his bangs. At home, you must listen to Master's wife, Xiaozi, and Xiaofeng. Train well, learn speaking and math, and I give you your favorite snacks when Master comes back, okay? Little Wolf shook his head, make up for it. Hey, little brat, even if it's not good, you have to make it better. Wan Yang watched them from the side, silent and silent. The Wan family had already given Wan Yang the most time, and he couldn't compete with them for these last 10 minutes. A whistle blew, and all members of the escort team assembled. After checking their uniforms and weapons, Xiao Rou, the leader, led the group forward at a run. The entire group, carrying their backpacks, rifles slung over their left shoulders, water bottles on their right waists, and wearing camouflage sun hats, followed Xiao Rou in an orderly manner. Only the temporary team doctors, Yun Wan and Yun Shu, were allowed to be more relaxed. Oh, Yin Yin and Yin Yin have gotten a lot darker. They're probably going to be tanned after the training. Dad Wan smiled and comforted Jinyu, don't worry. Our Yin Yin has tons of skincare products. She'd be white again soon. Am I worried about her getting tanned? Besides getting tanned, is there anything else to worry about? Mother Wan's worry was instantly dispelled, but she refused to admit it. Her awkward expression was a good deal like Wan Ningyan's. She turned and asked Nuan Yang with a smile. Xiaoyang, isn't it time to go to Xiaoyu's house for acupuncture? Yes, it's almost time. Mom will go with you. Xiaofeng, take the sisters home, then cook, prepare the dishes, and wash them. I'll be back to cook later. Okay, Mom. Nuan Yang was taken away by Mother Wan. She could only hurriedly say goodbye to Father Wan and the others, then listen to Mother Wan ramble on about the training. Nuan Yang patiently explained to Mrs. Wan that it would be safe. Although she herself wasn't sure, she was confident in Wan Ningyan's abilities, and she didn't doubt Zhao Rou's special forces abilities. Hearing you say that makes me feel much more at ease. By the way, Xiaoyang, how's your back recovery? It's much better already. After 2 more acupuncture sessions, you can reduce it to once every 2 weeks. In 6 months, it should be almost completely healed. It took so long. I thought you'd be cured after these 2 weeks of acupuncture. Grandma Yuan said it's a chronic condition. To cure it, you have to gradually manage it. Pay more attention to proper back training. A full recovery in 6 months is already very fast. Many people have permanent damage that can't be cured. Indeed, Old One has been farming all year, so his back is not very good. In a few years, I'm afraid Zhou will have to go for acupuncture. Wan Yang chatted with Wan's mother about her back injury, as she slowly walked to Xiaoyu's house. She registered her information at the front desk with familiarity, then followed Uncle Yuan into the acupuncture room. This back room had 3 separate cubicles, used for massage or acupuncture. The space was small, so Wan's mother waited outside. Wan Yang sat alone in a cubicle, having already taken off her shirt, leaving only her underwear. Hello, village chief. Lie down on the bed. I examine you first. Yes, thank you, Grandma. It's no problem. Grandma Yuan smiled and massaged Wan Yang's waist. Does it hurt here? No. Is it sore here? A little, and a little numb. You need to reduce the intensity of your training, especially when it comes to waist and abdominal strength. If you don't obey, and continue to use your waist at such a high intensity, even coming to me for acupuncture every day will be useless. I understand, Grandma, don't worry. I definitely obey. Wan Yang had indeed taken it to heart. For the past 2 weeks, he had paused many waist and abdominal exercises. Currently, he was just running and attending the special abilities training camp. However, running too hard can also hurt his waist. Wan Yang planned not to run with Xiaolang and Liangzi all the time. He would just run 2 laps a day to stay in good physical condition. This back injury had been tormenting Wan Yang for a long time, and this time he was determined to cure it. Mother One also hoped Wan Yang's back injury would heal. For the past month or so, she'd been preparing stir-fried pork kidney soup, roasted kidneys, and more, all sorts of different kidney dishes for Wan Yang, under the pretense that what you eat nourishes what you need. In fact, Mother One had asked Grandma Yuan about her dietary recommendations, but the elderly woman was stubborn, believing the advice passed down by her elders made sense, so she added a variety of kidney dishes to her diet. In the bathroom, Wan Yang told Wan Ningyan about this, and she laughed until tears welled up in her eyes. Is it that funny? Yes, I can't believe what Mom would do to you if she knew you had kidney deficiency. Wan Yang narrowed his eyes. Whose kidney deficiency are you talking about? You? Wan Ningyan hooked her arm around Wan Yang's neck, grinning wickedly. What can you do to me, little jerk? You're just taking advantage of the time you have left and trying to provoke me, huh? You little rascal. Wan Ningyan's shoulders were shaking with laughter. The two of them were about to get into a fight, but Wan Yang had managed to hold it back. He hadn't expected Wan Ningyan to use this incident to accuse Wan Yang of kidney deficiency, having been tortured by him before the training. Wan Yang, feeling even more concerned for his wife's health, simply gave her a few passionate kisses in retaliation. But Wan Yang never expected Wan Ningyan to secretly tell her mother. After returning home from acupuncture, Mother Wan summoned Wan Ningfeng to help with dinner. Dinner was served half an hour later than usual, but Wan Yang didn't mind. After dinner, Mother Wan brought Little Wolf a bucket of rice. Normally, dinner would have been served by then, but instead, Mother Wan went to the kitchen and brought a large bowl of soup to Wan Yang. Mom, what kind of soup is this? Why don't we have any? I want some too. Go away, this soup isn't for children. Mother Wan scolded Wan Ningfeng, then patted Wan Yang's arm and gently admonished him. Xiaoyang, you must drink all this soup. It's good for your health. I make it for you every day from now on. Okay, thank you, Mom. Wan Yang, thinking it was a waist-tonifying soup, was touched and drank it all. But when she went to bed that night, she felt a burning sensation all over her body and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. At first, Wan Yang didn't care, thinking she was unaccustomed to Wan Ningyan's absence. But after 3 or 4 days of feeling this way, she became cautious and skipped the soup Mother Wan had given her for dinner. Instead, she secretly stored it in her space. That night, Wan Yang no longer felt the unbearable heat. So, the next day during acupuncture, he showed Grandma Yuan the soup that Wan's mother had prepared. This is a nourishing and kidney-tonifying soup. I see your kidneys are not weak, so why are you drinking it? Wan Yang, Wan Yang, this is a really dumbfounding incident, Wan Ningyan. When you get back, I definitely give you a good beating, Wan Ningyan, who was hiking in the distance, sneezed. It was a hot day, but she felt strangely cold. How strange. Chapter 692. The village was bustling this morning, as a notice board advertised the leasing of land outside the village. There was no limit on the size of the land, but it could only be used for trade, with the owner responsible for the profits and losses. This led to considerable hesitation. The fundamental reason for this hesitation was that the cost was far higher than that of land within the village. The rent, the machinery rental, and the shared cost of water diversion were high. The villagers were afraid of losing money. After all, they already owed Nguyen a large sum. However, with no limit on the size of the land and highly mechanized farming, it would be easier to cultivate and more efficient than the land within the village. The profits from trade would also far exceed those from within the village. The million-person population of Noah's Ark alone was enough to make them envious. Nguyen wanted to see everyone's reaction, so he took the two children, who had just finished their run, to the notice board. Ever since the wolf cub had acquired a tongue capable of tasting, he couldn't move when he saw a store, constantly yelling, "Rip mother! You just finished your run. Take a break before you eat some snacks." "Dear mother." The wolf cub wiped a sweat off his face and walked over to Nguyen. "Right." Nguyen immediately condensed an ice cube and placed it in her hand, "to cool you down." "You're welcome." "Dear mother, you're a jerk." "Thank you for the compliment." Nguyen told Liang Zi to keep an eye on the wolf cub. Then, donning his hat, he quietly approached the villagers' discussion and eavesdropped. The villagers were mostly discussing costs and profits. The first batch of proposed trade goods was posted on the bulletin board, with prices calculated uniformly using crystal cores. Everyone looked at the price list and calculated, but their opinions diverged widely. The conservatives were mostly middle-aged and elderly. They believed that they couldn't make much money, so it would be better to manage the village farms. The profits were lower, but the risks were lower. The radicals were mostly young people. Few of them knew how to farm. Their desire to rent land for trade was due to their trust in Nguyen. They believed it was a worthless venture, and Nguyen, as the village chief, would not agree. When Nguyen heard Ai Tang and Tian Jin's logic, she was stunned. She hadn't anticipated anyone considering the issue from this perspective. "What's the point of all this discussion?" Grandma Kong spoke, her voice deep but powerful. "Xiao Lu, Xiao Yu, you two, in the name of your embroidery group, go to Secretary Bai to rent some land. We take out a loan for the first installment of rent, and everyone will share the interest." "Okay, then how much is a good amount?" 100 mu. Grandma Kang's words not only sent the crowd into a frenzy, but also shocked Sister Lu and Sister Wanyu. They hadn't expected Grandma Kong to let them rent so much land. "What are you standing there for? Go rent it." "That's right." Sister Lu and Xiao Wanyu hurried through the crowd to find Bai Xing now had a dedicated office, a 20-square-meter, two-story building built by Nguyen to the right of the warehouse. The first floor houses the service hall, where the warehouse, store cashier, and village affairs are all handled. The second floor is dedicated to storing important documents and includes a finance office with a separate door and lock. Bai Xing was currently sitting at his desk on the first floor, having already prepared documents for leasing land outside the village. When Sister Lu and Xiao Wanyu arrived, they had the 100-acre lease contract in place in just 5 minutes. Most of the original residents of Shuxiu village are embroiderers. Accustomed to living together, and with so much public property difficult to divide, they spontaneously formed embroidery groups, creating a kind of communal dining experience. The villagers had no objections to this, but seeing the embroiderers forming groups to contract so much land for trade sparked a discussion about the feasibility of a cooperative model. Someone set up a sample, and soon another person rented the land. They were Ai Tang and Tian Jin's family. Ai Tang's grandmother and her father worked at the garbage dump, where they had stable jobs. The remaining aunt and cousin were young laborers, so they didn't have to worry about losing money. Tian Jin's family had more labor, for men and women, and could have opted out of the partnership. However, to split the cost of the machine rental, they decided to rent the land together, 30 mu for themselves and 20 for Ai Tang. The land was rented on one block, and the two families paid a 3:2 split for the day's machine rental. The third person to rent the land was Zhao Xiufeng. She brought her 2 daughters with her to rent 10 mu. She was a recent arrival in the village, but she was always ahead of the curve. She rented 3 mu of land in the village and another 10 mu outside. Someone asked her if she could manage it all by herself. Zhao Xiufeng smiled broadly and said, "I used to make a living by farming. Back then, I could manage over 10 mu of land by myself." What can't I farm now? If I can't, I still have my daughter. After school, she come and help in the fields. No matter how much land I have, I can still farm it. Mrs. Zhao's words made many people reflect. There were few orphans in the village. Most people had friends, relatives, or family members. Farming together would definitely be easier than what Zhao Xiaofang's family could do. So everyone was eager to join in. Many villagers who hadn't found jobs or were underemployed began renting 5 or 10 mu of land. However, the village was small, with fewer young and middle-aged workers, so only half of the 1,000 mu of land had been rented out. Village chief, this situation is already very good. Villagers are all human beings. They will weigh the pros and cons. It's only right to be cautious. When trade becomes profitable, and the gap between the rich and the poor becomes more pronounced, more people will rent land. Yeah, I was anxious. Bai Xing laughed at this. It's okay, there are people more anxious than you. Who? My brother. He contacts me every day, asking when we have surplus food and if trade can be opened earlier. I'm getting fed up. Interesting. Guan Yang sat down across from Bai Xing, observing her expression. You weren't like this before. You used to get really anxious whenever you heard something was happening at the Sanyang mountain base. Now your brother is pushing you so hard, why don't you open trade earlier? I still have plenty of inventory in my space, so opening it a few days earlier won't be a problem. Sanyang mountain isn't short of food right now. It's fruits, vegetables, and meat that are in short supply. Meat needs to be supplied based on the breeding conditions of the Inner Mongolian pastures, and it can't be unlimited. I need to calculate the supply during the trial trade. As for fruits and vegetables, the villagers don't have any food stored, so how can we supply them with what we grow first? Opening the trade in a month is incredibly fast. It's like the villagers have only harvested 2 or 3 times and are already trading. Well, prioritizing the village is reasonable, but there must be more reasons, right? Bai Xing's eyelashes trembled. My brother is a little too dependent on the village. Back when the Sanyang mountain base didn't have a village chief, everyone worked tirelessly to find ways to get food and supplies. Now they just push me. I understand. Guan Yang was about to say something to comfort Bai Xing, but Liangzi hurried over, sweating profusely. Master, please go to the store and see. Little Wolf insisted on having an ice cream cone, and I couldn't stop him. Eat an ice cream cone? I have your ID cards here. How can you eat without money? That's why I came to you, because I don't have any money. Sister Su Wan detained Little Wolf there, and told me to ask an adult to pay. Guan Yang was speechless, and hurried to the store, to see what was going on. The door was electronic, and Su Wan had locked it. Little Wolf was trying to pry it open with her hands. What are you doing? Little Wolf looked up with a bright smile. Tear off the mother. Save the nest. Little Wolf's mouth was stained with ice cream, and Su Wan was watching at the cashier. Seeing Guan Yang coming, she pressed the button to open the door, and immediately took out 6 packaging bags to complain. Village chief, this kid came in, and went straight to the refrigerator, ate 6 ice cream cones, and turned to leave without paying. Su Wan tapped the packaging lightly. I don't want to detain her, but this shop belongs to the village. If she runs away without paying, it's considered robbery. According to village rules, robbery is punishable. Guan Yang sighed, took out his ID card, paid, then twisted Little Wolf's ear, and went home with a sullen face. Wife, your apprentice showed off her skills today. She dared to rob a shop. I must teach her a lesson. Is that okay with you? Robbed a shop? What did she rob? 6 ice cream cones. What a loser. Give her a good lesson. Guan Yang choked. Is this a question of whether she's worthless or not? Chapter 693. Dear mother. What's wrong? Dear mother, it hurts. Dear mother, you bastard. Every time Guan Yang hit him with his stick, the wolf crowed. Realizing it was pointless, he began to accuse Guan Yang of being bad. Guan Yang tried to hold back her strength, but she noticed the wolf crow was very resistant to blows. No matter how much pain it caused, it wouldn't cry. When it couldn't bear it any longer, it would squat down, clasping its head in its hands. Without a sound, it would look at you with pitiful eyes. Shit, it hurts. What's wrong with you? Guan Yang was nearly pissed. What's wrong with me? Did you hear a word I just said? Little Wolf looked up at Guan Yang, his brow furrowed. Shit, it hurts. My hand still hurts from the beating. Listen carefully, you're not allowed to eat anything from the store without paying, let alone take it. That's robbery. You're also not allowed to take other people's things without permission. Taking food from home without asking is stealing, and you'd be punished. Little Wolf was sweating profusely, half lying on the ground, clutching his stomach. Shit, it hurts. Stop pretending. I can't even kill a mosquito with all my strength. Puff puff puff. A fart sounded, and Wanyang froze. She seemed to understand what the little wolf was talking about. He must have upset his stomach from eating 6 ice cream cones, and he was probably going to have diarrhea. Wanyang was forced to end the punishment. Just as she was about to help the little wolf to the restroom, she heard hurried footsteps outside. Within seconds, the door was pushed open. Xiaoyang, why are you hitting him with a stick? Little Wolf is still young. Even if he's made a mistake, you can't hit him so harshly. Mother Wan, heartbroken, helped Little Wolf to his feet. Liang Zi stood outside, not daring to come in, and quietly apologized to Wanyang. I'm sorry, master. Seeing the little wolf crying so miserably, I went to the cafeteria to ask Aunt Wan to go home. Wanyang sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to say something, he heard another puff-puff sound and smelled a foul odor. Oh my god, how could you have beaten your child so hard? Mother Wan looked at Wanyang in disbelief. Little Wolf is only 14 years old and hasn't even recovered yet. How could you have the heart to do such a cruel thing? Mother Wan burst into tears as she spoke. While holding the little wolf, she called Liang Zi for help and took everyone to the bathroom to clean it up. Wanyang tried to explain, but Mother Wan wouldn't listen. She cried heartbrokenly. Before closing the bathroom door, she specifically instructed Liang Zi to call Kai Shieli to treat the little wolf. Mom, it's really none of my fault. She was just greedy and got sick. Bang! Wanyang was speechless before the door slammed shut. He sat in the courtyard, feeling depressed and cool. A moment later, Liang Zi arrived with Kai Shieli. Seeing Wanyang, Kai Shieli's eyes flickered with fear and confusion. Village Chief, I heard you beat Xiao Lang half to death, leaving him incontinent. Don't do that next time, it traumatized the child. Auntie Kai, do you believe me when I say it wasn't me? Kai Shieli opened her mouth, then closed it again, nodding slightly, clearly unconvinced. Wanyang sighed, not wanting to explain anymore. She handed Liang Zi and Xiao Lang's ID cards to Liang Zi. Tonight, explain to Xiao Lang that you and she will each receive 20 yuan in pocket money each month. You can buy whatever you want at the store. Don't let anything like today happen again. Yes, master. Wanyang finished arranging his affairs and casually dismissed Liang Zi. He stood up to check the small fish pond in the courtyard. The water had frozen during the extreme cold, so he hadn't treated it. Now that the weather was getting warmer, it was time to raise some ornamental fish. Wanyang rinsed it twice, then filled it with water. He hung an outlet strip next to it, plugged in an aerator and filter, and added a few blocks of ice. When it was time to add the fish, Wanyang realized there were no ornamental fish in the space. After much deliberation, he went to the mall system and bought a few beautiful 3-scaled mullet and silver carp, fattening them up and ready to slaughter. Village Chief. Hearing someone calling him, Wanyang washed his hands with the pond water and went to open the door. Sister Su-Wan? Why are you here? Su-Wan looked anxious and apologetic. I'm sorry, Village Chief. I shouldn't have made a big deal about this today. Little Wolf is a pretty good kid. Please don't hit her. Just educate her. It's not worth it to hurt her. Sister Su-Wan, have you heard any rumors? Yes. Can you tell me? Su-Wan glanced at Wanyang, hesitated for a few seconds, and then said, everyone's saying that Little Wolf ate and ran away at a store. The village chief was furious and beat Little Wolf half to death. He's incontinent, and Sister Shieli almost couldn't save him. Wanyang glanced at Kai Shieli, who was still treating Little Wolf in the room, and a headache hit him. Rumors, all rumors. And Kai is still treating Little Wolf. How could they know about his condition? And Little Wolf just had diarrhea from eating something bad. How could the rumors be so outrageous? Su-Wan nodded doubtfully. Yes, he did have an upset stomach. I go and clarify later. Trouble. Wanyang could see Su-Wan didn't believe it, but the rumor was so outrageous, it would be helpful to have someone clarify it. Before dinner, Aunt Kai had cured Little Wolf, except for the diarrhea. Mother Wan finally believed Wanyang's words. When Father Wan and Wan Ningfeng returned, they didn't know Little Wolf had diarrhea yet, and they were both very nervous. Father Wan, Xiaoyang, I heard you almost beat Little Wolf to death. Wan Ningfeng, Big Boss, I've been very obedient lately. Don't hit me when you're angry, or wait for my sister to come back and beat me up. My sister's beatings only hurt, but yours can be fatal. Wanyang was exhausted, pointing at Little Wolf, who was gulping down his food. He's still alive. How could I dare to beat Ning Yan's apprentice to death? Dad, where did you hear those rumors? Father Wan looked at little wolf eating and suddenly realized, it's all fake. Xiaolong is such a good-tempered person. How could he possibly kill someone? What's going on? The villagers are saying that Xiaolong stole a few popsicles from the store, and the village chief accidentally beat him to death, only to be saved by Kai Xiaoli's help. They're saying that Xiaolong was beaten so badly that he lost control of his bowels and bladder, and that Jinyu's eyes were swollen like bulbs from crying. Nuanyang learned for the first time the power of rumors. It was truly outrageous and heartbreaking. She weakly explained, then ate a few mouthfuls of food and went back to the house. I can't eat at all. Feeling wronged, Nuanyang sent a message to Wan Ningyan. Just as she finished editing the story and her grievances, she received a text message from Wan Ningyan. You bastard! You almost beat Xiaolong to death? What do you mean? Is that how you treat my apprentice? Nuanyang couldn't help but swear. Could this rumor have wings? How did it even reach Wan Ningyan's ears? Chapter 694. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wan Ningyan finally found time to contact Wan Yang. After coaxing her for a full 5 minutes, she finally reluctantly accepted. Remember what you said, kiss me 100 times when you get back. Yes. Mimi baby, please stop being angry, okay? Wan Yang, having gained the upper hand, stopped dwelling on the misunderstanding and began to pour out her grievances to Wan Ningyan, recounting all sorts of bizarre rumors that made Wan Ningyan giggle. Do you know what left me speechless the most? What was it? That night, I went to restock the warehouse and ran into Zhao Huanqi and her grandmother. Her grandmother told her, study hard and get good grades, or the village chief will hang you up and beat you until you can't hold your shit. What a mess. I never been so speechless in my life. Ha 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 ha. Wan Ningyan laughed so hard she coughed, gulping down 2 gulps of water before she recovered. She hadn't stopped laughing the whole time, and Nuanyang was filled with resentment. Wife, is this really that funny? Sorry, I just laughed. I couldn't help but laugh. Nuanyang felt even more depressed. He felt like venting his frustrations to his wife wasn't just getting the message across, it was only making things worse for him. So he dropped the topic and asked about her situation over there. The heat isn't bad, it's mainly all kinds of weird bugs. Last night, Mui got bitten and got a lump all over it, pus oozing out. It's disgusting. Please be careful. These mutated bugs are terrifying. I even seen ants with corrosive fluids. Don't worry, I discovered that Xiaofan isn't afraid of bugs and loves to eat them. I plan to sleep with Nian Nian from now on, and let Xiaofan be my umbrella. Nuan Yang smiled. You're worthy of me. By the way, I have something to tell you. Wait a minute. Okay. Nuan Yang heard Wan Ningyan seem to be walking, with a rustling sound and soft gasps, and then everything was quiet. Mimi, Nian Yan's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Ask Mom to make her a big birthday cake. I agreed with Zhao Ro that we celebrate Nian Yan's birthday the day after tomorrow, early in the morning. Okay, I tell Mom tomorrow. The next morning, Nuan Yang told Mother Wan everything. He wanted to ask if she needed any help or if she needed any ingredients, but she suddenly brought out a 3-layer cake. I made it a long time ago, just waiting to give it to Nian Yan on her birthday. Xiaolong, put it in Yin Yan's space. Okay. Before Nuan Yang put it away, he examined the cake carefully. It was beautifully made, with white buttercream as the main color, chocolate filling on the bottom layer, orange filling in the middle, and strawberries on top. 18 hearts were drawn on the first and second layers with blueberry jam. On the top, Happy Birthday, Nian Yan was written, adorned with strawberries, blueberries, and chocolate biscuit sticks. Oh no! I forgot the longevity noodles. Mother Wan quickly stood up again. Xiaolong, I go get the noodles ready. When they're ready, please give them to Yan Yan. Make sure she remembers to give them to Nian Yan. Eating longevity noodles on birthdays brings peace and longevity. Okay, I know, Mom. Little Wolf, slurping his porridge, looked up at Nuanyang and tried to speak, but then swallowed his words. Nuanyang noticed but didn't bother to ask. The sight of Little Wolf reminded her of that outrageous rumor, and she felt uneasy. Sister-in-law, here's my gift. Can you give it to Sister Nian Yan? Okay, eat first, and then give it to me when you're done. Wan Ningyue quickly finished the rest of her meal, and trotted back to her room, pulling out a pink square gift box tied with a pink ribbon. Wow! So beautiful! What gift did you prepare? Can I take a look? Wan Ningyue, as if facing a formidable enemy, immediately refused. No! I can't peek. This is a gift for Sister Nian Yin. If I peek, I'd be leaving you. Just kidding, I won't see it. Then can I wait until Sister Nian Yin's birthday to put it in her space? Sure, I set an alarm and give it to Nian Yin at midnight the day after tomorrow. You're so kind. I love you the most. So, between me, your Sister Yin, and your Sister Nian Yin, who do you love the most? Wan Ningyue's smile instantly vanished, and she pouted helplessly. You adults are so childish, always asking questions that embarrass children. That made so much sense that Nuan Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Nuan Yang caught sight of Xiaolang carrying her large bucket and bowl to the kitchen, so she followed, wanting to see what she was doing. See her. I want some. Little Wolf held up the large bowl in one hand and pulled out his ID card with the other. Mother Wan smiled and pushed her hand away. We're a family, so eating doesn't cost money. Keep the card. Mother Wan took the large bowl and prepared to serve Little Wolf more porridge, but he refused and pointed to the noodles still rising in a bowl. This is longevity noodles. Huh? You want longevity noodles? Yes. They're for birthdays. Mother Wan thought for a moment, then changed the subject. But if you want some, I make it for you. In this world, as long as you're alive, you're reborn. What's the harm in eating longevity noodles every day? Mother Wan said as she took out the remaining half bag of flour, thought for a moment, and then took out a fresh bag and began to knead and let it rise. Like a carnivore spotting its prey, the little wolf watched from the side, clutching its large bucket and bowl, its face filled with wonder and anticipation. Don't stand there. The noodles need half an hour to rest. Go exercise later, and you have noodles to eat when you come back. That's right. Nuan Yang saw this and silently grumbled. She can't even speak clearly, yet she's learned Sichuanese dialect. And she's so greedy, wanting to eat everything. I make her run a few more laps later. After breakfast, Nuan Yang dragged the little wolf out for exercise again. The little wolf ran laps, while Nuan Yang stood by, watching under a parasol. At this hour, more people were coming. Everyone greeted Nuan Yang as they passed by, but today was different. When they greeted Nuan Yang, they hesitated. Understanding the reason, Nuan Yang put on her sunglasses and turned her back to the way everyone had come. Now that even the most discerning people hadn't come to greet her, there was no peace. Nuan Yang heard several parents walking their children to school whispering warnings. Have you seen the village chief? Be good and don't act naughty next time, or you'll be beaten to death next time. You better watch your mouth and stop wanting to eat everything. Little Wolf just ate a few extra popsicles and got beaten to death by the village chief. Some of the children were confused. Isn't Little Wolf's sister alive? She's running there. She was saved by Dr. Kai. Dr. Kai is a great doctor. We go to her if we're sick next time. Nuan Yang rubbed her temples and moved to a spot further away from the road. She couldn't stand these rumors anymore. She didn't know why. Even with Su Wan and Kai Shelly helping her debunk them, they were still so outrageous. Go home, motherfucker. After running around, Little Wolf's face was filled with excitement. Nuan Yang knew she was busy getting back to eat noodles, so she let her go home and went to inspect the school herself. Starting today, the school began its 4-day final exams, covering Chinese, mathematics, chemistry, and medicine. Art courses were not included because they were taught too briefly. Teacher Lin, why are you testing one subject in a single day? Isn't that taking too long? Teacher Lin, Lin Yue's father, is a gentle and refined man. He adjusted his glasses and explained to Nuan Yang with a smile. We all been feeling our way through this first semester. After all, the teaching staff is limited, and the quality of teaching varies. We wanted to give students enough time to review each subject, to get off to a good start, and to prevent their grades from falling too low, which would affect their confidence. Okay, I understand. You can continue to supervise. I'd be leaving now. Goodbye, village chief. Chapter 695. Back home, the yard was quiet. Lucky and the little civet had disappeared somewhere. Father Wan and Wan Ningfeng had gone to reclaim land they had rented outside the village. The family had rented 20 mu, approximately 16 acres, of land, planning to supplement their income through trade. Wan Ningyue and Liangzi had exams this morning and wouldn't be home until 11:30. Only the three-colored cat Ping'an was basking in the sun by the door. The three cubs were crawling around in their den. They only need a few days to get out and play. Nuan Yang opened a can of cat food for Ping'an. Ping'an had gained a lot of weight, and his once ragged fur had become smooth and shiny. In the sunlight, his long, fluffy fur looked especially beautiful. While petting the cat, Nuan Yang heard noises in Mother Wan's room. He petted the cat's head again before getting up and going over. At the dinner table, the wolf cub held a large bowl in his hands, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Mother One. Mother One held 2 large bowls, and used a spoon to spoon toppings for the wolf cub. Xiaoang? You're back. Would you like some noodles? Dinner's a little late today, so this will fill you up. No, I wait until everyone gets home. Okay, the noodles are already ready. They'd be ready in a few minutes once everyone gets back. Nuanyang hummed a sigh of relief and walked closer to look. Mama One had prepared 2 toppings, beef brisket with tomatoes and spicy diced potatoes with pork, catering to those who like spicy food and those who don't. Little Wolf requested the beef brisket topping. The temptation of delicious food was immense. Little Wolf struggled to use his chopsticks with his right hand, his brow furrowed in anxiety, as he tried to get his longevity noodles. Xiaoang, come with me to the kitchen and give Yan Yan the noodles and toppings. Okay. Nuanyang followed Mama One into the kitchen, and was stunned by the sight of 2 large buckets of toppings. Mom, you prepared so much? Even this, I'm afraid it's not enough. They've been training hard, and they don't have much good food on weekdays. I'm taking this opportunity to give them some nourishment on Yan Yan's birthday. Mother One said, pulling out another bucket of poached eggs. Eggs and meat, and the broth is chicken soup I spent the whole morning making. It's simple and nutritious. Mom, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, not hard. Mom is so happy. Our Yan Yan is growing up. She'll be an adult soon. Mother One smiled and pulled out a bowl with the word show printed on it from the refrigerator. Inside was chicken noodle soup, a large chicken drumstick, a poached egg, some chopped green onions, and the words happy birthday cut into carrots. You can imagine how much effort she put into it. Remember, this bowl is for Yan Yan, the birthday girl. Don't let Yan Yan get it mixed up. I haven't had time to cook the noodles for everyone yet. Let's do it after lunch. I need to rest. It's so hot, I'm sweating all over. Mom, you should get some rest. I take care of this. I know how to cook noodles. I cook when Dad and the others get back. No need. Let Xiaofeng do it. He's more experienced than you. I'm afraid you burned the kitchen down. Nuanyang wanted to say it was okay, but she swallowed it back after hearing the last part. Her cooking skills weren't that bad, but remembering that she couldn't even make porridge properly, she felt guilty saying that. After putting away her things, Nuanyang returned to the house. She first put everything into Wanninyan's space, edited a message to tell her, and then went back into the space to choose a gift for Wenyanru. 18 years old is the first important node in life. As a younger generation who lives with her day and night, and is more like family than family, Nuanyang wants to give her a practical and valuable gift, but no matter how he chooses, she is not satisfied. After much deliberation, Nuanyang opened the online store, and browsed the weapons and equipment section for a while. She bought a flying motorcycle, a miniature rocket launcher, and some ammunition, then added a submachine gun, a shotgun, and a sniper rifle. Perfect. Nuanyang was very satisfied, but only for herself. This set of equipment was perfectly tailored to the future heir of the village. In reality, Wen Yanru's favorite gift was from Wan Ningyue, followed by the birthday noodles prepared by Wan's mother. This set of equipment came last. What did Yue give her? It actually made Yan Yan cry. It's a handmade Chinese herbal medicine notebook made by Yue. Don't you already have a Chinese herbal medicine book? Giving this is a bit unnecessary. As for being moved to tears, you don't understand. This book is all pictures and text, not Yue's effort. Wan Ningyan began to list the advantages of this Chinese herbal medicine notebook. First, all the Chinese medicinal herbs are prepared by Yue herself, making them more vivid than pictures. Second, the flavor, texture, and feel of each herb were all written down by Yue after personal experience. Back then, the money she earned from selling herbal tea went beyond buying the ingredients and paying for medical treatment, as some herbs can cause allergies or even poisoning. TSK. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinyan nearly burst into tears. Tasting hundreds of herbs herself, that's something Nuanyang couldn't do. She's completely convinced. Okay, I can't compare, but I have a secret weapon. Oh! What weapon? Doesn't Yan Yan love school? When she returns from training successfully, I have Zhao Rou reduce her field work schedule, and let her focus on her studies for the next 3 years. That's a great idea. It doesn't cost a penny to make Yan Yan happy. Why didn't you try it from the beginning? Honey, I promised Yan Yan this before. If I give it to her as a gift, it'd make our family look so stingy. That's right. My Mimi wife is so generous. I'm sure she prepared tons of gifts for my birthday, right? Nuan Yang's heart tightened. He immediately sat up in bed, agreeing with Wan Ningyan, while hurriedly checking his calendar. April 5th was Wan Ningyan's birthday, 7 days away. Nuan Yang had circled it on her calendar early in the morning, but with so much going on lately, she almost forgot her wife's birthday. What a close call. After hanging up, Nuan Yang circled the date the training would end, April 3rd. Wan Ningyan was luckier than Wen Yanru. She could celebrate her birthday at home. What should she prepare for Wan Ningyan in 5 days? Nuan Yang sat awake most of the night, sipping hot milk and browsing the online shopping system. Cosmetics? A set of Wan Ningyan's favorites. Clothes and shoes? Nuan Yang had wanted to buy some, but she gave up, realizing her tastes were always frowned upon by Wan Ningyan. Snacks? Wan Ningyan liked this one, so Nuan Yang bought a copy. Weapons? She already had the one she liked, so there wasn't much else for Nuan Yang to buy. After finishing everything, he checked his profile. It was just some food and supplies. If he gave it away, would Wan Ningyan be disgusted? When Nuan Yang thought of his wife's unreasonable ways, he pictured her crying and talking in a nagging tone. I worked so hard for a month on the training ground, and for what? Just to earn a little extra money to support the family, and what's the result? You give me these things for my birthday. You don't love me anymore? As expected, once you get something, you don't know how to cherish it. These things aren't even worth the combat uniform you gave me. Nuan Yang's scalp suddenly went numb. He stopped drinking his milk and dared not sleep. He got up and sat in the living room, taking out a notebook to write and scribble, determined to come up with a perfect birthday gift. Pinyin, in the cat's bed, stretched as the light came on. He jumped onto the sofa and nudged Nuan Yang's waist, then coquettishly lay on Nuan Yang's lap. Sorry to wake you. Meow. Pinyin yawned and began to snore. He fell asleep on Nuan Yang's body. Nuan Yang stroked his beautiful fur and suddenly thought of the panda. An idea came to mind. Chapter 696. The next morning, Nuan Yang finished his exercise with Liang Zi and Xiao Lang, had breakfast, and then set off, heading straight for the pre-apocalyptic giant panda breeding base. Nuan Yang's goal was to find a mutant giant panda as a gift for Wan Ningyan. The village had just expanded by 1,000 acres, allowing them to enclose an area dedicated to pandas. However, Nuan Yang searched for a long time without success. Near dusk, he discovered 2 mutant animal signs in a coniferous forest. Please, they must be pandas. Nuan Yang activated stealth mode on his SUV and drove carefully through. However, the coniferous forest was filled with dead trees and branches, lying across the ground. If the SUV were to ram through them, the noise would be too loud. So Nuan Yang got out and tiptoed towards the sign of the living creature. The closer he got, the more he could hear a humming sound similar to a cat's meow. This made Nuan Yang suspect it wasn't a giant panda, but he continued on, clinging to hope. Red pandas? Nuan Yang spotted 2 mutant red panda cubs. They were pale, skinny, and their limbs seemed to lack strength. They crawled in place, humming and looking up. Nuan Yang slapped his lips. I told you to say panda instead of big. You made the wrong wish. Nuan Yang was annoyed. Although they were both pandas, Wan Ningyan preferred giant pandas. He didn't know if the red pandas liked her or not. So he slowly backed away, planning to go home and come back tomorrow. Just then, the mother red panda returned, holding a fruit in her mouth. She caught sight of Nuan Yang and, clearly startled, dropped the fruit, allowing Nuan Yang to spot her. Shoo! The mother red panda suddenly stood up, her hands in a gesture of surrender. She was twice the size of the red pandas before the apocalypse, her fur lush and shiny, and she still looked adorable. Nuan Yang had no idea what it was doing. As she was about to leave, she noticed the fruit on the ground was rotten. She always imagined red pandas, like giant pandas, to be delicate and fond of sweet fruits like apples, yet now they were eating rotten fruit. Looking closely at the mother red panda, she saw she'd grown bigger, but overall she was thinner, with patches of baldness on her belly. Thinking of her 2 skinny cubs, Nuan Yang's heart softened. Here, an apple for you. Nuan Yang took out an apple, pressed her hands together, and broke it in half, holding one up for the panda to see. The red panda must have escaped from the zoo, because as soon as it saw the apple, it eagerly came over to eat it. After finishing half, it stretched out its paws to grab the other half, making the same gestures it wanted. Nuan Yang gave it the other half, but this time it didn't eat it. Instead, it held the apple in its mouth, picking up the rotten fruit, and quickly went to find its cub. Next, Nuan Yang saw a red panda mother lying on the ground, her 2 cubs resting on her belly nursing. She clutched an apple in one paw and a rotten fruit in the other, nibbling and wagging her tail. So adorable. Wan Yang was completely paralyzed. It was hard not to like red pandas, especially with their ears twitching as they nibbled on apples. After pondering for a moment, Wan Yang decided that the survival rate of a rare animal like the giant panda, which only ate bamboo, would be far lower than that of a red panda, which could eat fruit and leaves. Further searching might not yield any results, so she decided to use the red panda as a backup. After all, they were both pandas, so they were a substitute. Hello, would you like to come with me? I have apples every day, grapes, bananas, bamboo shoots, whatever you want. The mother red panda paused and looked at Wan Yang, either lost in thought or in a daze. The two cubs, somewhat frightened, hid behind their mother, their heads peeking out to stare at Wan Yang. Wan Yang saw it was getting dark and was anxious to get home, so she placed a pile of fruit on the ground and held a half-broken apple in her hand. I don't have much time. If you want to come with me, you can eat the apple in my hand. If not, consider this pile of fruit a gift to you. I wish you a safe and prosperous future. To Wan Yang's surprise, the mother red panda came over and ate the apple from her hand, humming and humming like a spoiled child. The two cubs craned their heads to watch from behind. You made your choice. Even if you're unhappy in the future, you can't escape. The village walls were high, and once the red pandas entered, they couldn't escape. Wan Yang had made it clear in advance, but the red pandas didn't change their minds, even licking the lingering sweetness of the apple from her fingers. Her heart melted. Boldly reaching out to pet them, I discovered their fur was completely different from a cat's, very soft. When I petted their heads, they even purred coquettishly, a truly adorable sound. Let's go! We take you back to the village. Wan Yang didn't put them away. Instead, he held the mother panda in one hand and the two cubs in a small basket. He walked to a wide area and unloaded the SUV. The pandas were placed in the back seat, and he went to the mall to buy them a large fruit platter. He also looked up travel guides and turned the air conditioner to a temperature suitable for them. It was then that Wan Yang realized that when a panda stands up and raises its front paws, it's a gesture used to intimidate its enemies. So adorable, just like Wan Ningyan. Wan Yang hadn't even realized how much he missed Wan Ningyan. While driving, he kept looking at the red pandas in the rearview mirror, a sweet smile playing on his face. He even secretly called out, "Little Wan Wan." He completely considered the red panda mother Wan Ningyan an animal version of her. When the weather was hot, returning to the village didn't require disinfection with a small powder. Normal sterilization and disinfection would suffice. The village had grown larger, but the population was sparse. Furthermore, everyone traveled by SUV or hover bike. The guards were still stationed at the village gate. The newly enclosed area only had additional patrols by robo-soldiers and guards, but no entrances or exits. When Wan Yang returned, he saw the villagers who had been clearing the land heading towards the village gate. It was too far, and the walk home after a tiring day was too arduous. So, he planned to contact Bai Xing tomorrow to plan a road for the land outside the village and offer bicycle rentals. To keep it a surprise, Wan Yang didn't plan to tell his family about the red pandas. After all, rumors of a wolf cub being beaten to death would spread quickly throughout the village. He doubted that the news of having picked up a few red pandas could be kept secret. In the back seat of the car, the mother red panda finished a large plate of sliced fruit and fell asleep comfortably on her stomach. Her two cubs also slept on her belly. Wan Yang immediately put them into her space and went home to eat. After chopstick training with noodles, the wolf cub stopped using a spoon and started using chopsticks instead. However, eating noodles also had its side effects. He had learned to eat with toppings. After Mother Wan sat down and said it was time to eat, Wan Yang was about to try some sweet and sour pork tenderloin when the entire plate was suddenly lifted up. Turning around, he saw the wolf cub had poured most of the pork into his large bowl, stirred it with his chopsticks, and began to devour it. There were only 3 or 4 pieces of pork tenderloin left on the plate, and Wan Yang's heart suddenly erupted with anger. "There's more in the kitchen, Xiaoyang. Wait, Mom will get it for you." Madame Wan saw that Wan Yang was about to lose her temper, and quickly poured the rest of the plate onto Little Wolf. Then she took the plate to the kitchen and filled it with another plate of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, and placed it in front of Wan Yang. "Xiaoyang, if you like it, eat as much as you can. Don't argue with the child. Mom, Little Wolf is being selfish. You can't spoil him like this. Little Wolf just like to eat a little. She's a very good kid. She doesn't understand. Let's teach her slowly. Don't hit her, or the village will start spreading all sorts of gossip." Madame Wan's words made Nuanyang swallow her anger. There was no other way. After a beating, she would have to call a doctor, and if she did, the village would start spreading gossip. Nuanyang thought about the outrageous gossip from the previous incident, and had a feeling this time the rumor would turn out to be, the village chief is disgusted with the wolf cub and wants to kill it to save food. Instead, he resorted to verbal instruction. The wolf cub's mouth was stained with red sauce. Upon hearing Nuanyang's words, he lifted his head, which was almost buried in the bowl, and blinked. What's wrong? Oh! This foodie couldn't hear a word while eating. Xiao Zi, after dinner, teach the wolf cub. I'm too lazy to repeat it. Liang Zi, masked with pain, me again. Are there any problems? Liang Zi immediately put on a fake smile. No problem, master. I see to it. Yeah, dear. Nuanyang, having an apprentice is good. It's so useful. Chapter 697. The next morning, after Nuanyang finished training with the two children, he sent them home for dinner, and went to the service hall to find Bai Xing. I already completed the road plan. Bai Xing immediately handed a copy to Nuanyang. I also have an idea for a bus within the village. Village chief, please take a look and see if it's feasible. Nuanyang marveled at the plan. As expected of a former special assistant, you considered every aspect and even made predictions. Village chief, please read it before you praise me. This plan is a bit resource-intensive. Secretary Bai, don't be so modest. You're not one to waste resources. Nuanyang sat down in the chair across from Bai Xing, and began flipping through the plan page by page. The plan was actually quite simple. A 2-meter wide road would be built around the inside of the wall, with 2 roads interspersed in between, dividing the area outside the village into 3 major sections. With this division, no matter where the villagers' fields are located, cars and people will have easy access. The existing dirt roads are difficult to navigate, and the few existing concrete roads were destroyed by the earthquake and washed away by the floods. But this plan is actually a bit wasteful. It's reasonable to only keep the 2 roads that run through the middle. Building a road around the wall is unnecessary, as the journey home along the wall is long. Nuanyang didn't raise any doubts. She had complete faith in Bai Xing's abilities, and wouldn't deliberately waste their resources by building an extra road. So, after reading it, she opened a proposal for a village bus. This so-called bus, in fact, was a sleigh train. Bai Xing proposed 4 daily bus trips, departing from the inner village to the outer village at 7 a.m. and 1 p.m., and returning from the outer village to the inner village at 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. These 4 trains are perfect for transporting villagers to the outskirts of the village to farm, return for lunch, and return home at night. The construction of the bypass road also allows trains to bypass the village. Otherwise, a large transfer station would be needed to turn the trains around. This makes it easier to bypass the village, and the frequency of trains can be increased in the future based on villagers' needs. In addition, Bai Xing also suggested opening a train lane on each of the north and south outer village walls for foreign trade. The reasoning is that currently, the number of people with space is relatively small. If, due to special circumstances, space owners are unable to participate in trade, a sled train can be used as a substitute. The train has a storage area and can also transport refrigerators for supplementary space, ensuring normal trade. In the future, as the number of elderly people in the village increases, the sled train could also transport them to Noah's Ark for medical examinations and treatment, providing a more gentle means of transportation for the elderly. Secretary Bai has given it careful consideration and agreed, but there are a few things we need to modify. First, the sled train is more suitable for winter travel. It can also be used in the summer, but the speed will be reduced, and the high temperatures will damage the train tracks. We recommend that ordinary buses be used for public transportation within the village. Second, regarding the bus pricing, you will be the one to finalize it. However, the first month should be free. The villagers don't have much food left, and farming is hard work. Consider the first month a village benefit. Third, regarding the medical checkups, as you reminded me, the village has a large number of middle-aged and elderly people who need annual checkups. Children also need regular checkups as they grow. After the trade trial is approved, we will purchase a set of medical examination equipment from Noah's Ark in the name of the village, and give it to Xiaoyu's family for safekeeping and use. All villagers will also receive a free annual checkup to prevent some from saving money and delaying minor illnesses into major ones. I understand. I reworked the details. Oh, by the way, I need to use part of the open space at the front of the residential area to build an animal house. When planning the residential area in the future, the front area will be excluded. Also, Is there anything else in the village that needs expansion? For example, chicken coops. Is there enough space? I'd be out looking for supplies to build roads in the next couple of days. I help find anything else along the way. Nuan Yang's goal was simply to reserve a spot for the red pandas. The rest of the story was a deliberate attempt to confuse Bai Xing, fearing she might question him. Bai Xing, like Nuan Yang, was preoccupied with addressing any gaps in the village. She pulled 2 bound documents from a blue folder. There are definitely areas that need expansion. First, the poultry coop. Currently, the village only raises chickens, and the first batch of fertilized eggs is hatching. We like to convert the duck coop next door into a chick-rearing area, so we need to build a new duck coop by the river. Second, regarding freshwater fish farming. After the village expansion, we now cover 1,000 acres, and the river has expanded. There are many more fish there than in the village. I'm thinking about including the large river behind the village, and assigning 2 or 3 villagers to feed and clean up the garbage on a regular basis. Then, we could fish once a winter, releasing any small fish and selling the larger ones. During the rest of the year, the fish in the river would be free for villagers to catch, with a closed fishing season to give the fish time to reproduce. Third, regarding wildlife management. Some animals on the opposite mountain are infiltrating the fields of other villages. I'm afraid they eat the crops when we plant them. Village Chief, do you think we should fence off the mountain for animal farming, or set aside an area for them? Nuan Yang thought for a moment and answered each question. A duck coop is fine. I build one later. As for the river, it's not a good idea to keep everything contained. The mutant animals nearby also need water. Once the other team returns, we take some time to clear out the zombies and survivors near the river. Even if the animals compete with us for fish, they won't be able to take much. As for the animals in the mountains, keep the herbivorous ones. I build a fence around them, and send the carnivorous ones to the forest to prevent them from starving and harming the villagers. Well, the vegetation on the mountain isn't lush enough yet. We can arrange for the villagers to feed them regularly, otherwise it would be such a shame if the stored grain died of starvation. Nuan Yang was a little surprised. Secretary Bai, we don't need to reserve grain in this situation, right? Village Chief, we should always be prepared for danger. If something unexpected happens, having animals to eat is better than having people die. That makes sense. I go back to the office, and I leave the rest to you. Okay. After saying goodbye to Bai Xing, Nuan Yang selected 2 buses from the space and parked them at the door. Then he went to the chicken coop, found blueprints suitable for the chicks, and simply converted the duck coop next door into a chicken coop. Then he checked the vacant land in front of the residential area and reviewed the blueprints. He decided to build a 150 square meter red panda enclosure with a suspension bridge. With enough supplies, they could start construction. Back home, Mother Wan left Nuan Yang some food. After quickly finishing her meal, Nuan Yang went out again and fenced off the mountain opposite the village with a 2-meter-high wire fence, leaving a small door to inspect the water plant. After capturing the carnivore and placing it in his space, Nuan Yang drove around the outer village wall, estimated the supplies needed, and sent a list to Wei Mingyi, asking her to help with the search. Then, Nuan Yang spotted a row of radish soldiers patrolling erratically toward the north. The ground was uneven, with many gravel and dead branches, making it difficult for the radish soldiers to move forward, as did the humans. Nuan Yang decided to postpone the search for the giant panda until he could gather the materials and build the road. Borrowing a resource finder from Wan Ningyan, Nuan Yang selected 3 supply points in the north and placed the finder in Wei Mingyi's space, asking her to search for supplies in the other 3 directions. After arranging everything, Nuan Yang switched to his flying motorcycle and circled the large river behind the village twice. He had seen this river once before, during flood prevention efforts, and it was far less impressive than it was now. The river was estimated to cover about 1,000 acres, with a wide channel running along its edge. Nuan Yang flew over to investigate and discovered that the channel stretched for thousands of meters before merging with the Yangtze River. No wonder this river remained unscathed despite the severe flooding. The idea of enclosing the river must be abandoned. Nuan Yang decided to let fish farming take its course. It was all nature's gift, so the difference between quantity and quantity didn't matter. After getting off his motorcycle, Nuan Yang switched to an off-road vehicle and headed straight for the supply depot, determined to have the road repaired within 2 days. Chapter 698. After the flood, usable building materials became increasingly scarce. Nuan Yang and Wei Mingyi spent 2 days finally gathering enough supplies. There were building materials in the space, but the quantity was small, and they were constantly being replicated. The world had become a ruin, and the available supplies were becoming increasingly scarce as time went on. Nguyen Yang didn't want to touch the space easily, preferring to expend the effort searching. It will be completed tomorrow, and the bus can be put on trial run. When Zhao Rou and the others return the day after tomorrow, we can arrange a special bus to pick them up. They'd definitely be amazed at the changes in the village. Wei Mingyi poured cold water on Nguyen Yang. Given Zhao Rou's personality, she have everyone in a group run to the village gate to disband, and won't let them take the bus. No way. We've been through so much hardship for nearly half a month. A short ride won't be a big deal. Want to take a gamble? Nguyen Yang saw the smile on Wei Mingyi's face, and felt she was setting herself up for trouble. After thinking for a moment, he asked how to gamble. If Zhao Rou lets me ride, I unconditionally agree to one of your requests. Besides harming my sister, I even take my life. Is it that big of a deal? What if you win? If I win, no matter what happens, you must keep my sister safe. Hearing this, Nguyen Yang felt a sense of unease. Wei Mingyi, are you hiding something from me? Or have you discovered something? Nothing, Wei Mingyi sighed softly. It's just that while I was out these past couple of days, I noticed an increase in the number of mid-level zombies. As our abilities improve, they're also evolving. Maybe. I'm just being overly suspicious. Anyway, until the zombies are completely wiped out, the village won't be safe. I want to give my sister some extra protection. What do you think? Want to bet? Nguyen Yang was well aware of Wei Mingyi's concerns. The zombies were constantly upgrading. High-level zombies had appeared in just a year. It was entirely possible that in a few years, a wave of mid to high-level zombies, like those seen in the supernatural training camp, would appear. High-level zombies possess supernatural powers, and even a village with an impenetrable wall would find it difficult to resist them. By then, everyone would be thankful to have evacuated safely. Wei Mingyi, I'm not betting. Nguyen Yang looked at her, and spoke his heart out. Wei Mingxue is my villager. Protecting my villagers is my duty as village chief. I don't like to take on too much, but the burden I already taken on will never be easily let go. I know you won't trust me completely. Just like my wife's parents, they always worried that I would abandon Ningyan. It's okay, time will tell. You? Wei Mingyi stopped talking, chuckling self-deprecatingly. I'm relieved by what you said, village chief. Let's go back and rest. You have to go out tomorrow morning. Huh? How did you know I was going out? The village was fine the past 2 days, but you left early in the morning and returned after dark. The next day, you built a house in the vacant lot, suggesting you were busy with personal matters. You've been away from home every day for village matters these past 2 days, so your work must have been delayed. Let me guess. Wei Mingyi lowered his eyes and thought for a moment. Is it related to your wife? She's the only one you do personally, and the training will end the day after tomorrow. You're leaving early and returning late, probably trying to finish before hers, right? Nguyen Yang sighed deeply. Boring. You always guess right. Going home. Wei Mingyi was incredibly clever. Nguyen Yang was incredibly glad she stored the plaque for the Red Panda Pavilion in her space, otherwise she'd definitely have guessed the birthday surprise she prepared. Before returning home, Nguyen Yang visited the Red Panda enclosure, a circle of houses with an open-air garden in the center, complete with a suspension bridge. The houses were air-conditioned at 25 degrees Celsius, so if the garden got too hot, the red pandas could sleep inside and come out to play at night. When Nguyen Yang went inside to check on them, she was surprised to find the refrigerator open. The fresh fruit inside had been mostly eaten by the mother red panda. She was bulging with food, sleeping in her hammock, while her 2 cubs were playing on the floor. I really underestimated you. Nguyen Yang tidied up the house briefly, restocked the refrigerator with fruit, and then melted a lock with gold and locked it with a small copper padlock. The next morning, just as Nguyen Yang was about to continue his panda search, Mother One called her inside mysteriously. What's wrong, Mom? I have something to tell you. Come, sit down. Nguyen Yang sat down, confused, and asked what it was. Mother One hesitated for a moment before speaking cautiously. Xiaoang, are you and Yin Yin still doing well? Fine. She's training hard right now, and she still makes time to talk to me every night. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Is it because? Mother One glanced at the closed door and whispered, Tell me the truth, are you tired of having too many people at home, so you're thinking of moving out? Huh? Where does this come from? Don't pretend. I know everything. You have so many kids at home, and they're constantly disturbing you and Yin Yin's rest. It's normal for you to dislike them. If you just ask, I tell you about the move. We move out, and you and Yin Yin can stay here. It's so troublesome to move all the time. Nguyen Yang was confused. Mom, when did I ever say I was tired of you guys and wanted to move out? Is someone gossiping? Isn't that so? Mother One asked doubtfully. Then why did you build a big house up there? Mom, that's an animal house. I told Secretary Bai about it a few days ago. If you don't believe me, go ask her. An animal house? Mother One suddenly realized, I see. You feel lucky. Pingin and the others are too noisy, so we're sending them out to live. No, the house is for, Mom, I can't tell you right now. But don't worry. My relationship with Ningyan is fine, and my relationship with you guys is fine too. I tell you in a couple of days when Ningyan comes back. In a couple of days? Mother One thought for a moment and tentatively asked, Isn't this a birthday present for Yin Yin? Nguyen panicked at Mother One's guess, but then realized it was normal. Ningyan was her own daughter, and she knew her birthday by heart, so she naturally figured it out. Mom, please don't tell anyone. This is a surprise I prepared for Ningyan. Mother One beamed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Old One and I have been so worried these past few days. We're so worried we disturbed you. I'm glad it's not you. Mom, even if there was something, we would have told you directly. How could you just quietly build a house and run off? Yes. It's all my fault for worrying. Go ahead and do your work. I won't let you down. Okay, bye, Mom. Bye. After Nguyen left, he saw Wan Ningyue and asked when the results would be out. I took the last exam this morning. The teacher said the results will be out tomorrow morning, and we get our certificates. Okay, then I go see if our little you can get a certificate tomorrow. I'm sure I can. Wan Ningyue was very confident. I know all the answers on this test. I'm sure I get top marks. Mother One overheard this and, while admonishing her to be humble, her smile grew wider and wider, revealing her immense joy. Nguyen grumbled quietly to Wan Ningyue about this, then offered her a few words of encouragement before getting up and leaving. Tomorrow morning, Nguyen wanted to see who was top of the class. If it was Xiao Chao, she'd fulfill her promise to Sister Ying and, along the way, give Xiao Chao a healing pill to keep her healthy. If it was a child of average talent and lacking in hard work, Nguyen would be reluctant to give her a healing pill. But if Xiao Chao was exceptional, she would be happy to do so. Chapter 699. After a busy day, Nguyen still hadn't found the mutant giant panda. Wan Ningyan was due back tomorrow afternoon, and she had to attend the final class meeting at school in the morning, so she had to give up. Here, sweet apples, all you want. Just try your best to be cute and please this person when I bring her here. Nguyen opened her phone and showed the mother panda a photo of Wan Ningyan. She loves cute animals. If you just act a little cute, you have peace of mind for the rest of your life. Nguyen wasn't sure if the pandas understood, but she had gotten the message across. She had given them a fresh-cut fruit plate and the 2 cubs nutritious milk. After all this, Nguyen just hoped they would behave well. She didn't want Wan Ningyan's first birthday to make her feel insignificant. On the way home, Nguyen saw a blue bus across the river slowly pull up to the stone bridge. It was the last bus, carrying several villagers back. The bus has begun a trial run. Based on villagers' needs, 4 round trips are available daily. This allows farmers to return home for meals or have their families deliver meals, allowing them to adjust their schedules. Pricing will begin after a month at 0.20 yuan per trip and will be adjusted based on bus demand, air conditioning, electricity consumption, and driver wages. Quack, quack, quack. A flock of mutant ducks quacked in the river. Curious, Nguyen approached and saw a leader duck standing on a ladder, wings spread. Quack, quack. 2 quacks followed, and the ducks in the river swam ashore in unison. Quack, quack, quack. The leader duck quacked again and began climbing the stairs. The others followed, wiggling their butts as they made their way to their nests by the river. It was Nguyen's first time watching ducks return to their nests, and it felt quite novel. Wei Mingyi had found these mutant ducks using the resource finder. Her right-hand men were out training, and Yuan Man was on duty again, so she had to go and catch them herself. With limited resources, she only managed to capture 12, while most of the ducks swam away down the river. However, these ducks were incredibly adaptable. In just half a day, they learned to swim and hunt in the river and return to their nests at night, much like domestic ducks had mutated. TSK, the mutant ducks are indeed plump. They'd probably be delicious roasted. Nguyen pondered this silently, then smiled. She felt herself becoming more and more like Wan Ningyan. So, she asked Wan Ningyan if it was convenient. When she replied in the affirmative, she shared her perspective and showed her the ducks. Wow! What a plump duck! It'd be delicious roasted. Honey, Do you know why I contacted you? Because I thought the same thing when I saw the duck just now. You've been with me for so long, we should have some tacit understanding. Well, but we can't eat these ducks yet. Wei Mingy caught them. 11 are considered village public property, and 1 is just the Wei family's reward for their hard work. We have to wait until the new year when they're sold in stores. Only if we grab one can we eat it. What? You can only look but not eat? Secretary Bai made that rule? Yes, chickens are. Now, the ducks are all being raised. If the breeding isn't going well, we won't be able to eat a single duck for New Year's. When I get back, we find time to go duck hunting. There are plenty of them in the wild. I don't believe we won't be able to eat roast duck. Okay, we're free now anyway. I do whatever you want. I understand. Just leave all the village affairs to Secretary Bai, you little rascal. Ha ha ha. Wan Yang squatted in front of the duck coop, watching the ducks and chatting with Wan Ningyan, laughing from time to time. He was so engrossed in the conversation that he didn't even notice someone was there. Grandma Zhao? Why are you here? Grandma Zhao eyed Wan Yang cautiously, even avoiding him as she walked toward the duck coop, closing and locking the door. I saw the ducks had returned to their roost, so I came over to close the door. I remember you were assigned to clean the chicken coop, and the duck coop as well? Well, chickens and ducks are inseparable, so cleaning them is pretty much the same. No need to hire someone else. That's right. Village Chief. Grandma Zhao asked cautiously, why were you smiling at the ducks just now? Are you possessed? I called Dr. Kai to check you out. Ha ha ha. Wan Ningyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wan Yang, embarrassed and humiliated, stood up and turned on his communication device. I was talking to my wife and started laughing. Sorry to scare you, but you're busy, so I'm going home now. Wan Yang explained and hurried home. She hadn't wanted to explain, but she was worried that if she didn't, everyone would think she was possessed. So she explained before leaving. Wan Ningyan laughed all the way to Wan Yang, which annoyed her. She asked, is it really that funny? Of course, I wish I wasn't there, or I record it. Hey honey, you be back tomorrow. If you laugh again, I have you settle the score tomorrow night. Wan Ningyan's voice was a little flustered. What score? You bastard. I just laughed a few times, and you're bullying me? First, you laughed at my back problems. Second, you spread rumors about kidney deficiency and told Mom. Third, you mocked me for being accused of being possessed. Fourth, your apprentice made me the village bully. Miss Wan, are these 4 crimes enough for me to bully you? Bad signal, hello hello. Wan Ningyan, hello. After that, he hung up. Wan Yang was choking. What a lame excuse. He immediately edited a message to Wan Ningyan. Wife, the super communicator works perfectly even at tens of thousands of meters underwater. Your excuse is so fake. This is the 5th sin. I definitely settle the score with you tomorrow. As expected, Wan Ningyan didn't reply at all. Wan Yang didn't rush, and went to check on the 2 children in the room across the street. Little Wolf had a terrible sleeping posture, half sprawled over Liang Zi, and the blanket was a mess. Wan Yang sighed, gently turned Little Wolf over to lie down, and tucked them both in. He set the air conditioner to 27 degrees Celsius before closing the door and returning to his room to rest. The next morning, Wan Yang woke up early, feeling particularly good. He went to the room across the street to wake the 2 children, then strolled over to the red panda enclosure. After serving the little panda, Wan Yang came out. He not only locked the door, but also reinforced it with gold, fearing someone might peek and leak the secret before delivering the surprise. Hello, Village Chief. Why are you up so early today? Hello, Grandma Zhao. The results are out today, and I have to attend Yuer's class meeting, so I got up early. Grandma Zhao let the ducks out for a stroll while chatting with Wan Yang. Don't worry, Village Chief. Yuer is very smart. My daughter Huanqi always asks her questions, so her grades are sure to be good. I hope so. You're busy, I take my apprentice to practice. Okay. It felt strange. Wan Yang seemed to understand parents a little. When their children did well in school, they were overjoyed to hear the praise, even if they were being modest. Master. Screw you. As soon as Wan Yang arrived at the door, he saw Liang Zi and Little Wolf, and his expression dropped, a cold look on his face. The school will announce the results today. Your teacher's wife, Little Wolf's teacher, will be back this afternoon. It's a double blessing, so training will be cut in half. Liang Zi immediately smiled, while Little Wolf looked confused. Mother, what's the simplified version? Cut in half means dividing by 2. For example, Running 10 laps becomes 5. Why 5 laps? Xiao Zi, after training is over, you should teach Little Wolf. Master, Little Wolf hasn't even learned addition and subtraction, so division is definitely out of your reach. Don't look so sad. Once you teach me, Master will give you a 5 yuan allowance increase. Liang Zi sighed silently. This money doesn't come easy. Chapter 700. The end of the first semester at the village school was a major event. Many parents put farming on hold and donned what they considered their most respectable clothes to attend the class meeting. The Wan family was no exception. Mother Wan, Father Wan, Wan Ningyue, and Nuan Yang all changed into blue and white t-shirts, resembling parent-child outfits. Wan Ningfeng chose to follow Father Wan in the farming industry and dropped out halfway through school. So, instead of attending school, he stayed home to help Mother Wan prepare meals and keep an eye on the little wolf. After the 4 of them left, they happened to run into Liang Xiaodi, holding hands with Liang Zi and Liang Shengnan, and they all left together. Most of the people who showed up at this point were parents and children attending the class meeting, and more people joined them, until dozens of them arrived at the school gate. There's a small blackboard at the entrance. What's written on it? It seems to say something about the top scholar. Let's go and take a look. Hearing the discussion, the Wan family members stopped climbing the stairs and retreated to the small blackboard on the left. Top scorer list senior, Li Mingxin 376 points, middle, Lu Xiaoqiao 391 points, junior, Su Yaoding 398 points, note, full score, 400. Nuan Yang was just as happy as Xiaoqiao was doing well, when he suddenly felt Wan Ningyue tighten her grip on his hand. Looking down, he saw the little girl pursing her lips, staring at the blackboard with a look of displeasure. What's wrong? Are you upset because you didn't get first place? Before Wan Ningyue could say anything, her mother immediately turned around and offered comfort. Our Yuer is incredibly smart. Mom can see it all. She doesn't need first place to prove it. Mom, but I really want first place. Sister Nian Nian helps me with my homework every day. If I can't get first place, Sister Nian Nian will be disappointed. Nian Nian is out training, and she's tutoring you every day? Well, they finish training at 7 p.m. every night, and from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., they have free time. Sister Nian Nian will contact me to discuss the questions. Mother Wan's expression changed, and she sighed softly. They work so hard, and yet they still worry about you, this child, ah. Nuan Yang, noticing the low spirits, reached out and touched Wan Ningyue's head. It's not necessary to be first. If learning becomes too utilitarian, it's easy to go astray. Also, Nian Nian will be back this afternoon. Why don't you ask her if she's tutoring you so diligently because she wants you to be a useful person, and one with good grades? If you know the answers, you won't be so stressed. Sister-in-law, what if my grades are very good? If you're not good enough, can you become a useful person? Yes, grades only reflect whether a person is good at certain subjects. Life is full of things, and a few subjects can't cover them all. If you're not good at these, perhaps you're good at something else. Wan Ningyue nodded thoughtfully. Then I want to be even more capable than my sister-in-law, protecting her and providing for her in her old age. Then you have to work hard, Nuan Yang said, jokingly reminding her. Besides, I don't talk about providing for her in her old age often. I'm not middle-aged yet. Well, my sister-in-law is only a generation older than me, so she's still very young. Only a generation older than me. A generation. 12 years. Nuan Yang felt even more frustrated. As expected of a young person, he spoke without restraint. Entering the school, because so many parents had arrived, the small classrooms were completely overwhelmed. So the school arranged for all students and parents to go to the multimedia classroom for the end-of-term class meeting and commendation ceremony. Parents and children sat together, seemingly enjoying themselves, but undercurrents were brewing. The parents of the top students were competing with each other, while the underperforming students were being disciplined by their parents. It was remarkably similar to pre-apocalyptic schools, and Wan Yang watched with rapt interest. Hello. Grandma Yuan tested the microphone. When she heard a voice, she put on a cheerful smile and began to greet everyone. Next to the podium, the teachers were already seated. Xiaoyu's family were all medical teachers, so Xiaoyu sat alone. Zhu Yi and Hualei had been university students before the apocalypse, but now, standing alongside the Lin family's mother and father, Zhao Sivan, they looked incredibly immature. If there was one teacher who stood out, it was undoubtedly Zhao Sivan. She possessed an artistic aura. Her simple t-shirt and shorts were painted with simple yet beautiful patterns. With that aloof smile, she truly stood out from the crowd. Everyone, please be quiet. The meeting will officially begin. First, please allow our teachers to distribute report cards. Several teachers began handing out report cards to students by name. Nguyen Yang received Wan Ningyue's report card and discovered it was a small notebook. The first page listed her grades, and the second page contained teacher comments on each subject. 389 points, only 2 points away from first place. Wan's mother was delighted. Are you happy? Wan Ningyue pouted, a hint of pride in her voice. No, I didn't do well on the math test this time. I scramble for math over the summer, and next time I'd definitely be first. Nguyen Yang smiled but said nothing, continuing to examine the report card. It's great that children are motivated. Healthy competition can accelerate a person's growth. The report card design was quite considerate of the children's psychology. While the top student in each grade and their scores were publicly available, the rest of the students only had scores and comments on each subject, with no rankings disclosed. On stage, teachers from various subjects began explaining the undergraduate students' grades and problems, and informed parents of the summer homework assignments, requiring them to supervise their children for at least half an hour daily. In the middle, Teacher Lin announced the content of this summer's practical class, which involved clearing land for farming, rent-free, and the entire harvest going to the students. This sparked considerable discussion. Seated in the front row were Li Mingzhu and Li Mingxin. Li Mingxin, a 15-year-old teenager, looked at his older sister with anticipation. Sister, I plant more crops to supplement the family income and spare you from the hard work. Li Mingzhu was happy, but more distressed. Don't work too hard. My current salary is more than enough to support you. Nguyen Yang watched silently from the back, feeling a wavering feeling. He decided to reward not only the students, but also their parents. After all, it was only twice a year, something Nguyen Yang could afford. The class meeting concluded with a commendation ceremony. Li Mingxin, Lu Xiaoqiao, and Su Yaoting, as the top students in their grades, were all invited to the stage, where acting principal Grandma Yuan presented the awards. The reward is essentially a certificate and a set of stationery. It looks cheap, but for the children, this honor is supreme. Wan Ningyue, for example, is now filled with envy and a bit of unhappiness. Now, please invite our village chief, Ms. Nguyen Yang, to the stage to present the village chief award to outstanding students. Amidst the applause, Nguyen Yang, though a little nervous, walked onto the stage with a smile and composure. Hello everyone, I'm Village Chief Nguyen Yang. I'm very happy because the children in our village not only study hard but also achieve excellent results. Therefore, I decided to offer an additional reward to encourage all students. Starting this semester, the top student in each grade will receive a free buffet meal, including their family. The children on stage were surprised and delighted, and the audience erupted in excitement. Buffets are very cost-effective, but Nguyen Yang rarely offers them. Firstly, overeating is bad, and secondly, he's worried that the low prices will lead to villagers becoming lazy, so he simply doesn't offer them. Instead, he offers them as a reward, which has the villagers buzzing with excitement. Ahem, everyone, please be quiet. There are still rewards. There are still rewards? The villagers in the audience were agitated. Some parents began to lecture their children about studying hard, and the children themselves were also annoyed. After all, who doesn't love buffets? The second reward is a powerful pill. Every outstanding student will receive one, except Lu Xiaoqiao. Nguyen Yang paused, noticing the surprise and tears in Lu Xiaocao's eyes, and continued, I'm very happy that Lu Xiaoqiao, despite her disability, has a strong spirit of learning. I decided to help her with her hand disease. I believe that with her hands, Xiaoqiao can make even greater contributions to the village in the future. I hope everyone can learn from her tenacious spirit. Thank you. Lu Xiaocao's disability is easy to treat. A single medical pill will do the trick. But it needs a name, otherwise the villagers will inevitably speculate. Spreading those rumors wouldn't be a good thing for the little girl, especially since she already has some low self-esteem due to her disability. Village Chief, Lu Xiaoqiao said, holding the award certificate in her right hand and tucking her disabled left hand behind her. She looked embarrassed. Can my hand really be healed? I asked Sister Xiaoxue, but she's clueless. Well, Village Chief has a solution. Do you Xiaoqiao trust me? A letter? Then I go home with the Village Chief later and have dinner at his house. I have something to tell you. Then I tell Grandma. Go ahead. The commendation ceremony ended, and the class meeting also adjourned. Some parents stayed to ask the teachers about their children's academic progress and remedial tutoring methods. Some stayed specifically to wait for Nguyen Yang. Village Chief. Sister Su Wan, why haven't you taken Yuting home yet? Su Wan was delighted, a smile plastered on her face. I'm here to thank the village chief for giving Yu Ting so many rewards. I'm really grateful. Sister Su Wan, all this is thanks to Yu Ting's excellence. Why are you thanking me? You should thank Yu Ting properly, and make her a big lunch, right? Of course. Also, I want to ask, is there a deadline for this buffet? Wan Yang then remembered he hadn't explained clearly, so he pulled out a piece of iron from his space and melted it into 3 pieces. Each piece had free buffet coupon written on the front and 1 time on the back. He gave one of them to Su Wan. There's no time limit. Whenever you want to use it, just come to me with the voucher. Understood. Thank you, village chief. We be heading back now. Yaoting, say goodbye to the village chief. Su Yaoting was no longer the skinny, big-headed girl she once was. Now quite pretty, she fluttered her long, beautiful eyelashes and sweetly called out, "Bye, village chief." Okay, bye little cutie. Wan Yang liked Su Yaoting very much. She was well-behaved, pretty, and well-educated. He pinched her cheeks before letting her go. Chapter 701. On the way home, Lu Xiaoqiao also accompanied them. Mother Wan and Father Wan chatted enthusiastically with her, asking her what she liked to eat and planning to make something for her later. Wan Ningyue, standing nearby, was very quiet, a stark contrast to her usual lively personality. Nuanyang was puzzled. Could it be that she was hostile to Lu Xiaoqiao because of her grades? Why aren't you talking? It's hot, I don't like to talk. The little girl's words silenced Nuanyang, who then ran home early, using the excuse of the heat. The Wan family's parents, who hadn't noticed Wan Ningyue's abnormality, simply warned her, be careful not to fall while running, and continued their conversation with Lu Xiaoqiao. Nuanyang observed everything, and suddenly felt that Wan Ningyue might be jealous and afraid. She had been adopted by the Wan family, and didn't have the confidence of their biological daughter, Wan Ningyan. Given the kind natures of the Wan family's parents, it's entirely possible they adopted another daughter. But if her grades weren't up to par, her mother's love would be divided, and even the most sensible child would be vulnerable. This touched upon Nuanyang's blind spot. As a child raised in an orphanage, she was delighted by even a little attention from the director. How could she dare expect him to love her exclusively? Let Wan Ningyan handle the difficult task. Nuanyang quickly shifted the blame onto his wife. Entering the yard, he found Xingyun, the little civet, and Sanhua all lying by the fish pond, ready to catch some fish. Any of you 3 who dares touch my fish will have to move out and live there. Don't even think about getting any food from me. After Nuanyang finished speaking, Sanhua, with her beautiful tail erect, wiggled her but back into Nuanyang's room, meowing as she crawled out. The screaming cub was carried back. The little civet looked at Nuanyang, yawned, and hopped onto a nearby rockery to sleep. Only Lucky, with its tiger eyes fixed on Nuanyang, quietly reached out its paw and dipped into the fish pond. You won't have a chicken leg for a week. Roar. If you scream again, you won't have anything to eat for 2 weeks. Lucky was furious and anxious, trotting into the house to find Wan Ningyue. Although everyone in the family was used to Lucky and considered him a paper tiger, Lu Xiaoqiao had never seen Lucky angry, and she took several steps back in fear. Mother Wan immediately hugged Lu Xiaoqiao to comfort her, telling her not to be afraid. At that moment, Wan Ningyue emerged, holding Lucky's ears. The tiny figure stood before the giant tiger and apologized to Lu Xiaoqiao in a serious tone. I'm sorry my tiger scared you. I already told Lucky not to yell or scream around anymore. Lu Xiaoqiao looked at Lucky cautiously, offering a forced smile. It's okay. After the interlude, Nuanyang brought Lu Xiaoqiao to her room. Mother Wan went to cook, and Father Wan took Wan Ningfeng to plant seeds in the plowed fields before the heat subsided. Nuanyang glanced through the window, and saw Wan Ningyue combing Lucky's fur in the yard, mumbling something to herself as she silently closed the curtains. Xiaoqiao, take this. Nuanyang gave Lu Xiaoqiao a medicinal pill. After you take this, your hand will grow back. Lu Xiaoqiao was obedient. She took the pill and swallowed it without asking any questions. Then she stared at her hand, as if expecting a miracle to happen. Slowly, the flesh on the front of her left arm began to change, growing in 5 directions, like branches and leaves, and the outline of a hand began to take shape. Lu Xiaoqiao's excitement was palpable. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she kept calling village chief, showing Nuanyang the miracle. Nuanyang smiled and leaned over. Xiaoqiao, are you happy? Yes. I never thought I could become a normal person. I'm so happy, village chief. Thank you. I won't be considered a cripple anymore, and I can help Grandma even more. Thank you. The child's tears came easily. Nuanyang wasn't good at comforting people, so he held her, sat on the sofa, and wiped her tears, letting her cry her heart out. When her left hand had fully grown, Lu Xiaoqiao stopped crying without Nuanyang's comfort. She stretched out her left hand, opened it, and then clenched it, as if she had mastered some special skill. Nuanyang chuckled. Now that you have your left hand, you must study harder and contribute to the village. Do you understand? I understand. I will work hard, contribute to the village, and provide for the village chief in his old age. Nuanyang, Why is there another person who wants to provide for his own old age? Are these kids always talking about providing for their own old age, because there are so many elderly people in the village, and they heard so much about it? We talk about contributions, and providing for the elderly later. Listen carefully to what I'm saying next. Nuanyang changed his tone to a serious one, his expression as gentle as possible. That pill is rare, and I don't want anyone to know. If anyone asks you when you get back, just say that the village chief used a secret treatment that cannot be revealed. It costs a lot of crystal cores, and you have to work for 40 or 50 years to pay it back. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoqiao nodded. Make it more expensive, so people won't come to the village chief to buy pills, right? How clever. Come on, it's a good time to take a shower. The village chief will give you some new clothes. No need, village chief. I have plenty of clothes. But your clothes all have the left sleeve tied in a knot, and many of them are out of shape. Come on, wash them, and wear new clothes. If the villagers ask, just say they're old clothes that you can't wear anymore. Nuanyang had considered every aspect, especially the little girl's pity. Her wrinkled, faded clothes were too much for her to ignore, so she decided to be kind. Having hands made many things much easier, including bathing. After washing, Lu Xiaoqiao put on her new clothes, a simple white short-sleeved shirt with a cherry pattern on the chest. Village chief, thank you. I like it. That's good. Go ahead and play with your. Lunch won't be until later. Lu Xiaoqiao shook her head. No, I just go home and eat. I already brought you a lot of things. I told you I treat you to lunch in front of so many people, and you just went home without eating. What's wrong with that? Aren't you afraid of people gossiping about me? Lu Xiaoqiao suddenly took a step back in fear, begging softly, I understand, village chief. Please don't be angry. Don't hit me. Nuanyang was filled with resentment. Enough with this outrageous rumor. Tonight, she was going to get back at Wan Ningyan for all the wrong she suffered. All of it. After Lu Xiaoqiao went to play with Wan Ningyue, Nuanyang opened 2 cans of food for Sanhua and her cubs. The cubs were just crawling now, and could eat a little bit of porridge. The cans with soup were a great way for them to lick and taste the freshness. After taking care of the cats, Nuanyang sent a message to Zhao Rou, asking what time they would return to the village. Already on the way back, about a 5-hour hike. Nuanyang checked the time. It was around 10:30 a.m., so they'd be in the village around 3 or 4 p.m. A strangely cheerful mood took over, and he hummed his own song as he began to clean the house. After finishing her household chores, Nuanyang prepared to feed the fish and, while doing so, make some ice to cool them down to prevent them from overheating. She went outside and saw Wan Ningyue and Lu Xiaoqiao bathing Lucky. Usually, when Yanru helped with the bathing, but now Lu Xiaoqiao was helping, so Lucky was muzzled and laid on the ground, looking as if he were about to die, allowing the 2 children to lift his legs and rinse him. Hello, village chief. Sister-in-law, do you have any animal shampoo left? Lucky is so big, a bottle is only enough for 3 or 4 washes. Hearing Wan Ningyue's complaint, Lucky turned his head and pointed at her with the back of his head, expressing his disapproval. Nuanyang laughed at this and went to the mall to buy a case of shampoo. Here, tell sister-in-law when you're almost done. Yeah. Nuanyang found a lounge chair by the fish pond and opened an umbrella. She lay back, feeding the fish while watching the children bathe the tiger, feeling quite comfortable. The ice element kept his body at a comfortable temperature, and Nuanyang fell asleep while lying there. When he woke up again, he heard the conversation between Wan Ningyue and Lu Xiaoqiao. I can't take this. You can take it. I'm not giving it to you, I'm borrowing it. Wan Ningyue shoved the iPad into Lu Xiaoqiao's arms. Now you have 2 hands, just like me. You can use an iPad to study. We're starting from the same point. Lu Xiaoqiao, I was just careless this semester, which is why I scored 2 points lower than you. Next semester, you won't be so lucky to beat me. Since we're starting from the same point, don't accuse me of bullying you then. So yeah, I don't think you're bullying me. That's good. Don't cry if you don't do well on the exam next semester. Yeah. Nguyen Yang hadn't expected Wan Ningyue to act this way. She suddenly felt incredibly sinister, having actually assumed Wan Ningyue was jealous of Xiao Qiao. She silently apologized, then stood up, feigning ignorance of the two children's situation, and called them to dinner. At the dinner table, Lu Xiaoqiao experienced her second fright. She was startled by the wolf's manners and appetite. She froze for a moment before the wolf took the plate in front of her and emptied it into his own bowl. Mother Wan brought a new plate and placed it in front of her. Xiaoqiao, eat quickly. We have a little glutton at home. If you eat too slowly, there won't be any left. Yeah, thank you, Auntie. The wolf indeed made her feel incredibly intimidated. Not only Lu Xiaoqiao, but even Wan Ningfeng and Wan Ningyue's eating speed increased significantly because of her, fearing that the wolf would dump all the delicious food into their bowls. After lunch, after seeing Lu Xiaoqiao off, Nguyen Yang went to the red panda enclosure to feed the pandas. He couldn't calm down, constantly checking the time on his phone. He looked around, wandering around the yard. Lucky, annoyed, suddenly jumped out of the yard and went for a stroll. Nguyen Yang was anxious to see Lucky leave. Soon, under the pretext of watching Lucky, he drove to the village's lantern festival. Village chief? Why are you here? Nguyen Yang smiled at Lin Senator. I'm here to inspect the work and see how everyone's reclaiming the land is going. Okay, then, village chief, take your time. I'm going to weed. Yes. Inspection? Fake. Nguyen Yang just wanted to greet Wan Ningyan as soon as possible. He hadn't seen her for half a month, and normally he didn't miss her, but today it was overwhelming. He couldn't wait to see her and hold her in his arms. Chapter 702. As time passed, the villagers gradually realized that Nguyen Yang wasn't inspecting the fields, but was waiting for the guards to return. Village chief, Captain Zhao, and the others are back. Come and see them. Nguyen Yang was pretentiously asking Yishu's parents about the efficiency of their sewing machines. When he heard Sister Lu's words, he simply said him in a feigned calm. Mother Yi, noticing Nguyen Yang's impatience, smiled and stepped aside. Village chief, go check on my wife. I haven't seen her in half a month. I'm sure she miss her. Yes, village chief, go quickly, yes, father said, wiping the sweat off his face with a towel. It's too hot. Take my wife home early to rest. Secretary Bai has already instructed us on the sewing data, including the speed of clearing land. You just need to review our report later. Okay, thank you for your hard work. As Nguyen Yang spoke, he began to move. He wanted to fly directly to Wan Ningyan, but he was wary of the villagers' gossiping glances and resisted running. If no one was there, Nguyen Yang would definitely use his SUV to pick her up halfway. Dong 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 dong. The sound of running feet reached his ears first. As Nguyen Yang approached the side gate of the wall, he could see Zhao Rou in the distance, leading the way, followed by a group of people. They all ran at a similar pace. They were all tanned, but their postures were straight and they looked energetic. The only discordant moment was between the sisters Yunwan and Yunshu, who were clearly trying hard to keep up. However, the sisters, rescued later, were not as physically fit as the others. Supporting each other, they ran 50 meters behind the group. News of the escort team's return quickly spread throughout the village, and buses were specially dispatched to take their parents to other villages. Wei Mingyi also arrived. Seeing Nguyen Yang, she smiled and teased him, calling him a wife-waiting stone. Captain Wei, if you leave your sister out for a training camp for 2 weeks, you probably become a sister-waiting stone too. You're wrong. I go with her. Nguyen Yang choked. She wanted to go too, but Zhao Rou's training had been so intense that it was difficult for her to stick with it, let alone an even more strenuous one. Nguyen Yang kept a cold expression and said pretentiously, I wanted to go too, but I'm so busy with village affairs that I can't leave. Yes, indeed. It seems Secretary Bai isn't working hard enough, otherwise the village chief could be there to accompany his wife. Nguyen Yang couldn't pick up on this and instead asked, Captain of the Guard, no one from your family is going on the training, so why are you here? Zhao Rou is my colleague. Most of those participating in the training are former members of the Rose team. As the current captain of the guard and a former captain of the Rose team, it's only natural for me to come and greet them. Nguyen Yang stopped talking. The team was getting closer. She pulled out her tactical scope to zoom in and finally saw the person she'd been thinking about. Clad in a sun hat, her sweat-soaked hair stuck to her sides. She had become 2 shades darker than before, a tan. Looking at her figure, she had lost a lot of weight, revealing smooth, muscular arms with pronounced biceps. Our Yue has lost a lot of weight. It seems like there's no flesh on her cheeks. Old Lin, let's go buy some pork bones and make some soup later. We need to nourish our daughter. Old Gu, do you think that's Xiao Yao? She looks like her, but I don't think so either. She looks dark and thin. Xiao Rou's mother, why aren't you worried? Seeing Hai Ming lose so much weight, my heart aches. Xiao Rou is a soldier. Her training was much tougher than this. Wearing short sleeves in the middle of winter for cold weather training is truly heartbreaking. The villagers gathered, chatting among themselves about their children. Nguyen Yang caught a glimpse of Bai Xing. She wasn't on the bus just now, but now she was at the edge of the crowd. How strange. If she wanted to pick up Mi Yi, why not just come openly? Why was she hiding in the corner? Nguyen Yang couldn't understand her. Dong 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 dong. Attention. Dong. Everyone stopped. Xiao Rou trotted over to Nguyen Yang, stood still, and saluted. Report to the village chief. All members of the escort team have returned safely. Please give your instructions. Rest here, conduct disinfection, and register, then enter the village. Yes. Nguyen Yang appeared amiable, but secretly felt awkward. Xiao Rou's military habits were hard to shake, and her return to the village was like a grand military parade. The subsequent process was very rigid. For the villagers' safety, Xiao Rou and her companions had to undergo disinfection and inspection first, and then register before entering the village. Nguyen Yang was only thankful that the weather was so hot that most pathogens couldn't survive, so the powder disinfection wasn't necessary. Nguyen Yang could embrace Wan Ningyan without hesitation the moment she entered the village. The familiar aroma lingered in his nose. Nguyen Yang held her for a full minute before releasing her amidst protests. Don't you know I'm hot? You're still holding me so tight. Didn't you have mints? Didn't you take any? This is a training exercise. Eating mints is cheating. Wan Ningyan extended her left hand. Here, use your powers to cool me down. I'm almost cooked. Nguyen Yang chuckled and used his ice powers to cool her down. He then took out a parasol to shield her from the scorching sun. All the while, Wan Ningyan chattered non-stop, gushing about everything that had happened on the trip, spilling out everything without Nguyen Yang needing to ask. Wait! Where are Mom and the others? None of them came to pick me up? Nguyen Yang pinched her chin and turned her to the side. They're all thinking about Yin Yin. Mother Wan and the others were thoughtful. Knowing Nguyen Yang would wait for someone in the other village after lunch, they gave them plenty of private time without disturbing her. She was clearly missing Wan Ningyan, glancing at her several times. Let's go find Mom, and we go home together later. Yeah, me, do you miss me a lot? Every day. Me too. Every night when I go to bed, I just wish you were by my side. A cool hug would be so comfortable. Nguyen Yang was deeply moved by the first half of her words, but as soon as she said the second, she realized Wan Ningyan was using her as a refrigerator again. That's not what I'm thinking about. Nguyen Yang stopped, leaned close to her ear, and spoke gently. I'm thinking about someone who committed 5 sins and how to punish them. In an instant, Nguyen Yang's hand was shaken away. Mom, I'm hungry. Did you make anything delicious? Of course. I made a huge table. Wan Ningyan trotted over to her mother and, with a smile, took her arm. Then let's go home and eat. I'm starving. Nguyen Yang remained silent. Would running away be of any use? You can't hide from the monk. There were no extra rooms in the house, leaving Wan Ningyan with nowhere to escape. On the way home, Nguyen Yang silently followed Wan Ningyan. Suddenly, Wan Ningyan looked into the distance and asked, What's that? Before her mother could answer, Nguyen Yang's alarm bells went off. He put one arm around Wan Ningyan's waist and covered her eyes with the other. That's your birthday present? I take you to see it after dinner. Now, just come home with me. Don't even think about spying through your tactical scope. How dare you predict me? Because you have a long and troubling past. Wan Ningyan was a clever little girl. If it weren't for Nguyen Yang's quick reaction, the perfect gift would have been revealed. At this moment, she ignored their previous argument. She covered Wan Ningyan's eyes and hurried back home with her men. The mud is back. The wolf cub squatting by the fish pond trotted over to see them return, happier than if they had just eaten a delicious meal. Wan Ningyan patted Nguyen Yang's hand. Can you let go now? Yes. As soon as Nguyen Yang let go, Wan Ningyan turned to leave, but Nguyen Yang, anticipating this situation, kept his arm around her and, with a forceful twist, spun her halfway around and brought her back into the courtyard. You're so annoying. You're keeping me on suspense. Didn't you just say you were starving and wanted to eat first? Wan Ningyan fell silent. She turned to touch the wolf cub's head and inquired about his condition. Nguyen Yang ignored him and turned to greet Wan Mama and the others. Just as they were about to go to dinner, they overheard little wolf's complaints. Sifu, you're making a mess. It hurts. Wan Ningyan suppressed a laugh and asked, "Did you get your shit kicked out?" Little Wolf nodded gravely, then stood beside Wan Ningyan, acting intimidatingly and pointing at Nguyen Yang. "Sifu, you're such a jerk." Nguyen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. "You little thing, you're actually the first to complain." "Sifu, look." Wan Ningyan was overjoyed, and the Wan family gathered around to watch. But then, Little Wolf said something that made the wife and her husband shudder. "Sifu, Sifu, you're such a jerk. Don't bite her." Everyone fell silent. Wan Ningyan, unable to believe her ears, asked again, "What did you say?" "Tear off the mask, tear off the mother, you bastard, you mudmouth, if I don't give her." Wan Ningyan quickly covered the little wolf's mouth and pulled out a cane from her space. "You're disrespectful to master's wife, you deserve a beating." "I agree." Nguyen Yang knew Wan Ningyan was making up an excuse to silence the little wolf, but she couldn't help it. She had been so dedicated to taking care of him, only to be accused of something. She silently pulled out a feather duster from her space. Today, she was going to play mixed doubles with Wan Ningyan. Chapter 703. At the dinner table, after being beaten by the two wives, Little Wolf took his own bowl and sat down next to Mother Wan. For once, he only ate half the rice. "Little Wolf, no appetite today?" "Look," Mother Wan held up a plate of sweet and sour pork. "This is made especially for you. Don't you like it with rice?" Little Wolf glanced at Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan, then back at Mother Wan, and nodded slightly. "Stripping the breast is good, but stripping the mother is bad." "You kid," Mother Wan quickly poured the food into her bowl. "Eat quickly and don't talk, or you get beaten again." Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan stared at Little Wolf. Seeing that she finally settled down to eat, they began to pick up some food. Wan Ningyan noticed and chuckled at the wife look. Wan Ningyan glanced at Nguyen Yang and shook her head in disdain. "Then I'm at a disadvantage. I'm prettier than your sister-in-law." "Yes, you are." Nguyen Yang picked up a piece of pork chop and offered it to her. "Hurry up and eat. Going without meat for over 10 days sounds miserable." "We did have meat. We caught a rabbit, a pheasant, and a wild goat. Unfortunately, we had to roast them, and we almost got a sore throat. Come here, Yin Yin." Mother Wan immediately moved the stir-fried bitter melon towards her. "Eat some bitter melon to calm your stomach. And you, Yin Yin, if it's not enough, I stir-fry some more. They're all soaked in honey water, so they're less bitter." "Thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, Mom. Oh, by the way, where's Liang Zi? Why didn't I see her? The school had a final meeting today, so I went home this morning to spend time with her mother. I'll be back tomorrow," Nguyen Yang said, placing the shrimp he had peeled in her bowl. "I'd love to tell you about Xiao Xiao." Dinner was a slow process. First, Nguyen Yang talked about the reward for Lu Xiao Xiao. Then, Wan Ningyan, unhappy about getting second place on the test, was comforted by Wan Yinru with a few words. Everyone had already finished their meal. Wan Ningyan was in high spirits, recounting the events of the training exercise. Wan's mother brought 2 servings of crayfish. Everyone peeled the shrimp while she listened, with Wan Yinru occasionally interjecting. It wasn't until after 8 p.m. that the little Pinky, happily devouring the shrimp shells, wilted, her petal hanging face down on Wan Yinru's chest. Wan Ningyan yawned a few times, and the dinner officially ended. Nguyen Yang led her group back inside, but Wan Ningyan turned, and she quickly grabbed them. "Where are we going?" "To see the gifts. Didn't you say you'd take me after dinner? You're already yawning. How about a shower and bed first?" "No, I want to see it now, you little bastard. You're not going to break your promise, are you?" Nguyen Yang couldn't resist Wan Ningyan, so she bent down and lifted her up horizontally. "Okay, I take you. Hold on tight, I'm going to use my powers." The ice-based powers chilled Nguyen Yang's entire body. Wan Ningyan hugged her neck and rubbed against her, trying to cool herself down, but she wasn't satisfied. "Can you get any cooler?" Nguyen Yang said nothing, silently increasing her mental strength. Glistening frost began to form on her skin, which quickly turned to water due to the heat. Wan Ningyan rubbed her cheek against Nguyen Yang's content. But before she could rest for long, she struggled to get off again. "It's an animal, right? Quick, quick, put me down. Let me see what it is." "Wife." Nguyen Yang didn't let me go. "Something needed to be made clear up front. I've been searching for days, and haven't found any giant pandas. So, you might not like the animals here. If..." Before she could finish her words, Wan Ningyan kissed Nguyen Yang and said, "I love anything you give me." Nguyen Yang was a little dazed by the unexpected response. Wan Ningyan seized the opportunity to break free, unlocking the lock with her object control ability, and heading straight for the aquarium. Red pandas are nocturnal, and the mutant pandas have inherited this trait. The mother panda was sitting in a hammock, munching on fruit, while her two cubs, now in much better shape, were playing on the wood. When Nuanyang arrived, the mother panda was already in Wan Ningyan's arms, feeding her grapes, and occasionally exclaiming, "How adorable! Honey, do you like it? Super cute." Wan Ningyan trailed off, her face lit with surprise. "Where did you find it?" "I happened to pass by a coniferous forest and thought I see a giant panda, but it turned out to be a red panda." "Lucky it's a red panda. If it were a giant panda, where would you find all that fresh bamboo and bamboo shoots? They probably eat even more after the mutation, and I wouldn't be able to feed them. Red pandas are better, they eat less and are so cute." Wan Ningyan couldn't help but rub her cheek against the red panda. "Its fur is so soft and fluffy, so much better to rub than Lucky." Nuanyang, seeing Wan Ningyan's fondness, felt at ease. He half knelt beside her and joined her in rubbing the red panda. The red panda mother seemed to know who its true owner was. She was extremely attentive to Wan Ningyan, holding her and kissing her, eating all the food she was given, and even reaching out to cuddle around her neck like a sloth. The two little cubs were not so afraid of people anymore, and began to curiously crawl on the shoes of the two people. Wan Ningyan's shoelaces were pulled apart. The cubs turned around and ran behind Wan Yang's shoes, like a puppy that had done something bad, as if what had just happened was not what they did. "I'm going to call this little naughty bear Nuanbao," Wan Ningyan said, lifting the shoelace-pulling cub into her arms. She took out a colorful bracelet and tied it around its neck, while tying a red piece knot on the other. "This good one, I call you Yanbao." Nuanyang leaned over and whispered, "Honey, how can you have the nerve to name it like that? Who loves getting into trouble? You're always getting into trouble. As your older sister, I'm so worried. Who spread the rumor that I have kidney deficiency, causing Mom to worry and spend so much time making kidney tonifying soup for me?" "Huh?" Wan Ningyan gave an innocent look. "Who? It definitely wasn't me. I just told Mom about your back problems and asked her to take good care of you." Nuanyang narrowed his eyes slightly and dropped the subject, asking instead what the red panda's mother's name was. "Well," Wan Ningyan rested her chin on her hand and thought for a long moment. "How about calling him Yubao, our mother Qinjinyu's name?" "Okay, are you satisfied with this birthday present?" "Very satisfied." Getting what she wanted to hear, Nuanyang took the pandas from Wan Ningyan's arms. "Then let's go home. Take an early bath and go to bed." "Well, I want to use the jacuzzi today and have a good soak." "Okay, I go with you." "Slow down, woo-woo, please, meow." Wan Ningyan knelt in the tub, one hand on the side, biting her arm and groaning, enduring the pain. Nuanyang held her other hand behind her back, preventing her from moving. The vibrations created ripples in the water. "I told you, you committed 5 sins, and I'm going to avenge them all. You bastard. I thought you were tired, but you look quite energetic. Keep going." Wan Ningyan was cheating Nuanyang, and her apprentice was also cheating Nuanyang. If Nuanyang couldn't control Xiaolang, could he control Wan Ningyan? There were so many goodies in the mall, no need to waste them. She showed Wan Ningyan the instructional book. 5 deadly sins, 5 positions. Only after trying them all would this be over. "Good sister, it's time to choose the second one," Nuanyang said, biting her earlobe. Wan Ningyan trembled with anger. She cried and flipped through the book in grievance, cursing. "What a crap book. It's detrimental to your physical and mental health. No wonder you have kidney deficiency. It's all from reading. Don't you know if I'm weak or not?" "I don't know. Who told you to use that crap? Only people with kidney deficiency use it." Nuanyang raised an eyebrow. "Sister, you're such a provocateur, but I won't take it. Hurry up and pick a fight. We have plenty of time tonight. I already told Mom I won't be getting up early." "Humph." Wan Ningyan protested verbally, but her body was completely submissive. After all, as a dual-maxed Esper with anti-entropy abilities, Nuanyang wouldn't necessarily win a fight. For this reason, Nuanyang remained restrained. Seeing Wan Ningyan exhausted, he helped her clean up and carried her to bed. I thought we were going to have to choose again." "No, let's go to sleep. We have plenty of time." "You're kind." Before she could finish her words, Wan Ningyan had already fallen asleep. She was so exhausted lately that she even started snoring. As if discovering something amusing, Wan Yang's sleepiness vanished, and he pulled out his phone to start recording a video. The thought of using the snoring video to amuse Wan Ningyan later made Nuanyang smile from ear to ear. After recording the video, he took a few more photos with her before cuddling her and falling asleep. Chapter 704. Wan Ningyan was truly exhausted. She didn't wake up the next morning until almost noon, when Wan Yang, worried she starved, finally pulled her out of bed. So sleepy. There's nothing you can do about it. Get up, honey. Let's eat before we go back to sleep. I don't want to eat. Wan Yang didn't care. He helped her put on her clothes, then carried her to the bathroom. The cold water splashed on her face, and the boneless woman finally woke up. While brushing her teeth, she looked at Wan Yang with resentment behind her. Wan Yang pretended not to notice. Are you going out for a few days during the holidays? He shook his head. Then rest at home? He nodded. Okay, it's just perfect for a birthday, celebrating our sister's 27th birthday. Wan Ningyan spat out the toothpaste foam, annoyed. Girls' ages can't be casually discussed. Okay, how about celebrating our sister's eternal 18th birthday? That's more like it. Meow. While they were washing up, Sanhua arrived, meowing softly twice and rubbing its head against their calves. I remember I didn't give them any food this morning while I was with you. You wash first, and I open a can of food for them. Nuan Yang hurried to the cat's nest. The 3 kittens had already escaped and were crawling slowly across the soft carpet, exploring their world. Nuan Yang brought them all back to the nest, then opened a can of chicken, sprinkled some nutritional powder on it, and mixed it evenly. He also gave the mother cat a small bowl of crucian carb soup to help her with her milk supply. These 3 cubs have grown quite a bit. They be weaned soon, right? Hearing Wan Ningyan's voice, Nuan Yang replied without even turning, yes, they be completely weaned next week. After that, we can move them outside. Long-haired cats shed quite a bit, and their hair tends to stick to clothes. Then let's raise them outside. Xiaofan and Xiaoguai need to be fed anyway, so having a few more won't hurt. Okay, that's good. It give those 2 little ones some playmates. Their mother rarely pays attention to them these days, always sleeping in trees or on the rockery and being lazy. Look, taking care of children is always annoying. It's a good thing we can't have children, otherwise it would be so troublesome. As they were chatting, there was a knock on the door. They opened it, and saw Wen Yanru, Wan Ningyue, and Xingyun. Wan Ningyue looked very unhappy. Sister-in-law, do you have a bigger mattress? How big do you want? Wan Ningyue pointed at Xingyun. I want one that he can sleep on. Yes, I do. Why did you suddenly want this? Have you decided to let Xingyun live outside? No, Xingyun broke my bed again, and I couldn't bear to let him live outside, so I wanted to put a mattress on the floor for him to sleep on. Broken again? Wan Ningyan approached curiously. I think you should just sleep on the tatami. The bed breaks every so often. What if he gets hurt? But a bed is more comfortable. Nuan Yang thought for a moment and said, I just used I can make you an iron bed. After we copied all the materials, we expand our home and choose a larger room for you. That way, Xingyun can have an iron bed too, and you sleep more comfortably. Thank you, sister-in-law. Huh? We're expanding? Wan Ningyan immediately grasped the key point and nudged Nuan Yang's arm. What kind of house are you building? Still a Sihiyuan? You pick anything. You can move on when you get tired of it. Then I have to choose carefully. Building an iron bed is not easy. Xingyun's weight and strength far exceed those of a normal tiger, so after Nuan Yang built the framework, he had to continuously thicken and reinforce the main structure. After nearly an hour, the incredibly strong iron bed was finally built. After placing the mattress on it, Lucky stepped on it and tried it out. Aside from a small creak, the bed remained perfectly still. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. You're just too sweet. Wan Yang pinched Wan Ningyue's cheek and went out to find Wan Ningyan. After lunch, she had been squatting by the fish pond, and Wan Yang held an umbrella for her. Why are you squatting outside in the middle of the day? Aren't you afraid of the heat? I'm having some mints. Wan Ningyan beckoned Nuan Yang to squat down as well. Why don't you have goldfish or turtles in your fish pond? No. Okay, when we get a chance, we find some beautiful koi. I just want to eat these fish. Okay, do you want to go back and catch up on some sleep? Or is there anything else you want to do? Come with me to walk around the village. I haven't been here for 2 weeks, and I want to see what's changed. A lot has changed. Nuan Yang, holding an umbrella in one hand and Wan Ningyan in the other, walked slowly out, describing the recent changes in the village. The mutant chicken breeding is going well. Many chicks have hatched, taking over the original duck coop, so we built another one across the river. These are the mutant ducks Wei Mingy caught. I told you about them in the last video. A new pig pen has been built next to the cowshed. I have a few mutant wild boar pups in my space, but they're too aggressive. I haven't decided whether to let the village raise them, fearing they might hurt anyone. This is the bus stop. just across the bridge. For buses run daily, going halfway around the fields in the outer village and returning halfway back, completing a complete loop. It's convenient for getting in and out. A small, air-conditioned market has been built in the open space in front of the fields, where people can trade. While cheaper than what's sold in stores, the variety is limited, and it's mostly staples, so it won't affect the store's business and can be considered a supplement. There are side gates on both sides of the outer village wall. Firstly, they allow for the entry and exit of ordinary vehicles, and secondly, they allow for trade. The sled train has storage space, and can also accommodate a space refrigerator, freeing up space for those of us with space. These hills are fenced off. The outer village is currently cultivating farmland to prevent wild animals from injuring people and damaging farmland. Villagers are regularly arranged to feed the animals, so since their range is limited, they won't starve to death. Wang Yang explained every detail to Wan Ningyan, answering her questions. Before they knew it, the sun had set. At the bus stop, they sat on a bench, waiting for the bus to depart. The setting sun cast a golden glow on their bodies. Wan Ningyan looked up at the sky, breathed a sigh of relief, and leaned on Wang Yang's shoulder. "Mimi, my dear, I feel so happy." "Happy?" "Yes, I remember when we first came to the village, an earthquake destroyed everything. Grandma Kong was so desperate she contemplated suicide. Who could have imagined that in just a few months, the village would not only become better and better, but also have buses, schools, and even trade. Before the apocalypse, many backward villages didn't even have concrete roads. This is the result of our joint efforts. I'm truly happy. I wish I could live like this forever." "I will," Wang Yang said again, holding her hand tightly. "I will definitely do it. We set up a place for square dancing, and we leave the more tedious tasks to the younger generation." "Ha ha ha. Then I want to be the lead dancer. I'm a real good dancer." "Okay, you be the lead dancer, and I dance with you every day." "Will Bai Xing say we're disturbing the public?" "The party secretary can't control the village chief, nor can he control the village chief's wife." "Oh." Chapter 705. Happy birthday, honey. At midnight, the alarm clock rang, and Wang Yang wished Wan Ningyan happy birthday. However, Wan Ningyan didn't appreciate it, and angrily called Wang Yang a BS **** and a jerk. "Honey, it's your birthday today. Why are you so angry?" "What do you think?" Wan Ningyan raised her hands. "Untie me. This thing hurts my wrists." "I don't want to untie it, but you're moving around and not cooperating." "Do I want to move around? This position is so tight on my back. I must be rubbing it if it hurts." "Doesn't it hurt?" "No." Wang Yang said proudly, "My back is healed, and I can serve you well." Wang Yang exerted a little pressure and pushed her down to her knees on the bed. "It's your birthday. Do you want some birthday cake?" "No, this position doesn't look like you're giving me birthday cake, you stinky Wang Yang. Are you being naughty again?" "You got it right." Wang Yang smiled and took out a piece of cream cake and placed it directly on Wan Ningyan, rubbing it all over her back and buttocks. "Hey! What are you doing? Eat cake? Since you don't want to eat it, I eat it." This is the fifth position. Wang Yang leaned over and began to savor the cake bit by bit. This night is also known as the Battle of Red Cliffs. In the morning, Wan Ningyan still couldn't get out of bed. Wang Yang took the two children out for exercise. When they returned, he gave Wan Ningyan the longevity noodles her mother had made. Wan Ningyan wrapped herself in the quilt, her eyes dull, exhausted, and hopeless. "Have you paid for all 5 sins?" "Yes, I have." Wan Ningyan's voice was a little hoarse. After confirming that she no longer owed Wang Yang anything, she reached out a hand and slowly picked up some noodles to eat. Wang Yang was also very considerate and sat beside her, gently massaging her waist. Based on past experience, the frequency wasn't high, but Wan Ningyan's training was exhausting, making it completely unbearable for her. "I was thinking of saying this the other day, you lost a lot of weight. It's high-intensity training. If I can't lose weight, then my flesh must be too strong. By the way, let me tell you, the sisters Yunwan and Yunshu are the ones suffering. Although I'm the accompanying team doctor and don't have to participate in the training, I still have to run around with them." A few nights ago, Yunwan cried in her sister's arms. She's the older sister, and she actually needed her younger sister's comfort. TSK. Wang Yang chuckled softly and leaned close to her ear. "Didn't you cry in my arms last night too?" "No way. You're slandering me." "Really? Both of your little lips were shaking with tears, and you're calling me slanderous?" Wan Ningyan immediately elbowed Wang Yang, her tan face flushing crimson. She lowered her head to eat her noodles, and said nothing more. Nguyen Yang didn't bother to tease the pandas much. If they got too irritated, she'd probably just fall asleep on the sofa. She got up to prepare food for San Hua and the little civet cat, and also to provide the red pandas with some fresh fruit and bamboo shoots. The village was bustling with activity early in the morning, with everyone busy harvesting crops or sending them to the warehouse for registration. The trade trial would begin the day after tomorrow, and the warehouse would begin accepting grain, fruits, and vegetables over the next 2 days. If the trial was successful, desserts, embroidery, and handicrafts could be included in the trade, freeing villagers from having to rely solely on farming. Nguyen Yang finished feeding the pandas and, before leaving, hung up the sign for the Red Panda Pavilion and opened the door to allow the pandas to wander out. The gifts had been delivered, and the red pandas had grown considerably fatter and were in better shape, so there was no need to confine them. A constant quacking sound filled the nearby river. Nguyen Yang walked over to watch for a moment, then headed straight for Wei Mingyi's house. "Village chief? You're here." Wei Mingyi hurriedly opened the door. "Come in." "Hello, I'm looking for your sister." "Is she home?" "Yes, we're having breakfast." "Has village chief eaten yet? Would you like to join us?" "You're welcome." "I already have." Nguyen Yang entered the house and saw Wei Mingyi, Chen Haitang, and Xiaohua all sitting at the table eating. After greeting them one by one, Wei Mingyi quickly finished his meal and took Nguyen Yang to the inner room to talk. "Why do you have time to come to my place?" "It just suddenly occurred to me, so I came to see you." Nguyen Yang got straight to the point and told Wei Mingyi about her desire for the mutant duck. "Mutated duck?" Wei Mingyi offered a half smile. "That's not like you. Does your wife want one?" Yes, she's been wanting mutant roast duck for a while now, and today's her birthday, so I thought I'd get her one. But most of those ducks are village assets, and I can't afford to part with them. So I wanted to ask if you sell them." "Yes, I'd love to see you take advantage of such a great opportunity to rob someone." Nguyen Yang's eyelids twitched, and he fawned awkwardly. "Captain, we're all from the same village. Don't be so ruthless." "Don't worry, I don't need supplies. I just want to borrow the resource finder for 2 days, so I can lead the guard team to capture some mutant animals." "That's fine. I give you some more equipment." Nguyen Yang immediately went to the mall system to buy a mutant animal capture gun and a super hunting bow, along with the corresponding bullets and arrows. He also contributed his own capture gun. These two, one can catch live animals, and the other has a tracking function for hunting and killing wild animals. "You have something this good?" "Well, I just don't get a chance to use them much, otherwise I would have let you try them out long ago." Wei Mingyi carefully examined both weapons and smiled faintly. "These things are worth far more than a mutant duck. Let's put it this way. I give you the duck, and we give you some more when we get back from hunting." "No need. It's enough that you're willing to give me the duck. One thing for one thing, even sisters have to settle accounts." Knowing Wei Mingyi's character, Nguyen Yang gave up and happily went out to catch ducks. The mutant ducks were swimming in the river. Nguyen Yang picked the fattest one and shot it with her super hunting bow. Quack, quack, quack. The duck screamed in surprise. Nguyen Yang placed the fat duck into the space. Once ashore, the ducks resumed their leisurely pace, swimming and hunting in the river. After catching the duck, they couldn't just take it home for Mother Wan to prepare. Everyone in the village knew exactly how many ducks there were. If one was missing, they suspect someone had stolen it if they didn't explain. So Nguyen Yang, twisting the duck's neck, swaggered towards the office. "Hello, village chief." "Huh? Why did you catch a duck?" "It's my wife's birthday today, and I bought a duck from the guard captain to celebrate. We're such good friends." Throughout the journey, whenever someone asked, Nguyen Yang would loudly explain. Soon, word spread throughout the village. The village chief loves his wife, and he bought her a mutant duck for her birthday. After Nguyen Yang completed the registration with Bai Xing and returned home, he noticed something was amiss. "Is Miss Wan home? I heard it was your birthday today, so I brought you some vegetables. They were picked this morning, so they're so fresh. I have some freshly dug potatoes and radishes. These big white radishes are so juicy. Give some a try." "Sister Wan, I heard it was your birthday, so I came to wish you a happy birthday." Nguyen Yang was utterly dejected. She was just afraid the villagers would misunderstand that there were duck thieves, but instead, they misinterpreted her as wanting everyone to give Wan Ningyan a birthday present. The courtyard was bustling with activity, and every household had gathered their best gifts for Wan Ningyan. Nguyen Yang refused to listen, simply dropped her bamboo basket on the ground, and ran home. The other villagers followed suit, leaving a mountain of food and daily necessities outside their homes. Nguyen Yang had no choice but to help Wan's mother collect the supplies at the door and discuss how they could give back to the village. Just then, Wan Ningyan emerged, and after understanding the situation, she burst into laughter. As expected of the village chief, you plundered so much of the people's wealth in just one trip, and you're blaming me for it. You must have been a ruthless thief before the apocalypse. Wife, stop making sarcastic remarks and think of a solution. I feel uneasy holding all this stuff. Simple. The captain's going hunting. He divide yours up, and you can sell it cheaply to everyone else. That just repay the favor. That's a good idea. Nuan Yang was just as she was happily resolving the issue when Wan Ningyan crouched beside her and asked leisurely. The resource finder was mine after all. You traded it for the duck, and then gave it to me as a birthday present. You're getting something for nothing. That's exactly what happened. Nuan Yang was speechless, but she felt something was wrong. She also provided Wei Mingyi with many weapons. How could this be a case of getting something for nothing? But when Wan Yang tried to explain, Wan Ningyan had already left with the little wolf, saying she was going to check on the little wolf's progress. Alas, Wan Yang was depressed again. Chapter 706. The news of Wan Ningyan's birthday spread throughout the village. The Wan family had originally planned a simple dinner, but everyone had given gifts, so they invited close relatives to dinner, and those with lesser ties returned the favor with cakes. There were so many guests that the house couldn't accommodate them, so they set up 3 tables in the courtyard and 1 inside. The elderly, who couldn't handle the heat, sat inside, while the young people sat outdoors. Because the invitation was so sudden, Nuan Yang didn't let Mother Wan prepare the food. She just cooked roast duck and cake. The rest of the dishes were either from Nuan Yang's space or purchased from the mall. Wow! Yellow eel? I haven't had it in years since this damn apocalypse. So happy to finally be able to try it. Xiaoya, Sister Gu, and everyone, come on, have one. Bai Xing silently reminded him, it's only been a year since the zombies appeared. Mu Yi didn't get angry, but instead clinked his glass against Bai Xing's, secretary by his drinking. What are you doing? Raising fish? Bai Xing hesitated, then picked up her glass and gulped it down. Mu Yi immediately filled it up for her like a lackey, then stood up and faced Wan Ningyan. Sister Ningyan is the birthday girl today. Let's toast to her. Those who can drink, drink. Those who can't, have a drink. Don't be so stubborn. We still have hunting tomorrow. Mu Ye's words caused everyone at the table to stand up and toast, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Wan Ningyan took the opportunity to pour some cocktails, but Nuan Yang immediately stored them in his space and tapped the orange juice next to him. Drink this. It's my birthday today, can't I have a sip? No, I don't want to take care of a drunk. Nuan Yang was speaking from the heart. He'd been taking care of Wan Ningyan every night for the past 2 days, bathing her, blowing her hair, dressing her, changing her sheets. He was exhausted, and tonight, he just wanted to rest up. Wan Ningyan was quite obedient. She refused to drink when told not to, and didn't make any noise. Instead, she began to savor the mutant roast duck she had been craving. Nuan Yang silently observed her reaction. As the roast duck took a bite, she couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Then, as she chewed, she revealed an expression of satisfaction and enjoyment. Is it delicious? Super delicious. Wan Ningyan gave a thumbs up. I can't wait to go mow down the wild duck flock. The captain of the guard is taking the men hunting tomorrow. They should be able to catch a few ducks. I buy some then. No need. I'm going tomorrow too. Do you want anything to eat? I catch it for you. Nuan Yang paused. You're going too? Yes, hunting. The whole team is going, so of course I have to go too. Oh, then I go with you. We have to ask our captain for permission. You're not part of our guard team. Wan Ningyan's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it happened to be heard by the entire table. Everyone sat in silence, their eyes flickering between Nuan Yang and Wei Mingyi. Ahem, captain of the guard, take me hunting tomorrow. Wei Mingyi smiled, her expression kind. Nuan Yang thought it was a sure thing, but she refused right away. No. Ningyan's right. You're not a member of the guard, so you shouldn't participate in our activities. Captain, what are you talking about? As the village chief, it's perfectly acceptable for me to participate in your activities, get to know the guard, and build closer ties with them, right? Ah. If you're using your position as village chief to pressure me, then I have no choice but to agree. Nuan Yang choked. She hadn't expected Wei Mingyi to be so naive, and quickly denied the bullying allegation. He stood up, holding his cup, apologized, and drank a glass as a punishment. Captain of the guard, please give me some specifics. What exactly do I need to do to participate? Village chief, if you want to participate, then participate. I was just joking. Besides, it's great that you're here, we can save on car rental. Nuanyang finally came to his senses. Wei Mingyi hadn't intended to refuse him from the beginning. It was just that Wan Ningyan pointed out that she wasn't from the guard, so she took advantage of the situation to save everyone the car rental. Even if Wei Mingyi hadn't asked Nuanyang to take everyone along, Nuanyang wouldn't have refused. But doing so would have been a favor. Now, Nuanyang had to thank Wei Mingyi for letting him participate. All this was thanks to Wan Ningyan. Nuanyang turned to look at Wan Ningyan, who was enjoying her meal, and sighed, "Garlic bird, this isn't the first time I've been tricked by my wife." After 3 rounds of drinks, the children either ran to the fish pond to watch the fish or petted their calico cats and civet cats, laughing cheerfully from time to time. The middle-aged and elderly sat together, chatting about their own family matters, while the younger ones cracked sunflower seeds and chatted, mostly about interesting things they experienced during the training camp and the animals they planned to catch tomorrow. Zhao Rou was quiet, sitting upright. Nuanyang hadn't noticed her at first, but he noticed her eyes constantly glancing to the left. Who was there? Nuanyang glanced over and spotted Su Wan. Remembering their previous argument at the store, Nuanyang felt a pang of curiosity, wondering if they were in a relationship. "Zhao Rou, do you like Sister Su Wan?" Wan Ningyan's words startled Nuanyang, who was stunned. He turned to see. Wait! Wan Ningyan wasn't acting right. Nuanyang immediately took her wine glass and sniffed it. Sure enough, she'd been drinking. "Miss Wan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Zhao Rou immediately stood up and denied it. Su Wan, embarrassed beside her, immediately fell face. She said, "I can't handle the alcohol," and left with Su Yaoting. Zhao Rou stood there, bewildered. It was only when her mother emerged from the inner room and told her to go check that she quickly rushed out. "Hey, Zhao Muda's gone after his wife. Little ancestor, stop talking nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense." When Zhao Rou first met Su Wan, her eyes went wide. I don't believe she wasn't attracted to her. Wow. This was the first time anyone had heard such a shocking revelation. Even Zhao Rou's mother was unaware of it, and forgot to go back, standing by the table, hoping to hear more. "Sorry, everyone. My wife's drunk. She passed out after 1 drink. I helped her back to the house to rest." Nuanyang, fearing Wan Ningyan would say something more, half helped her leave, but she refused. Even though she was as strong as an ox, it was still a struggle for Nuanyang to pull her up. "Muyi, enjoying the fun?" asked with a smile, "Village chief, do you need our help?" Before Nuanyang could reply, Wan Ningyan exerted her strength again. "No need for your help, Sister Muyi. You should just take good care of Secretary Bai. Keeping him drunk doesn't seem like your motive." "Wow." The table erupted again. Terrified, Nuanyang squatted down, hoisted Wan Ningyan onto his shoulders, and quickly returned home. "You little bastard. You're such a mouthful. It hurts. Put your down. Don't throw up." "I'm about to." Nuanyang quickly placed her on the sofa and observed her for a moment. Seeing no signs of vomiting, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the thought of having to help Wan Ningyan bathe and change clothes later made Nuanyang suddenly lose all hope in life, slumping on the sofa in a daze. The dinner didn't last long, but it ended quite spectacularly. This was what Nuanyang heard from Wan Ningyan's mother after she finished bathing her. Wan's mother had simply brought the two of them some hangover soup, and seeing that Wan Ningyan was fine, she casually shared some gossip with Nuanyang about what had happened. At that time, Muyi kept denying that he liked Bai Xing. She was so loud, we all heard it, so we went out to eat melons. As I reached the door, Bai Xing stood up, her face red. She asked Muyi what he meant, and if it was shameful to like her. Muyi uttered an ah, hesitated, and was slapped by Bai Xing. "Huh? Secretary Bai actually hit someone?" "Yes," we were all stunned. Then, as Bai Xing was about to leave, Muyi suddenly hugged her and apologized profusely. Muyi looked drunk, constantly saying things like, "It's not shameful, I was wrong, my dear sister, don't be angry." Bai Xing blushed profusely, and had no choice but to forgive her. Huh? Then what happened? Then the guard captain said everyone had drunk too much, and should go back to rest early to avoid delaying tomorrow's hunt. So everyone dispersed. What a shame, I didn't see it. Nuanyang was furious. If he had known to ignore Wan Ningyan and go out to eat melons, he would have missed such a wonderful moment. What a loss. Chapter 707. The next morning, the alarm rang. Wan Ningyan stretched comfortably, feeling refreshed. Nuanyang, on the other hand, crawled out of bed wearily. Last night, he'd taken care of Wan Ningyan, listened to Wan's mother's gossip, checked on his 2 apprentices, and finally delivered food to the little pandas before returning home to shower and rest. He was exhausted. So you slept for 8 hours at most. So why are you so sleepy? Honey, is it possible that I didn't get enough sleep the past 2 days, so 8 hours wasn't enough? Too little sleep? Wan Ningyan was puzzled. Why? Nuanyang, seeing that Wan Ningyan wasn't getting the message, pulled down his shirt, revealing the dense pattern of teeth marks on his shoulder. What do you think? I want to make you feel good, and then I want to bathe you. Wan Ningyan covered Nuanyang's mouth, furious and anxious. Stop talking. You pervert. Have you no shame? Nuanyang remained silent, her eyes curved into crescents with a smile. Pervert? Same here. She remembered that night when Wan Ningyan, while declaring books harmful to physical and mental health, finished the entire thing, choosing positions she wanted to try herself, and even blaming Nuanyang for her back pain. TSK. People can't have it all, but Wan Ningyan can. At breakfast, Mother Wan brought Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan a bowl of soup, winking mysteriously. This is for you two to nourish your bodies. I see you're not feeling well. Drink more, and you'll be fine in a few days. Mom, why do you always cook special meals for my sister and my wife? We're all your children. We need nourishment too. Eat your meal. Mother Wan rebuked Wan Ningfeng mercilessly. We have soup every meal at home. When have we ever treated you badly? I'm warning you. This soup is for Xiaoyang and Yan Yan. Anyone who dares to drink it will end up eating in the cafeteria. Wan Yang instantly understood what this soup was, but Wan Ningyan didn't. Seeing her guzzling it, Wan Yang deliberately kept silent. After dinner, as they drove to the village gate to meet, Wan Ningyan complained about the heat even with the air conditioning on. Wan Yang then explained that it was a nourishing and kidney-tonifying soup. What? Wan Ningyan's eyes widened. Nourishing and kidney-tonifying? Wait! Did you already know that? Why didn't you tell me? Wife. Wan Yang deliberately adopted a distressed tone. You certainly worked hard these past few days. I just wanted to nourish you. Is that wrong? Wan Ningyan hadn't expected Wan Yang to say that. She froze for a few seconds, folding her arms sullenly, staring ahead. Drive faster. Can't you see the captain and the others are here? You're taking so long. Okay, my dear wife. Wan Yang immediately sped up, and brought along the entire escort team. There were quite a few of them. All members of the group, except Wen Yinru, were participating, as were Zhao Rou and Yuan Manman. Village chief, why don't you call little Nian Yan as well? With little Fen here, it should be easier to surround those animals. Sorry, little Gu, Nian Yan was left behind by Huer as a tutor, and since the training is quite strenuous, we won't bother her. Gu Xiuyu sighed, well, we lost a valuable teammate. The conversation lasted only a short while. The 3 team captains were all quiet. Yuan Manman was the more lively one, but she wasn't as familiar with the other team members, so she was rather reserved. Team 1, however, consisted mostly of members of the Rose team, who were supposed to be boisterous, but today they were unusually quiet. Wan Yang, curiously observing through the rearview mirror, noticed something. The boisterous Mu Yi sat quietly by the car, while the other members nearby were acting rather grumpy. Wan Yang thought they were quiet, but it turned out they were all just arguing with each other, motioning to Mu Yi and occasionally flashing a sly grin. Recalling the gossip Wan's mother had shared last night, Wan Yang understood. Everyone wanted to get in on the fun, but no one dared to speak up. Why aren't you talking? It's so boring to be so quiet. Wan Ningyan, unable to bear the loneliness, turned around and questioned everyone, only for the members to laugh even more, leaving Wan Ningyan bewildered. Seeing Wan Ningyan's lack of understanding, Qin Xiaoya tentatively asked, Sister Ningyan, do you really not know why? How should I know? You guys are acting so strangely. What's wrong with you? You're the culprit. It has nothing to do with us. What does it have to do with me? Don't put the blame on me. Wan Yang suddenly remembered that he hadn't told Wan Ningyan about this. He quickly pulled her back and sent her a message via the communicator. Who could have guessed Wan Ningyan was such a fool? Upon receiving the message, she turned around and asked in surprise, Mai, were you beaten by Shirahoshi? What do you mean by beaten? Mai immediately flew into a rage. I just touched my face. Shirahoshi apologized to me when she got home. What are you all laughing at? You're so annoying. Giving me sneaky looks this morning. Look, I show you. Mai stretched out his left cheek. There's no mark at all. Shirahoshi used her powers on me for a long time last night before I finally forgave her. She's not what you think. Oh my! Weren't you crying and begging Secretary Bai for forgiveness yesterday? How did it become like you forgave Secretary Bai? Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Gu Xiuya didn't care. She, along with Gu Yu and Chen Xiuya, loudly slandered Mai. Even the usually reserved Lin Yue laughed. Mai was so angry he threatened to fight Gu Xiuya to the death. No, no, no. I'm alone and I die, but you can't. Gu Xiuya pretended to wipe away tears. If you accidentally die, what will happen to Secretary Bai? That's right, Secretary Bai cries every day. Little Yi Yi, can you bear to let him? Mai was embarrassed and angry. It was the first time Nanyang had seen her blush. She was even at a loss for words, and began to ask Wei Mingyi to intervene. Wei Mingyi, also a troublemaker, threatened to meddle in the members' private lives, which really infuriated Mai. Wan Ningyan, the culprit, was happily enjoying her melon, when she suddenly felt something was wrong. Xiao Yi, you're not with Secretary Bai. Mu Yi looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Why would we be together? I don't like her, and she doesn't like me either. We're roommates. Huh? Roommates showering together? It's just to save on the utility bill. Would your roommate slap you for denying your feelings? I was drunk and said something rude, and she misunderstood. And I didn't hit you. I touched you. Her hands are so weak. What's wrong with a touch? Instantly, not only Wan Ningyan and the other onlookers were speechless, but even Wan Yang was speechless. Bai Xing's actions clearly showed her love for Mu Yi, so why wouldn't Mu Yi learn? Finally, Wei Mingyi intervened to stop the gossip. Mu Yi, having vented his anger, became restless and began to chatter about what delicious animal he was going to catch later. When it came to meat, everyone had countless common topics, and everyone was talking about the animals they wanted to catch. But when it came to Zhao Rou's turn, the onlooker's mentality returned. Zhao Rou spoke seriously. The village usually sells pork, mutton, and chicken. I like to catch some meats that aren't available in the stores, like rabbit, duck, and pigeon. It would be even better if I could find some freshwater fish. They're high-quality protein. Mu Yi mused, wow. That's a lot, Captain Zhao. Can you eat it all? Zhao Rou continued in a serious tone. If I can't finish it all, I plan to keep some for myself, give some to friends, and sell the rest at the market or other stores. Give some to friends? Which friends? Zhao Rou suddenly realized something and replied, just those close to me. No matter how Mu Yi, Gu Xiuya, and the others pressed her, she wouldn't mention any specific names. Wan Ningyan nudged Wan Yang's arm quietly, gossiping, I definitely sent some to Sister Su Wan. I bet. Su Wan and Zhao Rou's affection was too obvious. Wan Yang didn't believe they were just villagers or neighbors. Chapter 708. The first stop for capturing mutant animals was a small forest, lush and green with mutant trees and vines. The resource finder indicated that there were a variety of mutant animals living there, with rabbits and birds being the most common. After some discussion, the three team leaders and Wan Yang formed 4 teams, each heading in from the east, south, west, and north. Small animals, non-edible animals, and rare species would not be captured. Regarding whether to capture or kill the animals, each team would decide on its own merits, without the need for debriefing. Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan were in the same team, entering from the east. After only a few steps, Wan Ningyan was startled. What's wrong? A bug. Such a huge caterpillar. Disgusting. Wan Ningyan was still terrified, and it was no wonder she was. The caterpillar was 3 or 4 times larger than before the apocalypse, wriggling rapidly, its black, red, and yellow fur bulging as it rushed towards you, instantly giving you goosebumps. Put on your combat uniform. The material is thick enough. Even if bugs crawl on it, they won't be able to bite through it. Okay, Wan Ningyan said, extending her left hand to Wan Yang. Buy me some more mints. Thank you, my dear. You have 6 packs in your space. Buy more after you finish. Not enough. Mimi, my dear, please be kind and buy me some. Wan Yang knew she had ulterior motives from the look on her face. With a half smile, she asked, what are you trying to do? We're husband and wife, and you're hiding this from me. Wan Ningyan pouted, explaining with a guilty conscience, I just suddenly remembered I could resell mints to Sanyang Mountain and Noah's Arkansas. It's pretty hot right now, so mints are definitely a must-have. Wan Yang, remembering Wan Ningyan's last loss-making deal, immediately refused, don't get involved in business matters for now. Let the captain of the guard come. Once we figured out the details, I definitely support you fully. Humph. Wan Ningyan took out her mutant animal catching rifle, then pulled out her tactical scope. She strode inside, ignoring Wan Yang. Wan Yang, on the other hand, took out her super hunting bow, and followed closely behind her. She tried to speak, but was stopped, saying it would disturb the animals. Wan Yang kept quiet. Suddenly, Wan Ningyan stopped, looked around, then immediately squatted down and beckoned Wan Yang to follow. Wan Yang squatted down, taking small steps to her side, whispering, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "Shh. There are 2 little squirrels." Wan Yang shut up and looked in the direction Wan Ningyan pointed. Indeed, there were 2 squirrels. One lay on a tree trunk, seemingly asleep, while the other was constantly picking up fruit and stuffing it into a tree hole. "Tell me, if I steal all the fruit they hidden, will they die of rage?" "Honey, don't do such a mean thing. I was just joking. You have no sense of humor." Wan Ningyan pinched Wan Yang's ear, slightly annoyed. "Let's go around this way, and don't disturb them." "Okay." Wan Yang followed Wan Ningyan, crouching down and struggling to move forward. It felt awkward and uncomfortable, and soon a light sweat broke out. "Honey, do we really have to go this way?" "Yes, don't disturb the little animals. They finally found a place to live in this mutant forest. It would be so tragic if we frightened them into running around and into the wilderness." Wan Yang thought, animals aren't stupid, and mutant animals are even smarter. There's no need to be so cautious. On second thought, isn't Wan Ningyan just that kind of person? Never mind, it's fun to be silly along. And so, the wife and husband walked for a while before regaining their feet. Well, not exactly walking upright, they were both hunched over, holding guns and bows and arrows, looking rather uncouth. Like thieves in a village, they searched for a while before discovering a group of mutant rabbits grazing. They were all grayish-yellow. It was the first time Wan Yang had seen such well-fed animals in the apocalypse. They were so plump that they looked like they wouldn't even need oil in a pot. Their own fat would burst forth with fragrance. "Mimi, you and I, let's catch as many alive as possible. Rabbits are very fertile. Our village will have endless rabbit meat to eat in a few years." "Okay." Wan Yang agreed with Wan Ningyan's opinion. She had thought about it. Rabbits reproduce faster than chickens, ducks, and geese. They can have a large clutch, and they can have several clutches a year. They also grow and mature quickly. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a rabbit plague in that country before. Therefore, breeding mutant rabbits is more cost-effective than raising delicate ordinary rabbits, and it is also suitable for the end times with scarce resources. Wan Yang put away his hunting bow and took out his catching gun. After a glance at Wan Ningyan, he began to count down with his hands. 3, 2, 1. Wan Yang quickly formed an ice wall to prevent the rabbits from escaping. Wan Ningyan fired continuously at the only opening, and Wan Yang assisted in the capture, immediately wiping out the entire nest. "Wow! I made a fortune." Wan Ningyan began counting the rabbits in her net like a money grubber. 1, 2, 3. 9. We caught 9. Ah, it's a shame a few got away. It's okay. Don't be greedy, Wan Ningyan said with a smile, as she stored all the mutant rabbits into her space. Then, she grabbed a particularly plump male rabbit and said, "Mimi, can we keep this one for ourselves? It's so plump, it must be delicious." "Okay, I didn't get to eat the mutant rabbit you caught for me last time, so I can finally enjoy it this time. Don't bring up unhappy things. Let's go find some more." The last time they caught mutant rabbits, Wan Ningyan was ambushed and injured her eyes. Her mother nearly had a heart attack. Even though Wan Ningyan hadn't acted offended just now, Wan Yang knew it was a thorn in her side, so he silently made a note of it, intending never to mention it again. The hunting went smoothly afterwards. They caught mutant pheasants, rabbits, and geese. Because this mutant forest was the only one within 100 miles, the mutant animals had migrated here en masse, resulting in a rich variety of species. Wan Yang also saw various rare birds and some animals he had never seen before, such as golden cats, blue sheep, white-eared pheasants, green snakes, bear monkeys, and pyramid horns. Neither of them touched any of these animals, but as they delved deeper, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Wan Yang, "Wife, why are there geese in the woods? Aren't they water-loving animals?" "Yes, they normally live near water, near lakes," Wan Ningyan said, realizing, "There's a river here? Let me check." Wan Yang used the resource finder to survey the area and discovered that the mutant forest existed because of an inner lake. Thinking of the delicious mutant duck, the two immediately decided to head there. On the way, they encountered a mother wild boar with 3 cubs. Perhaps outnumbered, the boars didn't attack the wife and her husband, but quickly disappeared into the trees. With a few cubs in the space, Wan Yang didn't want to try to catch such ferocious beasts. He continued to follow Wan Ningyan, noticing that the ground beneath their feet was getting increasingly wet. Mimi! Look at the mud puddle. Yeah. Nguyen Yang glanced at it briefly, and grabbed Wan Ningyan's arm. Be careful, don't fall. Why aren't you reacting? React? Look carefully. Nguyen Yang looked again, puzzled. The mud puddle was enormous, about 2 or 3 meters across, and filled with tiny dots, indicating the presence of living things. Suddenly, Nguyen Yang saw bubbles rising from the surface of the mud puddle. The creatures were mutant crayfish. Mutated crayfish. Wan Ningyan excitedly pulled out her net. Come and catch them. They're sure to be delicious. Here they are. Nguyen Yang had already tasted the deliciousness of the mutant fish, and these crayfish were sure to be even better. The two of them instantly forgot about their search for Nehu and began frantically catching them. Chapter 709. The mutant crayfish were enormous, the size of a palm and a half, scurrying throughout the mire. Nguyen Yang produced 2 large plastic drums, and, along with Wan Ningyan, used a scoop net to place the captured lobsters into them. When they were almost full, they covered them with a breathable cloth and tied the cloth to the drum mouth with a rope, preventing the lobsters from escaping. The mutant crayfish's claws were enormous. Many of them raised their heads and waved their claws in a struggle against the 2 men, only to be sucked into the scoop net. After repeated attempts, the crayfish began to change their strategy, slapping their tails vigorously, slithering to the other side of the mire, and then scurrying out. It must be said that the mutant crayfish were clever. Their scattered escape made their capture much more difficult and less efficient. In the past, Nguyen Yang could catch a whole bag of crayfish with a single dip in the net, but now he could only catch a few. Chasing the escaping crayfish, he had to watch his direction and timing to avoid being caught by the claws. It took him several minutes to catch a full bag. Wife, let's stop fishing and take a break to go to Nehu. No, we only caught 4 buckets. How can we eat them all? It's quite a lot. It lasts us several meals. Wan Ningyan paused, rubbing her waist with one hand, and asked, It's only 4 buckets. The village will get some for breeding, and the guards will get some. If there's even 1 bucket left, it's good. With so many people in our family, how can we feed them? It won't even be enough for the little wolf to fill its stomach. The guards' primary mission in organizing this hunt was to capture animals for the village to raise, so everyone had to give back a share of their catch. While the rest belonged to each of them, they had agreed to share some of the animals they didn't have to eat, so there wouldn't be many crayfish left. Nguyen Yang hesitated at this thought. Little Wolf had such a voracious appetite, 1 bucket wouldn't be enough. He needed at least 2 buckets for the family to have a happy meal. Shall we keep catching? Yes, yes. Honey, have you thought it through? Catching at least 1 more bucket will strain your back. Wan Ningyan immediately stopped rubbing her waist. Of course. My back is fine. Mimi, honey, if you feel like you can't, just let me know and sit next to me while I catch. Stir me up again. Nguyen Yang pulled out a net basket more suitable for catching shrimp. Let's compete. If you lose, you have to kiss me 100 times. Let's compete. If you lose, you have to bark like a dog 100 times. Okay. Nguyen Yang was still confident in his lobster catching skills and immediately began. However, when he filled the net basket and poured it into the bucket, he discovered that Wan Ningyan had used her object control ability to control several large bowls. With a simple flip, the crayfish were slammed into the bowls. Next, Wan Ningyan only needed to collect the crayfish from the bowl into her own bucket. Wife, can you still use your superpowers and superpowers? Huh? Wan Ningyan was puzzled. When we made the bet, didn't we say we couldn't use superpowers and superpowers? Careless. Nguyen Yang thought it was just a simple crayfish catching competition, but the other party had already used their superpowers. So he wasn't going to hold back. After dumping the crayfish, Nguyen Yang placed his hands on the ground. Ice spread from his palms outward, freezing many of the fleeing crayfish's legs. They froze in place, powerless and furious, waving their large claws and raging. You're cheating? Wife, did I break the rules? Wan Ningyan looked at the vast pile of frozen crayfish, furious and anxious. However, Nguyen Yang had indeed done nothing wrong, so she started playing dirty and snatching the shrimp Nguyen Yang had frozen. What do you mean? Wan, the great actress, can't compete, so she's starting to steal them? Who stole them? I picked them up from the ground, not from your net. It was a well-reasoned argument, but Nguyen Yang refused to accept it. So, while collecting the crayfish, she also stole the shrimp from Wan Ningyan's bowl. After all, it wasn't written with Wan Ningyan's name on it. But Wan Ningyan, being cunning, actually put labels with her name on each bowl, so Nguyen Yang was blamed and accused of stealing the shrimp. Although you caught 2 buckets, a little more than my 1.5, you stole my shrimp, which is a bad move. So I win. Honey, you put the label inside the bowl. How could I see it? Aren't you setting me up? Who told you not to check? Just bark like a dog. Okay. Nguyen Yang slowly poured the lobsters and removed his gloves. He did everything under Wan Ningyan's watchful eye. Then, he hugged Wan Ningyan in his arms, barking and kissing her cheeks and ears. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Don't puppies bark and kiss and lick their owners to show their affection? Sister, am I doing something wrong? Woof woof. Then aren't you taking advantage of me? You stinking Wan Yang. You're full of evil. Woof woof. Wan Yang barked and kissed, even licking Wan Ningyan's ears. Wan Ningyan struggled in anxiety. Wan Ningyan had taken many powerful pills, and her strength should not be underestimated. Nguyen Yang was not paying attention, and was grabbed by the collar by Wan Ningyan, who accidentally fell, and they fell into the mud together. Wan Ningyan pushed Nguyen Yang off her, sat up, and spat. Her back, hair, and even her face were covered in mud. The mire here reeked of stench. The misophobic woman, realizing her current state, looked up at Nguyen Yang. Nguyen Yang had fallen on top of Wan Ningyan, with only his hands and pants touching the mud. Wan Ningyan erupted. Damn Nguyen Yang. You murdered your wife. You good sister, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I help you up. Let's stop scratching. Let's take a shower first, okay? I wash you and blow dry your hair myself, okay? Nguyen Yang tried to coax her while trying to pull her away. The tearful woman reached out angrily, and Nguyen Yang tried to grab her. Suddenly, Wan Ningyan grabbed Nguyen Yang's wrist and pulled hard, sending her plummeting into the mud. Puff. Nguyen Yang spat several times, feeling mud in her mouth. She couldn't open her eyes, it was all mud. She even had to breathe hard through her nose several times to finally clear the mud that was blocking her nostrils. Ha ha ha. I let you bully me. Nguyen Yang heard Wan Ningyan's arrogant laughter, then felt her waist sink. Wan Ningyan sat on top of her, smearing mud all over her face and body with both hands. She was completely smeared with mud, and not a single part of her body could be seen. The mutant crayfish worked for half a day, and caught a total of 7.5 buckets. Nguyen Yang was reduced to a clay figurine, his eyes needing a towel to rub for a while before they could emerge from the mud. Wan Ningyan wasn't much better off, but at least her front was visible, only her back was covered in mud. Honey, are you satisfied? Yeah. Are you happy? Happy. Wan Ningyan clicked away with her phone, snapping several photos and grinning from ear to ear. Nguyen Yang was exhausted. Her combat uniform was waterproof and could be washed clean with just a rinse, but her hair would be difficult to wash. Stop filming and take a shower. If you don't, the mud will dry and become even harder to wash off. Okay. Don't look so sad. I help you wash later. Even with my eyes showing, you can tell I'm sad? Of course, I don't know you yet. Nguyen Yang hadn't expected Wan Ningyan to be able to tell his mood just by looking at his eyes. His previous annoyance instantly dissipated, and he leaned against Wan Ningyan, leaning against her. Sister, you said you helped me wash, and you mean it? Of course. You're the only little liar. Woof. Chapter 7:10. The muddy water was difficult to wash off. With Wan Ningyan's help, Nguyen Yang washed it 3 times before it was completely clean. He felt like his face and neck were almost rubbed raw. However, Wan Ningyan was very considerate and gave Nguyen Yang a very detailed skincare treatment. His skin quickly returned to normal, and was still very soft and supple. Wan Ningyan kissed him several times. It was already noon when they came out of the bathroom. The sun was blazing outside. Nguyen Yang had put up a large parasol to protect his skin. Wan Ningyan was setting up the tables and chairs, planning to have lunch before continuing. The combat uniforms were washed. For comfort and coolness, they both wore short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Nguyen Yang thought for a moment and connected the power cord from the bathroom. He took out a fan and blew it by the table, cooling it down and blowing away some strange insects. What are we eating? What delicious secret do you have? Let's pick something out, preferably cold. Nguyen Yang thought for a moment and asked, stir-fried crab with red roe? Yes. 2. Nguyen Yang ordered 3 servings. Would you like some Orleans roast chicken? There's also a buffet of braised dishes and desserts. I see they have sago pudding, sweet soup, and other goodies. Would you like to try some? Wan Ningyan nodded immediately. Yes. Let's get started. So, in addition to buying some food to fill them up, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan enjoyed dessert together. The buffet was very user-friendly, allowing users to choose the sweetness level. Wan Ningyan chose a medium sweet, while Nguyen Yang chose a milder sweet. Nguyen Yang wasn't a big dessert fan, but this dessert buffet was surprisingly delicious. It had a variety of sweet and sour flavors, and wasn't too cloying. He felt quite satisfied after eating it, and was willing to have it again. Honey, are we going to Neha later? Sure, but I have something to do before we go. What's up? Wan Ningyan rested her chin on her hands, gazing at the bucket next to her that hadn't been stored in her space yet. We caught 8 buckets of crayfish, and the volume has far exceeded our expectations, so I want to release the smaller ones. Mimi, you said the ecology will be reshaped in the apocalypse. So we shouldn't overfish. We should release the young ones, and wait until they grown up and pass their breeding season next year before catching and eating them again. That way, there'd be a steady supply of crayfish every year. I agree, but your goal isn't just that, right? Nguyen Yang raised an eyebrow. Tell me, is there another reason? You really are like a roundworm. You understand me so well. Ms. Wan, I'm your wife. Please stop calling me a roundworm. Wan Ningyan smiled and stood up, sitting in Nguyen Yang's arms. She rubbed Nguyen Yang's face, playfully teasing him and coaxing him. Nguyen Yang quickly broke down and smiled. Okay, I forgive you. Tell me, what else is going on? Well, I just don't want to compete with everyone for food. We have money and supplies. If we buy crayfish, if the production isn't good enough, no one else will have any. So how about we catch them in the wild? We can eat them without any burden, and we don't have to spend the energy to raise them. And we can sell any extra shrimp. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Your little calculation is really good, but it makes sense. I agree. Okay. Then you go sort them out and pick out the young shrimp. Nguyen Yang was about to agree when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Ms. Wan, I'm going to pick the shrimp. What about you? Wan Ningyan immediately put her arm around Nguyen Yang's neck, leaning against him softly. Oh, I'm a fire-type Esper. It's so hot. I'm dizzy. I need to rest. That makes sense. Nguyen Yang patted her, but... Make way. I get the shrimp. Hee hee. Mimi, keep going. You're the best. Nguyen Yang was no fool. After collecting the shrimp, she pulled out a recliner and sat Wan Ningyan down. She lay across her legs and used the space to sort the shrimp. I didn't realize you were enjoying yourself so much, Wan Ningyan said, placing a strawberry but against Nguyen Yang's lips. Open your mouth. Delicious. Strawberries processed by my wife are just so sweet. Smooth talk. Suddenly, something resembling a bullet rose in the sky not far away and exploded like a green firework. Huh? That's a signal flare, Mimi. Hurry up. We meet up when you're done. Okay, almost there. Nguyen Yang quickened her pace and returned the small, half-bucket juvenile and small shrimp to the mud. She and Wan Ningyan gathered up everything and the trash and quickly headed for the signal flare launch site. Zhao Ro had fired the signal flare. By the time Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan arrived, everyone else had already arrived and was gathered to discuss the matter. The meeting point was next to the inner lake. The lake was quite large, covering nearly 1,000 acres. It hadn't been noticed before because Nguyen Yang had landed near the woods. If she had flown overhead, she wouldn't have noticed the lake until later. There are plenty of freshwater fish in this lake. We plan to fish this afternoon. There's a river in the village where we can raise them. Once we bred the mutant fry, we can stock the river behind the village with more. That way, we won't have to travel far to catch fish. Zhao Ro's statement was the result of everyone's discussion. Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan agreed. This was the largest freshwater lake they had encountered so far, and according to the resource finder, there was a vast amount of groundwater beneath the river. This forest exists because of the inner lake, and the lake's water level isn't dropping quickly because the surrounding mutant trees are tall and dense, blocking much of the direct sunlight. Let's get started, Xia Haiming said, already pulling out his fishing net. I just saw a lot of fish surfacing to breathe. Some are as long as my arm. We might catch a few thousand pounds. Xia Haiming's guess proved wrong. The mutant freshwater fish, like the mutant marine fish, had grown 1 to 3 times larger. Nearly 2 tons of grass carp, crucian carp, and carp alone were caught. These 3 species were the most abundant, while others, like tilapia and snakehead, were less common. To ensure variety, all the smaller, rarer fish were released, and the rest were taken home. On the way back to the village, everyone excitedly took inventory and divided the spoils. Zhao Ro and Yuan Manman's team were like a hunting spree, one killing 2 mutant wolves, the other capturing a mutant brown bear alive. Sister Man, tell me, what's the point of capturing a brown bear alive? Should we keep it? Yuan Manman felt a bit embarrassed, giving an awkward yet sweet smile. I think bear meat is plentiful, and catching one will keep us eating for ages. Plus, bears are quite ferocious. Without it, the survival rate of other animals in the forest will be higher, and we can catch more animals later. So I caught the bear. Yuan Yang glanced at the space. This mutant brown bear weighed even more than Xingyun, a full 1,100 kilograms. Placed inside the space, it was larger than the other smaller items, a stark contrast. Keep it. It won't die in the living space anyway. Yuan Yang spoke, and everyone stopped arguing and began discussing other animals. Most of the animals they caught were common in the forest. Almost everyone caught mutant rabbits, and the rest were chickens, ducks, and geese. Pretty standard. The only unusual one was Wei Mingyi. Kuyu, Captain, why are you catching frogs? Bullfrogs. My sister loves them. What? Bullfrogs? Wang Ningyan immediately leaned over. Captain, I have crayfish. Can I trade them for some bullfrogs? I've been craving dry-pot bullfrogs for ages. Okay. Thank you, Captain. Yuan Yang's lip curled secretly. What do you mean by craving them for ages? Mother One always makes whatever she wants. It's just that she's craving. Chapter 7:11. The guards' bountiful harvest coincided with the villagers returning from their farms. Seeing the caged animals, they were reluctant to leave and crowded around the office entrance, some petting the animals, others inquiring about the price of the hunted animals. Rabbits are fertile and can dig holes and escape. Let's keep them in the village. We have limited fields, and if they're really eaten by escaped rabbits, we can save on the loss. Okay, Secretary Bai, just make the arrangements. I trust you. Yuan Yang stood up and walked to the entrance. It was like a small market. The villagers had already picked out the meat they wanted and asked Wei Mingyi to reserve it. Wei Mingyi didn't agree outright, but wrote it down in a notebook. On the way back, they discussed it and realized they had a good harvest, so they pooled some of the prey for the villagers. At the time, everyone was just trying to sell at a low price, but Wei Mingyi refused. Instead, he offered to sell it to the village at a low price, which the store would then resell. This prevented some villagers from haggling over the low price, ensuring the escort team's fair reward for their risky hunt, while also preventing the negative consequences of refusing to bargain. Mimi, are you done? Yes, let's go home. Those lobsters need cleaning. Let's help out so we can eat them soon. Yeah. The two said goodbye to everyone and walked home hand in hand. As they approached Zhao Rou's house, they saw Zhao Rou carrying half a skinned wolf on her shoulder, heading straight to the right. Mimi, shall we follow quietly? Okay, be careful, don't let Zhao Rou see you. Come on, she was in such a hurry to leave that she didn't even notice us. She wouldn't have noticed us. Wang Ningyan couldn't wait to pull Yuan Yang along. After walking for a while, they noticed Zhao Rou had stopped. They quickly hid behind a wall and peeked out. That was Su Wan's house. Since Su Wan was off today, she and her daughter came to open the door for Zhao Rou. Sighting the half-wolf, Su Wan was horrified and took several steps back, speaking frantically to Zhao Rou. From the distance, the two couldn't hear what Zhao Rou and Su Wan were talking about, but it was clear that the two families were well acquainted, as Su Yaoting and Zhao Rou seemed very close. They must have seen each other frequently, and were very familiar with each other. Wow! Sister Su Wan wiped Zhao Rou's sweat off her face. Yuan Yang nodded. Zhao Rou has good taste. She picked one of the few highly educated people in our village. More than just highly educated, Sister Su Wan was a former CFO. She's a strong woman, intelligent, and beautiful. Wang Ningyan said with a hint of disdain for Zhao Rou. I suddenly feel like Zhao Rou isn't a good match for me. Although she's a special forces soldier, she's too dull. Her words and actions always irritate Sister Su Wan. If they really get together, Sister Su Wan will probably get mad. You're worried about a lot. Zhao Rou does have her good points, and in all this time, I only seen her show some attention to Su Wan. At least she's loyal and not fickle. That's not how you judge fickleness. Those scumbags are pretty good at acting before they get married. Yes, my wife is right. Let's go! Everyone's inside. Su Wan took some time to come to terms with the half-wolf situation. While wiping Zhao Rou's sweat, she let them into the house. Once the door closed, the couple could no longer see anything and left with a feeling of regret. As they neared the door, Yuan Yang saw a red panda mother and her two cubs, stealthily peeking through the door. Yubao, what are you doing? The red panda jumped at Wang Ningyan's voice, then ran into her arms, nuzzling and reaching for her hand. Only after receiving half an apple did it let go. So greedy. Look at it. It's so greedy it can't even care about its cubs. Nuanyang was petting the two cubs when he stood up and placed Nuanbao in Wan Ningyan's arms. Then let's steal its cubs and teach it the lesson of not watching over its children. Childish. Criticizing with words, but honest in action, Wan Ningyan smiled as she carried Nuanbao home. As soon as she opened the gate, a series of meows echoed. The three flowered cubs had all come out to play, strolling around the yard on their short legs, observing and meowing with a hint of uneasiness. The civet and three flowered civets lay on the rockery, watching, their tails wagging leisurely. It was strange to see only the cats at home, the children absent. Dad? Are you back from farming? Yeah, I've been back a while now. I was planning to help Jinyu cook. Where are the kids? Why haven't I seen them? Nian Yin and Yuer went out to clear the land. The two little girls' goal today is 10 mu. They won't come back until they completed it, so I sent Xiao Feng and Xiao Lang to keep them company. Liang Zi is the same. She wants to plant more land to ease her mother's burden, so she won't come back early either. I see. Wan Yang sighed softly. When we get back tonight, we have to teach them a lesson. It's so hot, they can't just keep farming recklessly. Don't worry about it. Wan Ningyan had a completely different view. They should be made to work hard for a while, so they understand how hard it is to earn everything. Otherwise, they'd be ruined. Think about the people on Noah's Arkansas. They lived a comfortable life all day long. Some of them didn't even dare to go out. What a waste. Okay. You're right. Come on, let's go find Mom. We need to learn how to handle lobsters. Wait, why do I feel like you're trying to change the subject? Wan Yang smiled but said nothing. He went into the east room to find Mother Wan. There were so many people in the house, so these crayfish would probably take a while to handle, so he had to hurry. Wow, they smell so good. The children, returning from the fields, swarmed into the kitchen, sniffing and sighing at the door. Some, like Little Wolf, tried to come in, but Wan Ningyan beat them with a brush. Wan Yang was brushing the crayfish when he saw the children's expressions and burst into laughter. The 4 children, who had worked in the fields, were covered in mud on their hands, feet, and faces. Little Wolf, who hadn't been working, was also sweating profusely, his face greasy. You guys, stop blocking the doorway and go shower. After you're done, dinner's ready. Big boss, can't we try one first? Little Wolf nodded seriously yes. You're right. And you, Wan Ningfeng, you're itching to be spanked in a few days, aren't you? If you continue to lead the sisters astray, I beat you so hard you won't get out of bed for 3 days. Wan Ningyan, wielding a rolling pin, was terrifying. Wan Ningfeng scurried off. The remaining children looked at each other and quickly ran off, leaving Little Wolf standing at the doorway. Tear it off, want to. Ouch. Little Wolf was smacked with a blow, his hands clutching his head. Liang Zi, returning, saw this and shouted, Goodbye, master's wife, then dragged Little Wolf out, fearing Wan Ningyan would hit him too. Yin Yin, don't hit me with my rolling pin. I just looked for it. Seriously? Mother Wan snatched the pin and glared at her. The previously aggressive person immediately deflated and took a step back. Wan Yang watched everything unfold, his smile widening. He truly wished he could live a peaceful life like this. Chapter 712. 5 years later, summer. Wan Yang was busy in the kitchen. For cats, 3 civets, 3 red pandas, and a dog were sitting in a row near the kitchen door. They seemed quiet, but their eyes were intense. The puppy, in particular, was wagging its tail with an okay sound. Ignoring the animal's anxious expressions, Wan Yang prepared their food in order. Canned food mixed with cat food for the cats, fish soup and fish meat for the civets, a platter of chopped fruit for the red pandas, and all the leftovers with a spoonful of bone broth for the puppy. Meow. Woof. Ming. As the feeding began, the animals let loose and began to act coquettishly. It wasn't until Wan Yang put all the bowls away that they finally quieted down, their coquettish cries turning into a flurry of smacking lips. Wan Yang looked around and saw that everyone was guzzling their food, looking fine. She went to the kitchen to wipe her hands and walked to the front yard. After the initial successful trade trial, Wan Ningyan soon chose a new house. A 1,000 square meter courtyard house with a front and backyard, occupying most of the open space in front of the residential area. Nuanyang was surprised at the time. She thought Wan Ningyan would choose a villa, but surprisingly, it was a courtyard house. Later, she learned that Wan Ningyan was worried the animals wouldn't be used to the change. Are you planning to keep all the animals at home? Well, if they choose to stay, then I keep them. It's just more food. Wan Ningyan's mouth moves easily, so Nuanyang suffers. She has to feed them every day. Now, There are 11 more mouths to feed at home, and sometimes Lucky comes to eat. Nuan Yang wouldn't refuse Lucky. After all, the puppy okay was Lucky's. 2 years ago, when the guard team went hunting, Wan Ningyue scored first in her grade for the first time. She wanted a reward, Wen Yinru, the intern village chief, to take her along. Fearing something might happen to Wan Ningyue, Wen Yinru let Lucky go. The hunt went smoothly, but Luck had somehow managed to bring back a puppy. Its fur was creamy white, with a black ring around its eyes. Wan Ningyue smiled for a long time and named it OK. From then on, OK became the family's guard dog. Xiaoang, are you up? Yes, Mom, good morning. You're welcome. Come on, I made you longevity noodles. Mother One had aged considerably, her hair half white. Because she was occasionally unwell, she stopped working in the cafeteria a year ago and became a teacher, taking on several apprentices to learn how to cook. Zhao Huanqi, for example, was quite talented. Besides attending school, she also worked part-time in the cafeteria. Happy birthday. Thank you, Mom. Nuan Yang took the longevity noodles, which contained 2 poached eggs, a chicken drumstick, and the words happy birthday carved into a carrot. When did Nuan Yang realize that Mother One was truly getting old? The answer was the food. Her dishes were salter now, because her taste buds were dulled with age, so she unconsciously used more seasoning. The longevity noodles were delicious, though a bit salty. Nuan Yang calmly ate them all, and then went to wash the dishes. The Wan family's current head chef is Wan Ningfeng. If it weren't Nuan Yang's birthday, Mother One wouldn't have cooked herself. While washing the dishes, Nuan Yang glanced around the kitchen. Some spare ingredients had been pulled out, clearly ready for cooking, but Wan Ningfeng had disappeared somewhere. After cleaning up, Nuan Yang began feeding the fish. There was a large pond in the yard, housing several mutant orchids that Wan Ningyan had accidentally found last year and given to Nuan Yang as a birthday present. Pa pa pa. As she approached the pond, several orchids surfaced like starving ghosts, their mouths opening and closing incessantly, demanding food. You guys, you eat 3 meals a day, and you're never full. No wonder your wife always says you're bottomless pits. Wan Yang said, as she spoon-fed them fish food. Their little mouths opened even wider, and they kept wanting more after each bite. Their fight for food was incredibly adorable to humans. Wan Yang was smiling as she fed them one by one, when she saw Wan Ningfeng return, looking rather sad. He went back inside and closed the door. Soon, he could hear crying. Wan Yang had seen this scene many times. Whenever Wan Ningfeng failed to confess his feelings to a girl he liked, he would go inside and cry for a while before returning to work. The first time was Qin Yun, the second time was Li Mingzhu, and the third time was Lin Xin. Wan Yang sighed, unsure of who it was this time. It was also strange. Although Wan Ningfeng wasn't very good, he had decent character. He was tall, good-looking, and could cook and farm. Why did he keep hitting walls? His love life had been a bumpy road. Fortunately, Wan Ningfeng's parents were open-minded and never pushed for marriage, otherwise Nuan Yang would have been in a lot of trouble. After feeding the fish, Nuan Yang rested on a lounge chair under a tree. The sky was cloudless, and the sun was shining brightly, a normal state for the lesser extremes. Starting from the second year of the apocalypse, there was no spring or autumn, only summer and winter. First, there was a 6-month period of lesser extremes, followed by 3 months of high temperatures of 45 to 50 degrees Celsius. This was followed by 5.5 months of lesser extremes, with 3 months of temperatures between -50 and 55 degrees Celsius. Then, there was a half-month period of rising temperatures, minor floods, and then another period of rising temperatures, followed by lesser extremes. The weather was certainly not as comfortable as before, but without the extremes of heat or cold, the Earth's ecology was improving. Oases used to be rare, but now even the dilapidated cities were lush and green. The few survivors who managed to survive, though unable to find food, could fill their stomachs with mutated leaves or capture mutant animals. Sigh. Nuan Yang sighed, as he pondered. Wan Ningyan had gone out to trade 5 days ago, but she hadn't returned yet, nor had she sent him a happy birthday message. They'd been married for 6 years, almost reaching the 7-year itch, but their relationship had always been strong. Could they have forgotten her birthday? Nuan Yang stared at the messages to console herself, but at the same time, she felt their feelings had truly faded, their passion gone, so she wouldn't even stay up until the early hours of the morning to wish her well. Sure enough, the 7-year itch was a curse, wasn't it? While he was lost in thought, Wan Ningfeng, having cried enough, emerged from the room, cheerfully asking, "Big boss, it's your birthday today, and you're the oldest. What do you want to eat? I make it for you." Wan Yang thought for a moment, then shook his head. I just make you something you specialize in. Okay. After a while, the children returned. No, the adults really. Wan Ningyu's birthday was coming up in a few days, too. After that, she'd turn 18 and be able to awaken her powers. Xiaolang had already reached adulthood and officially started school 2 years ago. With Liang Zi's tutoring, she already skipped a grade and moved to the middle school class. Thinking of Shulang's awakening powers, Nuanyang recalled her experiences. After she could speak, Wan Ningyan tried to understand her past and discovered that it was exactly as Wei Mingyi had suspected. Nuanyang also understood why Xiaolang had initially refused to take the medical pills. In the underground boxing ring, taking medicine meant death. Those fighters who survived the fight, severely injured and rendered useless, were fed a poison and, once fully dead, carried directly to the crematorium. Xiaolang didn't know there were different types of medicine, poison and healing, so she refused all pills. She didn't want to die. Hello, Master. Hello, Master's wife. Sister-in-law. The three returned from school and greeted Nuanyang warmly, wishing him a happy birthday. Nuanyang responded to every response, but he was surprised. It was almost noon already. Wan Ningyan, you're still not coming home? You haven't even sent me a message. Really? You don't care about me anymore? Nuanyang's heart sank, and he didn't even dare to message Wan Ningyan to ask. So annoying. Nuanyang finally couldn't bear it anymore and found an excuse to go out. As he walked towards the village gate, he secretly contacted the people who had gone with Wan Ningyan. Chapter 713. The village has changed dramatically now. More than a dozen families have moved into larger, more beautiful new houses. For example, Wei Mingyi, despite having 4 people in her family, needed 4 bedrooms, so she moved into a 3-story Western-style house and also raised a lame mutant fox. Chen Haitang had encountered this fox during her first training trip. It was shortly after the floods ended, and the fox had unfortunately had its leg crushed by a falling boulder. After Chen Haitang rescued it, she considered her a benefactor and refused to leave. Nuanyang remembered that this was Chen Haitang's second time asking Wei Mingyi for help. The whole process took only a few minutes. The anxious man and the fawning fox stood pitifully in the scorching sun. Wei Mingyi didn't make things difficult for Chen Haitang. The next day, she took out all her savings from the past few years and asked Nuanyang to buy the blueprints and necessary building materials for the 3-story Western-style house. From then on, the first floor of the house served as the kitchen, dining room, and fox den. Wei Mingyi's only requirement was that the fox couldn't go upstairs, as it would shed fur and be difficult to clean. As the warm sun passed by, the little fox named Lear was sprawled out in front of his house, basking in the sun, its beautiful red fur gleaming brightly. On the other side was the river, now home to hundreds of ducks, quacking every morning, eager to swim. Just across the wall, in the river beyond, there were 36 mutant geese. Because ducks and geese often fight over territory, and because the mutant geese are so aggressive that passers-by are bitten, the larger mutant geese have been driven to other villages. Between the river and the road, there used to be a narrow crack in the dirt, which the villagers had developed and used to grow the commonly needed onions and garlic. At some point, in addition to the onions and garlic, small, unknown flowers, some yellow, some white, began to sprout there, creating a delightful sight as they walked along. But Nuanyang wasn't in the mood to admire the flowers right now. She crossed the stone bridge and hurried toward the main gate, but she kept tripping along the way. Village chief, where are you going so late in the afternoon? Grandma Qian, I'm going to get Yin Yin home for dinner. What about you? Why are you out in such hot weather? Grandma Qian held up her lunch box. I'm bringing food to Xiaowan and the others. Those girls are so engrossed in their needlework that they forget to eat or sleep. I have to keep an eye on them for Grandma Kong. Nuanyang smiled and nodded, said goodbye, and continued walking. After the initial successful trade trial, Wan Ningyan, inspired by the craftsmanship of the shoe embroidery village masters, approached Wen Yunshu to discuss cooperation. Wen Yunshu had weaving machines, and he would sell the cloth and embroidery thread to the village, where the embroiderers would process and resell them. This model was relatively unpopular in the first 2 years, because only Noah's Ark could afford it. Sanyang Mountain, struggling to meet food and clothing needs and rebuild its base, was also burdened by debt and could not afford it. The Camus family could, but with only a few members and enough clothes to wear, they had no desire to buy. Until the past 2 years, Noah's Ark underwent continuous policy guidance and personnel changes, not only successfully increasing the proportion of women in the military to 80%, but also relocating most men to lower-class living areas. With women taking the lead, Noah's Ark's troops were no longer afraid to travel. They began marching from the capital, clearing zombies along the way to the banks of the Yangtze River. The number of crystal cores surged, and purchasing power increased significantly. At the same time, Sanyong Mountain also paid off its debts, and began pursuing a higher quality of life. As a result, shoe embroidery, which had been dormant for 3 years, experienced a boom. Not only did they build a dedicated garment factory in the village, but they also recruited several new apprentices. Grandma Kang's mood improved significantly, and she could even go to the garment factory to sit for a while, leaning on her crutches. After walking for a while, Nguyen Yang was stopped by a villager returning on the bus. Fortunately, the bus didn't stop until it reached the stone bridge, so the villager only said a few words to Nguyen Yang before hurriedly saying goodbye. At that moment, Nguyen Yang glanced at his contacts and had a bad feeling. Mu Yi, Gu Yu, and Zhao Rou, none of them had replied. Could it be that they didn't deliberately forget the birthday, but rather that some emergency had occurred? Nguyen Yang pondered as he walked, and something felt off. If they really had a problem, they could just run away on their motorcycle, or contact him for help. Why wouldn't they say a word? Village chief? You're in such a hurry. Did something happen? Nguyen Yang came to his senses and stopped. Good afternoon, Aunt Gao. I'm going to look for Nian Yin, and ask her to come home for lunch. Aunt Gao wiped her sweat, and pointed at the village gate. This morning, Secretary Bai took her and Xiao Chao to another village for an internship. They said they were explaining land planning. They're not at the office. Village chief, why don't you go check on them? Okay, then you go. I be leaving first. Nguyen Yang, feeling a little anxious, took out his electric scooter and drove to the gate. The person on duty today was Chen Haitang. The little girl had grown into a woman, her wheat-colored skin a strikingly wild expression. Seeing Nguyen Yang, Chen Haitang didn't open the door. She seemed to know why Nguyen Yang had come, and pointed to the courtyard across the river. Village chief, your wife just flew back home. Huh? Nguyen Yang quickly turned around, opened his tactical scope, and counted. Indeed, there was one more person at home. Thank you. Nguyen Yang turned back, and headed straight home. On the way, he texted Wen Yinru to come home for dinner, practically calling her. Wen Yinru was now the intern village chief. After the successful trade trial, Nguyen Yang fulfilled his promise, and asked Wei Mingyi to reduce Wen Yinru's outings, so she could focus on her studies. In 3 years, Wen Yinru not only inherited the legacy of Grandma Yuan and Grandpa Kong, becoming a qualified traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but also mastered both civil and military skills, achieving a maximum level with type ability, and slaying numerous mid to high-level zombies. With her brilliant academic record, upon graduation, Wen Yinru was undisputedly designated by Nguyen Yang as the successor to village chief, embarking on the long journey to becoming a village chief. Of course, Nguyen Yang also had her own selfish motives. She truly didn't want to be village chief anymore, as she had too much work to do, and she was afraid of Bai Xing's nagging. So, she pushed the young Wen Yinru aside, letting Bai Xing nag her, while she enjoyed her freedom. Lu Xiaoqiao, personally selected by Bai Xing from the academy for reserve branch secretary, was diligent, intelligent, and humble. Even before graduation, she began studying village management with Bai Xing. For this, Wan Ningyue was furious. It wasn't that she was angry at Bai Xing for choosing Lu Xiaoqiao, but that Nguyen Yang had to wait until she reached adulthood before awakening her abilities. Wan Ningyue chose to join the guards and become a warrior, protecting the village, killing zombies, and rescuing the surviving women. Nguyen Yang's feelings for Wan Ningyue were complex, as the child's behavior became increasingly deviant as she grew older, so Nguyen Yang was afraid to let her take any risks early. Wan Ningyue was a good student, personally tutored by Wen Yinru, but when it came to medicine, she was a living demon. Zhou Ran, the medical student's practical training subject, was troubled by Wan Ningyue because she always had all sorts of strange ideas to test on him. Strangely enough, Wan Ningyue's unique medical skills successfully saved a mutant cow that had a difficult birth, giving the village 4 cows. Wan Ningyue was also very daring. The mutant fox's hind legs had been crushed by a rock, leaving it numb and unable to feel anything. Several doctors had declared it hopeless and required amputation, but she managed to heal the fox. Although lame, the fox's legs were saved, and its ability to walk was not greatly affected. Such a person is particularly accomplished in martial arts. Wan Ningyue's skills are a fusion of the best of many schools. As the village chief's sister, everyone on the guard team taught her martial arts. She is incredibly talented, combining the strengths of various martial arts to create her own unique form, the Moon Fist. Nguyen Yang first saw Wan Ningyue demonstrate the moon fist during the guard team assessment. Gu Xiaoyu was using free strike techniques, and Wan Ningyue attacked her vulnerable lower body, switching between grappling techniques and martial arts at will, like the moon, its various shapes and uncertain brightness. Nguyen Yang still remembers Wei Mingyi's frivolous smile. It was the first time in a long time that he's seen Wei Mingyi so fond of someone other than his own sister. Chapter 714. Upon returning home, Nguyen Yang had just opened the gate when, with a bang, several ribbons and gold flakes fluttered down from the sky, landing on his head and shoulders. Happy birthday, my wife Mimi. May you always be 18, and as beautiful as a flower. There was a group of people across the street, but Nguyen Yang's eyes were focused solely on Wan Ningyan, who wished him a happy birthday. It turned out the person he'd been thinking about hadn't forgotten his birthday. Here, put on your birthday hat. Wan Ningyan fastened the paper hat and put it on Nguyen Yang. You're so cute. Have you missed me in a few days? Nguyen Yang suppressed the urge to hug her and nodded. Yeah, I do. You're so cold. Are you mad that I didn't wish you a happy birthday in the early hours of the morning? No. Nguyen Yang looked away awkwardly. You work hard out there. You shouldn't stay up late. Come on, kid, why are you always teasing Xiaoyang? Mother One couldn't stand it anymore and told Nguyen Yang the truth. Yin Yin was supposed to go to Province G, but because she was worried she wouldn't be back for your birthday, she sent someone else and rushed back overnight. She even caught two. Where's the bucket of crayfish? Huh? Nguyen Yang looked at Wan Ningyan in surprise, only then noticing the faint dark circles under her eyes. You didn't sleep all night, did you? It's okay. I slept for a while when we got to the woods, and then I started catching lobsters at dawn. I rushed and finally made it back. Why catch lobsters? Can't you just go home? Don't you love them? I caught them especially for you. Mom, don't cook today. Let my brother do it. Lobsters are a little tricky to handle, so don't hurt your hands. Wan Ningyan, unconcerned about her all-nighter, began making arrangements. They were going to prepare a sumptuous birthday banquet that evening. Wan Ningfeng would be the chef, with Liang Zi and Xiaolang helping with the ingredients. Wan Ningyue calculated the current trade situation. Tomorrow, Wan Ningyan would report to the office. She would keep her share of the profits, and the rest would be verified by the village and distributed to the corresponding villagers. Wan Ningyan had enjoyed this kind of intellectual work for the past 2 years, but when she saw Nguyen Yang pushing village affairs to Wen Yinru, she became lazy and handed the job to Wan Ningyue, giving her a small tip, of course. Lunch was all Wan Ningfeng's specialties, and the family began to eat after Wen Yinru returned. With her little pinky powder protecting her, Wen Yinru not only didn't feel the heat in the summer, but also didn't get tanned. Wan Ningyan was envious. After all, after the training camp, she had meticulously taken care of her skin for over a month to achieve a fair complexion. Sister-in-law, my birthday is in 2 days. Can I awaken my superpowers? Nguyen Yang immediately took out a random superpower pill and said, Here, your birthday present. Leave it with Nian Nian for now. I know you're impatient. Once you turn 18, you can come to Nian Nian and get it. Nguyen Yang then reminded Wen Yinru to take good care of Wan Ningyue and prevent her from burning herself out. Wen Yinru seemed a little off today. After accepting the superpower pill, she nodded and continued to eat, her head slightly distracted. Compared to the other juniors, Wan Ningyue was approaching adulthood, her face etched with joy. Her proportionately grown face had shed some of its childishness, revealing her as a vibrant young woman. Liang Zi and Xiao Lang were also doing fine. They had grown taller and stronger, but they were two extremes. One extremely serious, diligent, and hard-working, the other extremely, a love of food. Yes, this little wolf has loved to eat since she was a child. Now she was eating with her mouth, her eyes rolling around, and she started asking Wan Ningfeng when she would have cake to eat. Cake is for dinner, not lunch. Wan Ningfeng asked innocently, grinning, little wolf, do you want some cake? I have some leftover ingredients. How about I make you some leftovers later? Yeah. Brother Xiaofeng is the best. Ahem, Wan Ningyan coughed. Who's the best? Answer me right. Little wolf immediately flashed a brilliant smile at Wan Ningyan. Master is the best in the world. I love him the most. That's more like it. How childish. Nguyen Yang grumbled silently, not realizing her face was plastered with a smile. Seeing this, Mother One smiled with relief. Yin Yin is the best. Xiao Yang is so happy the moment she got home. This morning, when we were eating the longevity noodles, she looked so unhappy. No way. Nguyen Yang denied it, but the blush on her face betrayed her. Wan Ningyan leaned close to her ear, grinning, yeah, no, I believe it. Nguyen Yang couldn't do anything in front of her family. After dinner, she returned to her room and locked the door when she immediately hugged her tightly, demanding a coquettish question. You actually laughed at me during dinner. You're such a bad sister. Did you? I don't remember. Then why didn't you tell me? You've been working up all night to get back home, so saying happy birthday in the wee hours wouldn't take up much of your time, right? Oh well. I did it on purpose, Wan Ningyan said, kissing Nguyen Yang's ear. If I make you mad, will you try to sleep with me? Smelly Mimi, you haven't touched me in over half a month. Are you tired of me? Nguyen Yang took a moment to absorb Wan Ningyan's mischievousness, then took a deep breath and peeled herself off him. Wife, why are you blaming me? Half a month ago, you took Little Wolf and Little Z to the river to fish. We played all day and caught a cold. I couldn't take advantage of your weakness and do that to you. Then you got your period, when you were at your most vulnerable. I couldn't bully you, could I? And then you went into trading. It's been only a short half month. How can you say I'm tired of you? My back isn't good, I can't carry such a heavy burden. Ha ha ha. The more Nguyen Yang spoke, the more Wan Ningyan laughed. She slipped her arms around Wan Yang's neck again, closing the distance between them. You? Stop it. You've been up all night, it's not time for that. Oh. Why is your breathing so irregular? It's so heavy and rapid. I heard it all. Aren't you afraid of suffocating yourself? Nguyen Yang turned her head away, pulling the person clinging to her away, and advised, Honey, you should get some sleep. Don't exhaust yourself. You're blushing. Are you thinking about something inappropriate? Honey, be obedient. Otherwise, it'd be so uncomfortable if you get sick. There are so many doctors in the village, and they can't cure me. Nguyen Yang was pressed harder and harder, and finally fell onto the bed. The enchanting woman sat astride her lap, her smile wicked and seductive. We've been married for so many years. Why are you still acting so serious? It's like I'm forcing you to do this. Isn't it? They say you're not in shape right now. The words were stuck in his throat by Wan Ningyan. She was a skilled kisser, and after just a few licks, Nguyen Yang's self-control completely collapsed. Wan Ningyan was indeed tired, having fallen asleep after just one kiss. But Nguyen Yang was full of energy, kissing her vigorously several times before carrying her to wash up. After finishing everything, Nguyen Yang felt refreshed and planned to go to the hospital to buy some Thai Chinese medicine for Wan Ningyan. Yin Yin? Nguyen Yang saw Wen Yinru, a bit surprised. Why are you sitting in the sun in the middle of the day? Even with a mutant, you can't be exposed like this. Look at Xiofan, her buds are all wilted. Wen Yinru came to her senses, and quickly stood up. I know. I go to work. Wait. Doesn't work start at 2 p.m.? Why are you going out so early? Go back to your room and take a nap. Wen Yinru looked at her and Wan Ningyu's room, a hint of fear on her face. She hesitantly made excuses, refusing to go back. Nguyen Yang sensed something was wrong, but Wen Yinru and Wan Ningyu had always had a good relationship. Even when they had mentioned living separately over the years, it never came to fruition. It was probably just a sisterly quarrel. Okay, why are you so nervous? If you don't want to sleep, go to the office. It's air-conditioned there, and it's more comfortable than staying out in the sun. Okay, got it. Watch where you walk, and don't be distracted. I won't say much more. You should understand. Yue is still young, and her words may be blunt, so don't take them to heart. Let's go. I need to go out, so let's go together. When Yinru hesitated, then finally responded and followed Nguyen Yang. Chapter 715. Nguyen Yang, feeling elated, went to the hospital to get some medicine. Grandpa Kong had packed it for her. Grandpa Kong had quit his job as a school teacher due to poor health, but Grandma Yuan was still healthy and active at the school. You don't have to drink this every day. Just drink one bowl today, refrigerate the rest, and drink another bowl tomorrow. That's enough. If you stay up late, and feel a little weak or exhausted, you can drink it once a week. Grandpa Kong explained as carefully as possible, steering his wheelchair to hand Nguyen Yang the 3-pack packets. Nguyen Yang paid, and chatted for a few minutes before he heard someone coming down the stairs. It was Kai Yuanyu. Grandpa, I'm going to school. Kai Yuanyu greeted Nguyen Yang and saw him. His previously bouncing behavior immediately subsided. He trotted over to Nguyen Yang and respectfully called out, Hello, village chief. Hello, going to school so early? Well, Sister Yue said, she arrives at school half an hour early every day to study. I want to be as good as Sister Yue, so I'm going to school early too. Great. Be careful on the road. Okay, goodbye, village chief. Bye, Grandpa. Kai Yuanyu said goodbye politely. Nguyen Yang watched her back, feeling a surge of emotion. This girl had always been thin due to malnutrition as a child, and she hadn't grown very tall, which had been very worrying for the whole family. Later, Kai Xiaoli took Xiaoyu to exercise, and worked hard on outsourcing to earn money to buy nutritional supplements for her. Her hard work paid off, and Xiaoyu finally grew to 1.6 meters tall. Kai Xiaoli finally felt at ease, and she hadn't worked as hard as before in the past year. Nguyen Yang didn't stay long. After saying goodbye to Grandpa Kong, she walked slowly home, encountering Zhao Yunjia on the way. This child has an unreliable mother. She's been mature and independent since she was a child, and she's become a skilled worker. Even though she's still in school, she uses her free time to raise 2 cubic meters of mutant crayfish. Nguyen Yang was shocked when she found out about this 2 years ago. Normally, children in the village would farm to supplement their family income, but she chose to raise crayfish. But Zhao Yunjia had a clear mindset. Village chief, while farming is a sure win, it's hard work to care for the fields. You have to go every day and take care of them. Missing even one day could affect the harvest. Raising crayfish is different. Just dig a small pond, check for sickness, and feed them daily. Even if I'm busy, a day of starvation won't be a big deal. Besides, selling crayfish in the village or trading them yield higher returns than farming. Even if we can't sell them all, we can still eat them ourselves. They're seafood after all. Well, why don't you ask your mother to help? Isn't it too much work to do it all yourself? Nguyen Yang still remembers Zhao Yunjia's expression at that moment. First distressed, then confused, and finally a sigh of relief. My mom doesn't do any housework. If she comes to help, my lobsters might die. It's better for me to do it myself, and she can just focus on being a teacher and supporting the family. Just as Zhao Yunjia had said, the Zhao family had been supported by Zhao Sivan as a teacher for the past few years. In terms of art and aesthetics, Zhao Sivan is undisputedly the village's best. She oversees the village bulletin boards, blackboards, and New Year's decorations. Last year, she was even hired by a clothing factory to design them. As for everything else, Zhao Yunjia handles everything from cleaning the house to washing and cooking. Combined with their crayfish farming business, the Zhao family is one of more than a dozen families who have moved into new homes. Many villagers envy Zhao Sivan for having such a capable daughter. Hello, village chief. Hello, Nguyen Yang said, as he straightened Zhao Yunjia's straw hat. Did you just get some groceries? Yes, I have to make them before school, otherwise my mom won't have anything to eat when she gets home from work. Aren't there a lot of instant foods in the store? If you're busy with school, let your mom have some instant noodles to fill you up. Otherwise, we can eat in the cafeteria. Zhao Yunjia shook her head helplessly. My mom's picky about food. She only loves my cooking. There's nothing I can do about it. Then get back to work. Okay, bye, village chief. Back home, Nguyen Yang went to his back kitchen. Although his cooking hadn't been particularly good over the years, he had learned the basics, and making herbal remedies was no problem. Nguyen Yang was very careful when preparing the medicine for his wife, controlling the heat, and adding a little rock sugar to prevent it from being too bitter for her to drink. Bang! Nguyen Yang heard a noise outside, followed by the sound of someone ripping at the door. He was used to this. It was Lucky returning from his escapades. Roar! With a low growl, Lucky, a powerful beast, entered the kitchen, knocking over a number of items. Then, with its front paws resting on Nguyen Yang's shoulders, it began to act coquettishly. Your mouth stinks. What did you eat? Luck, unable to speak, licked Nguyen Yang in response. This disgusted Nguyen Yang, and she bought Lucky a large, system-made ham for cleaning teeth. Get out now! The small kitchen is too small for a tiger like you. Luck got what it wanted and immediately left, clutching the ham. It had become a fully grown mutant tiger, enormous enough to shatter a boulder with a single slap. The ferocious tiger was generally good-natured. Its daily pleasures included wandering the surrounding villages or bathing in the river. In winter, it would happily roll in the snow. Sometimes, it would serve as Wan Ningyue's mount, having slain several zombies. The seemingly gentle tiger was actually quite cunning. After begging for food from its owner, Wan Ningyue, it would often ask Nguyen Yang, Wan Ningyan, and Wen Yanru for more, then lie on the floor and happily devour any treats it received. It also shed quite a bit, requiring Wen Yanru to vacuum its fur daily. Even so, she still doted on Wan Ningyue, and didn't send Qingyun out to sleep. Nguyen Yang sometimes truly admired the two children's endurance. After Sanhua's cubs were completely weaned, the Sanhua family was moved outside, and not allowed inside. Those were just kittens, yet Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan couldn't stand the shedding. It was unimaginable how the children managed to endure it. Thinking of the two children, Nuan Yang couldn't help but wonder what had happened to them. After all, they rarely argued. Nuan Yang learned what had happened 2 days later, on Wan Ningyue's 18th birthday. That morning, the whole family celebrated Wan Ningyue's awakening of her level 6 lightning ability. Wen Yanru, too, had no issues. However, at noon, something unexpected happened that caught Nuan Yang off guard. After lunch, Wan Ningyue said she and Wen Yanru were going to visit her friends and invited them to dinner at her house that evening. Everyone ignored her, urging them to come back early to avoid sunburn. At the time, Wan Yang was inside discussing the upcoming days with Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyan was going to Sanyang Mountain to do some business and deliver a space refrigerator to Bayamo. Bayamo, ever since he got one 2 years ago, has been constantly pestering me to buy another. Nuan Yang couldn't help but hold his head in his hands. I didn't expect him to see my argument failing, so he turned to you. Why did you agree? Because Bai Xing, think about it. Bayamo is her brother. He just needed a space refrigerator. She could have sold one to him on her own, but she didn't. Do you know what that means? What does it mean? Wan Ningyan tapped Wan Yang's chest. It means Bai Xing prioritizes the interests of the village above all else. She's so selfless. Selling her a refrigerator is just a way of thanking Secretary Bai for all his hard work over the years. Yeah, well. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door brought Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan's casual chat to a halt. They exchanged helpless glances, and before they could get out of bed to open the door, they heard Wan's mother's trembling voice. Xiao Yang, Yin Yin, open the door quickly. Something's happened. The wife and husband hurriedly dressed and opened the door. Wan's mother's eyes were red. Mom, what's wrong? What's going on? It's Yuer. Where? Didn't Yuer and Yin Yin go out together? Nothing could possibly happen in the village, right? It seems Yuer is with Yin Yin. Hai Tang saw them kissing. Nuan Yang's mind went blank for a moment. In her mind, Wen Yanru and Wan Ningyue were just good sisters. How could they suddenly be together? This shock was no less than finding out last year that Qi Muge seemed to like Qin Yun. Chapter 716. After Nuan Yang calmed down, he felt that Wen Yanru and Wan Ningyue's suspected romance was quite positive. Firstly, he felt that it was natural for people who spent so much time together, even if they weren't related by blood, to fall in love with each other. Secondly, he felt that Wen Yanru was reliable, steady, hard-working, responsible, patient, gentle, and considerate. Wan Ningyue, while somewhat competitive and impulsive, felt relieved to have Wen Yanru looking after her. That's true, but when I think of Haitang's worries, I get scared. Mother Wan rubbed her chest as she spoke. Yuer is so pitiful. She's been without a mother since she was little, with an abusive father, and she's faced all those scumbags. We finally brought her into our family, and we finally raised her healthy and skinny little self. If Yin Yin bullied her constantly, how could I bear it? Mother Wan's words were rather cryptic, and Wan Yang and Wan Ningyan didn't understand at first. Later, they learned that Shen Haitang suspected Wen Yanru of pedophilia and had assaulted Yuer years earlier, and she had just happened to see them today. Nuan Yang, although I think it's impossible, since it concerns Yuer, shouldn't we get to the bottom of it? Nuan Yang thought for a moment, and agreed with Wan Ningyan's thoughts. Mom, don't be sad yet. We all know Nian Yin's character. She doesn't seem like the type to do something like this. Take care of yourself. Nuan Yang said, as she helped Mother Wan up. She and Wan Ningyan led the others to the front yard. She quietly instructed Wan Ningfeng to call Wen Yanru and Wan Ningyue home and bring a healing doctor. She was worried that Mother Wan might get too anxious and cause an accident. In the front yard, Father Wan stood silently, leaning against a pillar. Chen Haitang stood nearby, his expression serious. Upon seeing Nuan Yang, he greeted her and eagerly got back to the point. Village Chief, Celia may have been deceived by Wen Yanru for a long time. You can't just ignore her. Got it, Haitang. It's hot outside. Let's go inside and talk. Dad, you come in too. Everyone kept silent, but their actions remained obedient. They slowly entered the house. Wan Ningyan closed the door and turned down the air conditioner by 2 degrees. Haitang, tell me what happened again, so we can understand the situation. Well, I was supposed to be off today, but Sister Lu had something to do, so she took a half-day shift. As I was getting ready to go home at noon, I saw Wen Yanru and Xiaoya arguing. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just wanted Wen Yanru to stop bullying Xiaoya, so I rushed over immediately. And then? Chen Haitang's brows furrowed, a hint of anger etched across his face. Wen Yanru was actually kissing Xiaoya. And she even wrapped her little pinky around her waist, refusing to let her leave. Village chief, I saw it clearly. When Yenru forced Xiaoya. I know she's your designated heir, but she has evil intentions and must be severely punished. Noticing Chen Haitong's agitation, Wan Ningyan poured her a glass of sour plum juice. Drink something to calm your temper. Don't get angry. This matter is still. We haven't investigated thoroughly, so maybe Yue and Yin Yin are attracted to each other. How is that possible? Xiaoya has just reached adulthood and is still naive about matters of love. Even if she truly has feelings, Wen Yenru, as an elder, wouldn't just not guide her properly, but she actually resort to violence against her. I don't understand. I'm even more afraid that Wen Yenru has been seducing and molesting Xiaoya for a long time. Sister Wan, Xiaoya is your sister. Even if she's not your biological child, you should show some concern, not just be indifferent. Chen Haitang. Wan Yang was instantly enraged, slamming the table and standing up. Where is the Wan family's child? We all care deeply about her. Don't make assumptions about others. And I'm warning you, stop saying Yue isn't the Wan family's biological daughter. Wan Ningyue is our Wan family's child. That's a fact that will never change. Chen Haitang was about to speak when the door opened. Wan Ningyan quickly stopped the two men from arguing, then opened the door and called them in. It was Wen Yenru and Wan Ningyue who had returned home. They both looked cheerful. Nuan Yang glanced at them briefly and noticed the diamond pendant around Wan Ningyue's neck. The diamond contained Wen Yenru's grandmother's ashes, and she was shocked. This was Wen Yenru's most precious possession, and she had given it to Wan Ningyue. It was clear that Wen Yenru must have loved Yue very much. Huh? Mom, Dad, why aren't you taking a nap? Sister Haitang? How did you find time to come? Wan Ningyue asked around before noticing that the atmosphere at home was off. Wen Yenru seemed to sense it too, especially the way Chen Haitang looked at her, as if she was about to devour her alive. Even the most insensitive person would have understood. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Why is everyone silent? Mom looks like she's been crying. Nuan Yang was struggling to figure out how to start when Mother once spoke, her tone unusually stern. Xiaoyang, Yin Yin, take Yue to your room and question her thoroughly. Yin Yin, you stay here. After they leave, I have something to ask you. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan immediately understood what Wan's mother meant and took Wan Ningyue to their own room. Wan Ningyue cooperated and, as soon as they entered, asked Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan what had happened. Well, Nuan Yang was a little hesitant to bring up this matter. She was not very vocal, and was afraid of saying something wrong and hurting Yue. After a moment's hesitation, she decided it would be better for Wan Ningyan to speak. Wan Ningyan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She gently squeezed Nuan Yang's hand to reassure her, then pulled Wan Ningyue to sit on the sofa and told Yue what had happened, as if they were having a heart-to-heart talk. So Sister Haitang saw Yin Yin kiss me? Huh? That's not right. You used to call Yin Yin sister, but now you're calling her Yin Yin? So intimate? Wan Ningyue didn't feel embarrassed, but instead beamed with happiness. Yes. I haven't wanted to call her sister for a long time. So, you like Yin Yin? Yes. What about Yin Yin? Does she like you too? Wan Ningyue hesitated, lowering her head and biting her lower lip as she thought for a long time before speaking uncertainly. I probably didn't like her before. Every time I confessed my feelings, she rejected me and even said she wanted to sleep in a separate room from me. Huh? You confessed your feelings to Yin Yin before? Yes, but Yin Yin always said I was young, that I didn't like her, but rather that I had sisterly feelings for her, and she rejected me again and again. Wan Yang suddenly understood why the two had proposed separate rooms a few years ago. It wasn't a quarrel, it was Yue's confession, and when Yenru was trying to avoid it. But Wan Yang clearly remembered that even though she had suggested separate rooms, it fell through within a few days. So, when Yenru didn't dislike Wan Ningyue, it was just that objective reasons kept her from liking her, or admitting it. Yue, do you really like Yin Yin? Wan Ningyan was a little worried. Although I think Yin Yin is a very good person, are you sure you fell in love with her on your own, and not, well, like some kind of guidance that made you think you liked her? Wan Ningyue nodded confidently. Sister Yin, I'm absolutely sure I like Yin Yin, just like you like your sister-in-law. Okay, I believe you. So tell me, what do you like about Yin Yin? There are so many good things about her. I can't list them all. She's gentle, thoughtful, beautiful, and adorable. She's very patient with me. Even when I don't understand something when she explains something, she never gets angry. Unlike Shuzi, who always yells at little Wolf's sister. Wan Ningyue, picking at her fingers, recounted all the good things Wen Yinru had done for her. For over 10 minutes, the more Nuan Yang listened, the more she felt that Yuer's love for Yin Yin was inevitable. Wan Ningyue's greatest pain stems from her family, and the experiences she faced in the business world. For so many years, none of the Wan family members had truly understood her heart or her deepest pain, only Wen Yinru had. Nuan Yang finally understood why Yuer's personality had become increasingly lively and cheerful. It was Wen Yinru's careful care for her emotions and gentle guidance that had helped her grow into a confident and courageous person. For someone who had grown up with her and healed all her pain, it was hard not to be moved, not just for Yuer, but for Nuan Yang herself. Chapter 717. The interrogation of Wan Ningyue lasted nearly half an hour. After some investigation, it was determined that Wen Yinru was not a pedophile. In fact, the two had confirmed their relationship today, Wan Ningyue's 18th birthday. Nuan Yang couldn't help but feel that Wen Yinru was rigid. She wouldn't agree until Yuer reached adulthood, otherwise she wouldn't cross the line. While she was mocking others, Nuan Yang completely forgot her own conservative attitude of no intimate behavior without seeing her mother and father. Wan Ningyan quietly communicated with Nuan Yang via social media. Both agreed that there was nothing suspicious about their relationship. However, before concluding the conversation, Wan Ningyan asked another question. What do you think of Chen Haitang? Sister Haitang? Yes, what do you think of her? She's very good. She takes good care of me, and often brings me delicious and fun things. When I first started practicing martial arts, Sister Haitang even taught me a lot of tricks. Really? Wan Ningyan smiled gently and coaxed, so Yuer, who do you think is better, Nian Yin or Haitang? Yin Yin. You didn't hesitate? Wan Ningyue asked suspiciously. Why would you hesitate? I like Nian Yin. No matter who I put her against, I choose her. Except family. Wan Ningyue cleverly excluded family. Wan Ningyan pretended not to succeed, and sighed regretfully. Okay, you're a fool, but I'm curious. Haitang treats you well too. Why didn't you fall in love with Haitang? Wan Ningyue didn't expect Wan Ningyan to ask this question. She paused for a moment before she began to think, and soon came up with the answer. Although Sister Haitang is a very nice person, she rarely spends time with me. Back in the dormitory at Sanyang Mountain Base, every day when I open my eyes, she would either leave or be preparing to go out. Later, we lived in the village. Even though we were neighbors, she didn't visit me often. Even when the guards were on leave, she only came to bring me food and other necessities. I don't like lovers like that. They're always busy, seemingly working hard for me, satisfying many of my material needs, but never giving me enough time to spend with me. Yin Yin is different. Although she works hard at everything she does, no matter how busy she is, she always makes time for me. She won't brush me off just because my preferences seem childish. Sister Yin, that's my answer. Without Yin Yin, I wouldn't like Sister Haitang, and with Yin Yin right beside me, it's even more impossible for me to like her. Wan Ningyue's answer impressed Nuan Yang. She suddenly realized that the child had not only grown up, but also matured a lot. She couldn't treat her like a child anymore. At least when it came to relationships, Wan Ningyue was much more stable now than when Nuan Yang was just beginning to fall in love. Okay, enough questions, Nuan Yang concluded. Let's go find Mom. She must be worried. Okay, let's go. The wife and her husband were quite relaxed, but Wan Ningyue was different. She quickly grabbed their hands. Sister-in-law, Mom seems upset. Doesn't she want me and Yin Yin to be together? No, she just thinks you're still young and is afraid you've been tricked. Wan Ningyue thought for a moment, then suddenly realized. No wonder Sister Yin keeps asking me if Yin Yin has guided me. Sister, I apologize for trying to trick you, but we're truly worried about you, which is why we resorted to this desperate measure. I hope you can understand. Yes, I know, sister, and your wife are all doing this for my own good. It would be better if you would just stop lying to me. Huh? Wan Ningyan was confused. When did I ever lie to you? Wan Ningyue shook her head helplessly. Sister Yin, have you forgotten when Mom twisted your ear and scolded you? Wan Ningyan suddenly recalled a bad memory and grabbed Yuer's neck. You little brat, you still hold a grudge. It happened so long ago, I'd long forgotten. Sister, you have no moral principles. You always resort to violence when you can't win an argument. Nuan Yang watched the two bickering from the sidelines, feeling happy, thinking this little incident was over. However, he didn't expect the other side to be as smooth as they were, and instead, it became a very unpleasant situation. Before they even approached the house, they could already hear the quarrel from inside. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan exchanged glances, and immediately hurried over. Wan Ningfeng and Kai Xiaoli were sitting on a stone bench outside the door, not daring to enter. Seeing Nuanyang and the others approach, he quickly gestured and mouthed a warning. Sister-in-law, it's so loud in there. I know. Don't go in there. Take good care of Aunt Kai. After giving her instructions, Nuanyang pushed open the door and saw Wen Yinru kneeling on the ground, crying and apologizing to Mother Wan. Mother Wan squatted beside her, her eyes red, trying to pull her up. Chen Haitang stood by, indignant, constantly accusing Wen Yinru of being a jerk and having feelings for a minor. Father Wan remained silent, sitting dejectedly beside them. Yin. Before Nuanyang could even speak, Wan Ningyue ran over to Wen Yinru, knelt down, and hugged her shoulders tightly. Mom, I was the one who fell in love with Nianu first, and I was the one who confessed my feelings. It has nothing to do with Nianu. Don't be angry with Nianu. Nianu respects you the most in her heart. If you want to hit or scold me, come at me. I'm not afraid of pain. Wan Ningyue said this, then added guiltily also. A little bit afraid of the pain. Why really? Wan Ningyan couldn't bear to watch this, so she went over and helped Wan's mother to her feet. Nuanyang, let me explain to Mom. You go explain to Dad. And you, quickly help your sweetheart Nian to her feet. Stop crying. There are people outside. If you cry so loudly, they think something's happened to our family. The room immediately fell silent as Wan Ningyan, the eldest sister, asserted her authority. Wen Yinru dared not cry out loud, and Wan Ningyue helped her to the farthest chair. She seemed numb from kneeling, and walked with a limp. Wan's mother was dragged into the inner room by Wan Ningyan to explain. Nuanyang then called Chen Haitang and sat next to Wan's father. They explained the situation, concealing some things Wan Ningyue didn't want her parents to know. During this time, Nuanyang finally understood why Wen Yinru was so tearful. It turned out that Wan Ningyue had kissed her once before, when she was still a minor. When Wan's mother questioned her, she confessed honestly. Wen Yinru was good in every way except for her honesty. She answered whatever was asked, but she didn't elaborate, simply saying she had intimate relations with the underage viewer. Chen Haitang and Wan's mother mistakenly thought she was a pedophile, which led to the commotion. Wan's father breathed a sigh of relief, his relief palpable. Xiaolong, Dad believes you. That's great. My heart was pounding just now, so I was so worried Yuer would be hurt, and I was also terrified what would happen if Nian really was that kind of person. It's been 6 years, and we already developed feelings for each other. How could I just end it so easily? Dad, I understand. Nuanyang smiled, standing up and giving him a shoulder massage. Luckily, it was just a misunderstanding. Village Chief, is this really a misunderstanding? Chen Haitang still didn't quite believe it. Nuanyang knew nothing she could say would help, so he told her to ask Wan Ningyue herself. The result was obvious. Chen Haitang stood in a daze in front of Wan Ningyue for a long time. Only when she saw Wan Ningyan and Wan's mother return did she come to her senses and immediately said goodbye. She left in a hurry, even her back looked a little flustered. Why is Haitang leaving in such a hurry? Mom, Haitang is a member of the security team. She might be on duty. Wan Ningyan smiled and pulled Wan's mother over to Wen Yinru. Come on, Mom, take a look. You're getting another wonderful daughter-in-law. Are you happy? Wan's mother and Wen Yinru were a little awkward when they met, but thanks to Wan Ningyan's presence, they soon reconciled and even talked about the wedding. Ahem. Nuanyang interrupted with a cough. Well, Yuer just came of age, and we only just confirmed our relationship. Isn't it a little early to be talking about a wedding? It's a bit early. Mother Wan thought for a moment and tentatively asked, how about getting engaged first? We probably can't keep it a secret, so we can get our relationship confirmed sooner rather than later to prevent rumors. Wan Ningyue immediately agreed. Sure, Mom. Actually, getting married sooner wouldn't be a problem. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. You're so impatient. Everyone was happily discussing the matter. Wen Yinru, who had stopped crying, was now blushing and extremely shy. Wan Ningyan noticed her shyness and deliberately kept asking for her opinion. Wen Yinru's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, or she nodded softly, her ears red and almost bleeding. Chapter 7:18. The love affair seemed to be over in the Wan family, but it sent shockwaves through the village. Wan Ningyue skipped school for the first time, and Wen Yinru even finished her internship early and hurried home. Nuanyang's nap was cut short again. With his messy hair, he lazily inquired, what kind of gossip is this? Nian and Yuer are childhood sweethearts, and they announced their upcoming engagement at their birthday party tonight. Even if the villagers spread rumors, they'd be proven wrong by the evening. And why are they both leaving early? Xiaoyang, you don't know how ridiculous that rumor is? Mother One began to recount the gossip she had just heard from the market. They say Yue and Haitang were childhood sweethearts, and Yue was her true love, but Nian Nian, who just showed up, stole her love. They say Nian Nian even kissed Haitang in front of her to irritate her. Huh? Wan Ningyan's sleepiness was instantly gone. No, how did it get spread like this in just a short while? How? Who else could it be? Mother One sighed heavily, speechless and disgusted. Wan Ningfeng, what a fool. How could I have given birth to such a clueless son? Today, several families went to the hospital for checkups. There were so many people watching, and he rushed over, yelling for a doctor. Everyone knew something was wrong with our family. Later, a few people who had just finished their checkups came to our house to watch. He saw people eavesdropping at the door, but he didn't even bother to come in and warn them. Now this rumor has spread. I explained it to them, but they just didn't believe it. Mother One sighed. What should I do? Nian Nian and Yue are so embarrassed they're hiding in their rooms. Oh, it's all my fault for not asking clearly. I thought Nian Nian. Mom, stop worrying. Yue would love for everyone in the village to know that Nian Nian is her girlfriend. How could she be shy? I don't believe it. I think she's just looking for an excuse to skip school, and Nian Nian was forced to come back to accompany her. Yin Yin, you're her older sister. Why do you always think the worst of your sister? Yue is so well behaved, always arriving for self-study half an hour early. How could she skip school? Nian Nian is even more impossible. She's the most trustworthy child, but also the most shameless. How could she do something so reckless with Yue? Wan Ningyan smiled, her smile narrowed, and she asked, Mom, are you sure Yue is well behaved? And are you sure Nian Nian wouldn't do anything out of line? Mother One hesitated, swallowing the words back. She pursed her lips, thinking for a long moment, then stood up reluctantly. The children have grown up, and as a mother, I can't fathom their thoughts. If you two have time, go check on them for me. Just make sure they're alright. If they're not, offer some comfort. Especially you, Xiaoang. Huh? Nuanyang was suddenly called out, and looked up in confusion, only to hear Mother One muttering as she walked out. You're experienced in dealing with rumors. Give your sister some advice. It's just some gossip. Just explain it clearly at the dinner. Why are you hiding away? Aren't you afraid of getting bored? Nuanyang, so frustrating. I, the victim of a rumor, actually have some use. After a quick wash and a change of clothes, Nuanyang heard Wan Ningfeng's voice from outside. Boss's wife, Sister Zhao Rou is here. She needs to see you. Hey, Zhao Rou and the others are back. Wan Ningyan put down her sunscreen and pulled Nuanyang back in. You're not wearing sunscreen. Too much UV exposure will accelerate aging. I'm just anxious to see Zhao Rou. You know her. If she comes here on her own initiative, it must be something important. How big could it be? It would take you 2 or 3 minutes. Wan Yang couldn't persuade Wan Ningyan, so he obediently let her apply sunscreen. Only after she nodded and said it was all right did Wan Yang hurried out. Zhao Rou was waiting in the reception room. Seeing Wan Yang, she immediately stood up and said, Village Chief, I'm sorry to interrupt your lunch break. No problem. But you, I heard you just got back from Province G. Why don't you rest first? I have something to report. It's not too late to rest after I'm done. Then sit down and talk. After asking Zhao Rou to sit down, Wan Yang brought her a bottle of iced plum juice and began to listen to her report. Province G, located in the southernmost part of Country Z, has high temperatures year-round, making it ideal for growing fruit. In his second year in the village, Wan Yang led a team of guards to explore Province G. They stumbled upon an orchard filled with mutant fruit trees. It was the fruit from these mutant trees that sustained the orchard's 6 female survivors. The village and the orchard later established a trade partnership, ensuring a guaranteed fruit supply. However, due to its remote location, Wan Ningyan, in order to make it to Wan Yang's birthday, sent Zhao Rou and the others to conduct the trade. The orchard has had a bumper harvest this year and plans to expand. They'd like to trade with us for some tools and weapons. Okay, you decide. You're more knowledgeable about weapons than I am. As for the tools, let Yishu's father order them. We just go to the warehouse for approval and pick them up when the time comes. Okay. After the conversation, Zhao Rou didn't rush to leave. Wan Yang knew she had more to say, so he patiently waited, sipping water. The strawberries in the orchard are ripe. We bought a lot this time. I remember Miss Wan likes them. The village chief can go to the store later to buy some. Okay, I see. The orchard has pre-ordered 2 mutant sheep. I hope to bring them to them next month. Okay. After the approval process, the office will notify Kim Ujej to slaughter the sheep in advance. Zhao Ro kept talking about trivial matters one after another, until she ran out of things to say. She sat there, lost in thought. Nguyen Yang, usually silent, watched the show, but deliberately asked, anything else? If not, go back and rest. This made Zhao Ro unable to sit still. She stood up and said, Village Chief, there's something else. I want to buy a house. Ah? That's it? There are so many people buying new houses in the village. Do you have to keep quiet for so long? I don't think it's a big deal. Not just buying a house, I plan to live with Su-won. Su-won. Wan Ningyan's exclamation came from behind the door. The next second, she rushed out, excitedly asking Zhao Ro if she and Su-won were getting married. No. We just think it's more convenient to live together. Miss Wan, please don't talk nonsense. Su-won and I are just friends. Friends? You're almost a family, and you're still just friends? Wan Ningyan's surprise was something Nguyen Yang didn't understand. It was true that the villagers' relationships had grown closer in recent years, but to become close enough to live in the same house and become a family, they either had to be relatives or married. Apart from the native residents of Shushio village, there were no other friends like Zhao Ro who lived together. We've been thinking about this for a year. My mother is getting older, and I'm constantly busy with trade and training, so I can't take good care of her. Su-won said she could help me take care of her daughter. Her daughter is grown up and doesn't need her to worry too much. All I need is for me to take care of Yuting more often. I thought about it for a long time. I'm too busy, and the family really needs help. If Su-won is willing, it would be a relief for me. Besides, Yuting wants to be the team doctor. I can teach her grappling techniques. Once her powers awaken, I can take care of her on the initial missions. Su-won will feel more at ease. I'd be there. I could also repay her for taking care of my mother. Zhao Ro explained it clearly, but Nguyen Yang was still curious. Was Zhao Ro really not even slightly attracted to Su-won? Or if Su-won liked Zhao Ro, couldn't Zhao Ro be gay for her? Village Chief, Miss Wan, stop joking like that. I just want my mother to live the rest of her life in peace. Su-won. I don't dare to dream. Being able to spend the rest of our lives together is already a blessing. At this point, Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan couldn't continue to encourage Zhao Ro. So they displayed the blueprints and let Zhao Ro choose. Once Zhao Ro paid the bill at the office, Nguyen Yang would help her renovate the house. After that, they would register the house at the office. Zhao Ro and Su-won's families would then become one household, becoming one family according to village regulations. Chapter 719. Zhao Ro was quite quick. After purchasing the blueprints, she headed straight to the office to pay. In the 6 years since she served as deputy captain of the guard team, and the village's only combat-capable healing psychic, Zhao Ro had already accumulated a considerable sum of money. Combined with Su-won's savings, a small farmhouse was a no-brainer. So that afternoon, construction began on Zhao Ro and Su-won's new house. Nguyen Yang watched the 5-hour countdown begin, and couldn't help but wonder, why buy a small farmyard? It's 300 square meters, but it only takes up half the land. It would be better to buy a small villa. Su-won asked me to. She said my mother is old, and living in an apartment building is inconvenient and unsafe. A bungalow is better. As for this large yard, she specifically asked me to build a chicken coop and a trellis. I can raise chickens and grow grapes later. Raise chickens and grow grapes? Nguyen Yang was skeptical. You've been working so hard on the trade these past few years. How can you have time for this? Sister Su-won is also very busy. The story shifts, and the 3 of us take turns. It's easy, but she also works part-time as the village cashier. I've seen it happen. Every month at the end of the month, they pull a little overtime all night to do the accounting. And then, there's the year-end reconciliation, accounting, and calculating profit and dividends 2 weeks in advance. They can't get through it without 3 or 4 cups of coffee, and then taking care of a yard full of plants and animals would be exhausting. Yachting is even more out of the question. She's the busiest at this stage, juggling school, training, and an internship at the hospital. How could she have the energy? Well, we're all busy, so my mom does it. Huh? Doesn't your mom run a snack stand in the cafeteria? She also makes cakes and sells them. Isn't it too tiring to keep them all together? I already agreed with her that we stop working after this year, and just enjoy our retirement at home. She just need to clean, feed the chickens, and water the grapevines. It's important to keep her occupied. Otherwise, she'd be too bored and feel useless and a burden to us. Our burden. Wang Yang noticed the Wei and Zhao Rou's words, and guessed she was referring to her, and Su Wan. He couldn't help but feel anxious for her. They already assumed they were together, yet she hadn't even bothered to confirm their relationship with Su Wan. How naive. After saying goodbye to Zhao Rou, Wang Yang didn't go home directly. Instead, he went to the store to buy strawberries. The store was empty that afternoon. Only Su Wan was sitting at the cashier. She was reading an entirely English novel. Seeing Wang Yang arrive, she bookmarked it and put the novel aside. The village chief is here. We got a new batch of fruit today. It's in the refrigerator on the far left. Would you like to buy some? I'm here for strawberries, Wang Yang replied with a smile, pretending to be casual. Zhao Rou asked me today about building a 300 square meter small farmyard. Did Sister Wan know about this? I know. She asked me about it before she went to pay the fees. Su Wan, a happy smile on her face, chatted with Wang Yang. The content of her conversation was similar to what Zhao Rou had said, but Wang Yang could clearly sense that Su Wan's feelings towards Zhao Rou were not just about friendship. Sister Wan, Zhao Rou has a sour face, a blunt temper, and is quite rigid. I'm impressed you managed to spend the rest of your life with her. Village chief, you're wrong. Zhao Rou is a very good person. She's down to earth, hardworking, capable, responsible, and willing to endure hardships. She has no bad habits, and is much more reliable than a man. Since she's so reliable, why don't you consider living together? Just register your marriage with Bai Xing. It's easy and inexpensive. Upon hearing this, Su Wan blushed instantly, sitting up straight and not looking at Wang Yang, muttering, Village chief, stop joking. Wang Yang took 2 large baskets of strawberries to the cashier and apologized with a smile. Yes, I was kidding. Sister Wan, please pay quickly. My wife is waiting to eat. Yes. Wang Yang finally understood after this probing. While Zhao Rou and Su Wan hadn't expressed their feelings for each other, they were attracted to each other. There was a thin layer of window paper, just waiting to be broken. Perhaps adult love takes more time. It took 2 slow-moving people 5 years to decide to live together. From confirming their relationship to getting married, it would probably take even longer. It would be better to let them take their time. There's plenty of time anyway. After buying the strawberries, Wang Yang strolled home. The ducks in the river, feeling the heat, took shelter under the stone bridge to cool off. The red pandas were sneaking around, gathering under the fruit trees, trying to steal a bite. Villagers who caught them carried them one by one to the entrance of the vegetable market, where bamboo shoots are readily available year-round, but they preferred the sweet fruit. 2 little dogs had grown into sturdy adults, wearing communication collars. Somehow, they got into play with the foxes, though they were rather mean, imitating their limp. After crossing the stone bridge, Wang Yang stopped by the hospital, intending to dispel the rumors about Wen Yanru and Wan Ningyue, but unexpectedly ran into medical students practicing acupuncture. Zhou Ran's super healing ability gave everyone a chance to practice. She has no sense of pain, so everything from injections and acupuncture to surgery can be performed on her, as long as they avoid touching her head. Today's practical training was bone setting. Uncle Yuan was the instructor, and the children had to insert a fixator through the leg bone and then nail it in place. The equipment was quite impressive, including an electric drill for drilling bones. Wang Yang was accustomed to this. The most miserable state she had seen Zhou Ran in was when Wan Ningyue experimented with acupuncture and electric shocks, combining Chinese and Western medicine. However, the amount of electricity wasn't properly controlled, and Zhou Ran's hair was ripped apart. He had to rest for several days before he could continue as a test subject. Among the interns was Su Yaoting, a beautiful mixed-race girl. She hammered away, her arm muscles fully defined. She had the makings of a soldier, but she picked up a scalpel, hoping to become a team doctor in the future. Wang Yang had a feeling that Su Yaoting's choice was influenced by Zhao Rou. A special forces soldier with healing skills was already legendary in Sanyang Mountain, let alone in a small village. Because of her mother, Su Yaoting had been in constant contact with Zhao Rou and admired her, so choosing a medical career made sense. After watching for a while, Wang Yang hurried home, fearing that her family might be anxiously waiting. As soon as she entered the house, Wan Ningyan pulled her onto the sofa to listen to their gossip. I'm telling you, Wan Ningyue is such a jerk. She's skipping school on purpose. Huh? Did you ask? Yeah. Wan Ningyan lifted her bangs proudly. I caught them kissing right after we walked in. TSK. Where's really ruthless? Nian Yan's neck is covered in strawberries, and there's a big tooth mark on her left cheek. Oh, that's exactly like you. You love to bite people for no reason. Who are you talking about? If you say that, then Wenyenru is just like you. She procrastinates and always needs the other person to take the initiative. If you had acted earlier, would I have to propose in person? Wan Ningyan's reminiscing made Nuan Yang lose his composure immediately, and he fawned over her by feeding her strawberries. My bad, my bad. Honey, try some. This year's strawberries are extra sweet. Wan Ningyan glared at Nuan Yang. You're the best at apologizing and changing the subject. Hurry up, go to your space, and give me the book on sex positions. Huh? Sex positions? Nuan Yang immediately realized it was a pornographic book and snatched the strawberries away. Honey, do you want some? The next second, Wan Ningyan slapped Nuan Yang's hand as it approached. What are you doing? I'm giving them to Nian Nian and Yuer. Who wants them? You should have said it earlier. But Yuer just came of age. Isn't it a little early to give her something like this? So old-fashioned. Chapter 720. What? You're getting engaged? Kai Yu and the others were stunned. Who could have imagined that attending a good friend's coming-of-age birthday party would lead to such shocking news? Wan Ningyue looked up proudly. Yes. Today, not only am I an adult, I'm also no longer single. I'm different from you bunch of little kids. What's different? Zhou Ruoshui's eyes widened with curiosity. Sister Yuer, can you tell us about it? Wan Ningyue felt embarrassed by this sincere question. She excused herself by saying dinner was about to start, trotted over to Wenyenru, and leaned into her arms. Yin, I'm so upset. Wenyenru blushed slightly, straightened her high collar, which Wan Ningyue had messed up, and softly asked, What's wrong? I found I have nothing in common with those little brats. They don't know the benefits of having a girlfriend, and I can't tell them directly. It's like flirting with a blind man. Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan laughed as they listened. After being married for so long, watching the young people around them fall in love became more and more amusing. Sister Yin, are you laughing at me behind my back again? Faced with Wan Ningyue's questioning, Wan Ningyan rested her chin on her hand and laughed openly. So what if I am? If you dare to be disrespectful to me, I pull down your pants and spank you in front of your girlfriend. Wan Ningyue's momentum instantly weakened, and she pursed her lips pitifully. Sister, I'm an adult now. Don't mention spankings. Xiao Lang and Liang Zi, who were passing by, overheard this. One covered their mouth and chuckled, while the other, close to her face, ran up to Wan Ningyue and told her the embarrassing story of how she made a mistake 3 years ago and was spanked by Wan Ningyan. Sister Xiaolang. Don't mention it again. Yes, I understand. The book says that a woman's refusal actually means she wants it. If you don't allow me to mention it, you're telling me to. What? Sister, please take care of your apprentice. This is something we should take care of. Wan Ningyan reached out and called Xiaolang over. Little fool, remember this. Women don't say one thing and mean another. A woman's refusal is a refusal. Do you understand? Xiaolang tilted his head and corrected. Master, I'm not a little fool. Why are you scolding me? Wan Ningyan felt like she was about to catch her breath. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Nuan Yang quickly had Liang Zi take everyone away and sit at the farthest table, to prevent Wan Ningyan from getting angry and beating her apprentice in front of everyone. After this little interlude, the birthday party reached its climax. Chen Haitang arrived, and the legendary three-person Shura scene unfolded. Wan Ningyue didn't have any hard feelings towards Chen Haitang, but she was a little angry that she had caused Wenyenru to be misunderstood by Wan's mother. So, she gave a faint smile when she accepted the gift, not appearing particularly happy. I hope you like this gift. I have to work tonight, so I'll be leaving first. On duty? Aren't you on afternoon break? Why are you on duty again? Chen Haitang felt awkward and hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Night shift pays better, and I want to earn extra money to buy meat for Lear. Oh, then can you make time for my engagement party? Chen Haitang arrived later, and hadn't known about Wan Ningyue and Wenyenru's engagement. She asked twice in disbelief. After confirming it was true, she swayed and smiled a smile uglier than tears. Okay, I'd definitely be there. From the moment Chen Haitang arrived at the Wan residence to deliver a gift to the moment she left, the scene erupted in gossip. The village rumors were already self-defeating, but the actions of the three men just now proved unconvincing. They remained silent throughout, but Wenyenru, tightly holding Wan Ningyue's left hand, Chen Haitang, with eyes only for Wan Ningyue, and Wan Ningyue, with a cold expression upon receiving the gift, a new, outrageous rumor was brewing. Wan Ningyue wasn't affected by these events. She was overjoyed to have reached adulthood, awakened her powers, and finally found the man she always dreamed of. She was like a happy little bee at the birthday party, flitting from table to table, greeting guests with a thriving energy. Nuan Yang couldn't match the youth anymore. He even adopted a healthy diet, preferring light meals and small portions. He put down his chopsticks only halfway through and chat with everyone. During the conversation, Wan Ningyue returned from greeting everyone for the nth time, and Wan Ningyan called her over mysteriously. Xiaoyuer, this is a gift from your sister. Keep it safe and take a look at it when no one's around. Wan Ningyue's eyes lit up. Sister, do you really have one? Of course. When has your sister ever lied to you? Often. Wan Ningyue immediately ran away before Wan Ningyan got angry, and went into her room. It took a long time for her to emerge, her face red as a crayfish, when Wan's mother called out. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling hot? Have some candy. When Yenru worriedly held out a bag of refreshing mints for her. Wan Ningyue evaded the question and awkwardly approached Wan Ningyan. Sister, I want to talk to you privately, is that okay? Sure, Mimi, help me peel some shrimp. I'll be back to eat them later. Wan Yang responded, donning gloves and beginning to peel, her eyes drifting to the two people in the distance behind the rockery. Wan Ningyan grew increasingly excited as she talked, a sly smile on her face. Every time she spoke, Wan Ningyue across from her blushed. Thinking of the gift she had given Wan Ningyue, Nuan Yang silently averted her gaze, feeling as if Wan Ningyan had forced herself onto the highway with Yue. A few minutes later, Wan Ningyan returned, a smile on her face. Mimi, please go to Sanyang Mountain for me in a couple of days. I'm tied up. Huh? Tired? Nuan Yang leaned over to her ear and whispered, Are you supposed to be teaching Yue to do something? Stop talking nonsense. Yue felt the proposal ceremony was missing, and asked me for help. I have experience with this, but you're so slow. Asking you for help would have been enough to ruin the cucumber. Nuan Yang ignored her, and shut up awkwardly, continuing to peel shrimp for her. The village then became lively again. Gossip about the melodramatic love triangle and Zhao Rou and Su Wan became the talk of the town after dinner, especially about Zhao Rou and Su Wan. No matter how much they denied it, the villagers assumed they were together. Captain Zhao, are you on duty? Yes. Oh, look at that energy. A man with a wife is different. His face is so radiant. Zhao Rou's ears flushed upon hearing this. He denied it, and immediately left, leaving the villagers' envy and sighs behind him. Captain Zhao is so lucky. Little Su is so pretty, and the finance department is a stunner. Yes, and her daughter is even prettier. She's a medical student. It's a blessing for Captain Zhao to have a daughter. She has someone to take care of her in her old age, saving a lot on medical expenses. Oh, I'm so envious. If only my girl could come to her senses and find a wife, I could enjoy life too. Huh? Didn't the village chief's brother confess his love to your daughter? Wouldn't it be better if she married him? Don't be ridiculous. My daughter doesn't like him. I know. All the girls in the village like Captain Wei. That's fine. Being older is fine. She'd be more caring. Several older women chatted as they got on the highway, laughter echoing. Early on the third morning, Nuan Yang finished his workout, had breakfast, and drove to the Sanyang Mountain base to deliver the space refrigerator. There was a reason for going early. Wan Ningyan asked her to go early and come back early. She needed to sort out the clothing at the mall that afternoon to choose outfits for Wan Ningyue and Wen Yenru's engagement party. To this end, Nuan Yang flew at top speed to Sanyang Mountain. After landing, he headed straight for the captain's office and handed the refrigerator to Bayamo. Bayamo was thrilled and ordered his soldiers to fetch the prepared crystal cores. However, just as Nuan Yang was waiting to receive the crystal cores, he suddenly received a warning from the carrot soldiers. Warning! Large numbers of mid-level and high-level zombies detected approaching the village. Requesting to activate attack mode? Chapter 721. Wan Ningyan's POV today is Saturday, and school is closed. Wan Ningyue came to Wan Ningyan early in the morning to discuss a proposal. She brought 3 plans she had prepared, and tirelessly discussed them one by one. Wan Ningyan yawned. Alas! Xiaoyer, you've been staying here for so long. Aren't you afraid that Yin Yin will find out? No, she's going to finish up the rest of yesterday's work this morning. No wonder you came prepared. Wan Ningyan teased, her mischievousness taking over as she asked Wan Ningyue how far things had progressed. Wan Ningyue blushed and pouty. Sis. Why? I'm just curious. I saw you kick Lucky out of the room last night. You must be planning something, right? Do you want me to give you some advice? Those books aren't as effective as practical experience. Wan Ningyan's brainwashing was enough to make Wan Ningyue blush even more excited. She was just thinking about how to start when a loud bang erupted outside, followed by the village alarm system beeping non-stop. Sis, something seems to have happened? Wan Ningyan's smile faded. She told Wan Ningyue to find her family, and told them to get dressed. She then pulled out her combat uniform, put it on, and strode out to check on the situation. The sky remained cloudless, the temperature reaching 49 degrees Celsius. Flocks of mutant birds flew overhead, seemingly fleeing in panic from the hills across the village. After leaving the yard, Wan Ningyan saw a raging fire not far away, like a meteorite falling beside a hill. Although it was separated by a river, it still caused panic among the animals in the mountains. Some flightless animals howled loudly beside the fence. It was the first time the village had ever experienced an alarm. All the villagers were utterly bewildered, unsure of what was happening. But their instinct to escape forced them to abandon their current tasks and rush to the residential area. Wan Ningyan was just about to contact Bai Xing to ask her to notify everyone to help put out the fire when a message popped up, with Nuan Yang requesting to be connected. Me you. Wan Ningyan wasted her words when Nuan Yang's urgent voice echoed. Run! A zombie wave is coming. A swarm of mid to high-level zombies. All with superpowers. Get everyone to Noah's Ark. Wan Ningyan felt her brain buzz. A swarm of mid to high-level zombies? Yes. The carrot soldiers have already monitored it. They're all mid to high-level zombies. This is more difficult than any zombie wave we ever faced. Get everyone away quickly. The guards will cover you. I'm on my way, and we'll meet up with you then. Understood. After hanging up, Wan Ningyan took out her electric scooter and hurried to Wei Mingyi's house. She abandoned the scooter at the door, and, seeing Fox running towards her, immediately stored it in her space. Captain! Captain, are you home? Sister Wan, they're all out, Xiaohua replied timidly, feeling uneasy. As soon as the alarm sounded, Sister Wei and Sister Haikang went to the other village to pick them up. Sister Wan, what happened? The zombie wave is coming, Xiaohua. Pack up your important things quickly, we be running soon. Wan Ningyan said hastily, abandoning the electric scooter. Using her control ability, she flew to the office and sent a group message to all members of the security team. Intermediate and advanced zombies are surrounding the village. Everyone, gather at the office immediately. Inside the office, Gao Huilan and Su Wan paced anxiously at the door. Bai Xing and Lu Xiaoqiao were discussing a firefighting plan with Wen Yinru. Bai Xing, forget about the plans. Notice to all villagers, a zombie wave is approaching. Gather in the residential area and prepare to flee. Wan Ningyan said, scanning the village through her tactical scope. Many villagers were moving toward the village gate. Wei Mingyi and Shen Haidang had returned with two elderly people on their flying motorcycles. Bai Xing, use the buses to gather everyone as quickly as possible. Forget about those belongings. Saving your lives is the most important thing now. Bai Xing responded, continuing her announcement through the loudspeaker, her voice playing on a loop throughout the village broadcast. Attention all villagers. A large zombie wave is approaching. Gather in the residential area immediately and prepare to flee. Do not waste time packing. This situation is urgent. Do not delay your journey. The announcement was a bolt from the blue. The villagers quickly gathered in the open space at the courtyard gate. Many cried as they walked, looking back frequently. No one wanted to leave this vibrant village like this. Gao Huilan was relatively open-minded. She only cared about her children's safety, and was not afraid of starting over again. Su Wan was devastated. Her family had just built a new house, and after 6 years of living together with Zhao Rou, they were finally living together. All her beautiful plans had been shattered just as they began. Wan Ningyan watched everything unfold, fighting back tears as she told herself not to grieve. Life was all that mattered. As long as she was alive, there was hope. Her mind raced furiously. News from Nuanyang indicated that the entire village road was blocked, and even the river behind was teeming with water zombies. Getting everyone out safely was a significant challenge. Soon, members of the escort team arrived. Wei Mingyi and Shen Haitang, having escorted a group of villagers back, also hurried over. Upon seeing Wan Ningyan, they were genuinely startled. This is the first time I've seen you look so serious. Captain, you're still in the mood for a joke at this moment? Wei Mingyi smiled. What else? If you can't win, run. If you can't escape, give it your all. Take a few more people with you before you die, so you won't be alone on your journey to the underworld. I don't want to die. Wan Ningyan felt a little more relaxed. Seeing the guards present, especially the 3 captains, her panicked heart finally settled. Pulling over the small blackboard next to her, where she had drawn a diagram, Wan Ningyan quickly recounted her plan. These mid to high level zombies are quite difficult to deal with. Fleeing directly to Noah's Ark might draw the zombie horde there, so we need a guard team to cover our retreat. Nguyen Yang has already bought us enough flying motorcycles. Let the ordinary villagers go first, with the reserve team leading the way, a second team escorting, and a first team covering the rear. We use our superpowers in conjunction with weapons, such as zombie attractors and missiles, to completely obliterate the zombie horde. Also, it's best to avoid the city, as the survivors have a hard time surviving. If we attract the zombie horde there, they surely perish. Boom! Wan Ningyan had just finished explaining her plan, when several explosions erupted outside, a rising mushroom cloud indicating their direction. It's the nuclear mine defense zone, Zhao Rou said solemnly. The zombie hordes to the east and west are getting very close. Move quickly, or it'd be too late. The closer they get, the more likely the zombies will attack with their superpowers. Zombies, unlike humans, lack mental powers. As long as their crystal cores are constantly energized, their superpowers are constantly flowing. A head-on confrontation is a poor strategy. What are we waiting for? Move! Wei Mingyi gave the order, and the entire guard team assembled. Everyone in Group 1, step out. Yes! Wan Ningyan immediately joined the ranks. Listening to Wei Mingyi's words, she suddenly felt a sense of tragedy and a lingering unease, a sense that this was a dangerous situation. The reserve in Group 2 will escort all villagers to Noah's Arkansas. Captain Yuan, lead, depart immediately. All members of Group 1 who are afraid of death may leave now and join Group 2. I give you only 3 seconds to consider. 3, 2, 1. Excellent. There are no cowards in Group 1. Wei Mingyi glanced at everyone, a faint smile still plastered on her face, but Wan Ningyan saw her eyes reddened. The captain of the guard, whom she had always remembered as Almighty, choked up. Everyone, come get your equipment, then divide into groups and hold off the zombie horde. If you're killed, your families will be taken care of by us, ensuring they have food and clothing for the rest of their lives. The atmosphere was heavy as everyone silently collected their equipment. A flying motorcycle, 2 missiles, 5 zombie attractors, 2 nuclear mines, and mutant boiled eggs for mental energy. Most people lacked space, so they relied primarily on their supernatural powers. Wan Ningyan, Wei Mingyi, and Wen Yanru were the primary firepower, each responsible for a specific direction. The others were assigned to the Day River, where the fewest zombies were. Chapter 722. Wan Ningyan's POV. The guards were efficient. In just 5 minutes, all the villagers were gathered together. They took nothing, only holding hands tightly. The animals raised in the village were different. Wan Ningyan collected 4 mutant cows and 5 mutant sheep on the way to the gathering point. 2 mutant dogs followed them to the gathering point and were also stored in the space. The timid red panda and civet cat were carefully taken away by Wen Yanru. However, the chickens, ducks, geese, crayfish, rabbits, and fish were all abandoned, including those on the mountain. Boom! Bang! Several loud explosions shook the ground, and everyone screamed and huddled together. A huge flame emanated from the nearby farmland. It was a fireball thrown by a fire-type zombie. The raging fire spread rapidly under the high temperature, and the first to suffer were the mutant animals on the mountain. Yuan Man, lead the team. Go! Go now! The first zombies are coming. Everyone else, get in line. The elderly and children go first. Zhao Rou and Wei Mingyi screamed. The guards arranged for the elderly and children to ride on the motorcycles. Yuan Man and Kai Yuanyu prepared to take off. After closing the windshield, she glanced at her mother outside and, without a word, immediately started and flew north. Woo woo woo. Ha ha. The mutant animals on the mountain wailed. Wan Ningyan knew that people were more important. After a long struggle, she turned away, feeling alone and heartbroken. But the villagers were in a dire situation too. It felt like a farewell. Grandma Kong and Grandma Qian stood there, refusing to get on the motorcycles, demanding that the children and young people go first. The guards didn't dare to force anyone to leave, so they arranged for the children to leave first. The minors Hu Yaoting, Zhou Ruoshui, Liang Shengnan, one by one, were pushed onto the motorcycles by their parents, beaten and scolded. Grandma Kong, Grandma Yuan, we be the last ones to leave. Please go! Grandma Kong remained unmoved. Grandma Yuan even smiled as she smoothed Qin Yun's bangs. Let the young ones go first. We all lived long enough. If we don't have time to escape, the worst that can happen is we die here. Our village is so beautiful, dying here won't be a loss. I agree. Grandma Qian smiled and looked around. What a wonderful village. I lived happily these past few years. I die without regrets. Qin Yun had no choice but to give up and immediately go help others. Elsewhere, Su Wan was in tears. First, she forced Su Yaoting onto the back of the motorcycle, and then, upon learning that Zhao Rou might die if she stayed behind, she nearly collapsed. Su Wan, stop crying. After the kids leave, take mom with you. I'm a special forces soldier, I be fine. You bastard. You're just trying to trick me into taking care of your family, right? I'm telling you, if you die, don't expect me to support your mom. Zhao Rou hesitated, her eyes pleading. I saved all the crystal cores in Wei Mingyi's space. If I die, they all belong to you. Please help me take care of mom. Please. Who wants your stinky crystal cores? Zhao Rou pulled the sobbing Su Wan into her arms, holding her tightly. 6 years had passed since they even held hands. At this moment of separation, Zhao Rou felt the strange emotions she experienced countless times before, and impulsively pulled her into a hug to comfort her. Stop crying. We're going to ride the motorcycle soon. How can you see the direction with tears in your eyes? Wan Ningyan looked away and saw Wei Mingxue hugging Wei Mingyi, crying uncontrollably. She instantly thought of her own adorable children, and the next second, Wan Ningyue, Xiaolang, and Liang Zi appeared. Sister, why can Yin Yin stay and help, but I have to leave first? I awaken my powers, so I can help. Master, I know martial arts, so I can help. Master's wife, my sister, and mother have already left. I have no ties, so I can stay and help. Nonsense. Wan Ningyan cursed loudly and dragged the three of them to the flying motorcycle, asking them to leave. But they were stubborn and refused to leave. Wan Ningyan had no choice but to use her object control powers, stuffing the children onto the back of the motorcycle, and then told them to take off. Roar! At that moment, a tiger roared from the opposite mountain. Wan Ningyan turned to look. Lucky had used his claws to tear a hole in the electrified fence. A few flashes of lightning, and all the mutant animals escaped. Lucky also scurried towards the residential area. Wan Ningyan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. This mutant tiger, who had been raised since childhood, was quite good. He knew how to rescue other animals. If he could escape safely, he would definitely reward him with a roasted whole lamb. Wan Ningyan was just thinking when the crowd suddenly gasped. Turning around, she saw 3 flying motorcycles, which had just taken off, plummeting downwards. Oh no! It was Wan Ningyue and the others, Wan Ningyan and Wen Nianru rushed over almost simultaneously, one using their object control ability, the other using vines, to securely control the 3 flying motorcycles, then gently set them on the ground. What's going on? Wei Mingyi and the others also rushed over. Ai Tang was the first to climb out, and Liang Zi was in the back seat, still terrified. I don't know what happened. It seemed like the controls suddenly failed, and the motorcycles kept falling. I couldn't control them at all. Operational malfunction? Wan Ningyan was puzzled. Impossible. Nguyen Yang has the damage data for these motorcycles. They're repaired whenever they're damaged by more than 1%. Many of these are brand new, purchased today. Malfunctions are impossible. Qin Xiuyao immediately tried them out. No problem, everything works fine. Wan Ningyan suddenly remembered Nguyen Yang's flying motorcycle losing control, and instantly understood. There are eject-controlling zombies. Get out of here now, or you be stuck. Wan Ningyan stood up and discussed with Wei Mingyi. Captain, I have anti-entropy abilities. I hold off for a while. If that doesn't work, you can come and help. I go with you, Captain Zhao. Get everyone out of here quickly. If there are too many eject-controlling zombies, I won't be able to hold them back. Okay. The others split up. Just as Wan Ningyan pulled out her flying motorcycle, Wan Ningyue ran over, trying to get on the back seat, but was thrown out by Wan Ningyan. Wan Ningyue, what do you want to do? Sister, I help you. Your help isn't needed. Leave now. Are we family? I can't bear to see you take risks. Besides, I'm grown up now. Can you please stop treating me like a child? Slap. Desperate, Wan Ningyan slapped her. If you still consider me your sister, leave now. Tian Jin, who had rushed over, witnessed this scene. She quickly pulled Wan Ningyue away, stunned, and promised her she would take her away immediately. Seeing you are no longer struggling to stay, Wan Ningyan hopped on her motorcycle, started it up, and flew towards the nearest zombie horde. She poured out her mental power, unleashing all her anti-entropy abilities. The zombie horde had already reached the outer village walls. The carrot soldiers were shooting and killing, and the defense system was using electric shocks, but the effect was minimal, as these zombies all possess supernatural powers, and their levels were quite high. Lightning zombies frantically absorbed the electricity, Fire zombies used fire to incinerate the counterattack weapons, and earth zombies simply burrowed underground, drilling holes in the wall. Wan Ningyan felt a chill run down her spine as she watched all this. The zombie horde she had encountered in recent years were mostly low-level zombies accompanied by a few mid to high-level zombies, making them easy to defeat. But when she saw the attack power of the mid to high-level zombies firsthand, she felt the village's defenses were a joke. The nuclear mine defense belt hadn't killed many, but they were intelligent enough to test the waters and blow up the defense belt beforehand. If these zombies rushed into the village, the ordinary villagers would surely perish. Wan Ningyan hovered in midair, exerting her mental power to counteract their supernatural powers. At the same time, she controlled the zombies in the front row to attack the back row, giving the villagers time to escape. This change caused a small commotion among the zombies, but soon Wan Ningyan discovered that her mental energy was trapped within her body, unable to be released. What was going on? Wan Ningyan was anxious and terrified. All 4 of her abilities were maxed out, and even if the other zombie was a high-level one, it wouldn't be possible to completely suppress her. Just as Wan Ningyan was getting anxious, a full red, maximum level warning popped up on her tactical scope. Danger! Zombie King spotted. Chapter 723. Wan Ningyan's POV. Wan Ningyan hadn't expected to encounter the Zombie King, and she was a little panicked. From what she could tell, the Zombie King wasn't just a high-level superpowered zombie, he possessed multiple superpowers. Wan Ningyan's mental energy was trapped within her body, unable to be used, indicating that the Zombie King also possessed anti-entropy abilities. She had lost the initiative, and by the time she locked onto the Zombie King, it was difficult to counterattack with her superpowers. The Zombie King seemed to know Wan Ningyan was looking for it, and its body began to swell wildly, growing taller, like a giant. This Zombie King was also peculiar. Its skin was a smooth bluish-white, and it wore no clothes, but its torso and legs were covered in a thick layer of armor-like scales. What horrified Wan Ningyan the most was that the Zombie King could actually make expressions. Its face was covered in something resembling scales, and its eyes were large, blood-red. When its mouth was closed, it looked fine, but when it opened, it looked like it had been slashed open by a knife, its fangs blood-red, as if it had devoured many a human. So, when the Zombie King smiled and waved his right hand, Wan Ningyan felt her scalp tingle. Then she realized it was controlling the swarm of zombies. In an instant, all the zombies erupted, frantically attacking the wall. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, and lightning, even the wall, constructed by the system, couldn't withstand such a powerful attack, and was ripped open one by one. Wan Ningyan turned her head to look at the residential area. The last flying motorcycle had taken off. Great! All she had to do now was stop them, wait until they were far away, and then shake off the swarm of zombies. Without hesitation, Wan Ningyan opened the transparent cover above the missile button on the flying motorcycle to prevent accidental pressing. While controlling the motorcycle to avoid various superpowers, she aimed at the Zombie King and pressed the launch button. With a whoosh, the missile launched towards the Zombie King. In less than a second, Wan Ningyan felt her mental power return to normal, and at the same moment, the Zombie King vanished from sight. What? Wan Ningyan panicked. A Zombie King that size should have difficulty moving, so how could it just vanish? The missile, like a headless fly, twisted several times in the air before finally flying towards the farmland of the outer village. The neatly arranged fields of 1,000 acres were instantly blasted into a crater dozens of meters deep. Wan Ningyan's flying motorcycle was impacted and spun several times in the air before she regained normal flight using her control ability. But to her surprise, the Zombie King reappeared, right in front of her. The Zombie King opened his mouth, a creepy smile on his face, then reached out and grabbed the flying motorcycle, his blood-red eyes fixed on the person inside. It's over! Wan Ningyan panicked and began attacking with her anti-entropy and zombie control abilities, but found them completely ineffective against the Zombie King. Instead, her own mental power was locked away, and she could only watch as the Zombie King's hand exerted increasing force, deforming the motorcycle. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts rained down from the sky, one of which struck the Zombie King's right wrist. He instinctively pulled his hand back, releasing the flying motorcycle. Several vines bounded the motorcycle. When Yenru immediately turned around, intending to escape with Wan Ningyan. Roar, roar, roar. The Zombie King let out a roar, and all the zombies around him stopped moving in response. Among them were several high-ranking Lord Zombies. The roar gave Wan Ningyan a headache. After a moment, the roaring stopped. Wan Ningyan pressed her temples, then noticed the light dimming. She looked up, her pupils constricting. The sky was filled with fireballs, icicles, boulders, and metal. Every zombie was using their special powers, attacking the very north where the village was fleeing. No! If all these powers rushed north, everyone would be killed or injured. Without a second thought, Wan Ningyan immediately put the motorcycle into space. Controlling her flight, she summoned several flaming dragons with her left hand, intending to fight the zombie horde head-on. With her right hand, she took out a miniature rocket launcher and aimed it directly at the zombie king. With a swift downward movement of her left hand, the flaming dragons charged towards the zombie horde in all directions. The rocket launcher also fired at the same moment. Fearing an unsafe attack, Wan Ningyan then took out her cannonballs and fired several more rounds. This time, the zombie king didn't dodge. His bloody fangs were bared, and he tilted his head slightly, as if taunting Wan Ningyan. Bang! 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 Boom! All approaching rocket launchers were directed by the zombie king to land elsewhere. It didn't even care about the lives of the other zombies. A group of zombies perished under the rockets. Then, the sky full of supernatural energy flew towards the north. Wei Mingyi shouted, "Guards, stop them at all costs." Dozens of flying motorcycles quickly assembled. In an instant, lightning and thunder roared, missiles intercepted the enemy from the air, fire melted the ice, vines wove webs, lightning storms erupted, and icebergs collided. Wan Ningyan thought of her family and the villagers. Even though she felt her mental strength was running low, she still took out her new flying motorcycle and flew over to help. After stuffing a mutant egg into her mouth to replenish her mental strength, Wan Ningyan poured all her mental energy into it, controlling the supernatural energy to return or collide with other supernatural powers, thus achieving the goal of interception. At this time, the zombie king was approaching step by step. When Wan Ningyan's mental strength was about to be exhausted, she was suddenly hit by anti-entropy. Then the motorcycle was grabbed by the zombie king and shaken wildly. Even though Wan Ningyan was wearing a seat belt and combat uniform, she was still in pain all over, especially her head and neck, which felt like they were about to be dislocated. With a bang, the flying motorcycle was thrown to the ground. Wei Mingyi and Zhao Rou noticed something was wrong and rushed to support Wan Ningyan, but they were swept away by the tornado created by the zombie king's powerful wave. Wan Ningyan spat out blood, surprised. She didn't feel any pain, so why was she vomiting blood? On the communicator, various people were trying to contact Wan Ningyan, but she couldn't answer. Everything in her vision was blurring. Suddenly, with a sound like tearing metal, Wan Ningyan was snatched off the motorcycle. The zombie king grabbed her by the collar and held her in front of him. What a stench! What a disgusting smell of decay! And a fishy smell! Wan Ningyan gasped and looked up. The zombie king's blood-red eyes were staring back at her. So close, this was the perfect opportunity. She slowly raised her hands, trying to use her supernatural powers to kill the zombie king, but her mental strength was at its limit, and was also affected by the anti-entropy. This time, it seemed like the end was really over. The scorching sun shone on Wan Ningyan's face. She tilted her head back, seemingly seeing Wan Yang. She remembered 2 years ago, after leaving the burden of village chief to Wen Yinru, Wan Yang finally took Wan Ningyan on a hot spring trip to the greater Xing'an Mountains. Those were rare, sweet days that belonged only to the two of them. Forest adventures by day, indulgences at night, and sometimes, unable to contain their passion, indulgences in daytime sexual activity. The malicious Wan Yang would call her sister when Wan Ningyan was nearing the height of pleasure, telling her to look up at the sky. "What are you looking at?" "The sun." Wan Yang kissed her ear, then suddenly bit it gently. "Wan Yang is watching you moan." Wan Yang, the sun, it was as if the sun and the sky were Wan Yang's incarnation, staring at Wan Ningyan, causing her to quickly ejaculate. As someone who would never give up on someone who showed her teeth, Wan Ningyan began to act out. When she encountered a mutant squirrel that stole her snacks and ate them right in front of her, Wan Ningyan pointed at them and cursed them. "Damn it! You dare to bully me? Meow, come on, teach them a lesson." Wan Yang was speechless and amused. "Why don't you go?" Wan Ningyan immediately slumped against her chest. "I was so tired last night. My back hurts, I can't fight." Wan Yang. Wan Yang. Wan Ningyan silently chanted Wan Yang's name, her gaze slowly coming to focus. For the sake of her loved ones, even if there was no escape, she would take the zombie king to hell. She couldn't let him live. If he lived, Wan Yang would do everything she could to seek revenge. Living, he would be a threat to everyone. Wan Ningyan thought as she searched through the space, intending to use nuclear mines to destroy herself and the zombie king, but she had greatly underestimated his intelligence. As soon as she pulled out the nuclear mines, the zombie king twisted both of Wan Ningyan's wrists, and the mines were controlled and flew away. It's over, there's no way to kill it. Ningyan! Wan Ningyan suddenly heard someone calling her. It sounded like Nuanyang's voice. She turned her head, her vision blurring. She saw Nuanyang, but his figure was approaching in slow, unsteady steps, making it hard to see clearly. Roar! The zombie king laughed again. Before Wan Ningyan could confirm whether it was Nuanyang, she felt something pierce her abdomen, and instantly, warm liquid began to flow down her lower body. Slowly turning her head, Wan Ningyan saw the zombie king's left hand withdraw from her abdomen, stained with blood. Chapter 724. Since receiving the warning from the carrot soldiers, Nuanyang rushed to the village without stopping. However, even at the highest speed, the off-road vehicle would still take over 3 hours to reach the village, by which time the zombie swarm would have already razed the village to the ground. Xiao Lu, is there any way I can get to the village faster? Host, you got the teleportation pill earlier, you can try it. Oh right. The teleportation pill. Although the distance each teleportation can reach is limited, traveling 100 kilometers in 10 minutes is much faster than flying. Nuanyang immediately landed, ignoring the zombies attracted by the sound. After parking the off-road vehicle, he swallowed the teleportation pill. The teleportation pill's effect was very different from other pills, a bit like high-tech. A screen appeared before Nuanyang's eyes, like a coordinate axis, with a 10-minute countdown at the top. Nuanyang tried it out. Wherever he turned his head, an arrow would follow. He chose the one with the arrow at the farthest point, and the next second, Nuanyang appeared in an unfamiliar place. The instructions were simple enough. She looked through them again and noticed that lakes, mountains, and rivers, if any, were marked with symbols to prevent them from falling to their deaths or drowning if they teleported there. After confirming the instructions, Nuanyang quickly rushed towards the village and tried to contact Wan Ningyan via the communicator, but she didn't answer. Defend the village to the death. Carrot Soldier number 1 activates self-destruct sequence. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Defend the village to the death. Carrot Soldier number 2 activates self-destruct sequence. Countdown 5. Defend the village to the death. Carrot Soldier number 3 activates self-destruct sequence. Countdown 5. What was going on? While teleporting, Nuanyang kept receiving messages about the Carrot Soldier's self-destruction. These Carrot Soldier only self-destruct when faced with a powerful enemy and unable to stop them, buying their protector time to escape. Nuanyang couldn't help but worry. Could something have happened? But she felt it was unlikely. The flying bikes were incredibly agile, and even if they couldn't defeat the zombie horde, the villagers could easily escape. Besides, Wan Ningyan now had all her superpowers maxed out, making her the least likely to be in trouble. Soon, Nuanyang arrived near the village. She saw a group of flying bikes heading north, and breathed a sigh of relief, believing everyone had successfully escaped. But just then, a gigantic zombie suddenly appeared not far away. Nuanyang was accustomed to this, having fought giant zombies many times before, but the sight in her tactical scope made her heart skip a beat. Zombie King. The next second, the Zombie King vanished, followed by a sky full of superpowers flying north. Nuanyang immediately released her mental power, erecting a 10,000-foot ice wall to block it, and then unleashed her rocket launcher to intercept it. Suddenly, Nuanyang saw all the fireballs and boulders stop in midair, then move in the opposite direction, colliding with other superpowers to intercept them. Only Wan Ningyan could do this. Nuanyang suddenly realized the situation was dire. Wan Ningyan wasn't on the northbound motorcycle, she was still in the village. Wei Mingyi called after Nuanyang answered the call. Before she could ask Wei Mingyi about the situation, a strong wind roared over the other end. She strained to listen before she could clearly hear Wei Mingyi's words. Quickly save Wan Ningyan. Oh no! Nuanyang felt a sense of unease and immediately teleported back into the village. Her speed was so great that even through the mid-level and high-level zombies, no one could catch her. In just 3 seconds, Nuanyang reached the small stone bridge, just in time to see Wan Ningyan held high in the air by the Zombie King. Ningyan! Nuanyang immediately rushed over. The Zombie King looked eerily, his blood-red eyes fixed on Nuanyang's direction, and he smiled. The next second, Nuanyang, who had arrived, watched helplessly as Wan Ningyan was pierced through the body by the Zombie King's left hand. No! Nuanyang's mind went blank for a moment. She had never imagined that someone who had been alive and well yesterday, smiling and teasing her, would die right before her eyes. Why? Why was she the one going to Sanyang Mountain today? If she had insisted on letting Wan Ningyan go, would she have been safe? In that instant, Nuanyang froze in place, staring blankly at the scene before her. Pain, regret, unwillingness, anger. A mixture of emotions washed over her, stripping her of all desire to live. All she wanted was to kill this despicable zombie with all her might. Just as Nuan Yang's face grimaced, ready to unleash her mental power in a desperate fight, she noticed Wan Ningyan had turned her head. Wan Ningyan wasn't dead yet. With a flash of thought, Nuan Yang acted even faster, using teleportation to carry Wan Ningyan away. She moved to a distance, retrieved the SUV, activated stealth mode, and got into the back seat with her men. Ningyan, don't be afraid. I have pills. You won't die. Nuan Yang held her against his chest, one hand pressing a hemostatic gauze against her abdomen while the other held out the medical pills. Be good, let's take the pills. You live. Wan Ningyan was dying, but even someone who normally feared pain would forcefully purse her lips and refuse to take the pills. Nuan Yang cried in frustration. Please open your mouth and take the pills, okay? Don't leave me alone. Ningyan, I'm sorry I'm late. Even if you're mad at me, don't punish me like this. Please, Wu. Wan Ningyan managed to look up at Nuan Yang, then, with her last remaining strength, sent him a message. Then, she closed her eyes and quietly waited for death to come. Don't waste your time turning into a zombie. You can't defeat them if you run. When Nuan Yang received this message, he finally understood why Wan Ningyan refused to take the pills. He immediately retrieved the only bottle of zombie virus serum from his space. Ningyan, look at this. I have the serum. You won't turn into a zombie. Be good, take the pill first. If you don't, you really die. Take a look. I'm really not lying to you. This is a secret I've given you. You don't trust me, and you don't trust it either? Wan Ningyan gently opened her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering. She opened her mouth. Nuan Yang quickly crushed the pill and fed it to her, then gave her some water to drink. Wan Ningyan had lost too much blood. Nuan Yang saw her pupils slowly dilating, and he panicked. If her pupils dilated, she would be dead, and even the medical pills wouldn't be able to save her. Ningyan, you're the strongest. You'd definitely be able to hold on until the medicine takes effect. You'd definitely be able to. Nuan Yang hugged her tightly, weeping uncontrollably. After a while, he forced himself to check on Wan Ningyan. Why did her eyes close? Could she have been too late? Nuan Yang quickly pried open her eyelids. Her pupils hadn't dilated further, so had they shrunk? The pupils that had just dilated needed to shrink back to normal. That was the normal state for a normal person. Nuan Yang watched anxiously, waiting for her to return to normal. As long as she could be saved, the serum could be injected within half an hour, and Wan Ningyan would be saved. Slowly, the eyes that Nuan Yang had pried open began to redden, and tears welled up. Nuan Yang wept with joy. Wan Ningyan had really made it. She had made it until the pills took effect. Let go of my eyes, they're so sore. Wan Ningyan couldn't help but speak. Nuan Yang belatedly opened his eyes, only to see Wan Ningyan blink rapidly several times, tears streaming down her face. Are you trying to murder your own wife? Nuan Yang laughed and cried, hugging her and kissing her several times. From deep sorrow to great joy, she had forgotten how to answer Wan Ningyan. Her whole body was filled with the joy of having survived a catastrophe. It hurts, be gentle. I'm sorry. Nuan Yang immediately stopped and carefully massaged the vein in her arm. I'm going to give you the serum. I don't have much experience, so if it hurts, just bear with it. You won't turn into a zombie after the injection. Nuan Yang removed the packaging from the serum. The serum inside was very similar to the syringes used before the apocalypse, but it was a pump-operated syringe, with the needle retracted into the round tube. Nuan Yang followed the instructions, aiming the tip at Wan Ningyan's vein. Then, with her thumb, she pressed the button on the other end. There was a click, and Wan Ningyan frowned. Nuan Yang then slowly pushed the serum in. The pale green liquid with blue highlights gradually entered Wan Ningyan's body. The black lines that had marked the process of zombification visibly stopped. When the black lines reached the head, the zombie transformation was complete. Now, the black lines that had crawled to the chest began to slowly retreat from the front, all the way back to the abdomen. Nuan Yang was completely relieved. She had almost, just almost, lost the person she loved most forever. Host. The system's voice flattered, the ultimate mission. Killing the zombie king will unlock all categories in the mall. Do you accept it? Chapter 725. Nuan Yang was stunned. Unlock all? Her mind was completely focused on Wan Ningyan, so she hadn't quite heard the system's words clearly, so she asked again. Host, killing the zombie king is the ultimate mission. Completing it will unlock all categories and items in the mall. You mean, the serum will also be unlocked? Yes, host. What about the pills? Do I still need to win a lottery? No, all will be unlocked. From now on, the host can purchase all items in the mall without limit as long as they have enough points. This is a huge temptation. Nguyen Yang wiped her tears and began to weigh the pros and cons. The biggest benefit of accepting the mission was naturally the zombie virus serum. The only one had already been given to Wan Ningyan. If anyone else was accidentally scratched by a zombie, they would just have to wait to become zombies and be killed. If they could kill the zombie king, the village would have an extra layer of security. But who could guarantee they wouldn't encounter zombie kings again? They should at least kill them once to gain experience. This time, they were a group of mid to high level zombies. As the zombies level up, there's a chance zombie kings will appear. Running for their lives isn't an option. On the other hand, the biggest downside is the possibility of death. Wan Ningyan, with her 4 maxed out abilities, nearly died fighting the zombie king. Her chances of winning on her own aren't high. Failure isn't a big deal. What's scary is dying. What's scary is dying. What will everyone do? The subspace is an accessory to Nguyen Yang's space. If she dies, everyone's supplies will vanish with her. Without a space to rely on, they need to rely on Wen Yunshu to escape to Noah's Arkansas. Given Wen Yunshu's personality, Nguyen Yang hesitated to take the risk. Host, the final mission ends in 3 minutes. Don't miss this opportunity. Got it. Nguyen Yang was torn. Looking at the person in her arms, whose bloody wounds were still healing, she couldn't help but remember the moment her pupils began to dilate, and a wave of fear welled up in her. I made it back just in time this time. What if I were later, or if I encountered this situation again in the future? Without the serum, even if the person survived, I just watched them slowly turn into a zombie. Would I regret not accepting the quest today? Thinking of this, Nguyen Yang had already made a decision. Xiao Lu, is there an introduction to the zombie king? It would be best if there was a description of its weaknesses. It wouldn't hurt to spend a few points. Xiao Lu's girlish voice suddenly brightened with joy. Some hosts, originally priced at 10,000 points, are now only 9,999. You can get a guide to killing the zombie king. Isn't that a steal? If it's just 1 point off, you wouldn't have mentioned it. You humans always say, even a small fly is meat. I thought the host would be happy with a 1-point discount. Thank you, I'm happy. Deduct the payment. Ding. 9,999 points deducted. The Zombie King Killing Guide was successfully purchased. Host, please check it out. The so-called Zombie King Killing Guide is just an introduction to the Zombie King. The content doesn't even take up a whole page. Selling it for 9,999 points is really expensive. However, after reading the contents, Nguyen Yang changed his mind. This guide was worth it. The Zombie King is the highest level zombie, and its appearance is very rare. On average, only one high-level zombie upgrades to the Zombie King every 5 years. As a Zombie King, its superpowers are incredible, possessing 5 max-level superpowers. However, unlike humans, who can use multiple superpowers simultaneously, the Zombie King cannot, and can only use one at a time. Nguyen Yang then spent another 10,000 points to check the Zombie King's superpowers: anti-entropy, teleportation, zombie manipulation, object control, and gigantism. What is gigantism? To the host, gigantism is the ability to enlarge the body. Consequently, weight and strength increase. At its maximum size, a single kick from the Zombie King is equivalent to a magnitude 6 or 7 earthquake. I see. Then let me ask you, can those pills take effect simultaneously? For example, the energy pill, the teleport pill, and the clone pill. If I take them all, will their effects stack? To the host, although it's possible, I advise against it. Many pills have side effects, and taking too many could cause sudden death. Nguyen Yang thought for a moment, then asked, what if I take a healing pill at the same time? Will the side effects of those pills be negated within the healing pill's duration? The system went silent, and then Nguyen Yang heard the clacking of keyboards. Host. My CPU is smoking. Stop stacking buffs. Xiaolu can't answer you anymore, woo-woo. The system doesn't know, but that means there's a chance of success. Let's take a gamble. Stop crying, accept the quest. Okay, host, ding. Final quest accepted. Please kill any Zombie King level zombie. Upon completion, you unlock all categories and items in the mall, receive 100 million space experience points, and receive 2 subspaces. Your space can be upgraded to the maximum level, with unlimited capacity. The efficiency of copying and decomposing spaces is increased to 3 days. Subspaces synchronize capacity and efficiency. Nguyen Yang was shocked. This was the first time the rewards were announced the moment he accepted a quest. Not only was the mall fully unlocked, but the space was also instantly maxed out, with 2 additional subspaces. Since the reward is so generous, we have to win this one. Honey, I'm going to help Wei Mingy and the others. You stay in the car and recover. Wan Ningyan immediately grabbed Nuan Yang's hand, her eyes filled with suspicion. Are you really just going to help the captain? Well, what's wrong? Nuan Yang, you said you wouldn't lie to me. Look me in the eye and answer. Are you really going to help the captain, not fight the zombie king? Nuan Yang remained calm, smiling and kissing the corner of her eye. Why would I fight the zombie king? The villagers are on their way to Noah's Ark, and some of them haven't gotten over it. I'm going to help them, and we'll be back soon. Wan Ningyan was unconvinced. Then why don't you drive the SUV? What's the harm in taking me with you? I won't bother you if I stay behind. Nuan Yang knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he admitted it directly and locked him in the car, setting the auto-unlock timer to 1 hour. Inside the car, Wan Ningyan banged on the window, her voice muffled, but Nuan Yang could tell from her expression how desperate she was. I'm sorry, I have to do this. After saying that, Nuan Yang hid behind a tree, searching through her space for various pills while asking about Wei Mingyi's situation and checking in on her safety. I'm glad Ningyan's okay. Everything's going well here. The main force has already reached Noah's Arkansas. There are no zombies following, but there's a group of speed zombies following the escort. We're dealing with them. Okay, take care of my family, please. Nuan Yang turned off the call and began to frantically consume pills, energy pills, clone pills, snake transforming pills, strength pills, boost pills, speed increasing pills, and superpower stealing pills. Anything that could be helpful in combat, she devoured. By the time she finally took a health pill, she nearly choked, and had to drink a bottle of water to get it all down. Shock! Nuan Yang jumped, dropping the mineral water bottle in her hand, as she looked down, and saw multiple copies of herself. Host, these 10 are your clones. I'd like to remind you that for each clone that dies, your skills will be reduced by 10%. If all 10 clones die, you will instantly die. This sudden death cannot be reversed even by medical pills. Please understand. Understood. Although it was a desperate fight, Nuan Yang didn't want to die. She hid a clone near the SUV and began to learn how to use the other 9 clones. The clone pills created not only had identical appearances, but also identical abilities and mental reserves. However, since they couldn't use the space, Nuan Yang simply equipped each of them with a gun, 2 magazines, a rocket launcher, 5 grenades, a flashbang, and a smoke grenade. Without the space, each person was limited in the number of weapons they could carry. Nuan Yang could only equip them with powerful and lightweight weapons, such as high-explosive shotguns. Using the clones was simple. After setting the goal of killing the zombie king, the clones could act independently, attacking the zombie king according to Nuan Yang's thoughts. Nuan Yang could also use brainwaves to signal them to coordinate their actions. With everything ready, Nuan Yang took a deep breath and teleported with the clones to the village for a decisive battle with the zombie king. Chapter 726. Upon reaching the edge of the village, Nuan Yang was stunned. The once vibrant village was now in ruins. Fire consumed everything. Beautiful houses were crushed by boulders, and chickens, ducks, and geese fled in all directions. If Wan Ningyan's near-death experience was part of Nuan Yang's motivation to kill the zombie king, then the village's destruction was Nuan Yang's vengeance against the entire zombie horde. Die! The 10 Nuan Yangs quickly dispersed in different directions. Now possessing unlimited mental power for 3 days, Nuan Yang employed a wave of human power, condensing a 10,000-foot ice wall. Wall after wall, they surrounded the zombie horde. Roar! The zombie king, realizing Nuan Yang's intentions, roared, commanding all the zombies to launch a counterattack. Nuan Yang fused tens of thousands of arrows with one hand, one of gold, the other of ice. The zombie king, intelligent and quickly manipulated the gold-type zombies to create a shield, forcing the other zombies to hide behind it, while simultaneously using his supernatural powers to launch a counterattack against Nuan Yang and his group. What was going on? Nuan Yang suddenly felt his mental energy blocked at his wrist, unable to be released. It seemed the zombie king had used his anti-entropy power, meaning he was now unable to control the zombies to fight in a unified manner. Nuan Yang quickly observed the zombies, who had just been clearly divided into separate groups, now becoming independent and disorganized. Taking advantage of the zombie disunity, Nuan Yang used teleportation to lure the zombies into firing their supernatural powers at him, while quickly dodging. Meanwhile, another Nuan Yang attacked from behind with a grenade. To confuse the group, the Nwanyangs used smoke bombs during their movements. For a moment, the village was filled with red and yellow smoke. Accompanied by the sound of grenade explosions, a small portion of the zombie horde was quickly wiped out. It was a bit inefficient, but there was no way around it. Grenades had limited power, and some zombies had self-healing abilities. Their large bodies meant a single grenade would do little damage to them. However, after this tactic, Nwanyang had figured out a trick. He began switching roles, with the other Nwanyangs luring the zombies as bait while he launched a surprise attack with the rocket launcher. Swish. Boom. Bang. The rocket launcher was far more powerful than a grenade. A single discharge could take out a swath of zombies. Nwanyang and his clones worked together to eliminate nearly half of the zombie horde. Then, the zombie king seemed to sense something was amiss, and stopped using anti-entropy. Instead, he used teleportation to capture Nwanyang. The zombie king's acumen was beyond Nwanyang's expectations, and he nearly caught his clones several times. He then gave up controlling the other clones, letting them clear the horde while protecting their own safety. Nwanyang himself used space and the weapons from the store to dodge attacks, while placing explosive packs wherever possible. He also placed several open containers to prevent the bombs from detonating and leaving his clones vulnerable. After a while of work, Nwanyang found his perfect moment and threw a grenade into one of the explosive piles. He quickly used his gold-based abilities to create a thick metal shield for himself, while informing his clones that those unable to evade were to use the containers. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions echoed. Through his tactical scope, Nwanyang saw that most of the mid- and high-level zombies had died. The few remaining were either disabled or possessed self-healing abilities. Just as he was about to use teleportation to attack again, he suddenly felt a cramp in his abdomen. After a moment, the cramp subsided, only to be replaced by another. It felt like gastroenteritis, with waves of pain. What's going on? Nwanyang thought as she tried to teleport away. A zombie approached, but she suddenly realized she couldn't. The 10-minute timer was up, and she only had 8 clones left. It seemed the teleportation had failed, and one of her clones had been captured and killed. Nwanyang took another teleportation pill, but she discovered the clones weren't sharing their teleportation. Realizing this, she panicked. Without teleportation in space, her clones might not be able to protect themselves with their supernatural powers alone. Nwanyang suddenly felt her internal organs being squeezed violently, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking up, she saw another clone had died. No way. If this continued, she would die before the zombie king. Nwanyang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, then took out a nuclear mine, teleporting and planting it, then sent her clones to lure the zombie king towards it. 1 clone in exchange for 1 zombie king. A good loss. The zombie king was no fool. After the first nuclear mine detonation, it reacted quickly and teleported away, but its left hand was injured, causing it to grow enormously, transforming into a gigantic zombie several hundred meters tall. Nwanyang was initially delighted, believing this would make it easier to target. Later, she realized the zombie king's purpose. Giant zombies have the ability to heal themselves, and the giant-sized zombie king could do the same. Its injured left hand began to slowly heal. Damn! Isn't this a bug? Nwanyang cursed inwardly. Seeing the zombie king lift his foot, she was horrified and quickly teleported to the side of his clones, leading them to flee. The zombie king's purpose was exactly what Nwanyang had imagined. With one massive foot strike, not only did the ground violently shake and crack, but one of the clones, despite its increased speed, didn't have time to escape and fell to the zombie king's feet. Ugh! Nwanyang spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, not only did his internal organs ache, but his limbs also ached and numbed, feeling as if he were about to lose consciousness. No more delay. Nwanyang pulled a bottle of painkillers from his spaceship, took 2, and then assigned tasks to his other clones to attack the zombie king. This time, Nwanyang's plan to kill the zombie king was based on his experience directly killing giant, self-healing zombies. 1 clone would use a rocket launcher to attack the back of the zombie king's head, while 2 clones would approach stealthily on flying motorcycles and, when the zombie king turned, attack its eyes. Even if the eyes could heal themselves, the loss of sight would last for a period of time. This was the perfect time for all the clones to work together to attack the zombie king's brain. With superpowers and heavy weapons, Nwanyang refused to believe the zombie king would survive. The operation began, presenting a challenge to the luring clone, as the zombie king began stomping the ground frantically, completely destroying the village. While the nuclear mine explosion dealt minimal damage to the giant zombies, the radiation from the mine was fatal to Nwanyang and her clone. Nguyen Yang's combat uniform provided some resistance, but her clone lacked it. Halfway through the luring plan, the clone's functions were damaged by the radiation, and the now eyeless zombie king took her as a target for revenge, trampling her to a pulp. Puff. Nguyen Yang collapsed to her knees. Even after taking painkillers, she could still feel the intense pain, especially in her heart, which felt like being pierced by countless needles. The pain was so intense that she pressed her chest hard, unable to even stand. Roar. The zombie king, blinded, went completely berserk. His sense of smell intact, he began to use the power of his massive body to stomp the ground, preventing many of his clones from escaping properly. One accidentally got stuck in a crack in the ground. If it weren't for another clone with a flying motorcycle to rescue him, Nguyen Yang's skill damage would have been further damaged. Boom! The clones used their supernatural powers to condense massive icebergs and golden cones, attacking the zombie king, but the effect was disappointing. The zombie king disappeared, dodging with teleportation, then growing even larger to heal his wounds. This cycle repeated several times before one of his clones, riding a flying motorcycle, was caught and crushed to death. Nguyen Yang's brain began to ache with pain. 5 dead. If this continued, 9 dead, and he might not have the strength to escape. It was then that Nguyen Yang understood why the zombie king kept growing and disappearing. He was testing the positions of his clones, so he could defeat them one by one. The zombie king is much more difficult than I imagined. Chapter 727. Fearing he couldn't hold on any longer, Nguyen Yang took 2 more painkillers and quickly analyzed the battlefield situation through his tactical scope. The mid and high-level zombies were almost completely wiped out. A few, while still alive, were crippled and lying on the ground, posing no threat. The zombie king's eyes were healing, and one was almost recovered. Nguyen Yang planned to attack with all his might. Even if all his clones were dead, as long as he could kill it, it would be enough. Otherwise, once the zombie king regained his sight, it would be even more difficult to defeat him. After notifying the other clones, everyone attacked together, using ice to freeze the zombie king from the feet down, then using gold to lock his body. As long as the body was firmly frozen and bound, teleportation would be impossible. After a few minutes, the zombie king, who had been stomping on the ground, could no longer move his legs. Several clones attempted to attack with giant golden spikes. The zombie king shielded himself with his arms, and several spikes pierced his shoulders and arms. However, his skin was very strong, and the spikes only penetrated a few centimeters. With a shake, they fell away. Nguyen Yang breathed a sigh of relief. As she had expected, he couldn't teleport while being pinned down. So she told her clones to continue freezing the zombie king. She took out her flying motorcycle, bought 2 missiles, and equipped them. She then prepared to deliver the final blow to the zombie king. The motorcycle soared straight up. Just as Nguyen Yang passed the zombie king's waist, she suddenly realized she was back at his waist. What was going on? The motorcycle was soaring, so why was it losing altitude? Confused, Nguyen Yang glanced down, her pupils agape with shock. The zombie king was growing even larger. His enlargement easily pushed away the ice that had frozen his legs, and the metal bindings were even more deformed. Then, the zombie king, free from control, vanished. Damn it! Nguyen Yang immediately turned around and landed, aiming her missiles. The moment the zombie king appeared, she pressed the launch button. Swoosh! A homing missile launched, following the zombie king's lead several times before finally luring it close to Nguyen Yang's motorcycle. Nguyen Yang quickly turned the direction and fled. Bang! The exploding mushroom cloud shook the motorcycle, sending it hurtling rightward and crashing into the outer village wall. The immense force of the impact further injured Nguyen Yang, whose skills were already impaired. Nguyen Yang convulsed in pain, vomiting blood. She had no idea what was happening outside, only that another clone had died. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Nguyen Yang couldn't help herself. She retrieved a bottle of Demerol from her space, and, shaking with fear, injected herself. This was the only effective pain relief method Nguyen Yang knew of. It could be administered intramuscularly. It was simple, with some side effects and a tendency to become addictive, but that didn't matter. As long as she won this battle, she had plenty of time to quit. After the injection, Nguyen Yang felt the pain ease quickly, but her lower body still ached. She took another shot and injected it into her thigh. In just a few minutes, Nguyen Yang felt herself back to normal. She immediately put away her flying motorcycle, took a teleportation pill, and quickly returned to the battlefield. With only 3 clones left, the zombie king used teleportation to play a cat-and-mouse game with them. He would appear in unobstructed areas, tempting them to use weapons or abilities, then teleport behind the exposed clones and deliver a punch, only to vanish in an instant as they turn to counterattack. Toying? Slaughter? Nuan Yang recalled the smile the Zombie King had given her when he killed Wan Ningyan, and she shuddered. This damn Zombie King had done it on purpose. Not only was he intelligent, he also knew how to toy with people's hearts. Nuan Yang's fury reached its peak, but she had underestimated the Zombie King's strength. She hadn't capitalized on the first 10 minutes, and the teleportation pills didn't stack, leaving her clones without the teleport bonus and making them all sitting ducks. What should she do? While she was pondering, another clone was killed by the Zombie King, and Nuan Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing her position. The next second, Nuan Yang smelled the stench of decay and saw a scaly body. Roar! Nuan Yang looked up and saw the Zombie King's grinning mouth and blood-red eyes. The moment the fangs closed in, Nuan Yang teleported away. However, the Zombie King immediately caught up, and Nuan Yang continued to teleport. But no matter how many times she teleported or how far she teleported, the Zombie King always appeared right behind her. Nuan Yang collapsed to the ground in agony, having teleported for who knows how many times. She pulled out another dose of Demerol, but before she could fire, the Zombie King reappeared, his blood-red eyes, as if he were staring at some interesting toy. With a wave of his hand, he flung the Demerol from Nuan Yang's hand far away. Nuan Yang suddenly realized that the Zombie King had been feigning all along. He had physical control. As long as he could control her clothes, she would have nowhere to escape. She couldn't fight the Zombie King naked either. The battlefield was already filled with nuclear radiation, and fighting naked would only kill her faster. And she couldn't run either. The Zombie King's sense of smell was even more powerful than that of ordinary zombies, and combined with his teleportation, there was no way he could escape. I was careless. Wife, I'm sorry, live well. After sending the message, Nuan Yang collapsed on the ground, the Demerol no longer able to numb the pain in her internal organs. Every organ felt like it was being kneaded and squeezed. It was so painful, so unwilling. Nuan Yang wasn't afraid of death. She died once before, but she didn't want to die like this. The thought of Wan Ningyan and the villagers being caught and killed by the Zombie King made her heart ache. Is there really no way out? Roar! The Zombie King laughed again. This time, it chose to grow to giant size, intending to crush Nuan Yang to death. When he raised his foot, a shadow enveloped Nuan Yang. From this angle, the Zombie King couldn't see her. Now, Nuan Yang had used all her points to buy nuclear mines. Thousands of them. Detonating one would release the rest. Even a giant zombie would be blasted to dust. Just as Nuan Yang was about to pull out a nuclear mine, a vine tightly bound her upper body and pulled her away from the Zombie King. Wan Yinru? As soon as this thought occurred to Nuan Yang, a massive thunderbolt struck the Zombie King from the sky, charring its entire right arm. Then, a massive flame engulfed it, ice froze it, golden chains bound it, giant stone hammers lashed it, and missiles bombarded it. Nuan Yang was utterly shocked. Could it be that the entire guard team had arrived? Aren't they heading to Noah's Ark? Sister Nuan Yang, are you okay? Wan Yinru asked concernedly. 2 clones of Nuan Yang were beside her. I'm fine, ahem. Wait for some painkillers. For some reason, Nuan Yang, who had been desperately hoping to die together, suddenly felt a surge of hope. After injecting herself with 2 doses of Demerol, she inquired about Wan Yinru's condition. The captain of the guard said your contact with her was like a last will and testament. He thought you might be planning to fight the Zombie King, and after dealing with the zombies that followed, he asked if we'd be willing to help. Of course I'm coming. Xiaofan hasn't even had a Zombie King yet, so I have to bring him here to try something new. Village Chief. Wan Yinru had just finished speaking when Zhao Rou arrived, dismounted her motorcycle, and headed straight for Nanyang. She used her supernatural powers on Nanyang's wrist for a few seconds, her face as cold as an ice cellar. What's wrong with you? Why are your internal organs so injured? And you're still using Dulingding? Nanyang pointed at the clone next to him. That's my clone. Protect it well. If one dies, I be injured. If these 2 die, I be on my last legs. You're just kidding. Zhao Rou, always resilient, blushed. Why didn't you call us to fight the Zombie King? Didn't you say my life belongs to you? In a life-threatening situation like this, I should be at the forefront. Before Nuan Yang could say anything, the shockwave from an explosion sent the 3 of them crashing to the ground. They spat out a few mouthfuls of dirt. Looking up, Nuan Yang saw that the Zombie King had indeed teleported away. Perhaps due to the large number of people, the Zombie King was hesitant to act rashly, giving Nuan Yang a chance to reunite and share his situation. This mission has nothing to do with you. Are you sure you want to participate? It's fatal. 7 of my clones have already died. Wei Mingyi twirled the pair of emerald green beads and smiled. I never fought the Zombie King before. I have to give it a try. Wei Mingyi, aren't you afraid Xiao Xue will be left without someone to protect her? Don't we still have Wen Yunshu? She wouldn't be so stingy as to bully my sister, would she? Wei Mingyi said, putting the beads away. Besides, Wan Ningyan is a member of the guard. If this Zombie King bullies her, how can I, as the captain, survive in the future if I don't come and avenge him? That's right. Mu Yi, holding his broadsword, chimed in fiercely. If anyone dares to bully Sister Ningyan, I chop them into pulp. Village Chief, Sister Ningyan is your wife, but she's also one of our teammates. It's unthinkable that we should run away when our teammates are being bullied. And what's wrong with the Zombie King? If it were truly powerful, why didn't it just confront us head-on? I want to see which is stronger, its head or our missiles. Everyone in the escort team expressed their opinions, and Nuan Yang watched, feeling grateful and warm. After his rebirth, Nuan Yang had always believed that only Wan Ningyan was trustworthy. She was aloof, almost cold-blooded. He rescued her several times out of obedience to Wan Ningyan's wishes, but he never expected to fall deeper and deeper into her trap. In the end, his sincerity earned him a group of friends he would go through thick and thin with. Okay, if you keep talking, someone's going to cry. Knowing Wei Mingyi was teasing him, Nuan Yang frowned. Come on, share the pills. If you're unlucky enough to get scratched by a zombie, it's okay. As long as the Zombie King is dead, I can buy the serum and administer it within half an hour. Nuan Yang immediately took out all the pills she saved over the years and shared them with everyone. She was afraid that if she died, the dimension would vanish, and they wouldn't even have a single pill left to save their lives. After the distribution, everyone quickly discussed their plan and used teleportation to disperse. One of Nuan Yang's clones was sent out as bait. To convince the Zombie King that it was Nuan Yang's real self, Nuan Yang gave it his stained combat uniform and bought a new one for himself. The Zombie King was more confident than Nuan Yang had imagined. He hadn't fled during this time, but had been observing nearby. Seeing the clone cautiously groping forward using shelter, he suddenly appeared behind her and forcefully stabbed it through the heart. Nuan Yang covered her mouth tightly, afraid that she would scream out in pain. When this clone died, her heart ached and her throat felt like it was being pinched. The pain and suffocation came at her at the same time. If Zhao Rou had not used her supernatural powers to help her relieve the pain in time, Nuan Yang doubted that she would have been able to continue fighting. Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of vines tightly wrapped around the Zombie King. When Yanru summoned Xiaofen, intending to have her devour the Zombie King. However, the Zombie King reacted quickly, instantly growing in size. His enhanced strength allowed him to easily tear the vines apart. He even grabbed Xiaofen's buds and pulled, ripping 2 of them apart. Roar! The Zombie King's strength far exceeded Nuan Yang's imagination. His scales weren't even afraid of Xiaofen's sharp teeth. He pierced Xiaofen's mouth, slowly tearing her apart along the flower path. When Yanru, feeling hurt by the mutant symbiosis, half knelt on the ground, spitting out blood. The other team members used their powers to help, but the Zombie King was determined to kill Xiaofen and tore at her with all his might. Seeing the situation was dire, Nuan Yang immediately unleashed his flying motorcycle, preparing to launch a missile attack. When Yanru, seemingly aware of Nuan Yang's intentions, suddenly stood up and summoned countless plants with all her might, wrapping the Zombie King's legs tightly. The other team members reacted immediately, using ice, boulder, gold, every ability they could to control the Zombie King. Thunder and fire powers were gathering strength, ready to cooperate with Nuan Yang to deliver a fatal blow to the Zombie King's head. Roar! The Zombie King dropped Xiaofen at the moment the missiles were launched, forcefully ripping free of the powers that bound him, and prepared to teleport away. However, this time, it couldn't escape. Furiously, it swung its hand to the left, striking. Nuan Yang then realized it was Wan Ningyan. So, Wan Ningyan had reversed entropy on the Zombie King. In that moment of distraction, Wan Ningyan escaped the Zombie King's blow, but Nuan Yang's flying motorcycle was affected. The falling Zombie King's arm, driven by inertia, knocked Nuan Yang's motorcycle to the ground. Nuan Yang, already fragile, was hammered to the point of vomiting blood. His eyes went dark. He only remembered hearing the system's mission-completed voice before plunging into a silent darkness. Chapter 728. Suffering. Nuan Yang fell into darkness, feeling an excruciating pain from his limbs to his heart. His respiratory tract felt like it was being tightly gripped by a large hand, and no matter how hard he tried, he could only inhale a tiny amount of oxygen. It's so painful. Someone please save me. Nguyen Yang struggled for an unknown amount of time before a crack suddenly opened in the darkness, revealing warm sunlight. Dragging his aching body, Nguyen Yang stepped closer, finding the surroundings growing brighter and filled with a familiar fragrance. It was Wan Ningyan. Nguyen Yang instantly forgot the pain and began searching for Wan Ningyan in the fairy tale garden. After walking down 2 paths, he finally found her, squatting beside a pile of flower pots, watering them. Wife! Wan Ningyan turned her head, looking incredibly beautiful, and smiled sweetly at Nguyen Yang. Honey, are you healed? Are you feeling any discomfort? I still have plenty of pills. If you feel any discomfort, take another one. Look at you, you're sweating all over. Wan Ningyan smiled and stood up, pulling a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe Nguyen Yang's sweat. Her gentle expression made Nguyen Yang feel guilty, and she apologized weakly. I'm sorry, honey. I lied to you again. I swear this is the last time. It's okay, I understand. Huh? Silly. Wan Ningyan gently tapped Nguyen Yang's nose and pulled her down to a squat position. Look, aren't the flowers I grow beautiful? It was a pink flower, like a hydrangea. Nguyen Yang didn't recognize it, but her mind wasn't on the flower at the moment. She looked at Wan Ningyan with confusion. She kept a smile on her face, occasionally poking the petals with her fingertips, and calling Nguyen Yang to look, explaining the varieties and characteristics of the flowers. She didn't seem angry at all. This is out of character. How could Wan Ningyan not be angry? Who are you? Wan Ningyan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and asked, Nguyen Yang, are you crazy? I'm your wife, Wan Ningyan. No. Nguyen Yang suddenly stood up. You're not Wan Ningyan. She rarely calls me by my name, always calling me Mimi. She wouldn't be like you, smiling and greeting me even after being deceived by me. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm Wan Ningyan. If I'm not Wan Ningyan, who else could I be? You're not. My wife cares deeply about me. It's impossible for her to ask me about my health, and then ask me to look at the flowers instead. And she hasn't even been growing flowers in years. Wan Ningyan's smile faded. Like a puppet, her head slowly turned to the back, revealing a face covered in a white mask. Then, it slowly tilted, its entire face twisting 180 degrees, a strange and eerie scene. Nguyen Yang shuddered, waking up in shock. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Mimi? Mimi! Are you awake? Awake! Xiaoyang is finally awake. A buzzing noise filled his ears, and a blurry image shone before his eyes. It took Nguyen Yang several seconds for his vision to clear. He then took in the sight of the snow-white ceiling and the beautiful chandelier that resembled colored glass. Mimi, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Are you thirsty? Is there warm water here, or would you like something to eat? Nguyen Yang followed the sound and spotted Wan Ningyan, looking anxious. He excitedly tried to hug her, but he noticed a dark shadow under her eyes. She had lost a lot of weight, her skin was dull, and her beautiful hair was frizzy, as if it hadn't been washed in ages. Wife, what's wrong with you? You look so haggard. I'm fine. Wan Ningyan, half laughing and half crying, tightly grasped Nguyen Yang's wrist. Mimi, are you hungry? Thirsty? A little? Let me help you up, and give you some water. Wan Ningyan slowly lifted Nguyen Yang to her feet, and sat on the edge of the bed, using her as a cushion. Nearby, Wan's mother quickly opened her thermos, first filling it halfway with hot water under the quilt, then adding some cold water before handing it to Wan Ningyan. Here, drink slowly, and don't choke. Nguyen Yang felt aches all over. Although he felt better after sitting up, he was still weak and struggled to even drink water. Water soon spilled from the corners of his mouth, soaking the clothes of the person behind him. I'm sorry. It's okay. Just wipe it off. You drink first. Nguyen Yang continued to drink diligently. This time, he felt better than before. He felt hydrated, and his spirits were rapidly recovering. However, Nguyen Yang noticed the cup was shaking more and more, and sensing something was wrong, she turned around to find Wan Ningyan's face wet with tears. Wife, what's wrong with you? Wan Ningyan said nothing. She hugged Nguyen Yang tightly, burying her head in his shoulder and crying. Her warm tears dripped onto her skin, burning her skin. Ningyan, what's wrong with you? Can you tell me? Nguyen Yang asked anxiously, but Wan Ningyan's hands clutched tightly at her shoulders and clothes, and she cried even harder. Her trembling body made Nguyen Yang afraid to speak, fearing the more she spoke, the more she would cry. Xiaoyang. Mother Wan approached quietly, explaining to Nguyen Yang in a whisper. You've been unconscious for 5 days. Yin Yin hasn't been able to eat or sleep these days, and she's been watching over you, worried something might happen to you. Mother One sighed and pointed to the door. I call the doctor and tell everyone the news. You should take some comfort. Wan Yang was shocked. 5 days? He actually been unconscious for 5 days? Host, yes, you were unconscious for 5 days. That's incredible. If you don't know how to use words, forget it. Tell me, how could I have been unconscious for 5 days? I clearly took the medical pills beforehand. It wouldn't have taken 5 days to heal me, right? Besides, Zhao Ro was here. Host, you were seriously injured. Combined with the brain shock and the side effects of the pethidine, you were unconscious for 3 days. You should have woken up after 3 days, but you took the energy pills. The effect expired, forcing you to be unconscious for a day, which is why you woke up today. So that's what happened. Wan Yang hadn't had time to tell everyone about the energy pills, so everyone thought she was cured, but she hadn't woken up, which was very worrying. Ningyan, my dear Xiaoyan, I'm fine. It was the energy pills that kept me unconscious for an extra day. Sorry to have worried you. Just as she finished, Wan Ningyan punched Nuanyang's shoulder. Her lips trembled from crying, and she stared at Nuanyang with red eyes, tears welling up again. You lied to me again. And you almost. I'm sorry. Nuanyang held her in her arms, soothing her softly. It's my fault. I broke my promise again. I promised you I would never lie to you again, nor would I leave you to make decisions on your own. If you do it again, I'd be dead. What are you doing? Wan Ningyan immediately pressed her hand firmly against Nuanyang's mouth. Rather than being lied to, I'm more afraid of losing you. Whoa. I was really scared. You bastard. Whoa. I thought you were going to become a vegetable. Wan Yang thought Wan Ningyan was angry that he had lied to her, but it turned out she was simply frightened after being unconscious for so long. Looking at Wan Ningyan's haggard appearance, the tongue-tied Wan Yang could only say I'm sorry over and over again, unable to think of anything else to do. His mind was a blur, his muscles still aching, and the twisted waist and hugging position were even more uncomfortable. Thankfully, the doctor and friends arrived. Wan Ningyan, ever so proud, quickly ran to the bathroom to wash her face, fearing anyone would see her weeping miserably. Wan Yang pulled on a coat to hide the wetness on her shoulders, got out of bed, and opened the door, startling everyone outside. You can get out of bed? I told you, the doctor was exaggerating. The village chief is already well, how could he become paralyzed? The village chief just woke up, can't you say something nice? Liang Shangyin and the female doctor, standing in the front row, were furious. The doctor didn't dare say anything, but Liang Shangyin wouldn't tolerate it. She turned around and started scolding Mu Yi and Gu Xiaoyao. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it the doctor's job to tell the family the worst-case scenario? Are they supposed to only report good news and not bad news? You have such a broken heart. You were praising us doctors all the time when you asked for help, and now that the patient is fine, you're blaming us for exaggerating. If you're so capable, why did you come to us in the first place? Speak up. Mu, are you speechless? Mu Yi hadn't expected Liang Shangyin to be so angry. He scratched his head, embarrassed. Just as he was about to apologize, Little Wolf squeezed in front of Liang Shangyin, his face serious. My last name isn't Mu, it's Wan, and my name is Xiaolang. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Who could have imagined Xiaolang would act like this? She herself didn't notice anything was wrong, and smiled up at Wan Yang. Master's wife, you're finally up. Master doesn't have to cry over you every day anymore. It's strange. You're not dead, so why is Master crying? Ahem. Wan Yang winked at Liang Zi. Take him away. I'm afraid Ningyan might hear and beat her up. Okay, Master. I'm glad you're okay. I come back to see you later. Xiao Lang was immediately taken away by Liang Zi. Wan Yang then let everyone in, apologized on behalf of Mu Yi, Liang Shangyin, and the doctor, and sat by the bed for the doctor's examination. Wan Ningyan also emerged. Even after washing her face, she still looked haggard. She stood aside, biting her lip, silent, her eyes fixed on Wan Yang. There's nothing serious at the moment. I suggest a full-body checkup when you have time. Don't eat for 8 hours before the exam. Stay on an empty stomach. Okay, thank you, doctor. Wan Yang turned to Liang Shangyin and said, Thank you, Sister Liang, for taking care of me these days. Liang Shangyin said proud. You should thank your wife. She's been taking care of you. With that, Liang Shangyin left with the doctor. She was going to report to Wen Yunshu. As soon as the door closed, everyone started talking. Some were relieved that Wang Yang was okay, some asked about his health, and some asked when he would return to the village. Wang Yang asked in confusion, "The village has been destroyed, and you still want to go back?" "Of course we have to. We embroiderers have been taking on a lot of work lately. Look, village chief, these are our wages." Sister Lu smiled and held out a bag of crystal cores. "We need crystal cores to rebuild the village. These aren't enough, but if we work together, we can definitely gather them." "Yes, village chief, it's just crystal cores and building materials. We can always find them if we go out and look for them." "Village chief, I don't have much money, so I give it all to you. Don't be picky. When you've fully recovered, let's go back. Winter's coming soon, and we need to start clearing the land soon, otherwise the hard soil will be too much of a struggle." Wang Yang hadn't expected everyone to go back. Noah's Ark was clearly so much better than the village. No matter how good this place is, it's not as good as the village. There's not enough freedom, the rooms are small, there are too many people, and it takes a long time to wait for the elevator. Yes, and eating is annoying too. I can't cook like Aunt Shin. I prefer eating in our village cafeteria. There's no place for you out here, so they can play. There's no place to fish either. It's so boring. Wang Yang. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he smiled as he agreed, "Okay. Let's go back. It's just a matter of starting over. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years isn't enough, then 5, 10. We'd definitely be able to restore the village to its former glory." "That won't do," Wei Mingyi smiled faintly. "It has to be even better than before." "Yes, it has to be even better." Wang Yang smiled heartily, then suddenly remembered he completed his mission. He quickly checked them all. Great. There's even a separate section for building materials. No need to worry about running out of supplies. He also unlocked the serum, but it was quite expensive, costing 100 million points each. Wang Yang only had 32 points now, and he used them all on nuclear mines, leaving the space cluttered with thousands of them. The more he looked, the more regretful he felt. "What are you afraid of?" Wei Mingyi smiled mischievously. "Don't we still have Wen Yunshu, the one who is taking advantage? Just sell it to her. Right? It has to be you, Captain Wei." Wang Yang thought of his superpowers as he spoke. He reached out and tested them, but found he only had 2, and couldn't help but wonder. Who took the Zombie King's superpowers? When Yenru weakly raised her hand. "It's me. I'm sorry, Sister Nuanyang. I was in so much pain, I didn't expect Xiaofan to have the strength to fight back." Nuanyang smiled and waved her hand. It's fine, it's fine. Why apologize? You're the future village chief. You need to be strong so you can protect the villagers." "Yes, I do my best to protect everyone in the village." Nuanyang had been unconscious for so long that she soon developed a headache. Everyone tactfully left, letting her rest. But for Nuanyang, there was a more pressing problem: how to comfort Wan Ningyan. This time, she had really gone too far. She couldn't even imagine how agonizing Wan Ningyan must have been during that hour trapped in the car. "Don't make that face. I don't blame you." Wang Yang looked at her incredulously. "You really don't blame me?" Wan Ningyan hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. "I know you had your reasons for doing this. Although I'm angry, I almost lost you, and it made me think a lot. Me, for the rest of my life, I just want to live a normal life with you. If something like this happens again, promise me we face it together, live and die together, okay?" Wang Yang didn't know what Wan Ningyan had been through in the past few days to have such a drastic change in her mentality, but she knew she must be feeling very bad, which was why she approached him with such an almost pleading tone. Gently grasping Wan Ningyan's hand, Wang Yang solemnly promised, "I promise you, from now on, no matter what happens, we face it together. This time, I won't break my promise." "I wouldn't believe you." The two smiled at each other through tears, huddled close together, discussing the village's future plans, and how to pass all the burdens on to the younger generation, freeing up time for travel. Chapter 729 Extra. Liar. Wan Ningyan, you're a liar. You're my sister, why don't you keep your word? Wang Yang held the sleeping person in his arms, tears streaming down his face. She had been begging him that morning to come out and see the pandas, but how could she have left without a word? "Didn't we agree to outlive me by a few years, so we could all be centenarians together? Why are you breaking your promise?" Wang Yang watched the sunset, feeling that life was just like this. She was so tired. She wanted to walk with Wan Ningyan. Her body grew heavier and colder, and the past few decades of experience flashed before her eyes, like a revolving lantern. The setting sun cast its last rays upon the two huddled together. The world suddenly stopped, plunging into darkness. Not far ahead, a ray of light suddenly appeared. Slowly, the light grew into a long strip. Bit by bit, Nuanyang felt like she was inside an eggshell. As the eggshell shattered, the outside world began to reveal itself. But nothing was as Nuanyang had imagined. Confused, she approached the light and discovered a pure white space, more precisely, a pure white world without boundaries. How strange. Nuanyang cautiously advanced, scanning her surroundings for Wan Ningyan. Nuanyang clearly remembered watching the giant pandas with Wan Ningyan. Later, the now centenarian Wan Ningyan said she was tired and rested on her shoulder. The elderly were running low on energy, and Wan Ningyan was no exception. Nuanyang didn't find it strange and thoughtfully fanned her. But she hadn't expected Wan Ningyan to die in her sleep. This sudden change left Nuanyang devastated, and she only wished she could follow Wan Ningyan. Could it be that she had really followed Wan Ningyan? So this was the underworld. No, it felt a bit like heaven. Hello, host. Just as Nuanyang was puzzled, a huge electronic screen suddenly appeared, and then the voice of System Xiao 6, a young girl, filled Nuanyang with confusion. Xiao 6? Is that you? It's me, host. Thank you, host. I completed my mission. I'm no longer an intern system. I'm now a junior system, free to accept missions. The girl's voice sounded cheerful, and the huge electronic screen began to display various images of Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan. But Nuanyang couldn't understand why each image seemed so unfamiliar. In each image, he and Wan Ningyan were either emaciated, searching for supplies, or fleeing from zombies. Suddenly, Nuanyang saw a scene of himself and Wan Ningyan fleeing through the city, and it was exactly the same as his previous dream. Not only that, Nuanyang discovered images from his previous life, and this one among the numerous images. The previous life showed Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan escaping from the Brilliant Hotel, while the current life showed Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan collecting supplies at a mall in the early days of the apocalypse. Xiao Lu, what do these images mean? Why are they all about me and Wan Ningyan? Replying to the host, this is all you and Wan Ningyan have experienced through 67 reincarnations. 67 reincarnations? Nuanyang took a step back in disbelief, watching each life on the screen. Her scalp tingled. She thought she'd been reborn once by divine grace, but now she's been reborn 67 times? Why do I keep reborn? Why don't I remember my past experiences? Why did you only appear in the 67th life? Xiao Lu, do you know something? Tell me. Host, please calm down. Xiao Lu will answer your questions now. Ding. With a bang, all images on the large screen vanished, revealing an Earth. Nuanyang felt both familiar and unfamiliar. This Earth was a little different from the one she learned about in her textbooks, in several ways, yet the overall theme remained similar. In the real world, a famous male author wrote a novel called Survival in the Apocalypse, featuring Wan Ningyan and Han Qingcheng as the protagonists. Due to the plot provoking a strong rebellion from the book's King of Fortune, Wan Ningyan, her powerful mental power created the book's world, which was subsequently included in the collection of the Book Administration Bureau. In the real world, novels capable of creating a book's world through powerful mental power are rare. However, Wan Ningyan's awakened subconscious strongly resisted her love for the male protagonist, Han Qingcheng, causing the plot to collapse and the book's world to teeter on the brink of collapse. To ensure the stability of the world, the Book Administration Bureau decided to allow the female protagonist, Wan Ningyan, to reshape the plot. Later, it was discovered that she had fallen for Nuanyang, the vicious female supporting character from the original novel. Because only the heroine Wan Ningyan has awakened subconsciously in the book's world, Nuanyang, the host, has reincarnated for 65 lifetimes. As one of the new protagonists, Nuanyang, you, the host, still hasn't awakened to emotional consciousness. It wasn't until the 66th life, after decades of bonding, that the host witnessed Wan Ningyan's suicide for love, and finally awakened subconsciously. However, as the host, who had been promoted from a supporting character to a protagonist, suffered from extremely poor luck. Even with Wan Ningyan's luck, she still faced a high risk of death. Therefore, the Book Management Bureau had no choice but to dispatch the system, Little Six, to help. Nuanyang felt increasingly distressed as she listened, especially as the original novel's content appeared on the screen. She finally understood why she was an orphan. It was simply because the author believed that villains should have tragic lives. Why do I sometimes feel jealous of Wan Ningyan? Because the author characterizes her as selfish, cold-blooded, profit-driven, and narrow-minded, jealous of everyone better off than her, especially Wan Ningyan. Why did I dream of being hanged outside the window of Noah's Ark? Because Han Qingcheng, who had seized control of Noah's Ark, discovered that he was plotting to harm Wan Ningyan and hanged himself to curry her favor. The truth is devastating, painful, and infuriating. Only today did Wan Yang realize the depths of Wan Ningyan's suffering, the pain so intense that she desperately tried to construct a world in the book to resist. The original novel's plot is utterly unreasonable. It's said to be a duo, but in the end, only Han Qingcheng is the stronger one. Wan Ningyan, who has been in the entertainment industry for over 20 years, is portrayed as a spoiled wife. The author didn't allow Wan Ningyan to awaken her powers, but fearing she wouldn't be considered strong, he gave her the title of King of Luck. Han Qingcheng repeatedly relied on Wan Ningyan's good fortune to guide the base through crises. But how did Han Qingcheng repay Wan Ningyan? He promised to rescue the Wan family, but he delayed until the onset of extreme cold, leaving them all dead. He promised Wan Ningyan he would treat the people well, but instead used them for experiments, developing a crystal core extract. Fearing civil unrest in the base after his actions were exposed, he took Bai Xing hostage and forced Bai Mo to take the blame. Later, he broke his promise and killed Bai Xing. He met Wen Yuanshu and pretended to cooperate with her in a rebellion, but ultimately seized control and murdered Wen Yuanshu and her followers. He also failed to uphold his promise to treat the women of the base well, establishing only some sham rules. Such a person is the male protagonist, and readers praise him as it's the end of the world. Men should be so cruel, while Wan Ningyan and a group of female characters become stepping stones for this hypocritical male protagonist. Wan Ningyan's pendant-like attributes, like a delicate wife, prevent her from saving her family or escaping, like a captive canary. She often exhibits subpar behavior, earning widespread criticism from readers. Wei Mingyi, the all-round martial artist and incredibly intelligent leader of the Rose Squad, is merely a victim of the brutality of a wealthy businessman in the original novel. The original ending of the life-or-death duel is that Liang Haiping cheated and falsely accused Wei Mingyi of using supernatural powers to assist. The military, knowingly aware of the problem, still chose to execute Wei Mingyi and exile the entire Rose Squad and their families, leading to their deaths on the night of the onset of extreme cold. Wen Yuanshu's plot is even more ridiculous. Because of Wan Ningyan, Han Qingcheng and Wen Yuanshu unexpectedly met. One desperately needed a safe, warm, and well-equipped base, the other needed help in the rebellion, and they hit it off immediately. Wen Yuanshu, just as described in the original novel, is ruthless, sinister, and scheming, secretly plotting a rebellion to ensure a bright future for the women in the base. However, the original author's prejudice against women is so profound that he actually believes such women need a man, leading to the cheesy love triangle between Wen Yuanshu and Han Qingcheng. Even more disgusting, Wen Yuanshu's death stems from her love-crazy behavior, instigating the vicious supporting actress, Wan Yang, to harm Wan Ningyan, ultimately leading to her own death. It's ridiculous. So ridiculous. Reading the original plot and the reader reviews, Wan Yang wanted to rush into the screen and tear those people apart. All this is simply because the author believes that women cannot survive in the apocalypse, and that dependence on men is the norm. Therefore, the supporting actresses either meet a tragic end or love the male protagonist and want to be with him. But it's clear that everything this male protagonist has achieved is thanks to women. Sanyang Mountain's safe passage to the extreme cold was due to Wan Ningyan's good fortune in finding much-needed supplies, and their seizure of control of Noah's Ark was the result of Wen Yuanshu's meticulous planning over a year. Even the management of the base relied on Bai Xing's help, and yet, all the credit is attributed to him. How ridiculous. Host, the system trembled. Are you okay? No. I'm not okay. Why? Why? Wan Yang had never imagined she would lose control like this. Unable to reach the virtual screen, she became even more furious. She pounded the ground like crazy, hoping for a little more pain to alleviate the pain in her heart. Host, please don't hurt yourself. Calm down. We're running out of time. Load time? Wan Yang caught this message and slowly stood up. What do you mean by running out of time? Host, since you and Wan Ningyan are the protagonists of the current book world, you completed the main plot and survived to the end of your life, so the book world is now stable. Now you can choose to remain in this world or become a member of the Book Management Bureau system. After completing a certain number of tasks, you can redeem your rights and be reborn into the real world as a real human. It took Wan Yang several minutes to understand what the system meant. If she stayed in the book world, she would continue to reincarnate, life after life, and her memories would never be erased. If you choose to become a system, you have the chance to become a true human, but you could be eliminated from the book administration at any time due to mistakes or mission failures. Xiao Lu, what about Ningyan? Host, Wan Ningyan, as one of the heroines in the book world, has the same choice as you. The same choice? What did she choose? Host, Xiao Lu can't tell you this. But I can remind you that if you and Wan Ningyan both choose to stay, then because there are two awakened protagonists in the book world, the supporting characters will gradually awaken subconsciously, possessing independent emotions. Their behavior doesn't need to follow the 67th life cycle. As long as the two protagonists ensure they live to a natural death, that's all that matters. On the other hand, if only the host chooses to remain in the book's world, due to the host's limited energy, it cannot influence the entire world's operation. Therefore, all characters will proceed as in the 67th life. Forcibly leaving the plot will only cause the world to stop until the host is willing to return to the original plot. In short, if only one person remains, the cycle will repeat itself forever, and everyone they face will be a predefined NPC. Nguyen Yang was torn. A cycle of life after life is truly terrifying. It would drive her crazy. Host, 5 minutes left. Please make your choice quickly. If you don't make a choice within the time limit, you will automatically become the system. Got it. Nguyen Yang sat helplessly on the ground, watching the virtual screen display each life, her mind a blur. She wanted to choose to become the system, but she couldn't bear to leave Wan Ningyan. Wife, what would you choose? Nguyen Yang murmured, suddenly remembering that, due to his bad luck, he had absorbed Wan Ningyan's luck, so... Yes, host, Wan Ningyan's injuries were caused by you absorbing her luck. A normal king of luck would escape unscathed even in danger. I see. Nguyen Yang smiled, a mixture of laughter and tears. So, Wan Ningyan waited for him to awaken and fall in love with her for 66 lifetimes. In order to transform Nguyen Yang from a supporting role into a protagonist, she had her luck absorbed, causing her to be repeatedly injured and nearly dying. Was it worth it? Looking at the character the author had created for her, Nguyen Yang felt unworthy of such a wonderful Wan Ningyan. It was as if her happiness in this life had been stolen from her. Host, there are only 30 seconds left. You need to make a decision quickly. Okay, my decision is... Nguyen Yang lay on the ground, remembering the countless times she had broken her promises. She softly uttered 2 words. Stay. Host, are you sure you want to stay in the book world? The system's voice grew urgent. Only 8 seconds remained on the countdown. Nguyen Yang closed her eyes and confirmed with a smile. I choose to stay in the book world. I promised her I would love her for eternity, and this time I won't break my promise. Beep. The countdown ended, and Nguyen Yang opened her eyes to find herself back in her room. Guitar, cat alarm clock, wardrobe. She quickly stood up and checked her phone. It was the day before the apocalypse. Ningyan, what is your choice? Chapter 730, Extra. Wan Ningyan, what is your choice? With this question in mind, Nguyen Yang went to the refrigerator and took a piece of bread and a bottle of milk. A moment later, the system appeared, asking if he wanted to bind. Bind this time, Nguyen Yang had learned his lesson. He put the food back in the refrigerator before binding, avoiding the milk spilling all over him. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding. I am System 19886. You can call me Little Six. I am the Apocalypse Mall system, and I will help the host survive the apocalypse. Would the host sign in now? The same cute girl's voice sounded familiar yet strange. Nguyen Yang asked cautiously. Little Six, didn't you complete your mission? Do you still want to be an NPC in this world? Would the host sign in now? Little Six, I am Nguyen Yang. Don't you remember me? Would the host sign in now? Nguyen Yang sighed in disappointment. As expected, this world is full of NPCs, and so is the system. The real Little Six is now an intern system, free to accept missions. How could he still be in this world? Sign in. Host has successfully signed in. Host level detected as 0. Receive a free 250 ml bottle of mineral water as a new user gift. Please upgrade to receive more sign-in benefits. Nguyen Yang reached out and tried, but the space usage remained the same. He quickly emptied his house and sat on the floor, hesitating. His phone screen was fixed on Wan Ningyan's WeChat interface, but Nguyen Yang didn't dare press the call button. Ah. Nguyen Yang, what are you afraid of? When you chose to stay, weren't you prepared to face the consequences of everyone being an NPC for the rest of your life? Be brave. It doesn't matter if she chooses to become a system. At least the one in this world will love you forever. Nguyen Yang was very self-sufficient. He took a deep breath and pressed the call button. Hello. Old. Ningyan, it's me, Nguyen Yang. There was silence on the other end of the line, followed by an angry voice. Are you sick? It's early morning. Early morning? Just like in her previous life, Nuanyang had the answer in mind. With a wry smile, she finished the storyline and drove to Halyu Garden, where she met the 2 security guards at the gate again. Everything was proceeding according to the plot of her 67th life. The security guard checked the license plate and let her pass. After Nuanyang rang the doorbell 3 times, Wan Ningyan finally opened the door. Seeing Wan Ningyan again, wearing a brown, deep V, halter-length dress and no makeup, Nuanyang was stunned for a moment. She had already gotten used to the older Wan Ningyan with gray hair, wrinkles, and dentures, but she found the young, beautiful one a little awkward. Tell me, what's the matter? This tone, used to address a stranger, made Nuanyang's heart ache. Pursing her lips slightly, Nuanyang stepped inside. Let's talk inside. It's a bit cold. Hey, I didn't ask you to come in. Why are you acting like you're going home? Close the door first, Nuanyang said as he pulled slippers from the nearby shoe cabinet and put them on. Wan Ningyan stood at the doorway, watching Nuanyang. If it were Nuanyang, who had just been reborn in the 67th life, she would have changed her slippers and stood in the hallway, watching Wan Ningyan, waiting for her to relent and come in. But the current Nuanyang, who still had her memories, knew clearly that Wan Ningyan was a bit sensitive to the cold. Unconsciously, she worried about her catching a cold, so she casually grabbed a blanket from her dimension and covered her with it. After all, they were all NPCs. They would ignore their actions outside the plot and just follow the storyline. It didn't hurt to show some concern. As Nuanyang was thinking, he suddenly noticed Wan Ningyan's surprised look. It was so strange. Could it be that this was how an NPC would react to his actions outside the plot? No. Why was she crying? The next second, Nuanyang was hugged tightly by Wan Ningyan. You really chose to stay. That's great. I thought I was being tricked. You really chose to stay. Chose to stay. Nuanyang repeated this sentence in his mind for a moment before realizing that Wan Ningyan had also chosen to stay in the book world. Nuanyang was so excited that she wanted to laugh, but her tears couldn't stop flowing, turning into a comical mixture of crying and laughing. Wan Ningyan's composure was immediately broken when she saw this. She gently wiped Nuanyang's tears with her fingertips, teasing her gently. You're still so tearful, you little crybaby. No. I thought. Wait. Wan Ningyan turned and closed the door. Tell me, what did you think? I thought. You chose to be a system. Wan Ningyan lowered her eyes, pondering for a moment. She tentatively asked, so you've been following the storyline because you feel like I'm not myself now, but an NPC? Yeah. Why didn't you ask? I received your call, and it was exactly the same as your last life. I thought I'd been tricked, and could only rely on my memory to follow the storyline. I heard that hello, exactly the same as last life, so I thought you were an NPC. Because I was woken by your WeChat call, my first reaction was hello. So that's what happened. Nuanyang finally realized he made a mistake. He took tissues from his spaceship to wipe his tears, and handed one to Wan Ningyan. However, the atmosphere between them grew awkward. Nuanyang had chosen to stay, completely outside the control of the original novel. The same was true for Wan Ningyan. 2 independent individuals, unconstrained by the plot, were too close to each other, which seemed a bit over the line. The strange atmosphere lingered for a while. Wan Ningyan suggested they sit on the sofa and chat for a while. Nuanyang hummed, then followed her. Old. Ahem, Ningyan, can I ask a question? Sure. What did you mean by thinking you were being scammed? Well, Wan Ningyan looked puzzled. I arrived at a pure white space. There was a large screen showing clips from the 67th life and the original novel. There was a half-hour countdown in the upper right corner, allowing me to make a choice after understanding everything. I didn't know you could make a choice, so I thought I was the only one, so I wanted to choose the system. But just as I was about to express my decision, there was a sudden electric buzzing sound, and then a voice. How should I describe it? It sounded like a 16 or 17-year-old girl, speaking in a halting voice. Nuanyang chose to stay. I asked her who she was several times, but she didn't answer, just repeated the same words. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to stay. My thought process was simple. If it's fake, I built this world anyway, so staying here for eternity doesn't matter. But if it's real? Wan Ningyan looked up at Nuanyang and smiled gently. How could I leave you alone to face this endless cycle? That would be too cruel. For the first time, Nuanyang felt her heart sink to tears. She covered her face and cried. She hadn't expected the system she'd been guarding against her entire life, Xiao Lu, to actually help her so much. She hadn't expected Wan Ningyan to stay for her. Choosing to be a system, choosing to be a real person, was 1,000 times better than staying in the world of books. As she cried, Nguyen Yang felt a dent in the sofa beside her, and she stroked her head with a hand. You seem to be crying more than before. I'm sorry, because I didn't expect you to stay for me, and I didn't expect Xiao Lu to. Nguyen Yang suddenly stopped. She remembered Xiao Lu saying not to reveal the existence of the system, or she would be punished. She tensed for a moment, but nothing happened. Mimi, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you moving? Nguyen Yang came to her senses and hurriedly explained, It's the system. I thought I'd be punished for telling you, but I didn't expect. Oh, I know that. The big screen explained it all to me. You have a Doomsday Mall system. Yes, that girl's voice is my system, Xiao Lu. I've been tricked by her a few times, and I never expected she helped me. As Nguyen Yang spoke, she suddenly realized Wan Ningyan had called her Mimi. She looked at her with such joy that she blushed and turned away awkwardly. Why are you staring at me? Ah? I'm sorry, I was being rude. Nguyen Yang regretted it the moment he finished speaking. Wan Ningyan clearly still held on to the same affection from her previous life, yet he had actually pushed her away. What a failure. Wan Ningyan remained silent for a long time, her expression turning cold. Nguyen Yang was filled with regret, his mind racing, trying to figure out how to break the impasse. Nguyen Yang had never imagined that, with 67 lifetimes of memories, he would be so clueless now, unable to even coax someone. How could anyone be so clueless? Nguyen Yang. Yes, I'm here. Alas. As expected, she stopped calling me Mimi. I shouldn't have been so polite just now, treating her like an outsider. I've broken free from the control of the original novel. Yes, I know. Wan Ningyan turned her head, her expression incredibly serious, but her eyes seemed to hold an emotion Nguyen Yang couldn't read. You don't know. Breaking free from the original novel means I'm different from the Wan Ningyan of my previous life. I'm not proactive and enthusiastic, and I certainly don't like to act coquettishly. Nguyen Yang, I'm very boring. For 26 years, I spent most of my time studying and filming acting, leaving me with very little personal time. So, I'm so bored I can spend all my days off at home alone. I like reading, listening to light music, watching boring short videos, and hiding my emotions. Nguyen Yang, do you still like me like this? Nguyen Yang hadn't expected Wan Ningyan to care about these things. He was stunned for a long moment, then mustered up the courage to sit closer to her. Ningyan, so you still like me, right? Wan Ningyan didn't answer. She pursed her lips and tilted her head slightly, her cheeks and ears flushed. Nguyen Yang understood, leaping for joy. He took a deep breath and grasped Wan Ningyan's right hand. I like you, Wan Ningyan. I like you. It's because I like you that I chose to stay in this book world. Even if you become an emotionless NPC, I'm willing to protect you for eternity. You're dull, you don't take the initiative, you don't like to act coquettishly. That's okay, I do it. You've been proactive for 67 lifetimes, it's my turn to pursue you. But Ningyan, can you give me a little more time? I don't know what my personality will be like outside of the original book. I'm so afraid that my personality will be unpleasant and bore you. It's okay. Wan Ningyan smiled, turning her hand and interlocking her fingers with Nguyen Yang's. We have plenty of time, endless time to get along. Yes, endless time. Nguyen Yang slowly tightened his grip, gripping Wan Ningyan's right hand tightly. He longed to hold her again. He had been grieving her loss not long ago, and now, having found her again, he truly wanted to hold her in his arms and feel her warmth. Nguyen Yang thought so, and his body moved accordingly, leaning closer and closer to Wan Ningyan. Just as he opened his left arm to embrace her, Wan Ningyan's phone rang. The next second, the person who should have been in his arms slipped away, reaching for the coffee table to pick up the phone. It's Mom's message. She and Dad have already bought plane tickets and are on their way to pick up Xiaofeng from school. Ah? Planes? Well, I thought about it. There are too many people to save, and we can't waste time going to Province G. So I told them to buy tickets and fly directly to my place. The flight is at 9 o'clock, and they arrive at 8 o'clock at night, just in time to meet up before the zombies show up. Nguyen Yang nodded. Indeed? Then I contact Pia Piao. I have to take her with me in this life, so I don't have any regrets. Okay, Mimi, come here. Wan Ningyan pulled a notebook from under the coffee table and began writing her plan. Xiao Yuwer, Nian Nian, if we find them and bring them to the base before the plot unfolds, none of this will happen. Although Han Qingcheng isn't a good person, Sanyang Mountain is perfectly situated, perfect for us to rescue people and upgrade the space and mall systems early on. Once everything is ready, we can go to Noah's Ark and form an alliance with Wen Yu and Shu to seize control of the base. I read that the original novel Seizure of Noah's Ark is the ending. After the seizure, we didn't stay at Noah's Ark, but went to Shu Embroidery Village, where we encountered the Zombie King. In that case, we can follow the main storyline in the first few lives, understand the patterns of plot changes and the speed of upgrades, and then face the Zombie King directly later, perhaps even wiping out all the zombies before he even appears. Nuanyang listened to Wan Ningyan's long speech and realized she was truly different. This was the wisdom expected of someone who had been in the entertainment industry for over 20 years. Her previous life's recklessness and pampering were all forced upon her by the original novel, a misplaced characterization meant to please those boy-loving readers. Mimi, are you listening? Yes, I agree, but your goal shouldn't simply be to save people beforehand. Wan Ningyan smiled. It seems we still have a tacit understanding. Saving people is the only thing we can do right now. I want to create a post-apocalyptic world that belongs only to women, so we must constantly save people, save women, and allow as many women as possible to exist in this world and change their original destinies. It's a grand dream, perfectly aligned with Wan Ningyan's original aspiration. Okay, I accompany you. We not only save the women of our country, but also those of foreign countries, and help them awaken. Once awakened, they wouldn't be unable to recognize their love for each other. Zhao Rou Suwan Mu Yi, Bai Xing, Qin Yuan Qi Muge. Nuanyang finally understood why they behaved so strangely. It was because they hadn't spent enough time with the two heroines to awaken, so they loved without realizing it. However, with the examples of Wen Yanru and Wan Ningyue, Nuanyang believed that as long as they spent enough time with others in these past lives, they would eventually awaken subconsciously, and stay with the one they loved for life after life. Chapter 731, Extra. My name is Lucky, a majestic South China tiger. I also have a nickname, Lucky, given to me by the family that serves me. When I was a cub, I was taken away by women named Nuanyang and Wan Ningyan. I didn't want to be taken away, they were so rude. The humans who usually serve me always hold me gently in a soft blanket, feeding me a bottle, and patting my back to prevent choking. But these two humans actually pinched my tiger's skin and held me in their arms. I can't stand it. Ha! I protested, but I was so hungry that I spent all my energy after just 2 cries, so I had no choice but to let them take me away. However, there is still a kind person in this family, Wan Ningyu. She always holds me tenderly, plays with me, bathes me, and praises me. Tiger, I love her the most, and I reluctantly allow her to touch my butt. My second favorite is Mama Wan. She always conjures up all sorts of delicious, fragrant food, and cuts meat into tiny pieces, so it's effortless for baby teeth. Mama Wan is also particularly strange. Every time I deliberately push an obtrusive bowl, vase, or box to the ground, she starts yelling at me. Sometimes she even raises her feather duster and bang on the floor next to me. It's hilarious. Unlike Nuanyang, she actually spanks me. Hoo tolerates it because she has a big chicken leg for me to chew on, but this family is really weird. The woman named Nuanyang always bites Wan Ningyan's mouth. I caught her doing this several times, and she turns her head and glares at me with a cold look that looks like she wants to peel my skin off. TSK, who wants to watch? Who is not happy and will just walk away? Please make way. I'm on patrol. This is a fake human called Carrot Soldier Number 1. He wanders around the house every day. He struggles to climb the stairs and falls down with a thud. I really don't understand. I also wander around the house every day, so I'm on patrol too. Why do I need this fake human? One day, you fed me 2 sweet candies, and I suddenly became strong. I could break a table with a single slap. Super powerful. But after that, Nuanyang spanked me. If you hadn't pleaded, Hoo-Hoo's butt would have been broken. Since you always treated me well, and even stopped the bad guy Nuanyang from beating me, I reluctantly acknowledged you as my master. When Hoo-Hoo came of age, this family suddenly took me to live somewhere else. It was called Noah's Ark. I don't know what it was, but my range of activities expanded. Every day I wander around with my tail wagging. There's a food court here, chock full of delicious food. As long as I lie down on the ground with my belly exposed, the humans will feed me. So happy. Today, I went to the food court to eat as usual. After I finished, I went home, but strangely, it took a while for the owner to open the door for me, followed by Wen Yanru. Lucky, you're a big tiger now. You need to learn to sleep like a tiger. I tilted my head, confused. We slept together since we were little, so why should we sleep like a tiger? Where, it's okay to let Lucky in. He can sleep on the sofa. No, it bother us. What? Before I could figure it out, the owner turned around and bit Wenyenru's lips, her face flushed red, before slamming the door shut. Who was shocked. How could his master have developed the habit of biting his lips? And he even locked him outside. I refused to accept this. I barked and scratched at the door, finally opening it, only to be slapped on the head by his master. This was the first time his master had slapped me on the head, and who was upset. He pressed a random number in the elevator. There was a screen in the elevator, and I could press any number by just leaning my head over it. But I only pressed 4 and 5. 4 for the food court and 5 for the master's house. With a ding, the elevator door opened. It was a fragrant place. To the left, there was the aroma of so much meat. I tried to peer through the glass door. Wow, cows, sheep, donkeys, geese, pigs, ducks. My mouth watered. I licked the glass door several times, but it wouldn't budge. Furious, I kicked it with my hind leg. Just like my master, the door wouldn't open for no apparent reason. Angry, who turned and went to the right. There was only a short turnstile, and he easily jumped over. How could a tiny human stop me, the Tiger Queen? Ah woo. It's a wolves. What are they barking about? I roared, and they ducked inside with their tails tucked between their legs. Then I encountered elephants, otters, giraffes, golden monkeys, and suddenly it dawned on me, this is a zoo. I lived there before, and I have to admit, the zoo at Noah's Ark is tiny, nothing compared to where I used to live. Disgusted. With a twitch of my butt, I was about to leave, continuing to struggle against the glass door, when I suddenly heard the low, fearful roar of a tiger. A fellow? I happily followed the sound to the source, and at the very back, where it was marked Tiger Park, I climbed the wall and peeked inside. I saw the tiger making the noise, a young female tiger, barely reaching adulthood. Next to me was a full-grown male tiger, circling the tigress, attempting to mount her for mating. He wasn't even strong, his fur all matted, so how could he possibly be riding a cute little tigress? I leaped down, my massive body shaking the entire tiger enclosure. Roar. Yo, a skinny male tiger still wants to fight me. My weight alone pinned him down, leaving him immobilized. With a powerful scratch of my sharp claws, several bloody marks appeared, and the tiger became subdued, huddling beside the farthest rock to lick his wounds. Humph, little newbie. I proudly crouched beside the tigress, head held high for praise. But this little tigress was so strange. She looked at me with a twinkling gaze, but instead of praising me, she just kept rubbing against me, putting her head under my mouth. Alas, there's nothing I can do about her. This Tiger Queen can only reluctantly lick her fur for her. The tigress's fur was so soft. It was so nice to lick even when she was just an adult. Unlike my own fur, which is as hard as a brush. It was so good to lick, so good to lick. Soft and with a sweet, greasy taste. I loved it. I was licking her so happily that I didn't even notice the tigress had slipped under me. By the time I did, I was already completely on top of her, and she was even making loud noises. What the heck was that sound? Just as I was pondering this, I smelled that sweet aroma again. Why were all the tigresses there, but not me? Unconvinced, I began sniffing her, determined to find the source of the scent. Surprise! It was down there. She was in heat. I was so shocked I couldn't move. What was wrong with this little tigress? Why was she in heat for me? Could it be that I had saved her, and she was going to marry me? No, this little tigress looks so skinny. She's definitely going to fight me for food. There's no way I'm going to give her food. The little tigress turned around, exposing her belly to me. The rich, sweet warmth enticed me, making me reluctant to leave. I gave her a tentative lick. Wow, the hair on her chin was so soft, as were the hair on her chest and belly. When I came to my senses, I realized I already licked the little tigress all over. It's over. Her estrus seems even worse than before. Why is she peeing on me? Who allowed her to mark me like that? You ignorant little tigress, you can't control your estrus and you're marking me randomly. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Biting the back of her neck hard, I began to teach her how to relieve the discomfort of estrus and how to relieve it on her own. I also bullied her a bit, giving her a taste of her own medicine. What is she doing? Why is she hooking her tail around me? But it feels so good, I can't help but bite her harder. I feel the pain and her body trembles. Sorry, I couldn't control myself, but you're such a bite-happy person, don't blame me. Chapter 732 Extra. Woo woo roar. So, So comfortable. I'm so happy even when I'm not in heat. I'm so happy. The anger I felt at being kicked out by my master has completely faded. It wasn't until half a minute later that I heard the little tigress beg for mercy. I think I bit her a little too hard, so I loosened my grip. Her fur was soaked. I stepped away from her, feeling a little guilty, and sat beside her to watch her reaction. I remember she shivered violently twice. The estrus smell had dissipated a lot by then, so she must have felt better, right? Looking at her, she's lying on the ground, unable to get up. She must have felt better. I'm the queen of tigers, so powerful. Mission accomplished. Tiger, I'm going to continue my battle with the glass door. Just as I lifted my butt to hop onto the wall and leave, something soft suddenly nudged my tail. What's this little tigress doing? She's just finished her estrus and should be resting. Why is she rubbing my tail? I flicked her tail away, but she rubbed her head from my hind legs all the way to my chin. So clingy. Hasn't she been licking me for a long time? What's wrong with this little tigress? She's already been licked so wet. Why does she want more? You're pushing me too far. Tiger, I won't do hard labor. I growled a warning, and she frightened me so much that I dropped to the ground with my ears spread out. Satisfied, I twisted my butt and lightly leaped onto the wall. Roar. She cried so miserably that I couldn't help but turn around and see the little tigress clumsily trying to jump onto the wall. Unfortunately, as a newly grown tiger cub, she wasn't strong enough to do it. I didn't look at her again, turned around and jumped out of the tiger enclosure, wagging my tail and preparing to catch a chicken, but that little tigress was so loud and miserable that I stopped where I was and couldn't bear to leave. Wait, why is she accusing me of being irresponsible? I was so angry I jumped onto the fence and roared back. What do you mean by irresponsible? You were the one in heat, and refused to let the male tiger mount you. I helped you fight the male tiger off, and even relieved your heat. And you're calling me irresponsible? Believe it or not, I bite you. Tiger was furious. That little tigress is really too much. I licked her fur for ages, my tongue was tired. What a heartless person. Woo woo. Why are you crying? The little tigress stopped trying to climb the fence and sat down with her back to me, sobbing and yelling. It was so strange. What was she crying about? Was my rebuttal wrong? It was clearly her fault. Roar. What's that newbie tiger up to? Why is he creeping closer to the tigress? Wait. Little tigress, why aren't you moving? He's coming closer. He's going to lick you. I was so anxious I paced back and forth on the fence. Doesn't he hate the tiger? Why doesn't he run away? I jumped down with a bang, beat up the nasty male tiger, and bit off one of its hind legs. I wanted to see how I could get close to the little female tiger. Watching the defeated and wounded male tiger screaming and fleeing, I turned and saw the young female tiger still sitting there, her eyes watching me cautiously, watery and pitiful. There was nothing I could do with this little fool. I walked over and licked away her tears. They were bitter and unpalatable. Roar. She obediently turned around, her neck facing me. I opened my mouth several times, searching for a spot, then bit the back of her neck and leaped up, carrying her with me onto the fence. This little tigress seemed a bit afraid of heights. She waved her paws frantically and quickly jumped to the ground, her legs trembling. She was so weak, a disgrace to us tigers. Hoo-hoo. I politely asked if she was hungry. After all, I'm very hungry when I'm out of heat. I could eat half a pig. She quickly replied yes. Okay, tiger, I do my best. I take her out for chicken. As we walked towards the other side, I noticed this little tigress was incredibly timid. She kept sticking close to me, hiding behind me at the slightest sign of trouble. Did she think of me as her bodyguard? Did she pay me? Humph. I deliberately avoided her, but she was too clingy. Wherever I went, she followed me. When I yelled at her impatiently, she rubbed her head against me to show her affection. Garlic bird, I'm the tiger queen. It's okay to protect my weaker kin. Approaching the glass door on the left, the little tigress saw the animals inside and, like me, licked the glass several times with greed. Humph, let me, tiger, take you to a feast. Gathering all my strength, I pounced and slapped the glass with my claws. It didn't break, just cracked a few times. Absolutely ridiculous. I tried a few more times, and finally, with a clatter, the glass shattered, accompanied by a drip-drip sound from within. Tiger, I'm quite courageous, and this sound posed no threat to me. So I took the tigress in to catch pigs. Mutton is not tasty, it smells fishy. I won't eat it unless it's been prepared by one mama. Beef is delicious, but the hide of live cattle is too thick, and tearing and biting it is too tiring, so I'm too lazy to catch it. Chickens, ducks, and geese are tasty, but they're not enough to fill my teeth. Pigs are better, plump and tender. I caught one with a roar, bit its neck hard, and after it died, I carried it out of the pigpen. Roar. Eat, eat, little one. Eat more so you can be as strong as me, and avoid being bullied by other tigers. I lay beside her, watching her eat. Tsk, 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 tisk, she's so delicate, chewing her food so slowly and carefully. No wonder she's so thin. How can she compete with the other tigers? We tigers should eat meat, and gnaw on bones with big mouthfuls. She seemed to have listened, and with a roar, she opened her mouth and began to bite the pig's skin. Her strength wasn't quite up though. I couldn't bear to watch, so I helped her cut open the pig's stomach to make it easier for her to eat. I lay back on the ground, and soon, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Strange. What were these humans doing up so late at night, carrying a bunch of junk? They were disturbing our meal. Swoosh. Hey, what stuck me? I turned my head and saw a long, thin object that looked a bit like the vaccine Enkai gave me. Just as I was thinking, I suddenly felt very sleepy. My eyes went dark, and I fell asleep. When Yunshu, stop beating around the bush, and tell me how much damage Lucky has caused the base. We compensate you accordingly. Xiaoyang, compensation isn't the point. Talking about money with our relationship is too emotionally damaging. You don't want the money, so why are you rambling so much? It just so happens that our lucky owner, Xiaoyer, is here too. I show you the surveillance footage. When I woke up, there was a commotion all around me. I opened my eyes, and found myself in a room with an iron cage nearby, containing a sleeping tigress. The baddest Nanyang was talking to the smiling man Wen Yunshu. Wan Ningyan, the owner, and Wen Yinru were also there. They were watching a screen showing my heroic deeds at the tiger park. I, the tiger, was incredibly proud and sat upright, awaiting everyone's praise. What? The big bad guy, Nanyang, turned and looked at me, his eyes wide. Humph, he must have been shocked by my bravery. You slept with this little tigress? Huh? Why is the big bad guy so shocked by this? She's in heat, so what if I helped her relieve it? Humans really love to make a fuss. When Yunshu spread his hands, that's what I was saying. Lucky seems to like this little tigress very much, but she wasn't raised by humans. She's wild. If she and Lucky are together, they definitely can't be kept free at the base. I'm wondering if we should expand the zoo and build a large tiger enclosure for them both? Lucky is free every day and has never been caged. If she were to be caged, she'd probably get depressed. The master is right. Why should I, a tiger, be caged? Besides, you can't hold Lucky in there. Lucky is a mutant tiger. She can destroy steel and concrete. No matter how strong the tiger enclosure is, it's only a matter of time before she escapes. Indeed, when Yunshu sighed. It can even shatter tempered glass doors. This guy's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Anyway, don't lock Lucky up, sister-in-law. Lucky only got into trouble yesterday because she was mad at me. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I didn't manage her well. Look at my little mistress. She's quite self-aware. If she hadn't locked me out, would I have wandered off? Humph, tiger, I haven't forgiven her yet. Turning away from the humans, I walked over to the cage to look at the tigress. Why did this idiot just wake up? It must be so cramped being locked up in this little place. It feels like even turning around is a struggle. Garlic bird, I'm a kind-hearted tiger after all. Let me help you one more time. Bang. Crack. Squeak. Within a few clicks, the small iron cage was reduced to a broken one. But the tigress was too timid. Seeing the humans raise their guns, she didn't dare come out. What's there to be afraid of with a gun? I raised my paw and swatted it away. He can even protect his wife. Looks like our Xingyun has truly fallen in love. What is the big bad guy talking about? What does falling in love mean? As I was pondering this, I saw the big bad guy hand the master a small ball. It looked like the sweet candy I eaten before. I want it! I want it! Xingyun, this is for your wife. Be good and don't fight over it. Wife. My eyes widened. What did the master mean? She wanted the little female tiger to be my wife? Wouldn't all my toys, snacks, and meals have to go to the little female tiger? Tiger's world was falling apart. Chapter 733, Extra. How did things get to this point? I looked at my master's newly rented bedroom and the tigress, and I was completely bewildered. I remember my master giving the tigress a candy called a taming pill. They said something I couldn't understand. Although it's not a mutant, the effect will be reduced, but if we let it mutate first, the consequences could be more serious. Then, I was summoned by my master to this room. There was no furniture, only a large bed, 2 scratching boards, and 4 food bowls. Oh, there was also a tigress. The 2 food bowls were hers, one for water and one for food. Lucky, congratulations on having a wife. Take good care of Mango. The Mango my master was referring to was the tigress. Her fur was yellowish with lighter black markings. She did look like a mango, but she was tastier. Click! With a sound, Mango was wearing a collar. Not at all domineering. How could our tiger wear a collar? Click! Huh? Why am I wearing a collar too? Angry. I ripped my collar off with 2 sharp tugs of my claws, and I ripped Mango's collar off as well. This little idiot was actually wearing a collar so obediently. It's really embarrassing for us tigers. Oh, Sister Yin was right. It won't work at all. I turned to see Wen Yinru holding her master's hand. It's okay. He's already taken the taming pills. Nothing bad will happen. If anything really happens, Lucky and Mango will be locked up. I can't bear it. Don't always assume the worst. Lucky may be naughty, but it's just minor. Mango seems well behaved and clings to Lucky. The most they do is steal a little food. I hope so. Luckily, the door lock uses tiger face recognition. Just hold still for 2 seconds in front of that electronic screen. Remember to teach Mango. Also, you made a mistake today. Your rations will be halved, your snacks will be forfeited, and you only get chicken legs tomorrow. Tiger was shocked. Why are there no snacks? My giant chicken legs. My crispy fish. There's no point in begging. Here, let's eat. I'm leaving now. Master really doesn't care about me anymore? I hugged her thighs and begged her. How could she be so heartless? She only gave me a pig leg. How could that be enough? I was so angry that I was spinning in circles, so furious. Suddenly, I saw Mango squatting in front of the food bowl, chewing on the meat with great relish. Roar! I roared at her. It's just a pig leg. Whatever else we eat, it won't be enough for us tigers. Can you show some courage? Woohoo! Mango seemed frightened by me. She lay on the ground with her ears spread out, and her front paws inched towards me. Her pitiful appearance reminded me of her time in the tiger park. But she looked even better now than she had in the tiger enclosure. She looked as if she just had a bath, and she smelled faintly of shower gel, the same scent that Master used when he washed me. Mango rolled over coquettishly, exposing her belly to me, her front paws tentatively stroking my face and legs. So cute, so beautiful. Under the light, I observed Mango closely for the first time. Her fur was shiny and soft. Even though she was thin, her face was round, with alternating yellow, black, and white stripes. Her amber eyes were large and round, like the grapes Master loved to eat. Such a beautiful little tigress made me feel even more gentle. I licked her fur, and squatted with her in front of the food bowl to eat the pork leg. A tiny pork leg wasn't enough to fill me up, and Mango looked skinny. How could she grow strong eating so little? So I decided to take Mango to the food court. Mango was delighted and rubbed her head against me for a while, but once we got out, she clung to me in fear, especially when she saw a human in the elevator, where she instantly dropped to the ground with her tail bent. It was so embarrassing. How could we, a tiger, be afraid of humans? Even so, I waited with her outside the elevator until the new one was finally clear of humans. Only then did she dare to follow me in. I pressed 4, showing my tiger face to the screen. The elevator began to descend, and Mango got scared again, shivering against me. What a coward! I grumbled inwardly, but seeing the tiger fur on her head so close to me, I couldn't help but lick it. Before I could even taste it, the elevator dinged. We arrived. I'm not happy. When I get the chance, I definitely give her a good lick. Hey, isn't that lucky? Why is there a little tiger next to it? Sisterly, didn't you listen to the radio this morning? No, I was so busy all morning. Aunt Zhang, what did the radio say? The radio said that the little tigress named Mango is the lucky wife, but she's a bit wild. We're told to be careful, and call the police immediately if we see a tiger attacking anyone. Oh my goodness, even tigers have partners. When can I have one? It's easy to get a girlfriend. Aunt Zhang smirked and nudged Sister Li's arm. Didn't Deputy Commander Wen say a while ago that a lesbian dating website was launched? Why don't you go to an internet cafe and sign up? If your match is successful, I heard the base will give you a lesbian gift package. What is a lesbian gift pack? And what is a lesbian dating website? Hoo and Mango were puzzled as we passed by. How could humans speak such incomprehensible language? Timid Mango stayed close to me, but she wasn't as frightened as before. Her tiger eyes darted around curiously. Occasionally, when a human approached to greet her, she still hid behind me in fear. At least her legs weren't shaking with fear. Well, that's progress. Who? I told her to stay close to me, and headed straight for the noodle shop. The lady who owns the noodle shop is a real chef, especially the beef noodles. It's delicious. Who loves it? Lucky news. The lady owner smiled, rising from her chair. Oh, you brought your wife along. Wait, I give you a snack. Mango looked at me timidly and bewilderedly. What's a snack? Who? It's delicious. Don't be afraid of humans. They're our servants. As long as we don't hurt them, they serve us. Is that so? Mango didn't quite believe it. When 2 large bowls of beef noodles with chicken legs and braised eggs were brought to us, Mango was completely sold. She devoured them eagerly and guzzled the broth, even the fur around her mouth. I licked her clean, then, with her tail held high, took her to the food stall. The lady boss there cooked delicious food too. All I had to do was lie down on the ground, show my belly, and act cute, and I get some delicious food. Sometimes there was even seafood. The food stall was doing good business today. The lady boss was cooking in the kitchen, and her daughter was outside. When she saw me, I immediately laid down on the ground, twisting my hips and acting cute. Hey, little idiot, learn from me. Mango didn't understand. Seeing the boss's daughter approach, she couldn't help but snort again. I yelled at her twice, and she finally imitated me and laid down on the ground, clinging to me. Wow. Lucky, this is your little wife, so beautiful. What little wife? She's a debt collector, the little idiot who left me without snacks. We have some delicious mutant fish today. I have my mom make you some grilled fish, okay? Grilled fish. Yeah. Boss. A female customer turned and said, Lucky used to come to your restaurant all the time to eat, and now he's bringing one too. Aren't you afraid of being bankrupted? How could that be? Lucky is a big customer of ours. Major One comes to settle the bill every week, and he always brings us gifts. So that's how it is. Hey, who's Major One? Isn't our base commander Wan Ningyan? She's a general, and Lucky is her tiger. Why did you say Major? Boss, did you remember correctly? Yes, it's Major Wan Ningyue, our base commander's younger sister. She used to be a lieutenant. A few days ago, she led a team to the coast to fish and brought back millions of pounds of mutant fish, a remarkable feat. On the way, she also cleared out a nearby zombie swarm and rescued a dozen survivors. I heard they were all female students from a nearby medical university, several of them doctoral students. They were all recruited by Dean Liang the same day they returned. With such remarkable achievements, she was promoted to major. You mentioned that. I have a vague impression of her. Is she the one who registered her marriage to Major General Wen Yinru yesterday? Yes, I heard they grew up together, and as soon as Major Wan came of age, they got married. So happy. I licked Mango's fur while listening to the boss' daughter chatting with the diners. The more I listened, the more bored I felt. Where was the happiness? Wen Yinru seemed gentle and patient with me, but she actually bit my master on the lips. And my master wouldn't let me sleep in the house because of her. Humph, just like that bad guy in Wanyang. Before I noticed, Mango's eyes had closed from my licking, her tail still hooked around mine looking quite sly. Soon, the mutant grilled fish arrived. It was incredibly fragrant. Mango had never tasted anything like it before, and was delighted. When she finished, she smiled at me, rolled over on the ground, and then got up to rub my neck. Is she happy now? A tiger that's never seen the world is so easily satisfied. I stood up proudly, wagging my tail, and took her to the butcher's shop. It was the best in Noah's Arkansas. The female owner had incredibly strong arms, chopping meat with a snap. She often gave me large bones with marrow in them. I loved them. A small line of people lined up outside the butcher's shop. When they saw me, they all took a few steps back. If they dared to get in my way, I yelled at them. I reached the front of the shop and growled twice. The female owner immediately stabbed her knife on the cutting board and, smiling, pulled out a large blue bucket from the side. Here, today we prepared a double helping of mutant goose and a mutant antelope hind leg for you. Congratulations on getting a wife. I was so happy to have antelope meat, but when I heard the word wife, I was completely baffled. Why did everyone know I had a wife? I hadn't even mentioned it to Hoo. It was strange. Just as I was feeling confused, I turned around and saw Mango looking at me with admiration, saying she had never tasted such delicious meat in her life. Haha. Follow me, and you have delicious treats every day. Mango lowered her head, rubbing against me happily. I felt like my fur was stained with her scent. So fragrant, so soft, so lovely. Wait. When did I say I wanted her as my wife? I was only helping her with her estrus, so why did it get like this? Tiger, I'm suspicious again. On the way home, I ran into the bad guys Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan, and that stinky eagle who always pulls at my fur. Lucky, are you taking your wife out to play? It was Wan Ningyan who spoke. This woman isn't at all warm, and is cold and indifferent to both humans and tigers. But today, she actually smiled at me. Okay, I reluctantly stopped to look at her. Look, Mango is still very well behaved. I told you animals aren't stupid, don't worry too much. My wife is right. Xiaopin, after dinner, go find Wen Yunshu and ask about Mango's origins. Why are you asking? I heard Mango was rescued and brought back to the base. She wasn't killed because she was a tigress. Lu Zhi originally planned to let her give birth to cubs and train them into zombie-killing weapons, so he forced her to mature. I want to find her sooner in my next life to avoid suffering again. Nuan Yang's face was grim. No wonder her estrus period is different from Lucky's. This Lu Zhi is really bad. What? What is Lu Zhi? What is forced ripening? Tiger, I heard. I was already feeling bored and wanted to leave, but when I saw the stinky eagle in Wan Ningyan's arms looking at me defiantly, I got even angrier. Humph. What eagle? It's just a stinky bird. Hoo, I'm leaving right now. I won't tolerate this humiliation. At the door, I taught Mango several times how to use tiger facial recognition, but she's so clueless. She just puts her face close and ding. The door opened in an instant, so why can't she learn? I wanted to yell at her, but she gave me such adoring and respectful looks and gestures that I felt flattered. Garlic bird, why am I arguing with that little idiot? At night, I lay in bed, Mango lying beside me, her amber eyes watching me, her tail wagging, often brushing against my belly. A little temptation, hoo, my willpower is made of paper. In the middle of the night, Mango contentedly slept in my arms, while I stared at the ceiling, bewildered. Hoo, how could I have let Mango sleep with me again? For several days, I took Mango to the food court during the day for food and drinks, and at night, Mango would seduce Hoo and I would bite her neck. Then, satisfied, she would fall asleep on my belly. Hoo, I really suspected Hoo was pregnant, because I found this life surprisingly blissful, happier than anything I ever known. Is this what it feels like to have a wife? No wonder everyone wants one. Chapter 734, Extra. My name is Xiao Rou, I'm 29 years old, and I used to be a Special Forces soldier in the 95th Reinforced Regiment. 3 years ago, the day before the zombie outbreak, a woman named Nuan Yang contacted me and told me to return home immediately and take my mother to the Sanyang Mountain military base. At first, I thought she was crazy. Reincarnation, zombies, extreme heat. Those were things only in novels. Besides, the Sanyang Mountain military base wasn't even finished yet, so what could I do there? But she accurately revealed everything about my family, including my deepest secrets, which made me take her words seriously. I made a decision that would jeopardize my future. I violated military discipline and left my post without permission to go home. I took my mother to the vicinity of the Sanyang Mountain base. My mother trusted me, but I was unsure. Driving all night long to get here made me wonder if I was crazy. But the news of the mania reported in many places the next day made me realize that the woman might actually have been reborn. After that, I took my mother to the base and, as Nuan Yang had instructed, I killed a zombie while it was slow to move, cleaned its core, and devoured it. I had a high fever for over 2 hours, and just as she said, I awakened my healing powers. By this point, I completely trusted this woman. Even if she called my leader, Han Qingcheng, a beast in human form, I believed her without a doubt. Soon, I reunited with Nuan Yang. Also meeting us were Wei Mingyi, from a martial arts family, her teammates, and Yuan Man, a rocket soldier from my own group. I could understand why these people joined the team. They all had fighting skills, but I wasn't so sure about the others. For example, Sun Yakyu, the adorable, round-faced girl, she preferred to be called Pia Piao. I heard she was Nuan Yang's assistant. Wen Yanru, still in high school and barely an adult, looked like a nerd. Was her ability due to her youth? 12-year-old Yue was even more baffling. I heard she was the daughter of a Shui family, whom Nuan Yang and Wan Ningyan had stolen and changed her surname to Wan. Just as I was pondering this, a woman with extraordinary grace entered my view. She was dressed in a professional suit, wore no makeup, and was holding the hand of a little girl who looked like she was of mixed race. I don't know how to describe it. I never seen a woman with such a powerful aura, beauty, and intelligence. If I had to say, she looked like a high-ranking executive who only existed in the news, someone I never meet in my entire life. I really wanted to meet her. Everything unfolded beyond my expectations. From that day on, Nguyen Yang assigned me to take extra care of Su Wan, the woman I wanted to meet. This care lasted for 3 years. We traveled from the Sanyang mountain base all the way to Noah's Ark to revolt and seize power, then searched for any surviving women and helped them recover. I gradually realized that Nguyen Yang and Wan Ningyan were doing something great, and I finally understood why they knew so many of my secrets. After each woman was rescued, they were required to write down their detailed information, including their address and contact information before the zombie outbreak. Wan Ningyan said that this would allow them to be notified in their next life to gather at Sanyang Mountain, saving time to rescue any undiscovered female survivors. Why didn't we notify the government before the zombie outbreak? With their help, we'd be much faster than if we were to do it ourselves. Hearing my question, Nguyen Yang raised an eyebrow at Wan Ningyan. Well? She asked again, didn't she? You lose. Wan Ningyan glared at Nguyen Yang and lazily asked, can you guarantee that there won't be another Liu Jia or Han Qingcheng in the nation's top leadership? Can you guarantee that a country that prioritizes boys over girls will treat women equally after the apocalypse? Just 2 questions left me speechless. I trudged back to my door, but I didn't want to go in. My gaze lingered on the next door. Su Wan and Su Yaoting lived there. Su Yaoting had a strong medical talent and lived on campus to pursue her studies, returning home only during holidays. Su Wan was the base's finance director and often had meetings with Bai Xing, Zhou Qijuan, and the others until midnight. I was a captain, often accompanying the team on zombie swarms or search and rescue missions. Our meetings were becoming less and less frequent. Sometimes, I regret coming to Noah's Arkansas. In Sanyang Mountain, I often find excuses to see Su Wan. I help her fix the fan, reinforce her windows, and give her the rabbits she hunted. I drink the water she personally hands me, and occasionally enjoy her cooking. She has great taste, even in this dire apocalypse, striving to make her meals exquisite and delicious. If my mother were cooking rabbit, she'd cut it into sections for braised or spicy rabbit, but Su Wan would slice the best parts thinly, marinate them, pan-fry them, and then sprinkle them with sesame seeds. It's tender and fragrant. The remaining meat is removed and mixed with flour to make fried meatballs, or with vegetables to make fillings for dumplings or pancakes. The presentation remains beautiful. Be careful out there. Don't worry about your mother. I visit her often. Just focus on your mission and remember to return safely. I recall her repeated warnings again and again. I envy my mother. She sees Su Wan more often than I do. I gave a wry smile and was about to knock when the door next door opened. Zhao Ro, are you back from your mission? Yes. Su Wan was a little annoyed. Why didn't you tell me you were back? I was just seeing the base commander, so I didn't have time. Sorry. It was just a message on the communicator. You didn't even have time? Faced with her questioning, I pursed my lips and said nothing. I wanted to tell her I didn't want to disturb her work, and even more afraid she wouldn't have time to see me, which would make me feel disappointed. But in the end I said nothing. We were just friends, and some words would cause her trouble. You were so silent every time. This wasn't the first time Su Wan had scolded me like this, and I could only lower my head. It was a strange feeling. I felt wronged, but I didn't know what I was wronged about. Silence seemed to be the best solution. Stand still. I'm going back to the house to get something. Okay. Now you're talking. I thought you were mute. I was speechless, standing by the door, waiting for her to come out. My eyes unconsciously fell on the shoe rack by the door. On it stood a pair of red low-top leather shoes. They were my birthday gift to her. Every time I find something nice when I go out, I always bring it to her. But I hesitated for a long time about these shoes. I thought they would suit Su Wan's temperament, but I also felt that the gift was too ambiguous, so I kept them hidden until her birthday. They fit perfectly. They look beautiful. Thank you, Zhao Ro. But how did you know my shoe size? I don't think I told you. This is the only pair that's not broken. I didn't expect it to be the perfect size. I lied that day. We Special Forces soldiers have very keen eyesight, so I could visually gauge the approximate size of her feet, shoulders, and waist. I didn't tell her that every time we went out, I kept an eye out for clothes she could wear. I always felt like if I told her, we wouldn't even be friends anymore. I'm not afraid of death, but this one scared me. Minmu, give this to Yuding for me. I have an urgent meeting and won't be able to make it to school. In her hands were 2 lunch boxes, one pink and one red. Okay, I take them there now. Wait. Suwon grabbed my arm. The red one is for you. I made too much. You just got back to base, so you probably haven't eaten yet, right? Don't waste it. I looked at her in surprise, but before I could say anything, she grabbed her briefcase and ran to the elevator. Alas, she's been getting busier and busier since I arrived here. I sighed, sat cross-legged by the door, carefully wiped the red lunchbox lid several times, and carefully opened it. What a beautiful presentation. The main course was corn, carrot, and egg fried rice, with a heart-shaped poached egg on top. Next to it were 3 small compartments containing fried pork chops, stir-fried shrimp and broccoli, and sweet and sour pork tenderloin. A surge of joy washed over me. It had been ages since I had Suwon's cooking. Suddenly, the door opened, startling Mom, who was clutching a garbage bag. Xiao Ro. Why are you sitting on the floor? Before I could even think of an explanation, Mom looked at the lunch box in my hands and immediately smiled. Did you see Suwon? Yes, Suwon asked me to deliver a lunch box to Yuting. I wanted to go home after that. Sorry, Mom, I should have told you first. A lunch box for Yuting? Mom looked at the lunch box in my arms, a little confused. Aren't these 2 lunch boxes for you? The red one is mine, and the pink one is for Yuting. I closed the lid, stood up, and took the trash bag from Mom. I'm on my way, Mom. You should go home and rest. Is there anything you want to eat? I'd buy it for you on the way back. I don't really want anything. I'm just glad to see you back safely, Mom said, her eyes returning to the lunch box. I remember Suwon came to see me a few days ago and asked me about your favorite dishes from childhood. She said your birthday is coming up, and she was worried she wouldn't be busy celebrating for you, so she bought 2 lunch boxes and wanted to make some of your favorites for you. Xiao Ro, you didn't misunderstand Suwon's intentions, did you? For a moment, I was a little unsure. For some reason, I opened the pink lunch box as well. It was filled with vegetables, braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and mapo tofu. These are all my favorites. I suddenly felt that Mom was right. These 2 lunch boxes were made just for me. My heart was pounding, but my mind kept telling me I was overthinking it. The school has a cafeteria with rice. Suwon only needs to bring some nutritious vegetables for the children. The lunchbox is so small, there's no need to waste space with rice. My mood was like a roller coaster, but I quickly regained my composure, holding the pink lunch box in one hand and the garbage bag in the other as I walked out. How could Suwon possibly like someone as boring and bloody as me? Xiao Ro, don't harbor illusions. In the end, you won't even be friends. Chapter 735, Extra. The day after returning to base, I submitted my completed mission report to Wen Yunshu. She was the deputy base commander of Noah's Ark and was strict and rigorous. She had some unchangeable rules, such as requiring handwritten reports. Miss Mwan has Wi-Fi over there. We can definitely use electronic devices to reduce costs and increase efficiency. Director Bai, I understand your management department wants to improve efficiency, but paper archiving of important documents is essential. When Yunshu didn't give Bai Xing any face and barked in front of everyone. If you're dissatisfied with my requirements, you can submit a request to the base commander to have me removed from my position. Until you succeed, you're my subordinate, and I expect you, and all of you, to follow orders. You're too overbearing. By position, you're my superior, but by function, the management department's direct report is to the base commander. When did it become deputy director Wen's turn to dictate things? When Yunshu threw up his hands. Okay, remove me if you can. Here you go again. Nguyen Yang seemed helpless, rubbing his temples as he tried to counsel the two. Alright, you two just have different work philosophies. Don't be so confrontational. Aren't you tired of arguing for so many lifetimes? Unlike the fussy Bai Xing, when Yunshu wore a faint smile throughout, even trying to grasp the underlying message in Nguyen Yang's words. From what Xiao Yang said, Minister Bai and I also argued in our past lives. More than that. You've been arguing for 7 or 8 lifetimes, each time for over a decade, and finally reconciled. I beg you to, please shake hands and make peace. Or how about reading the letter you wrote to yourselves in your past lives? Ning Yan, and I memorized it word for word. If you don't want to listen to me, you could always listen to yourself, right? Oh, I must have been crazy in my previous life to write that. Why should I tolerate her? Vice Chief Wen is so arrogant and overbearing, Bai Xing said, glancing at Zhou Qijuan and Liang Xiangyin. She's just been spoiled. Liang Xiangyin immediately slammed the table and stood up. Bai, you're just making indirect accusations. Liang, what do you want? Mu Yi, even louder than Liang Xiangyin, shielded by Xing behind him. Bullying my girlfriend for being a civil servant? I'm telling you, my sword is no pushover. I beat you like Peppa Pig. The argument in the meeting room lasted a long time that day, and everyone else and I watched anxiously. Only Wei Mingyi calmly watched, munching on sunflower seeds. I got used to it. The civil officials, led by Bai Xing, and the military officials, led by Wen Yunshu, would bicker every 3 days, and then spar every 5 days. Everyone, like Wei Mingyi, watched the show. After all, Noah's Ark was progressing better, and better amidst their bickering, and that was enough. After handing the paper report to Wen Yunshu, I sat aside, and peeked at Su Wan across from me. She was on Bai Xing's inner side, while I was on Wen Yunshu's outer side. In meetings, we usually agreed to side with the left for outer, and the right for inner. After a night of calculations, this mission resulted in the killing of 72 low-level zombies, 6 mutant wild boars, the capture of 56 mutant ducks, 42 mutant chickens, and the capture of 17,262 kilograms of mutant freshwater fish, totaling 16 species. The 10th floor renovation project will be completed in 4 to 5 days. After inspection, mutant fish farming can begin. 5 species of suitable size and high-quality meat have been selected for testing. Therefore, in addition to the original mission remuneration, all participating soldiers will receive an additional sustainable material reward, distributed according to their rank. After Bai Xing finished explaining the results, he looked at Wen Yunshu. Deputy Commander 1, do you have any objections? Yes. Wen Yunshu suddenly took my left hand and said, it's extremely hot right now. Going out to find supplies is incredibly tiring. We all been suffering from heat stroke. Thanks to the help of Captain Zhao and the other healing specialists, we've been able to save on medicine. Commander Bai, shouldn't we give the healing specialists some extra rewards? Deputy Commander 1, healing specialists are the base's top training targets. They have a constant supply of crystal cores, priority access to the training camp, and the highest subsidies. Isn't it reasonable to give something back? Another argument. I sighed inwardly, my eyes unconsciously flickering to Su Wan. I caught her looking back and smiled. Thinking of yesterday's lunchbox, I forced a smile in response, then lost my gaze, my lips falling. Since warning myself yesterday against harboring illusions, I decided to avoid any contact with Su Wan. I'm afraid getting too close might lead to self-indulgence. This was difficult. An inexplicable unease clung to my heart. I unbuttoned my collar. The uniform I once loved so much now seemed a bit repulsive. This argument wasn't long, because Base Commander Wan Ningyan had been invited by Zhou Qijuan. She employed an unexpected tactic. She granted Wen Yunshu's request, increasing the bonuses for the foreign service soldiers, and then, citing disunity, penalized Wen Yunshu's performance for the month. This slap-and-sugar maneuvering left Wen Yunshu and Bai Xing speechless, and the meeting quickly disbanded. I caught a glimpse of Su Wan waving at me. The gesture meant let's go home together. We were neighbors, and after the meeting, as long as we didn't have work to do, we would go home together. I hesitated for a moment, then stood up and walked with her. Our homes were close together, and refusing would be too obvious. How many days did you get off this time? 3. That's fine. 2 days of work, and it's my birthday. Do you have any missions? Deputy Commander Wen wouldn't schedule an outing on your birthday, would he? No, we'd be off for half a month this time, with teams 2 and 3 taking turns on missions. Okay, then I try to make time to celebrate your birthday with you. Celebrating each other's birthdays was an unspoken agreement between our families. I used to look forward to birthdays every year, my mother's, Yuding's, hers, mine. Any reason to get together. I even thought of following Chen Haitong's lead and raising a lame fox, giving my pet a birthday too. But now? I avoided the question and asked why she wasn't at work. After you came back yesterday, we worked overtime with the management department until midnight. Director Bai, feeling sorry for his subordinates, approved half a day off. As the head of the finance department, I naturally had to approve it too, otherwise I end up like Su Shuren. Yeah, time for a break. But I had coffee this morning, so I'm not sleepy at all. It looks like the theater is showing a romantic film with 2 female leads today. Should we go see it? I heard the levity and anticipation in her tone, and the word no rolled in my throat several times before finally uttering a single yes. I don't like watching movies, especially romantic ones. But the person inviting me was Su Wan, so I only hesitated for a few seconds before forgetting about avoiding any contact with her. Today's movie is starring the base commander. Zhao Ro, have you seen it? If so, let's wait for the next showing. I haven't seen it. Okay, I go buy the tickets. Suwon immediately held my left hand as I was about to pull out my ID card. Don't be polite. Thank you for helping me bring you lunch yesterday. Well, I buy some popcorn and a drink. Popcorn will be fine. I'm old, so I shouldn't drink too much right now. You're not that old. Only 37, in the prime of life. I wanted to retort, but after she finished, she smiled at me and gracefully turned to the ticket office to buy my tickets. I stared at her back, opened my mouth, but before I could say anything, regret and remorse began to linger, making my heart restless. The cinema has 3 types of screenings. The cheapest is also the largest venue, with 50 rows of seats. The affordable one is a smaller venue with only 10 rows of seats, and it's 5D. But I didn't expect Suwon to buy the most expensive couple's ticket. There were only 5 rows of seats, 5 in each row. The seats were large, like a half-enclosed eggshell, with a double bed inside, perfect for sitting or half-lying while watching the movie. Let's lie down and watch. I've been in meetings all morning, and I can't sit still anymore. Suwon took off her coat, hung it on the hook beside the seat, and hunched over to crawl in. I watched her raised buttocks sway slightly with the movement of her legs. Pornographic images flashed through my mind, making me feel humiliated and angry. I quickly looked away. What are you doing there? Suwon leaned back against the cushions and patted the sheets beside her. Come here, the movie's about to start. Yes. I handed her the popcorn and crawled in. The double bed was quite large, and I half laid down 2 fists away from her. I was so stiff I didn't know how to breathe. My hands were folded over my abdomen, and my whole body was tense. Suwon and I have experienced many intimate moments. The accidental touch of fingertips when receiving a cup of water, wiping my sweat when delivering supplies, picking up food for me during meals. But none of them have ever been more intimate than this. I never imagined I'd be sharing a bed with Suwon, much less imagined that simply watching a movie together would conjure up all sorts of exciting images. For the first time in my 29 years, I discovered how despicable I am. I even fantasized about my friend. Zhao Ro, you're disgusting. Zhao Ro, aren't you eating? Suwon had unknowingly moved closer to me, leaning in close, her left arm naturally pressing against my right, and she held a popcorn bucket towards me. I know you don't like snacks, but eating popcorn during a movie adds to the atmosphere. Atmosphere? Yes, popcorn is sweet, just like love. Popcorn equals the sweetness of love. Suwon always had metaphors that Zhao Ro couldn't understand, yet somehow seemed to make sense. But at this moment, her brain couldn't distinguish the relationship between popcorn and love. Zhao Ro felt her hair stand on end. If she turned her head, she could see Suwon's whirl of hair. It was too close. Pop! With a click, the lights in the theater went out, leaving darkness all around, illuminated only by the giant screen in front. Zhao Ro withdrew her gaze, her left finger stiffly reaching into the popcorn bucket. After a long while, she finally pulled out 2 popcorns and stuffed them into her mouth. It was sweet and fragrant, and her nose was filled with the scent of Suwon shampoo. Zhao Ro sometimes didn't understand Suwon's delicacy. She worked overtime until midnight yesterday, had a meeting early in the morning, and yet she still wasted time washing her hair. If it were her, she strived for every minute of sleep to replenish her energy and complete the task with high quality. Suddenly Zhao Ro's shoulders sank. Suwon. She was actually leaning against her. Zhao Ro stiffened again, her heartbeat quickening, her breathing quickening. She felt Suwon was different today, a little proactive. Psychologically, when a woman initiates intimacy with you and isn't averse to physical contact, it's a sign of liking you. But that's only for heterosexuals. Is it also true for same-sex relationships? The book didn't have the answer, so I couldn't come up with one. But the urge inside me completely lost my focus on the movie. I opened my mouth several times, but dared not speak. This is a light comedy romance. So funny. Suwon looked up at me, her eyes meeting mine. Panicked, I blurted out, "You're not that old at all." Huh? Suwon was stunned for several seconds before she chuckled softly. Okay, I see. Enjoy the movie. Okay. I looked up ahead. The movie had already progressed to the point where the two were in love. I couldn't help but feel envious. I envied the characters in the movie, and I also envied Wan Ningyan and Wan Yang in real life. They were so happy to be with the one they loved, forever and ever. Chapter 736, Extra. On the morning of the 3rd day of my vacation, I planned to go to the playground for training. As a Special Forces soldier, my body is accustomed to 3 to 5 hours of intense training daily. After just 2 days of stopping, I felt unwell. I had just finished changing when I heard my mother come home. I was about to leave the room to tell her, but she came running in, barely even putting down her shopping basket. "Shiro, why did Soo-won suddenly move?" My breath hitched. "Moved?" "Yes, I met her in Major Won when I first came back. She told me she visit often." I was surprised, but when I got to the door, I realized she moved. The door was open, and inside, only some furniture provided by the base remained, everything else was gone. I figured Major Won had some space, and she was asking him for help moving. "Shiro, why did Soo-won suddenly move?" "You?" I couldn't hear what my mother said. It felt like the sky was falling. The only thing on my mind was Soo-won moved. I hurried out of the house. The door next door was indeed open. This was the procedure at the base. Whenever there was a move or a death, the door would be left open, waiting for the cleaners to arrive, and then assigned to the new occupants. As expected, she was really angry yesterday. Towards the end of the movie, Soo-won suddenly looked up at Xiaoro and asked if she wanted to fall in love. I don't know. Why do you ask? Watching movies always makes me feel emotional. The protagonists in those movies, despite all the conventional wisdom, resolutely choose their partners. It's the kind of love I long for, so watching it made me suddenly want to fall in love. Alarm bells rang in my heart. I thought a strong woman like Soo-won wouldn't want a relationship. She clearly felt no one was good enough for her, so she chose to be single and have a daughter. Why did she suddenly want a relationship? I could be her lifelong friend, but I really couldn't bear to see her fall in love with another person. Do you think? Would anyone still like me at my age? Yes, you're beautiful and capable. There are definitely many people who would like you. Soo-won leaned closer to me, a hint of sadness in her eyes. That's true, but if I really went on a blind date, I'm almost 40 and have a daughter. I don't know if anyone would reject me. She actually wants a blind date. Soo-won really doesn't like me. I was so upset. I suppressed my emotions and comforted her. Maybe some people would think so, but you definitely find someone who loves you and your daughter, because you're good enough. Soo-won's eyes suddenly changed, and she sat up straighter. She stopped leaning against me to watch the movie as before, and stopped talking. I felt she was angry, so I asked, but she didn't admit it. The movie ended at 1 p.m. As usual, if we hadn't had lunch, we go to a food stall or Chinese restaurant. But before I could even ask, Soo-won had already made an excuse and left. I had a vague feeling something was amiss, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I figured I'd ask her later, but I didn't expect Soo-won to be so decisive. She moved out without a word, without even saying goodbye. Xiaoro, what's wrong with you? I was just about to ask you, why didn't you tell me Soo-won was moving, or did you not know about it? I shook my head softly, staring blankly at the wide-open door, my mind a blur. Why? She hidden it so well yesterday. Did Soo-won guess I liked her and flee so quickly? What had gone wrong? Xiaoro. Are you listening to me? I came to my senses and met my mother's worried gaze, suppressing my sadness. Mom, what's wrong? I was wondering if you and Soo-won had a fight. Otherwise, why would she move out so suddenly? It's nothing. I asked her later. I chose to keep it secret. No matter what, I couldn't bring myself to say, Soo-won found out I liked her, so she ran away. Fearing my mother would worry, I went to the training ground as usual. However, I was distracted and kept bumping into the equipment. Yuan Man, noticing my poor form, forced me to pause my training. Xiaoro, I know this mission is a bit difficult. You should go back and rest well, and don't try to force yourself to train. Yuan Man threw up her hands helplessly. You know what Deputy Commander Wen is like. If he knew you were injured during training, he ripped me apart. Sorry, I rest for a while, and go for a run later. Is that okay? Despite her round, sweet face, Yuan Man is actually quite strict. Not only did she reject Xiaoro's proposal, she also banned her from the training ground system. Man, do you really have to do this? Yes. Yuan Man sat down next to me and handed me a bottle of water. Are you stupid? The country's collapsed, so why are you training so recklessly? It's enough to guarantee you can kill or repel zombies if you encounter them. The higher-ups won't give you a promotion just because you train hard. Our base values military merit. I remained silent, and Yuan Man kept trying. After a while, she seemed tired and suddenly asked me about Soo-won. How did Minister Soo suddenly come to her senses? she actually moved to the 7th floor. Previously, she said she wanted to share hardships with her subordinates and insisted on living in a simple apartment on the 5th floor. I thought she wanted to be your neighbor, but she moved without a word. Well, maybe Yating has grown up, and the house is too small for her. I casually replied, and Yuan Man suddenly realized and started saying things I didn't want to hear. Yating has really grown up. Every time she comes to the training ground for a practice session, she attracts a swarm of girls. I'm sure she'd be a real sight when she grows up. Minister Su has really good genes. Every time I see her in Yating, I feel the urge to have a daughter. Unfortunately, I'm not ready to be a mother yet. But Minister Su should get married before Yating. This morning, I saw a viral post on the lesbian dating website. Minister Su actually registered. A lot of people are trying to woo her, and most of them are young people. Captain Zhao, you're pretty close to Minister Su. Would you mind giving me some advice? Bang! With a loud bang, the mineral water bottle in my hand popped under my crush. I quickly fled, using the excuse of going home to change clothes, and headed straight for an internet cafe. When I saw the most popular post on the lesbian dating website that day, my heart sank. Su Wan had actually registered. Yesterday, she wasn't kidding about wanting a relationship, and her signature was still "I don't like younger men." Such an obvious rejection. How much does she hate me? Chapter 737 Extra. After a few days of days, Nguyen Yang suddenly approached me and said she wanted to throw me a birthday party. Miss Nguyen, I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need to spend so much money. Besides, the extreme cold is coming soon, and we still have a lot. Nguyen Yang interrupted me. It's the base commander's order. Are you going to disobey? I shut up. I knew Wan Ningyan's methods. Even when Yuan Shu was completely subservient to her, I didn't dare refuse her plans. I could only accept a half-day leave and go home to prepare. Nguyen Yang said that senior executives and some close friends and relatives would be attending the birthday party and asked me to dress nicely. But I didn't have anything nice to wear, so I searched for a long time at home and finally chose a military dress. My mother was delighted and looked around me several times. Our Shiro is so pretty. So handsome. He definitely attract lots of girls' attention. A little shy, I urged, Mom, change quickly. The party starts soon, and it would be rude if we were late. I know. I go change right away. Mom has been feeling down, just like me, these past few days. Although she hasn't asked me why Suin moved, she seems to know the truth, and she keeps making ambiguous remarks, intentionally or unintentionally, that make my ears blush. A moment later, Mom came out, changed, with a smile on her face. After pulling me aside to ask about my outfit, she suddenly brought up Suin. Shiro, Suin will be attending this party, right? That? I don't know. It's the base commander's arrangement. I just received the notice, and don't know which friends will be going. If Suin comes too. Mom took my hand and squeezed it firmly. Find a chance to have a good talk with her. I know you're grown up and have your own little secrets and privacy, but I don't want you to be unhappy. The mention of Su Wan instantly made my heart flutter. I was inexplicably looking forward to the party, yet dreading meeting her. Xiao Ro, don't frown. Mom gently touched my brow. I'm not trying to force you. I just see you've been feeling down these past few days, and I hope you can. Well, just think of it as me worrying about nothing. Let's go to the party, and don't keep the guests waiting. Mom hesitated, but I had a feeling she guessed it. I never been in a relationship before, and there were few people around me I could ask for advice. I needed someone to give me some advice. So, before leaving, I stopped and confessed my feelings for Su Wan to Mom. After a brief shock, my mother smiled in relief. No wonder you rush to Su Wan's house every time you get a reward. I thought you were attracted to Yu Ting, but it turns out you're attracted to her mother. Well, yes. I blushed and admitted, Mom, would you object to my liking Su Wan? Why would I object? A strong woman like Su Wan, if it weren't for the apocalypse, our family wouldn't have had anything to do with her. If you could win her over, Mom would be so happy. It's perfect. Since you already have a child, I'd be a grandmother. Very happy. Then what should I do? Her refusal is obvious. I tried to talk to her these past few days, but she's been completely indifferent. Mom, I wanted to let go of this relationship, but when I think about her going on blind dates and being with someone else, I get so jealous I want to go crazy. Mom looked at me for a long moment before slowly speaking, Shiro, I'm a little confused. Su Wan is very concerned about you. Every time you go out on a mission, she comes to me to pray together. She also asks you about your childhood and your hobbies in subtle ways. If she doesn't like you, this behavior goes far beyond just caring about her friends, right? Are you sure she doesn't like you? Some of what Mom said was unknown to me. I couldn't imagine a woman like Soo-won asking about me privately, which made me even more upset. Mom, what should I do? Why are you asking me? Mom sighed in disdain. At least tell Soo-won that you like her, instead of just guessing. You have good grades, but why are you so clueless about love? Forget it, let's go to the party first. You're 29 and adult. If you can't figure out your own feelings, there's no point in me telling you. I wanted to ask more, but Mom didn't want to hear it and dragged me to the party. With so many people outside, I couldn't ask any more questions and could only dwell on it. These past few days have been incredibly torturous for me. I can't concentrate on anything. Every day, Yeon Man gossips with me about Soo-won's blind dates, saying how many people pursue her even though they know she doesn't like men younger than her. For example, that guy named Xiaolang has been going to Soo-won for dinner lately. Xiaolang, a young girl personally rescued and raised by the base commander, just reached adulthood this year. Her fighting prowess is so high that she can hold her own against Wei Mingyi. I didn't know much about her, except that she used to be a fighter in an underground black boxing gym. She had almost no education, and when she was sent to school, she often infuriated her teachers to the point of cursing. Soo-won was a highly educated woman, so I didn't think she'd be interested in someone like Xiaolang. But Yeon Man said Soo-won had never rejected Xiaolang and even brought him to dinner with Su Yaoting. I didn't believe it. I thought it was just gossip. The base is so populated, and even the smallest thing could be spread wildly. But when I arrived at the party, I found Soo-won, who had arrived early, feeding Xiaolang fruit. A chill ran through my body. Jiao Ro, Jiao Ro. Wan Ningyan waved in front of me, and I came back to my senses. I calmed down and saluted her. Hello, base commander. Thank you for hosting my birthday party. Jiao Ro is deeply grateful. Wan Ningyan's eyes held a smile and amusement. She gently leaned against Wan Yang's shoulder, her gaze gazing into the banquet hall. Guests have arrived. Go in and say hello. Wan Yang and I will be at the door. Yes. Just as I turned to go in, I heard Wan Yang call my mother over, asking me to greet the guests at the door. I felt strange, but said nothing. I gave my mother a few instructions and went in. The birthday party was lavishly decorated, like a ball. Tables on either side were filled with exquisite pastries and international wines and beers. Beautiful colored lights hung overhead. My military uniform looked quite out of place. Soo-won was different. She wore a long red dress with only a few thin straps at the back, her beautiful back faintly visible beneath her flowing hair. Soo-won was wearing red low-top leather shoes, the pair I gave her. Auntie Soo, I want some grapes too. No, they give me cavities. I heard from Dean Liang that you've been to the dentist twice in 6 months. That's a bit exaggerated. Little Wolf pouted. Auntie Soo, grapes won't give you cavities. If you don't believe me, go ask Xiao Ting. Su Yaoting, who was picking out cakes nearby, heard this and gave a helpless smile. Mom, just let her eat. Otherwise, she keep nagging you and it's really noisy. As we chatted, Soo-won caught sight of me. The smile on her face immediately faded. She handed Little Wolf a small basket of grapes and asked Su Yaoting to take him to eat nearby. Su Yaoting seemed unaware of my falling out with Soo-won. She smiled and greeted me, wishing me a happy birthday before pulling Little Wolf to a nearby table. No one interrupted me. Soo-won walked over to me and handed me a rectangular wooden box. Happy birthday, Captain Zhao. Thank you. I thought the smile on my face must have been uglier than tears. Soo-won usually called me by my name, sometimes affectionately calling me Shiro, like my mother. This time, she called me Captain Zhao, as if deliberately distancing herself from me. How strange. The party was supposed to start at 5 o'clock, but I'm the only one here. Captain Zhao, aren't you so unpopular that no one wants to celebrate your birthday? Hearing Soo-won's teasing, I froze for a moment. Shouldn't it start at 6 o'clock? 6 o'clock? The base commander clearly told me it was 5 o'clock and told me not to be late. I suddenly understood Wan Ningyan's smile. After living through dozens of lifetimes, she must have known something and was creating an opportunity for me. Soo-won, come with me. I have to take care of my younger son. Without waiting for her to refuse, I mustered up the courage to firmly grasp her wrist and lead her to the lounge on the side of the banquet hall, locking the door behind me. Zhao Ro, what's wrong with you? Seeing Soo-won rubbing her wrist, I quickly apologized. I'm sorry, but Soo-won, can you give me some time? I need to talk to you properly. Stop avoiding me. Who's avoiding you? If you have something to say it now. I have something else to do later. Suwon's expression clearly betrayed a lie, but I didn't care. I just wanted to take this rare opportunity to tell Suwon that I loved her, even if she ultimately rejected me and chose Little Wolf. Suwon, I took a deep breath, and under her quizzical gaze, I expressed the love I hidden for years. I love you. Chapter 738 Extra. I like you. With just 4 words, I felt my cheeks heat up rapidly, becoming scorching hot, spreading all over my body. For the first time, my base, always at a perfectly constant temperature, felt an unbearable heat. Suwon's reaction was unexpected. She raised an eyebrow and sneered. Xiaoro, do you find it fun to humiliate me like this? Humiliate? I was completely stunned. Suwon, what are you talking about? I'm confessing my feelings to you seriously, and I have no intention of humiliating you. Heh, what are you pretending to be? Suwon strode forward, attempting to leave. I realized she had a deep misunderstanding of me, so I immediately blocked the doorway, eager to extract an answer. Suwon, how did I insult you? Or do you dislike me, and make up such a lame excuse to reject me? An excuse? Suwon sneered, taking 2 steps back as if unable to hold on. Xiaoro, your excuse is lame. You clearly don't like me, so why are you confessing? Are you afraid no one will take care of your mother? Don't worry, I keep my promise. If you die in battle, I fulfill my filial duty, and take care of your mother for 100 years. Suwon, I really do like you. It has nothing to do with my mother. Please stop making assumptions about me, okay? Like me? Haha, you clearly dislike my age, and the fact that I'm carrying a child with me. Aren't you ashamed to say you like me? Get out of the way. I don't want to talk to you. Suwon suddenly lost control of her emotions. She tugged and pulled at me, crying hysterically, get out, while pushing and hitting me. She was shorter than me, and even with her regular workouts, she couldn't match my muscular build. I remained motionless, watching her with heartache. It was the first time I seen her lose her composure like this. Even though I couldn't recall saying those words, I was already mentally slapping myself. Xiaoro, you bastard. Suwon, having failed to leave, cursed me harshly and bit my arm. My dress uniform was so thick that my teeth couldn't bite it, so I silently rolled up my sleeves. If biting me makes you happy, then do it. Do you think I wouldn't dare? A piercing pain shot through my palm. Suwon was smart. She knew biting my hand hurt more than biting my arm. I gritted my teeth and said nothing, quietly waiting for her to calm down. I don't know how long it took, but when Suwon opened her mouth, her lips were stained red with blood, and her tears had blurred her delicate makeup, making her look pitiful. I couldn't bear to see her cry, so I reached out to wipe her tears, but she quickly turned away. Suwon, are you still mad at me? Suwon didn't say anything, but her emotions were much calmer now. So I tentatively took a step closer to her and explained softly. Suwon, I truly like you. When I first saw you 3 years ago, I was deeply drawn to you, which is why I tried so hard to get close to you and treat you well. I don't know what I said that caused you to misunderstand, but please believe me, I never thought you were old, nor did I think eating was a burden. On the contrary, I really like your daughter because she reflects you. I'm not that fond of children, but I like Suwon's daughter. This is the first time I experience what it means to love someone and everyone else. I asked you that question the other day, why didn't you say anything and instead pushed me on to someone else? Huh? Which day? Suwon turned to face me, her eyes red, her blood-stained lips trembling slightly, as she recounted what happened that day. That day at the cinema, I asked you about it. You said you didn't mind, but you pushed me on to someone else, saying I meet someone who loved both me and my daughter. Xiaoro, do you know how much courage I mustered up to test you that day? I felt like a wild animal in heat, flirting with you, and you humiliated me so severely. I was stunned and at a loss for words. Those questions at the cinema were actually a test. How could that be? Weren't you rejecting me? I thought you were hinting that you rather go on a blind date than like me. What rejection? I was so obvious even. I even booked a couple's theater. Xiaoro, you. Suwon's pupils widened in disbelief, and she retorted, you don't think I'm looking for a relationship, do you? I nodded in shock, and the next second, Suwon pinched and kneaded my cheeks. You are? What a fool. A couple's room, a movie with 2 female leads, deliberately getting close to you, and you don't even know I'm hinting I like you? Stupid. Dumb. Stupid. How could I possibly like you? Bang. My brain exploded like fireworks, and pink bubbles filled my vision. I couldn't hear Suwon's words, only remembering those 3 words, I like you, and her beautiful face stained with tears. When I came to, Suwon was crying in my arms. A gentle fragrance filled my nose, and I greedily lowered my head, wanting to smell more, but I didn't dare touch her. Backless dresses are not suitable for direct touching. The book says that everything should be based on the woman's willingness. Excessive intimacy will make her feel disgusted and uncomfortable. Zhao Ro. Huh? I was reciting the love truths from the book in my head when Suwon suddenly called out. I turned my head, and she kissed me hard on the lips. I only felt the soft touch for a second before Suwon let go, blushing. Shouldn't you take the initiative at a time like this? Stupid. Boring. You have to make me initiate even this? No wonder you've been single for decades. I must have blushed, my cheeks burning. I met Suwon's gaze, and asked cautiously. I want to kiss you and hug you, but can I? Suwon responded with a second kiss. I knew she agreed. I put one arm around her waist, and the other on her back. The soft fabric and smooth skin stimulated every pore of my hand. There was a faint taste of rust between her lips. I licked the blood clean with my tongue, then began to savor the woman I had been longing for 3 years. I knew her body temperature and breathing, and I began to explore her body, which I had observed so many times. As expected, there is a discrepancy between visual observation and actual measurement. Next time I bring gifts to Suwon, I have more accurate data. Knock knock. Captain Zhao Chi Su, are you in there? Wan Ningyan's voice startled me, and Suwon hid in my arms. Everyone's here. Please finish your work and come out. It's rude to keep guests waiting. Got it, right away. Laughter rang out from outside the door, and Suwon blushed and punched my shoulder. You idiot. Just keep quiet. Why are you answering? Huh? I wasn't quite sure. The base commander is looking for us. It's not nice not to respond, is it? You? Suwon sighed, a look of frustration. Forget it. Let's get ready. Okay. There was nothing unusual about Suwon's dress. I was extra careful because I was thinking about the party later. However, my military uniform was wrinkled by Suwon, especially on the shoulders, where there were faint marks. The bite mark on the base of my right hand was particularly noticeable. I put a band-aid on it later, or it'd be hard to explain. Hard to explain? Suwon folded her arms and looked at me with a half-smile. Just say I bit you. Is that embarrassing? Not embarrassing, I just feel. Halfway through my sentence, I suddenly realized, are you going to make your relationship public? What else? Are you going to have a secret affair with me? Or do you think I'm embarrassing you as your girlfriend? Of course not. I quickly stood at attention. I follow Commander Su's orders. I always thought you were serious and reserved, but I didn't expect you had a bit of a sense of humor. If you like, you can be my commander for life. Suwon extended her index finger and tapped the tip of my nose. You wish. I was only upset about Suwon's rejection for 3 days, because 3 days later, Suwon took me to get the marriage certificate. Sister. Su, why do you suddenly want to get married? I agreed to Suwon's request that I call her sister from now on, but I wasn't used to it. I felt a little embarrassed every time I said it, especially in front of Su Yaoting and Xiaolang. I later learned that Xiaolang's relationship with Suwon was a misunderstanding. Xiaolang failed her academics and was held back. The teacher had her sit at the same table with the academically gifted Su Yaoting, hoping she could help her with her homework. So, the two became playmates. Xiaolang loved to eat, and after suffering from multiple cavities, the base commander ordered her to limit her sugar intake. So, Xiaolang often came to the Su family's house to cheat on food and drinks, which led to the outrageous rumors. Because I tried it, Suwon said, her fingertips caressing the back of my hand with a sly smile. She's a good person, and she's good in that area, too. She's energetic, and has no underlying health issues. I'm satisfied. My face flushed quickly. I understood what Suwon meant. After the birthday party, Su Yaoting volunteered to go back to the school dormitory to sleep, and her mother said it was okay to be home alone. So, it was only natural that Suwon took me home. Suwon's red dress was very sexy. She was half drunk from the party, excited and a bit drunk, and much more passionate and bold than usual. I supported her, about to pour her some water in the kitchen to sober her up, but she pushed me against the counter, her arms around my neck, and looked up at me. Zhao Ro, I'm your older sister by age, so call me sister. I swallowed several times before softly calling sister. Good girl. She leaned closer to my ear. You're so slow on matters of the heart. Can you take good care of me, your sister? Of course I can. I can do housework and cook simple meals. It's just the military communal meals, and they don't look very nice. Soo-won is a woman with a refined lifestyle. I think I should learn how to cook and plate dishes, gradually integrating into her life. I can't let her think our values are incompatible and get bored of me. Silly girl, you're not talking about housework. You know what it means when a woman is 30 like a wolf and 40 like a tiger? My heart raced, and I stuttered a little. Sister, isn't it a little too fast? Fast? We waited 3 years for each other. Is that long enough? Or, are you not capable? I said nothing. Soldiers don't talk big. I carried Soo-won and hurried to the bedroom. I worked until the sky was white, and only stopped when my wrists trembled. That day, Soo-won, who always worked full-time, took half a day off for the first time. Bai Xing, Liang Xiaoning, and the others teased her one after another. After get off work, they pulled my ears for a long time before they calmed down. Zhao Ro. Here. Do you want to get married? You still have a chance to change your mind now. Marry. I swear to follow Commander Su until death. I never regret it.